Chapter 85. A surge of zombies flooding the city. Shen Nianze furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously caressing the handle of his axe. This shouldn't be the case. The Queen Bee has only dispatched 2,000 to 3,000 zombies in total. Jianghai City previously boasted a population of over 10 million, and the military reported a loss of 70%. Given the city's dense population, the casualties could be even greater. It is estimated that the number of zombies must be at least 7 to 8 million. Even if zombies truly surged into the city, there should still be a considerable number in the outskirts, not to the extent of rendering them invisible. Li Lei's expression also darkened. Now that you mention it, there is something rather amiss. It shouldn't be so tranquil. At that moment, a team member responsible for tallying the mutated chickens came running to report. Team Leader Li, we have a total of 127 mutated chickens, and the bay crocodile has been retrieved and logged. Li Lei nodded, turning to Shen Nianze. The corpse count is complete. If you're prepared to head to the base, we can depart immediately. Shen Nianze acknowledged with a nod, beckoning to the little creature, and together they followed Li Lei's off-road vehicle towards the military base. As the off-road vehicle departed the chicken farm area, Shen Nianze glanced at the navigation system and spoke to the driver, Wang Yuhao. Take the mountain road behind, avoiding the outskirts of the city. With the little creature present, ordinary mutated beasts will not dare to approach, at least not too closely. The team member responded affirmatively, turning the steering wheel as the vehicle veered towards the mountain path. The mountain road was rugged, and the tires crunched over the gravel, with the little creature trailing behind the vehicle. Just as Shen Nianze had suggested, as long as they were not encountering growth stage LV5 or above formidable mutated beasts, the aura of the Chi Tiger would compel them to retreat into the depths of the forest. Indeed, they encountered no obstructions along the way. Shen Nianze sat in the back seat, observing the rapidly receding trees outside the window, his fingers still pondering the recent disappearance of the zombies. Meanwhile, Li Lei, who had initially been resting against the passenger seat with his eyes closed, suddenly sat up straight as the vehicle rounded a bend, revealing a wide vista ahead. The outline of Jianghai City emerged at the foot of the mountain, with skyscrapers scattered haphazardly. However, the once thriving city now lay in eerie silence. Recalling his earlier conversation with Shen Nianze, Li Lei instinctively leaned closer to the window, scrutinizing the scene, his brow gradually knitting together. Something is not right. He reached out to nudge the driver. Slow down. Director, Shen needs to observe the city's outskirts. The team member reduced the speed, and Shen Nianze followed Li Lei's gaze down the mountainside. Upon looking, both men were taken aback. They beheld a torrent of black waves moving towards the city, filling the roads and fields surrounding it. Upon closer inspection, these waves were densely packed hordes of zombies. It was as if they were drawn by some unseen force, ceaselessly pouring into the city, with the zombies that should have been dispersed in the outskirts now converging towards a single direction. How can this be? Li Lei's voice trembled with astonishment. We just speculated that zombies were surging towards the city, and now we witness it firsthand, and on such a grand scale. Shen Nianze fixed his gaze upon a mass of zombies. This is troubling. Even if the zombies from the outskirts are heading into the city, they should not be so concentrated. It seems as though something is guiding them. The undead lack autonomous consciousness, drawn solely by the breath or voice of the living. Yet, in this city, silence reigns supreme, devoid of any signs of human activity. What then are these zombies pursuing? The vehicle gradually navigated the bend, revealing an ever-clearer view of the city below, where the congregation of zombies became increasingly astonishing. The once desolate ring road is now completely obstructed by the undead, with some even climbing upon the bodies of their fallen comrades to scale the city walls. Li Lei signaled for his team to accelerate. It appears we are about to encounter trouble. As Shen Nianze gazed at the ceaseless influx of zombies into the city, an unsettling sense of foreboding intensified within him. The off-road vehicle descended along the mountain path, swiftly arriving at the outskirts of the refuge in Jianghai City. Several soldiers, armed and vigilant, scrutinized the surroundings. Upon sighting Li Lei's convoy, they gradually lowered their guard, opening the side gate to grant passage. You all proceed to secure the supplies. I shall escort Captain Shen to meet Commander Wang. Li Lei instructed his team before leading Shen Nianze towards the command center at the heart of the complex. Inside the command center, Wang Jianjun smiled upon seeing the two enter. Director Shen, it has been a while. However, he quickly noticed an unusual tension in their demeanor. Has something occurred? Li Lei was the first to speak, detailing the torrent of zombies he had witnessed along the way. Currently, the zombies at the periphery of Jianhai City are surging into the urban area in droves, numbering at least in the hundreds of thousands, a stark contrast to the past. Wang Jianjun abruptly rose to his feet, his face a mask of shock. Is this true? Hundreds of thousands of zombies converging into the city. What could possibly be enticing them? Shen Nianze interjected. Commander Wang, we have observed that the movement of the zombies is remarkably systematic. It does not resemble random dispersal, but rather appears to be guided by some unseen force toward a specific direction. Moreover, there are nearly no scattered zombies in the outskirts. They're all gravitating towards the urban center, which is evidently illogical. Wang Jianjun furrowed his brow in concern, pausing momentarily before voicing his apprehension. If there truly exists something capable of directing such a multitude of zombies, it poses a monumental threat to the refuge. Shen Nianze proposed, Commander Wang, I could deploy the swarm to investigate the city tomorrow. The swarm, led by the queen bee, consists of numerous small, inconspicuous individuals capable of remaining undetected, transmitting images and sense back to me through a psychic link. Furthermore, the maneuverability of drones cannot compare to that of bees. Wang Jianjun's eyes brightened, though he soon exhibited hesitation. The swarm? Are you referring to those bees that have recently appeared? Indeed, the swarm emerged from the zoo under the unified command of the queen bee, demonstrating strong execution capabilities. They were instrumental in clearing the zombies from the outskirts. Shen Nianze explained, I will preemptively synchronize instructions with the queen bee, prioritizing reconnaissance of the core area where the zombies are congregating. Should we discover the entity directing the zombies, military cooperation will be essential to respond to any anomalies promptly. Excellent. Let us proceed as you suggest. Wang Jianjun declared without further hesitation, striking the table decisively. Whatever support you require, do not hesitate to inform me. I will ensure the troops are prepared. As long as we can ascertain the situation within the city, we can take preemptive measures rather than remain passively on guard. Li Lei also exhaled in relief. Having the swarm assist us is far more convenient than deploying drones. I hope we can ascertain the cause soon. Otherwise, with hundreds of thousands of zombies bottling up in the city, it is only a matter of time before they advance toward the refuge. Shen Nianze nodded, his gaze fixed on the map illustrating the center of Jianhai City. Having just witnessed the orderly influx of hundreds of thousands of zombies into the urban area, a thought suddenly emerged from the depths of his mind. If the consumption of biological weapons serves to enhance their power, could the congregation of so many zombies in Jianhai City be an assembly of an extraordinarily formidable super zombie? This hypothesis sent a shiver down his spine. If there truly existed a being capable of commanding hundreds of thousands of zombies, assembled through consumption into a super weapon, the defense of the refuge would be woefully inadequate, even with the assistance of the zoo's animals, rendering it an exceedingly perilous existence. Chapter 86. The zombie tide engulfing each other in evolution. At the break of dawn, the zoo refrained from dispatching its usual hunting teams. Instead, everyone awaited news from the reconnaissance bees regarding the city. Shen Nianze established a mental link with the queen bee. In the next moment, thousands of reconnaissance bees surged forth from the hive, resembling a dark cloud as they flew towards the urban expanse of Jianhai City. Although the city was now teeming with zombies and mutated beasts, it still encompassed a vast area, with various towns beyond the central district. Yet, given the overwhelming number of zombies in the city center, it seemed unlikely that any survivors remained. Through the queen bee's psychic connection, Shen Nianze's vision seamlessly transitioned to that of the swarm of reconnaissance bees. The scenes within the city were more harrowing than he had anticipated. On the streets and in the plazas, hordes of zombies were piled upon one another. The lesser zombies tearing and devouring their kin, voraciously stuffing their mouths with dismembered limbs. With each consumption of their fellow creatures, these ordinary zombies experienced slight increases in size. Their skin stretched taut over bulging veins, and their previously murky eyes glimmered with a faint red light. They were evolving through this gruesome act of cannibalism. In the span of merely half an hour, numerous ordinary zombies had transformed into the evolved variants Shen Nianze had encountered before. The entire city resembled a colossal crucible of evolution, where the lesser zombies grew stronger through their incessant slaughter of one another. Shen Nianze commanded the swarm to infiltrate in waves, with one team of reconnaissance bees heading towards the towering skyscrapers in the city center. As the swarm approached a 100-meter-high office building, they became slightly agitated. Nonetheless, responding to commands, they continued their ascent. With each increment in altitude, Shen Nianze's perspective revealed a particularly towering zombie on the rooftop. standing over 3 meters tall, its body sheathed in dark purple armor. Its head bowed slightly as it surveyed the mass of zombies below engaging in their grotesque feast. Its cold gaze exuding an air of indifference, as if it controlled the very fate of the horde. Was it the one orchestrating their gathering? Shen Nianze promptly instructed the reconnaissance bees to approach stealthily, eager to discern the details of this high-tier zombie. However, just as the bees neared the building's midsection, mere meters from the rooftop, the sound of shattering glass erupted from the exterior walls. A slender zombie, its body cloaked in silvery gray scales, was rapidly climbing the wall. Its claws embedded into the structure with a speed surpassing that of the reconnaissance bees, swiftly reaching the vicinity of the swarm. Before the bees could react, this agile zombie leapt with astonishing speed, tracing a silver-gray arc through the air, its razor-sharp claws glinting ominously as they sliced through the foremost reconnaissance bee, severing it in two, its remains plummeting to the ground. After its successful strike, the speedster zombie did not linger, its limbs re-embedded into the wall, climbing with the swiftness of a gecko, pursuing the remaining reconnaissance bees. Its gaze was as sharp as a blade, evidently aware of the swarm's presence. Shen Nianze's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately relayed a command through the queen bee. Retreat. The remaining reconnaissance bees swiftly altered their course, fleeing towards the outskirts of the city. Yet the speedster zombie was exceptionally swift. With a series of agile leaps along the wall, it caught up to several reconnaissance bees, its claws flailing as more bees were severed. Fortunately, the sheer number of the swarm and their agility allowed most of them to evade capture, retreating towards the zoo. Shen Nianze severed the mental link, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The power of this speedster zombie had likely reached maturity, and the high-tier zombie atop the rooftop had yet to be thoroughly assessed, but it was reasonable to assume it possessed a degree of intelligence. More alarming was the rapid rate at which the zombies were evolving through cannibalism. If this trend persisted, it would not be long before Jianghai City was overrun by an army of advanced, evolved zombies. What is the situation, Shen? Zhou Kai and Lin Shi, noticing his pallor, quickly gathered around him, concern etched on their faces. Taking a deep breath, Shen Nianze replied gravely, "The situation is worse than we imagined. The zombies are evolving through cannibalism, and there is a high-tier zombie leading them. We must urgently inform Wang Jianjun and prepare for battle." No sooner had Shen Nianze finished speaking than he produced a radio. As a reply came through, he stated, "Commander Wang, this is Shen Nianze, with an urgent report. The zombies in Jianghai City's urban area are engaging in cannibalistic evolution, and numerous evolved zombies have emerged. Moreover, there is a high-tier zombie commanding them, its power unknown." A moment of silence lingered on the other end before Wang Jianjun's voice, now heavy with gravity, responded, "What are the characteristics of the high-tier zombie? The number of evolved zombies is not precisely clear. The ordinary zombies are continuing their cannibalism, and their numbers seem to be increasing. It appears we are dealing with both speed and strength types." Shen Nianze added, "There is also one particularly unusual zombie that seems to act as a leader. The ordinary zombies are evolving at an alarming rate. If we delay, the number of evolved zombies will only continue to grow." "I understand. I will immediately deploy heavy weaponry to the central district. Although tank shells may not penetrate the hardened exoskeletons of the evolved zombies, artillery fire will suffice to cleanse the ordinary zombies, at least to deplete them before they fully evolve." Before Shen Nianze could respond, he heard Wang Jianjun issue orders to his staff, immediately notify the armored battalion to mobilize all main battle tanks and self-propelled artillery from the shelters, advancing towards Jianghai City's central district, establishing a firepower position 2 kilometers outside the city. Also, prioritize the allocation of high explosive shells and armor-piercing rounds. See if the armor-piercing rounds can penetrate the joints of the evolved zombies, and use high explosive shells to clear the clusters of ordinary zombies. Wang Jianjun paused before adding, "Additionally, deploy an infantry company to support the armored units, tasked with monitoring the evolved zombies. Should any slip through and approach the firepower position, they are to intercept immediately." The faint sound of staff taking notes echoed through the radio as Wang Jianjun turned back to Shen Nianze. "Captain Shen, can you have the swarm mark the areas with the densest concentrations of ordinary zombies? Also, check for any survivors. Our artillery needs precise targets to minimize ammunition waste." "Absolutely." Shen Nianze promptly responded, "I will instruct the Queen Bee to mark the zombie clusters at the outskirts of the urban area. Before we commence, I will send you the coordinates. Rest assured, I will ensure the armored units maintain formation, with the tank main guns providing long-range support, self-propelled artillery covering the area, and the infantry company securing the perimeter to create crossfire." Wang Jianjun's voice softened slightly. "While heavy weaponry may be ineffective against high-tier zombies, it will at least buy us time. Once we have cleared the ordinary zombies, we can devise a strategy to deal with the evolved zombies, and that commanding one. Chapter 87. Even Big White is out? Shen Nianze turned and made his way towards the hive. The mutated animals of the zoo ventured out to hunt every morning, scattered across the suburban areas. To rally them in support of the military, relying solely on human messengers would be insufficient. Only the swarm could accomplish this task. Queen Bee prioritized marking the locations of the hunting animals and send reconnaissance bees to relay my instructions. Cease hunting immediately and return to the zoo for assembly within half an hour to prepare for military action. Standing beside the hive, Shen Nianze transmitted his orders through the mental link with the queen bee. Received. In the next instant, a dense swarm of bees poured forth from the hive, dividing into numerous small teams, each flying towards different directions. The swarm moved with remarkable speed, and within 5 minutes, the first team located a pack of howling moon wolves feasting on a mutated deer. As the leading wolf, with its silver fangs, raised its head, it saw several reconnaissance bees land on its snout, transmitting Shen Nianze's instructions through subtle psychic waves. Kanjia was momentarily taken aback, but soon raised his head and let out a long howl. The previously scattered pack of wolves immediately regrouped and began to race towards the zoo in tandem with the swarm of bees. Concurrently, other swarms from different directions were also identifying their targets. Standing at the entrance of the park, Shen Nianze exhaled a sigh of relief as he observed the silhouettes of animals gradually emerging in the distance. He understood all too well that the military's heavy weaponry and the forces stationed at the zoo were utterly insufficient to deter the ever-evolving horde of zombies in the city. It was imperative to gather all the mutated animals to have any chance of thwarting the zombie overlords from consolidating their power in the city center. He had no desire for Zhanghai City to witness a rampant evolution of the undead, in stark contrast to the orderly deployment at the zoo. The refuge was currently a hive of activity. In the open space outside the command tent, the main battle tank was slowly rolling out of the garage, its dark green body glinting coldly in the sunlight as the treads rumbled over the ground. 10 self-propelled artillery pieces followed closely behind, their ammunition boxes flung open, while soldiers hastily loaded high-explosive shells into the breeches, each face etched with a serious expression. Armored battalion, prepare. Depart on schedule in 5 minutes. Destination, the southwest gate of Zhanghai City. Upon arrival, immediately establish a circular fire position. Tanks will provide perimeter security while the artillery is deployed centrally. Ensure comprehensive fire coverage of the urban area. Wang Jianjun commanded from atop the command vehicle, his voice resonating through the loudspeaker and reaching every corner of the encampment. The staff gathered around the hastily constructed sand table, swiftly marking the locations of the zombie clusters relayed by Shen Nianze, subsequently transmitting the coordinates to each tank and artillery driver. The infantry soldiers had donned their gear, gripping heavy melee weapons, while outside the medical tent, ambulances stood ready, and medical personnel quickly organized first aid kits in preparation for potential casualties. All units, report readiness. Wang Jianjun called over the radio. Tank battalion ready. Helicopter unit ready. Self-propelled artillery unit ready. Infantry company deployed. Medical team ready. Responses echoed back through the radio, and Wang Jianjun glanced at his watch, stating solemnly, set forth. We must reach the target location before noon and coordinate with Captain Shen's animal group to intercept the zombies' breakout. With his orders given, the tanks and self-propelled artillery began to roll out sequentially towards the urban area of Zhanghai City, forming a colossal convoy that kicked up clouds of dust, obscuring the sun. Wang Jianjun, seated in the command cabin of the leading tank, relayed directives to all vehicles via radio. Meanwhile, at the zoo's entrance, a multitude of mutated animals had gathered, amounting to over 100 in total. Shen Nianze stood at the forefront of the assembly, flanked by Lin Shi and 3 others, scanning the array of creatures, but failing to spot 2 familiar figures. The black dog and the old gray elephant were conspicuously absent. Just as he contemplated sending the swarm to search for them, several reconnaissance bees arrived from a distance, landing on his shoulder and conveying messages through psychic waves. The black dog and the old gray elephant were en route to the central district. The latter, being significantly larger and slower, was still 15 kilometers away from the zoo. If they were to depart afterward, it would be too far, hence the 2 creatures opted to head directly towards the central district. Brother Shun, since the black dog and the old gray haven't arrived, shall we wait a moment? Zhou Kai approached and suggested. There's no need, they have already set off. Shen Nianze replied, gazing towards the direction of Zhanghai City. Time was of the essence. The zombie overlords in the city center were continuously absorbing their kind and evolving. Delaying even a minute increased the danger. He mounted the back of the small creature. Let us go, he shouted, raising his axe high. Its cold gleam aimed towards the urban center of Zhanghai City. Before his words had fully faded, a deep rumble resonated from behind. As the white walls encircling the zoo began to writhe ominously, amidst the sound of crumbling bricks, a colossal shadow slowly emerged. It was a serpent over 1,000 meters long, its scales a pale white that shimmered softly under the sunlight, known to all as the Great White. Its head was larger than a truck, with vertically slit pupils as clear as amber, its body coiling over the zoo's entrance, causing the ground to tremble slightly as it moved, pulverizing stones beneath its massive form. Is the Great White joining us? Lin, she stood beside the small creature, her voice filled with astonishment. The Great White rarely stirred, spending most of its time in slumber beneath the walls, only calling out a few times when the gates were opened. Shen Nianze glanced at Lin, she before turning his gaze to the Great White, which was now slowly keeping pace with the group. Its size is immense. The multitude of zombies will be sufficient to satiate its hunger all at once. The prey hunted by the other animals has primarily been provided to the Great White to ensure it is well fed. Once this battle concludes, it will sustain itself for quite some time without needing to consume more food, alleviating future resource pressures. As he spoke, the Great White had caught up with the leading pack of animals, its gargantuan form acting as a moving barrier, shielding the right flank of the procession. The howling pack of howling moon wolves, coupled with this serpent exceeding 1,000 meters, instantaneously elevated the morale of the entire animal army. On the ground, various mutated creatures trailed closely behind Shen Nianze and the small creature. In the sky, Hualuo soared alongside vultures and golden eagles, their sharp cries piercing through the clouds as the group approached the central district. In the distance, the rumbling of the military armored convoy could be heard, the steel tide advancing in unison with the animal army towards the peril-ridden heart of Zhanghai City. Under the sunlight, one could hear the clanking of treads crushing the earth alongside the heavy tremors of the colossal beast. Their target remained the horde of zombies in the city center. Chapter 88, Artillery Barrage. When the military armored convoy merged with the animal army from the zoo on the outskirts of the city, Wang Jianjun deliberately poked his head out of the command cabin, his gaze sweeping over the formidable assembly before him, his pupils involuntarily narrowing. A vast array of mutated creatures filled his vision: howling moon wolves, lions, foxes, golden monkeys, flocks of birds, and even a serpent stretching 1,000 meters long. A rough count revealed over 100 beasts, each emanating a fierce aura, especially the leading 4-meter-tall Chihua tiger and the immense serpent trailing behind, which commanded an intimidating presence. He had known that Shen Nianze could command mutated beasts, but he had not anticipated such a colossal number. This was not merely a collection, but an entire regiment of an animal army. What left him even more astounded was the sudden influx of a dense, buzzing sound from the sky. Looking up, he saw a dark cloud of bees descending from the direction of the zoo, blotting out the sun, their sheer numbers so vast that they were beyond counting, sending shivers down his spine. Director Shun, this display is beyond my expectations. Wang Jianjun exclaimed over the radio, his tone filled with awe. With these mutated beasts and the swarm aiding us, our chances of success have increased exponentially. Seated atop the small creature, Shen Nianze chuckled in response, relaying over the radio. You flatter me. The direct assault by the mutated beasts, in conjunction with the military artillery, should enable us to swiftly breach the periphery. Excellent. Then let's proceed as planned. Wang Jianjun promptly adjusted his commands. Tank battalion leads the way, self-propelled artillery prepares for covering fire, infantry company secures the flanks, and Director Shen's animal army follows closely behind to eliminate any stragglers. With the merging of the two forces, their momentum amplified. The steel tide and the army of beasts advanced in unison, steadily making their way towards the core of Zhanghai City. As they approached within 3 kilometers of the city center, an urgent alert was suddenly broadcasted by the reconnaissance drones ahead. The horde of zombies that had previously congregated at the outskirts began to stir, a mass of black shadows surging toward the city's perimeter, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Akin to a dark tide, their guttural roars could be distinctly heard even from a distance. Wang Jianjun's expression darkened. These zombies are indeed organized. They are coming for us. Shen Nianze raised his hand, signaling the team to halt their advance. Gazing at the encroaching tide of zombies, his eyes sharpened. It appears they have detected our movements. They intend to prevent us from nearing the core area and plan to intercept us outside the city. No sooner had he spoken than the leading evolved zombies burst forth from the urban area, moving with astonishing speed, their limbs propelling them forward as if leaving afterimages. Charging towards the tank battalion. Open fire. Wang Jianjun's command reverberated through the radio, reaching every self-propelled artillery position. Instantly, the artillery raised their barrels, and the cannons roared to life. What followed was a deafening cacophony as shells, trailing orange tails like shooting stars, rained down upon the oncoming horde. The first wave of high-explosive shells struck the densest cluster of zombies, sending shockwaves that heaved the ground several meters high. Within the blast radius, dozens of ordinary zombies were mercilessly shredded, their dismembered limbs and torsos scattering across the terrain, creating a sticky, gruesome stain. Before the smoke could clear, a second barrage followed, exploding among the throng of zombies, creating craters several meters in diameter. The shockwaves flung zombies into the air, many of them severed in mid-flight. The self-propelled artillery maintained a relentless rate of fire, unleashing 5 rounds per minute, the barrage descending like a torrential downpour upon the undead, cleaving apart the previously unyielding black tide. From afar, the streets at the city's edge erupted into flames, the explosions, the zombies' anguished cries, and the crumbling buildings intertwining into a nightmarish symphony, as if hell itself had descended. Some shells struck abandoned vehicles, flipping them over and igniting fuel tanks, which in turn sparked secondary explosions, engulfing swathes of zombies in fiery chaos, the air thick with the stench of charred flesh. Continue the bombardment. Do not cease. Wang Jianjun commanded from the tank's command compartment, his gaze fixed on the battlefield ahead. Push the zombie horde back. Do not allow them to approach our positions. For now, we are only facing ordinary zombies, but the evolved ones have begun to appear, and the infantry squads must brace for confrontation. Yet, the sheer number of ordinary zombies was overwhelming. Despite the artillery's continuous fire, the subsequent waves pressed forward, trampling over their fallen comrades like an unrelenting tide. More troubling still, 5 evolved zombies suddenly surged from the smoke, having cleverly used the cover of the explosions to evade the artillery's onslaught. Now closing in within 100 meters of the tank battalion, one of the evolved zombies leaped into the air, lunging directly at the tank. To the infantry's evolved squad, Wang Jianjun bellowed. As his words hung in the air, several figures burst forth from behind the tank, each clad in combat gear and wielding long blades. Led by Zhou Kai, with the support of the Howling Moon Wolf Brigade, Zhou Kai and his companions had already engaged numerous evolved zombies and possessed ample experience. Thus, prior to the conflict, the other 4 from the zoo had temporarily joined the military's evolved unit. They dashed towards the nearest evolved zombie like arrows released from a bow, their blades aimed at the creature's necks. The evolved zombie reacted with remarkable speed, sidestepping while its claws swiped at Zhou Kai's chest. Zhou Kai pressed forward instead of retreating, seizing the zombie's wrist with his left hand while thrusting his blade into the joint of its arm. Astonishingly, the zombie displayed no signs of pain. As its other claw swung violently toward Zhou Kai's back, Zhao Chong intervened just in time, cleaving the zombie's skull with his axe, bringing it down. The other evolved fighters quickly found their own targets, transforming the battlefield into a close-quarters melee. One evolved zombie became enraged, sweeping its arms and sending 2 fighters sprawling. Just as it prepared to pounce on the downed combatants, a figure darted past. Xiao Zuiba arrived just in time, tackling one of the zombies, biting down and consuming half of its body along with its crystal core. Shen Nianze leaped from Xiao Zuiba's back, his axe cleaving through the neck of another zombie, the head rolling to the ground. "Thank you, Director Shen," the fallen evolved fighter exclaimed, scrambling to his feet. Shen Nianze nodded, his gaze sweeping over the other ongoing skirmishes with the evolved zombies. 2 had already been dealt with, but 3 remained defiant. While the distant horde of ordinary zombies continued to surge forward, this fierce battle had only just begun. Meanwhile, the Howling Moon Wolf Brigade launched their assault, Kanjia leading the charge against the evolved zombies, the wolves tearing at the undead's necks. Other animals followed suit, crashing into the ordinary zombies, especially the fully evolved LV-4 Berda. Its armored bulk moved like a mobile fortress, sending zombies flying as it barreled through those that had crossed the artillery's fire line. At this moment, the self-propelled artillery continued its relentless barrage, shells raining down upon the zombie horde, reducing large clusters of ordinary zombies to ash. Although the evolved zombies continued to resist fiercely, the combined efforts of the mutated animals and the military had notably slowed the advance of the horde. The once surging black tide gradually being contained within a fiery inferno at the city's edge. Chapter 89, The Formidable Dabai. The artillery's thunderous roars persisted, with heaps of ordinary zombie corpses piling up at the urban frontier. However, as the LV-1 evolved zombies were systematically dispatched, the battlefield's dynamics shifted abruptly. The scattered high-tier zombies, previously mingled among the ordinary undead, began to reveal themselves, their muscles more robust than those of LV-1 zombies, their speed nearly doubled. Upon further assessment, Wang Jianjun discovered that the approaching foes were indeed LV-2 and LV-3 evolved zombies. The numbers of these high-tier zombies were rapidly increasing, now exceeding 100, and they no longer charged blindly. Instead, they organized into small teams, using the ordinary zombies as cover to infiltrate the gaps in the artillery positions. Even more troubling, under the guidance of the high-tier zombies, the ordinary zombies began to disperse, breaking free from the artillery's kill zone. The previously subdued black tide now exhibited signs of breaching the defensive line. Adjust the artillery's angle. Focus on the densely packed zombie clusters. Just as anxiety gripped the air, a massive shadow suddenly surged from the side of the formation. It was the enormous anaconda, Dabai, stretching over 1,000 meters. Dabai's cavernous maw opened wide, resembling a moving black hole, and it lunged into the dense mass of corpses. Its jaw could extend to an unimaginable angle, swallowing hundreds of ordinary zombies, along with several LV-1 evolved ones, in a single gulp. Its colossal body slithered across the ground, parting the horde like a tide, as its ever-opening mouth continued to consume them. Within mere minutes, a sizable area had been cleared. Yet, the higher-tier evolved zombies would not stand idly by while Dabai wreaked havoc. A dozen zombies charged towards it, their sharp claws slashing against Dabai's scales like steel blades. With several resounding clashes, white streaks marred its scales. Although Dabai was massive, its actual level was only that of an LV-1 evolved creature, and while the zombies could not breach its defenses, they disrupted Dabai's movements. More high-tier zombies began to climb onto Dabai's body, the once imposing serpent now besieged. Cover Dabai? Don't let those monsters harm it. Lilei shouted from atop the tank, his voice carrying above the chaos. As soon as the command was given, the military's evolutionary squad sprang into action. Wang Yuhao, accompanied by his team, activated their jetpacks and leaped into the air, bounding over the rough scales of the colossal creature, charging towards the advanced zombies as if they were traversing flat ground. One of the evolvers swung a long blade toward an LV-3 zombie that was perched on the neck of the giant beast. However, the zombie reacted with astonishing speed, evading sideways while its claws viciously tore into the evolver's calf, instantly shredding through the reinforced combat suit, leaving 3 gaping wounds that exposed bone. The evolver cried out in pain but did not retreat. Instead, he retaliated by plunging his blade into the zombie's eye socket, ultimately dispatching it. Other evolvers likewise identified their targets, engaging in fierce combat against the high-tier zombies atop the massive creature. The glint of cold steel clashed against the zombie's lethal claws, while the putrid black blood of the undead mingled with the vibrant red blood of the living, dripping down the scales of the giant beast. The evolvers unleashed their ferocity, and the animals provided cover for their comrades amidst the chaos. Yet the casualties on the battlefield continued to rise inexorably. A soldier failed to evade a zombie's ambush, his chest pierced by claws, collapsing into a pool of blood. An artillery vehicle was besieged by several evolved zombies, resulting in a violent explosion that engulfed both the vehicle and its crew in flames. Perched atop the giant creature's back, Shen Nianze swung his axe repeatedly, each strike dispatching an LV-2 zombie. However, as he surveyed the battlefield, witnessing the constant fall of soldiers and animals alike, his expression grew increasingly grim. Dabai, retreat towards the rear of the formation. Rotate to serve as a defensive wall. Shen Nianze conveyed his command through their mental link to the giant beast while shouting to Wang Jianjun, Commander Wang. Instruct the infantry to contract their line and coordinate with the Animal Legion to secure the flanks. We can no longer afford to engage head-on. Dabai comprehended the directive and began to slowly withdraw its massive form. Yet a dozen LV-3 zombies clung tenaciously to its scales, forcing the evolver squad to continue their battle atop the creature. In the distance, more high-tier zombies continued to surge forth from the urban area, while the horde of ordinary zombies drew ever closer. What had initially seemed a favorable engagement was devolving into a brutal war of attrition. Upon receiving Shen Nianze's command, Dabai adjusted its posture, the serpentine body stretching and coiling like a moving mountain as it retreated towards the rear of the troops. When it positioned itself between the tanks and infantry, its form abruptly began to fold sideways, the once supple serpentine body hardening as if composed of colossal bricks. In mere seconds, a serpentine wall encircling the troops took shape. The wall towered at least 10 meters high, its surface adorned with thick, pale scales that glimmered softly between the gaps, though its length of over 1,000 meters was insufficient to encircle the entire military. Move! Shen Nianze commanded from atop the giant creature. The serpent wall began to shift, circling the artillery encampment, its scales grinding against the ground like treads, instantly engulfing any ordinary zombies that ventured too close. The sounds of shattering bones echoed continuously, while the crystal cores of the fallen zombies were crushed beneath Dabai's might. The essence of the cores seeped into the gaps of the scales, causing the once pale scales to gradually shimmer with a faint golden hue, while the creature's body slowly elongated. The wall, initially over 1,000 meters, unexpectedly stretched several more meters, evidently evolving as it absorbed the essence of the zombie cores. However, the LV-3 evolved zombies were undeterred, Several of the swiftest among them crouched low and propelled themselves from the gaps beneath the serpent wall, clearly intent on eliminating Demi first. To the wall. Shen Nianze's voice resonated across the battlefield, prompting the Evolver squad to react instantly, scrambling up the scales of the serpent wall with their blades gleaming. One Evolver was the first to confront a leaping zombie, the energy blade slicing accurately at its ankle, causing the creature to cry out as it plummeted from the wall, only to be pulverized by the moving serpent wall upon landing. On the serpent wall, the Evolvers took their positions. The wall's movement was not excessively swift, allowing them to maintain their balance, as if they were fighting on solid ground, continuously slaying any evolved zombies attempting to ascend. Meanwhile, within the wall, the tanks and artillery did not cease their bombardment. Although the serpent wall occasionally obstructed their line of sight, numerous drones had already taken to the skies, relaying real-time images of the horde gathering within the city to the artillery units. Target the eastern warehouse district. Fire at will. The artillery commander adjusted the angles based on the coordinates transmitted from the drones, unleashing shells that trailed fiery tails as they soared over the serpent wall, precisely detonating amidst the horde within the city. At that moment, Ali burst forth from the animal legion. It leapt gracefully to the tail end of the serpent wall, emitting a deep roar before unleashing a torrent of flames from its maw, akin to a fiery whip sweeping through the horde below. Ordinary zombies near the serpent wall ignited instantly, shrieking in terror, and even as a few managed to breach the fiery barrier, they were crushed beneath the advancing serpent wall. Ali kept pace with the serpent wall, its flames continuously blasting forth, creating a fiery trail beneath the wall, establishing a dual line of defense against the encroaching ordinary zombies. Demi's evolution persisted. As it consumed more of the crystal essence, its length expanded, seemingly adding an additional 100 or 200 meters. Shen Nianze observed through the system that Demi's strength was steadily increasing, evolving from a growth phase of LV1 to LV2. At this rate, Demi would soon ascend to a new stage. Wang Jianjun gazed in awe at the moving serpent wall and the inferno beneath, his eyes wide with disbelief. Goodness, this is possible. The serpent wall gradually advanced towards the urban area, with the troops following closely behind. Drones guided the operation from above. Artillery continued its relentless barrage, and Ali's flames swept away obstacles while the Evolvers stood resolutely on the wall. Meanwhile, the animals reveled amidst the mutated zombie horde. For instance, the Flathead brother was surrounded by 7 or 8 zombies, shouting, "I want to take on 10. Who's next?" The once grim war of attrition had been entirely turned on its head by Demi's formidable defense. Chapter 90. The Gluttonous Serpent. Although the tide of battle had shifted, zombies continued to pour forth from the city without end. The horde within the city seemed inexhaustible, with the number of LV3 zombies surpassing 200, and several LV4 zombies, clad in black, armored shells, had emerged. They relentlessly assaulted the serpent wall formed by Demi. Despite Ali's flames and the Evolver's defenses, the wall's advance began to slow, and more scratches appeared on Demi's scales. Watching the increasingly dense mass of zombies, Shen Nianze hesitated not for a moment. He injected all the accumulated evolution points from the system into Demi. These points, amassed from hunting mutated beasts and clearing zombies, surged into Demi like a stream merging into a river, instantly absorbed by the giant creature. In the next moment, a brilliant golden light erupted from within Demi, its scales visibly transforming. The pale hue was gradually replaced by a heavy, golden sheen, as if forged from a divine alloy. Within mere seconds, the serpent's 1,000-meter body was elongated, rapidly spreading across the ground of the urban area. The range once covering the perimeter of the troops, now expanding to over 2,000 meters. Encased in the radiant glow, Demi's head slowly turned to align with its tail, its amber vertical pupils locking onto the end of its own form. As the head and tail connected, the previously slightly loose junction fused seamlessly, creating an unbroken circular wall. At the moment when the transformation was completed, the colossal creature let out a low, rumbling roar, its underbelly scales grinding against the ground, mercilessly shredding the nearby zombies to pieces. "Goodness, it's a gluttonous serpent," exclaimed Wang Yuhao, who was busy dispatching wall-climbing zombies. Unable to contain his astonishment at the sight, he cursed under his breath as he swung his energy blade down, severing the head of an evolved zombie. He was not alone. The soldiers within the walls were equally taken aback by this bizarre and awe-inspiring form. "Demi, advance," commanded Shen Nianze in a deep voice. Responding to the order, Demi's circular body began to move forward slowly. Its speed had significantly increased compared to before, the circular city wall functioning like a massive crushing machine as it steadily progressed toward the heart of the urban area. Zombies near the circular edge, be they ordinary or evolved, were mercilessly crushed beneath its heavy scales, with a pale green liquid core seeping continuously into Debai's form, serving as a source of energy for its relentless advance. Ashur stood atop the circular wall, flames erupting in conjunction with Debai's movement, creating a moving ring of fire on the outer perimeter that incinerated any stray zombies. The tanks and self-propelled artillery within the walls continued their onslaught. Wang Jianjun, stationed in the tank command cabin, gazed in awe at the ever-shrinking and advancing giant circle, filled with admiration for Director Shen, who always managed to present unexpected strategies. Debai's circular wall resembled a mobile steel cage, gradually pushing toward the core area of Jianhai City. However, as the distance lessened, the surrounding zombies did not diminish. Rather, they began to congregate frantically toward the center of the circle, a dense mass of corpses piling up to form mountains that impeded the wall's movement. Suddenly, a deep, thunderous sound emanated from within the mountains of corpses, causing the previously crowded mass to part as if welcoming a king. Shen Nianze, seated upon Little Mouth, felt his pupils constrict sharply as he sensed a terrifying aura rising slowly from the center of the horde. In the next moment, a colossal silhouette emerged from behind the corpse mountain, a giant zombie formed from countless undead stitched together, standing at an imposing height of 15 to 16 meters. It towered above Debai's circular wall. More horrifying were its limbs, with its arms composed of layers of zombies stacked upon one another, and its legs resembling twisted heaps of flesh. With each step, scattered zombie parts fell from its form, only to be quickly replaced by new flesh. The most unsettling aspect was its head, featuring a single zombie skull with empty eye sockets, from which two evolved zombie heads protruded, resembling grotesque horns. Its body was entwined with numerous severed zombie limbs, some of which still twitched erratically, creating a ghastly spectacle of a creature composed entirely of living parts, exuding a nauseating sense of distortion. With each step it took, the ground trembled violently, and the nearby zombies, as if summoned, leaped toward its body, melding into its form, causing it to swell ever larger. All artillery, target the giant zombie's torso. Area bombardment. Wang Jianjun's voice echoed through the radio to the artillery positions. The self-propelled guns swiftly adjusted their angles, the barrels flaring with fire as armor-piercing shells, trailing orange flames, rained down upon the 20-meter-high giant zombie like a torrential downpour. Boom, boom. The sound of explosions reverberated off the giant zombie's body, a cloud of smoke enveloping it instantly. The soldiers within the walls held their breath. Even Shen Nianze tightened his grip on his axe, hoping the artillery would breach this monstrous defense. Yet, the moment the smoke cleared, a collective gasp escaped everyone's lips. The wounds inflicted by the armor-piercing shells were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Those zombies beneath the giant's feet scrambled toward the wounds, filling them in mere seconds. Meanwhile, ordinary zombies further away continued to charge toward its torso. A deafening roar erupted from the giant zombie, its left arm, comprised of flailing zombie limbs, suddenly unified in direction and reached for Debai's circular wall. However, Ashur was prepared, unleashing a wall of flames to intercept them, incinerating the approaching zombie limbs into charred remains. The assaulting arms targeting Debai were repelled by Ashur's formidable body. Little Mouth, go. Strike the right arm. Shen Nianze commanded sharply. Little Mouth leapt into action, its lavender form darting toward the giant zombie's right arm like an arrow. This junction, where the LV3 evolved zombie's body met that of an ordinary zombie's arm, represented the giant's vulnerability. Little Mouth's claws dug fiercely into the joint, tearing off several ordinary zombie arms. Yet, before Shen Nianze could breathe a sigh of relief, several ordinary zombies, seemingly drawn by an unseen force, climbed up the giant zombie's torso toward the wound, swiftly filling the gap. Frustrated, Little Mouth leapt again, tearing away more flesh, but the outcome remained the same. New zombies quickly replenished the mass, rendering the giant's form akin to a black hole, absorbing its kin and becoming ever more indestructible. Is this truly something humanity can contend with at this stage? Shen Nianze exclaimed, incredulity lacing his voice as he beheld this unkillable, ever-growing monstrosity. He had encountered numerous evolved zombies before, but he had never witnessed such a bizarre stitched aberration. System prompt. It's due to the rapid evolution in Jianhai City, combined with the swarming hunts, that biological weapons have developed a sense of unease, resulting in this self-unification. Is this really my problem? Chapter 91. Uncle Hui. It's time for you to step in. Just then, the giant zombie seemed to be enraged by Little Mouth's harassment, choosing to disregard its attacks. Instead, it rotated its body, aiming its left arm, composed of innumerable zombies, directly at Debai's circular wall. This time, it did not merely swipe. It forcefully hurled its left arm forward. The zombies clinging to its arm shot toward the wall like cannonballs, some crashing against the pale golden scales and instantly being reduced to pulp, while others began to climb the wall, desperately gnawing to breach its defenses. More critically, as Ashur raised flames to defend against the incoming zombies, the giant zombie seized the opportunity, lifting its right leg and, with a tremendous force, delivered a powerful kick toward the wall. Dubai's circular wall buckled under the impact, large cracks appearing on the once sturdy structure, signaling its instability. Ouch! It hurts. It hurts a lot. The pale golden sheen on Dubai's surface dimmed noticeably, clearly indicating that the strike had inflicted significant harm. Dubai! Shen Nianze shouted, hastily leaping onto the wall, swiftly dispatching zombies in his path. Evolved squad, support the wall. Wang Jianjun ordered urgently, feeling a sense of helplessness for the first time as he watched the giant zombie continue to absorb its kin and grow stronger. This creature, composed of countless zombies, seemed truly beyond their current capabilities to combat. Just as everyone felt a sense of despair, a sudden, deep tremor resonated through the ground, as if a colossal being was charging at high speed. Following the sound, they beheld a massive cloud of dust rising from the outskirts. A gray giant hurtling toward the battlefield, shaking the ground with each step. It was the long-awaited Lao Hui. At that moment, Lao Hui appeared fiercer than ever, its towering form resembling a moving mountain, with its tusks smeared with remnants of zombies. It was evidently charging forward with relentless vigor, trampling the ordinary zombies that stood in its path as if they were mere insects. The ground bore a chaotic array of hoofprints, varying in depth and tainted with blood, creating a harrowing sight. Watch out, Lao Hui. The moment Shen Nianze's eyes sparkled with urgency upon witnessing Lao Hui charge directly at the colossal zombie. He couldn't help but shout. Lao Hui seemed to heed the call, accelerating further, his trunk raised high before swinging down with great force, sending several obstructive LV-3 zombies flying. The giant zombie, sensing the impending threat from behind, began to turn, but Lao Hui had already reached its flank. His tusks plunging into the grotesque body formed from dismembered corpses. Blood mixed with shattered flesh erupted forth as the giant zombie let out a pained howl, stumbling forward uncontrollably. Yet, this monstrous creature reacted with astonishing swiftness, its arms twisting to grasp Lao Hui's tusks, attempting to halt his advance. Lao Hui, however, showed no sign of retreat. His massive form pushing forward, his powerful legs digging into the earth like taut bowstrings, forcing the giant zombie back. The ordinary zombies along the way had no time to evade. Some were either thrown aside by the giant's bulk or crushed beneath Lao Hui's mighty feet. In mere seconds, Lao Hui had shoved the giant zombie back several meters, temporarily alleviating the pressure on the great white city walls. The soldiers and evolved beings within the walls erupted in cheers, with Wang Jianjun shouting into the radio, "Aim the artillery at the giant zombie's vicinity. Do not allow the other zombies to mend its wounds." The self-propelled artillery immediately adjusted its aim, firing armor-piercing rounds into the surrounding horde. The cannon fire cleaved through the mass of zombies, creating swathes of open ground. As the surrounding zombies were decimated, the giant zombie suddenly erupted in fury, its right leg thrusting backward to deliver a fierce kick to Lao Hui's abdomen. Lao Hui winced in pain, his advance momentarily halted, and the giant seized the opportunity. Its left arm zombie hand gripping Lao Hui's tusks tightly, while the corpse fragments on its torso writhed and began to crawl up the tusks, aiming for Lao Hui's eyes. More perilously, the giant zombie's right arm swung violently, striking Lao Hui on the side of the neck. Lao Hui let out a muffled cry of pain, his massive body swaying, and the arm gripping his tusks exerted its strength, yanking them sideways. With a thunderous crash, Lao Hui's colossal form lost its balance and collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The giant zombie then freed itself from the tusk's grasp, turning to fix its five-headed visage upon the fallen Lao Hui, its left arm's zombie hand slowly rising, clearly preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Lao Hui. Shen Nianze's heart leapt into his throat as he instinctively leaped onto Xiao Zhu's back. Xiao Zhu, stop it! The Chihu tiger surged forth with astonishing speed, darting towards the giant zombie like an arrow released from a bow. At that moment, the giant zombie's left arm was raised high, poised to strike down upon the downed Lao Hui. Its claw aimed to obliterate the elephant's head. Xiao Zhu leaped with all its might, its substantial body crashing into the giant zombie's side, causing the towering beast to stagger backward, its claw missing Lao Hui and crashing down heavily onto the ground. Xiao Zhu landed protectively in front of Lao Hui, its eyes locked onto the giant zombie, low growls rumbling from its throat as it shielded Lao Hui behind it. Shen Nianze dismounted and turned to assess Lao Hui's injuries, only to see a figure cloaked in black with a hood materialize on Lao Hui's back, the shadow obscuring most of its face. This person exuded an inexplicable aura, appearing particularly out of place amidst the chaotic battlefield. Who are you? Shen Nianze tightened his grip on the axe, eyeing the figure warily. To approach Lao Hui unnoticed by anyone else was no small feat, indicating this individual was far from ordinary. The young man in black did not respond. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, revealing a syringe filled with a pale green liquid. "Who I am is of little consequence." His voice was slightly raspy. "What matters is that I am here to assist you." Before Shen Nianze could react, the young man leaped from Lao Hui's back to its neck. Without hesitation, he aimed the syringe at Lao Hui's skin and plunged it in, the pale green fluid swiftly coursing into Lao Hui's body, draining the syringe in mere moments. As he injected, the young man leaned closer to Lao Hui's ear, whispering, "Uncle Hui, you have 3 minutes. It's time to unleash your true potential." The once trembling form of Lao Hui, racked with pain, suddenly stilled, a glimmer of clarity flashing in his murky eyes. Gradually, he raised his head and softly replied towards the young man, "That's enough." The young man withdrew the syringe, discarding it carelessly on the ground, and turned to Shen Nianze. "He can hold for 3 minutes now. If you wish to prevail, you must seize this window." With that, he vanished in a blur, darting towards the periphery of the battlefield, disappearing behind the ruins in a matter of moments. Shen Nianze contemplated pursuing, but hesitated. The young man's speed was too great, and with Lao Hui under the influence of the drug, he felt compelled to remain and observe Lao Hui's transformation. At that moment, Lao Hui began to undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. The lethargy that had overtaken him after being toppled suddenly surged into a powerful aura. The muscles beneath his gray skin writhed vigorously, expanding at a visible rate, while surface fissures rapidly healed, rising slowly from the ground. His gaze towards the giant zombie now bore an air of authority. Chapter 92, Core Zombie. Shen Nianze's eyes widened in shock as he assessed Lao Hui's condition. His level had surged to the mature LV5. His aura had multiplied several times over. Roar. Lao Hui unleashed a roar that resonated through the heavens, sending ordinary zombies tumbling to the ground, even causing the distant circular city walls to tremble. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself with his robust legs, causing the earth to crack like a spider's web beneath him, his massive form rocketing towards the giant zombie like a cannonball. This charge, fueled by the explosive power of the mature LV5, transformed Lao Hui's speed into a blur. The zombies in his path had no time to evade, either being ground to dust beneath his hooves or flung hundreds of meters by the force of his charge, leaving a straight path of devastation in his wake. The giant zombie, having just regained its footing from Xiao Zhu's earlier impact and preparing to muster its strength for a counterattack, was entirely unprepared for Lao Hui's sudden and terrifying burst of speed. Having previously experienced Lao Hui's charge, it assumed that such an assault would not be forthcoming again in quick succession. However, the surge in Lao Hui's aura and his doubled size intensified the ferocity of his assault. By the time the giant zombie realized what was happening, Lao Hui was already upon it. With a thunderous crash that seemed to shake the very heavens, Lao Hui collided with the giant zombie's chest with unbridled ferocity. This impact was a raw clash of physical might, causing the giant zombie's body, constructed from countless dismembered pieces, to crumple as if made of paper, sending limbs flying in all directions. The giant zombie had no time to emit a howl of protest before its massive form was lifted off the ground. Propelled backward like a kite with its strings cut, it arced through the air, ultimately crashing down into a square hundreds of meters away, the dust rising in a mushroom cloud that obscured the sky. The giant zombie lay prone on the ground, one half of its body utterly shattered, the once-stitched torso now severed in two, with remnants of flesh scattered around. Amidst the swirling smoke and ash, the colossal zombie lying on the ground suddenly stirred. Its mangled left side lifted abruptly, and its arms clawed frantically at the earth, striving to prop itself up. The scattered zombies surrounding it rapidly slithered towards its severed limb, evidently intent on reassembling the shattered body to continue its resistance. How interminable! Shen Nianze furrowed his brow, poised to instruct Xiaozue to intervene, when the old gray beside him unexpectedly spoke. "Nianze, get on." Shen Nianze paused momentarily, uncertain of the old gray's intentions, yet he harbored no hesitation. The old gray had always been remarkably astute, possessing an intellect surpassing that of many adults even before the apocalypse. Thus, Shen Nianze refrained from further inquiries. Such trivialities were of no concern in this dire moment. He commanded Xiaozue to keep watch over their surroundings, and then leapt onto the old gray's coarse skin, landing securely at the center of its broad back. Without unnecessary elaboration, as soon as Shen Nianze steadied himself, the four sturdy elephant legs of the old gray propelled it forward once more. Its towering form, akin to an out-of-control train, charged at the colossal zombie still attempting to mend its body. A thunderous crash echoed as the old gray's body collided forcefully with the severed limb of the giant zombie, instantly shattering its already fragile reassembled form. In the instant of the giant zombie's disintegration, a shadowy figure of deep purple emerged from the scattered remains. It was the 3-meter-tall zombie, cloaked in dark purple armor, which Shen Nianze had previously glimpsed while scouting with a swarm of bees. It had been concealed in the core of the giant zombie, utilizing the debris as both shield and weapon. Nianze, deal with it. The old gray's voice rang out again as it leaned forward slightly. Before the command had fully dissipated, it surged forward once more, its immense body crashing into the core zombie, denying it any chance to evade. Shen Nianze's gaze sharpened. Taking advantage of the old gray's momentum, he leapt high, wielding his massive axe imbued with pale blue energy, cleaving through the air towards the core zombie's neck. The core zombie reacted with astonishing swiftness, sensing the impending danger and instinctively retreating towards the not yet completely collapsed pile of corpses. As long as it could avoid being struck, it could still form a defense. However, the old gray had already anticipated its movement. Its colossal trunk swung out, scattering the assembled zombies and completely severing the core zombie's escape route. Realizing its predicament, the core zombie crossed its arms defensively in front of itself, the dark purple armor shimmering with a faint glow, attempting to block Shen Nianze's axe. The axe struck the armor with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying. Yet, after battling over 100 creatures, the regenerative power within Shen Nianze had begun to elevate him to the maturity level of LV4. Although the core zombie could command the giant zombie, its own strength was merely at LV5 maturity, indicating the emergence of self-awareness. Shen Nianze, armed with his LV4 prowess and the might of a colossal weapon forged from high-carbon steel zombies, unleashed a tremendous force enhanced by the downward momentum of his strike, causing a fissure to appear across the surface of the core zombie's armor. The core zombie sensed the grave danger. It could palpably feel the terrifying strength emanating from Shen Nianze. It decisively relinquished control over the remaining corpses, which began to disintegrate around it, with no obstacles behind it. The core zombie, simultaneously propelled by the rebound of Shen Nianze's axe, was launched backward, desperately attempting to create distance to flee. However, this very rebound compromised its balance, sending it crashing heavily to the ground. As the zombie hit the ground, Shen Nianze activated the jet device at his waist. A pale blue stream erupted from the nozzle, exponentially increasing his speed, propelling him forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, chasing after the core zombie that was attempting to rise. The core zombie had barely braced itself when Shen Nianze closed the distance, raising his axe once more to strike at its chest. In a flurry of panic, the core zombie twisted to evade, yet it was still struck by the axe blade, which shattered its shoulder armor, dark blood gushing forth. Just as Shen Nianze prepared to pursue relentlessly, a sudden, urgent whoosh of wind reached his ears. 3 evolved zombies burst forth from the ruins of the city. Sensing the core zombie's injury, they lunged towards Shen Nianze's back, their sharp claws glinting ominously, clearly intent on sandwiching him from both sides. Shen Nianze's heart sank. Before him stood the retaliating core zombie, while behind him loomed the attack of the 3 evolved zombies, placing him in a dire predicament. If he turned to defend, he would undoubtedly grant the core zombie a moment to recover, perhaps allowing this lingering threat to escape. Conversely, neglecting the danger behind him could lead to a devastating ambush. Gritting his teeth, Shen Nianze resolved to risk injury to slay the core zombie first. Just as he accelerated to attack the core zombie, the 3 zombies were nearly upon him. Chapter 93. Do not harm our master. As the claws neared, 3 figures suddenly surged from a diagonal rear. A black silhouette darted through the fray like a wraith, Black Zai, who had long been absent, followed by a stout figure bearing alternating black and white fur. Exuding an audacious spirit, it was the honey badger, Pingtu Ge, and the final figure, of course, was the ever-loyal Xiaozue trailing behind Shen Nianze. Before the evolved zombies could reach Shen Nianze, Black Zai leapt forward, his sharp claws striking fiercely at the neck of the foremost evolved zombie, toppling it to the ground. Simultaneously, the badger charged at the second evolved zombie, exposing its razor-sharp fangs and sinking them into its neck, refusing to relent even as it was tossed about and slammed against the earth. Xiaozue, Black Zai, and Pingtu Ge, Shen Nianze's previously taut nerves slackened in an instant. The third evolved zombie, witnessing its companion's obstruction, attempted to bypass the badger for a sneak attack, but Xiaozue had already pounced on it, swiftly dispatching all 3 evolved zombies and completely severing any chance of their support for the core zombie. Though the 3 evolved zombies lay dead, the remaining zombies began to advance slowly. Do not harm our master. We have arrived too late to assist. Have you 2 been watching too many dramas? This is quite embarrassing. Black Zai and Pingtu Ge roared at the core zombie, flanking it on either side while Xiaozue positioned itself in the middle, forming a solid defense against the remaining evolved zombies. Seeing its reinforcements thwarted, the core zombie panicked completely. It no longer attempted to counterattack and instead turned to flee deeper into the city. Its remaining left arm flailed chaotically, clearing away the debris in its path. But Shen Nianze was now unencumbered by any concern for the rear. Gripping his axe tightly, he focused his thoughts, and the previously broad blade transformed in an instant into a slender sword, more suited for high-speed pursuit. Xiao Zui, Black Sai, Pingtu Go, I count on you. Shen Nianze called to the tiger, leopard, and badger behind him. Before his words had fully faded, the jet device at his waist roared to life once more. A stream of pale blue energy surged forth, pushing his speed to its zenith, his figure slicing through the air like a bolt of blue lightning, instantly closing in on the fleeing core zombie. Sensing the ominous presence behind it, the core zombie's alarm bells rang loudly within its mind. It abruptly swerved, its left arm sweeping across, attempting to force Shen Nianze back. Yet, Shen Nianze had anticipated this movement. He sprang upwards with a powerful push from his feet, leveraging the thrust of the jet device, and brought the energy sword crashing down, striking precisely at the joint of the core zombie's left arm. With a resounding crack, the hardened armor shattered with a resounding crack, severing the left arm of the core zombie, which fell alongside it, as black blood gushed forth like a fountain. Emitting a piercing howl, the core zombie staggered forward, attempting to grasp at Shen Nianze with its remaining right arm. Upon landing, Shen Nianze wasted no time. The propulsion device surged again, allowing him to maneuver to the right side of the core zombie, where he executed a sweeping strike with his long blade. The core zombie hurriedly concentrated its strength at its neck to block the blow, yet Shen Nianze's other hand suddenly produced another knife, which sliced towards the zombie's leg. The core zombie quickly retracted its leg, but it was a moment too late. The blade grazed its knee, severing the bone in the process. With the leg bone now broken, Shen Nianze felt no hesitation. Utilizing the agility afforded by his propulsion device, he relentlessly attacked the core zombie until it could no longer defend against his strikes, ultimately decapitating it with his long knife. The head of the core zombie flew into the air, its eyes filled with resentment, yet devoid of the previous ferocity. The massive body of the core zombie slowly toppled backward, and with its demise, the horde of zombies, previously rampaging against the defenses, lost their guiding command. The ordinary zombies flailed about like headless flies, aimlessly colliding. The evolved zombies continued their assault, yet they lacked the previous coordination. Some charged toward the military positions while others sprinted toward Dubai, completely losing their strategic cohesion. On a nearby city wall, Wang Jianjun kept a vigilant eye on the battlefield's epicenter, slaying the zombies that surged forth. Upon witnessing Shen Nianze draw his long knife and slay the core zombie, a long-lost smile crept across his darkened face. He leaped from Dubai's back and landed atop a tank, seizing the loudspeaker handed to him by a nearby soldier. Taking a deep breath, he bellowed to the entire battlefield. Brothers, do you see? The core zombie has been slain by the Beast King. His voice reverberated through the loudspeaker, reaching the ears of soldiers and evolved beings still engaged in combat. As they caught sight of Shen Nianze standing beside the corpse of the core zombie, a spark ignited in everyone's eyes. Without command, these monsters are merely scattered sand. Wang Jianjun's voice grew ever more fervent. Cleanse these remnants thoroughly. Avenge our fallen comrades. Fight for the future of Jianghaishi. Vengeance. Counterattack. Beast King. Beast King. It was unclear who shouted first, but soon, an increasing chorus of voices joined in. Soldiers' cries, the evolved beings' roars, and even the animals responded with their own growls. The united roars of humanity and animals formed a resonant force, instantly elevating the morale on the battlefield to its zenith. Wang Jianjun lowered the loudspeaker and commanded the communications officer beside him. Notify all units to adjust formations. The tank battalion will lead the way, while the infantry squads assist the evolved beings in clearing the remaining evolved zombies. The artillery battalion will focus fire on the dense clusters of zombies. We shall pursue the victory and seize this area. Yes. The communications officer promptly turned to relay the orders. On the battlefield, the soldiers revitalized their spirits. The sounds of machine guns and artillery once more filled the air. Shen Nianze, hearing Wang Jianjun's exhortation, looked up toward Dubai's direction, where Wang Jianjun had climbed to the city wall. Their gazes met across the distance, and they nodded in unison. Without the need for excessive words, their hearts shared a singular goal: to eradicate the remaining zombies, to slay as many as possible. The sunlight gradually dispersed the smoke of battle, illuminating every figure fighting valiantly. With the death of the core zombie, though the tide of battle had turned, the task of clearing the remaining horde transformed into a protracted war of attrition. The sun journeyed from noon to dusk, casting golden rays upon the battlefield strewn with debris. The military and zoo forces split into dozens of small teams, advancing cautiously along the city streets. Artillery continued to bombard the densely packed zombies, each explosion clearing a swath of territory, while the evolved beings and animals maintained vigilance on the flanks, ready to dispatch any remaining evolved zombies. However, as time passed, the pace of ammunition depletion surpassed expectations. Report: only 3 rounds of ammunition remain. The high explosive shells are also nearly exhausted. Chapter 94, Ammunition depleted, cleanup operation paused. A sweating artilleryman rushed to Wang Jianjun, urgency lacing his voice. Wang Jianjun furrowed his brow, glancing at the ammunition truck behind him. What had once been a truck brimming with ammunition boxes was now nearly empty, with only a few boxes of machine gun bullets left to sustain them. He raised his gaze toward the battlefield. In the distance, scattered zombies continued to wander. Though lacking in organization, they persisted like shadows that could not be shaken off, gradually exhausting the team's strength and ammunition. Machine gunners, conserve ammunition. Use single shots to aim for the head, Wang Jianjun shouted into the radio. But as soon as he finished, the sound of a magazine being changed echoed from the front. One of the machine gunners had emptied his magazine and was fumbling through his ammo pouch, only to find a few empty clips. Captain, I'm out of bullets. In the span of half an hour, cries of ammunition depletion rang out across the battlefield. The Jianghaishi shelter was originally a small military base, and thus it was not extensive, leading to limited ammunition stockpiles. Wang Jianjun had not emptied it all at once. Besides the city center, Jianghaishi boasted numerous towns with dense populations, necessitating the retention of some ammunition to guard against unforeseen circumstances and to facilitate the cleansing of other fallen areas. As the self-propelled artillery fell silent, the rifle ammunition began to dwindle, and those inside the vehicles emerged, drawing forth their long knives. Even the snipers, originally tasked with long-range support, were compelled to wield daggers, warily surveying the surrounding ruins. Bereft of ammunition suppression, the zombies that had once cowered in corners, like sharks catching the scent of blood, began to slowly converge upon the team. Though still chaotic, their numerical advantage allowed them to gradually form a new encirclement. Wang Jianjun looked up at the battlefield. In the distance, zombies continued to wander. Many evolved beings had already perished during the clearing operations, and now, without artillery support, ordinary zombies could finally fulfill their intended roles. With the loss of heavy weapon suppression, ordinary zombies relentlessly pressed upon the formation, and in conjunction with the evolved zombies' ambushes. Several infantrymen had been injured, and some had already succumbed. Should they continue to clash head-on, casualties would only escalate. With the core zombie dead, the greatest threat had been eliminated. It would be far safer to dispatch personnel to monitor the area and wait for ammunition supplies to be replenished before organizing forces to reclaim the city center. In the apocalypse, preserving lives was paramount, especially considering the humans who had begun to evolve. If they persisted in combat, the soldiers' stamina would wane, and the mortality rate would rise accordingly. Each lost warrior was a heart-wrenching tragedy. With this thought in mind, Wang Jianjun took a deep breath and solemnly issued his orders. All units, pay attention. Ammunition is depleted. Prepare for close-quarters combat. Temporarily abandon the clearing operation. Get ready to fight while retreating. Captain, we're so close to victory. An evolved being from the base exclaimed upon hearing the command, still engaged in combat with a zombie. Wang Jianjun shook his head, his tone resolute. Without heavy weapon suppression, the ordinary zombies in conjunction with the evolved zombies will inevitably exhaust our strength. Preserving our lives is essential to fully reclaim Jianghaishi. Follow my orders. The evolved squad will cover the rear to protect the main force as we withdraw from the battlefield. The infantry will alternate in providing cover, and the animal battalion will guard the flanks as we retreat to the suburban positions. The moment the command was given, the tactical approach on the battlefield shifted instantly. The previously advancing troops began to gradually fall back, with several leading evolved beings holding the rear, preventing the approaching evolved zombies from breaching their defense. The infantrymen formed 2 columns, one utilizing the scant remaining ammunition to shield their retreat, while the other brandished blades against the encroaching horde of zombies. Da Bai and Lao Hui unleashed their formidable presence among the throng of the undead, sweeping aside clusters of zombies to buy precious time for their comrades to withdraw. Shen Nianze, wielding a massive axe, stood guard in the center of the retreating formation, swiftly neutralizing any threats that breached their defenses with a decisive strike. When a young soldier succumbed to exhaustion and was overwhelmed by a zombie, Shen Nianze rushed forward, cleaving the undead skull before pulling the soldier to his feet. Hurry, don't fall behind. We may shed flesh and skin, but we shall not falter, Beast King. The twilight's glow began to fade, and the retreating column struggled through the masses of corpses, leaving long trails of crimson on the ground. Yet, all understood that this retreat was not an act of cowardice, but rather a strategic maneuver for a more comprehensive victory to come. As the last soldier reached the outskirts of the city, the rear guard of evolved soldiers finally made their swift exit, evading the pursuing zombies to reunite with the main force. Wang Jianjun observed the soldiers tallying their numbers. Though the losses were considerable, his eyes grew misty as he counted. As the commander of the military base, he had known many of these young warriors. The absence of familiar faces weighed heavily on his heart. However, the sorrow subsided momentarily as he adjusted his mindset. He gazed toward the lingering zombies in the distance and addressed Shen Nianze beside him. Director Shen, I may trouble you to send a few bees to monitor the city center. Shen Nianze, preoccupied with inspecting a potential injury on his small companion, looked up at the request and replied without hesitation, of course. He raised his hand and waved into the air, summoning several reconnaissance bees that quickly detached from their distant swarm and circled before him. Through a mental link, Shen Nianze issued commands, and the swarm promptly shifted direction towards the city center, vanishing into the night. They would patrol continuously for 24 hours, ready to relay any unusual movements in the horde. Wang Jianjun exhaled with relief, only to recall something and turned to shout, "Scouts, come here." 2 scouts, armed with sniper rifles, promptly approached and saluted. Commander Wang. Wang Jianjun's expression grew solemn, his voice tinged with a rasp. Organize a few men. Once the horde has fully retreated, go to the battlefield and retrieve the bodies of our fallen warriors. Ensure that every one of them returns. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Nianze interjected, "Let him handle this matter." Wang Jianjun paused, turning to face him. Shen Nianze met his gaze earnestly, his tone serious. The battle has just concluded, and everyone is utterly exhausted. It would be best for them to recuperate during this time. Moreover, he hesitated, his eyes surveying the distant battlefield strewn with debris. Many soldiers may have been consumed by zombies after their sacrifice, and identifying them amidst a multitude of corpses poses significant risk. My swarm is plentiful, allowing them to retrieve the bodies, in conjunction with the reconnaissance bees, mitigates some of that danger. Wang Jianjun stared at Shen Nianze, his lips moving as if to speak, yet finding his throat tight with emotion. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly removed his military cap, cradling it in his left palm, and rendered a formal salute. The reddened gaze beneath the brim contrasted with the gravity of his gesture. Director Shen, I thank you on behalf of the fallen soldiers. This act of removing his hat caused those soldiers nearby, who were busy organizing their equipment, to cease their movements. They collectively raised their hands to remove their caps, holding them in their left hands while their right hands ascended to their brows, performing the salute with precision. Some soldiers bore blood-soaked bandages on their arms, their wounds trembling slightly as they maintained their upright posture. Others, young and tearful, gripped their caps with white-knuckled intensity, yet none lowered their hands. The flickering light of the campfire illuminated the solemn lines of soldiers standing at attention, the unified salute becoming the most reverent sight upon the battlefield. Even the howling night wind seemed to hush in this moment. After all, the fallen warriors had once been brothers trained alongside them, comrades who had fought side by side in the apocalypse. Please, do not. Shen Nianze hurriedly stepped forward, his voice tinged with urgency. He had never witnessed such a scene, and his heart raced. I have merely done what was necessary. These warriors sacrificed themselves to protect us. Ensuring their return home is our duty. Wang Jianjun's voice cracked. Director Shen, these children, some of them barely adults, promised their parents they would return safely. Now they have perished. Bringing them home is of utmost importance, and your willingness to assist in this endeavor deserves the highest respect. The surrounding soldiers nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting deep reverence. Shen Nianze regarded this scene with gravity and nodded solemnly. Rest assured, I will instruct the swarm to meticulously search every area. I will ensure that all the fallen warriors are brought back. Chapter 95. Coexistence is no longer a choice. In the military base of Jianghai City, the refuge was shrouded in a bone-chilling mist that lingered stubbornly. In the training grounds, 467 freshly carved wooden tablets stood like a pale forest upon the ground. This number weighed heavier than anyone could have anticipated. Over the past 3 days, the swarm had tirelessly scoured the ruins and battlegrounds, returning with the remains of the last soldier. Now, they hovered quietly around the cemetery. The medical team at the base worked through the night in disinfecting tents, using their dwindling water supply to cleanse the blood from each soldier and dress them in clean, standard military uniforms. The burial ceremony took place in the early morning, attended by nearly 5,000 combatants, along with numerous survivors. Over 3,000 civilians, some carrying the elderly and young, stood at the margins of the cemetery, while military personnel, regardless of rank or whether they bore blood-stained bandages, stood tall like green pines, lined up in solemn formation. A makeshift platform was erected for broadcasting equipment, and Wang Jianjun accepted the microphone handed to him by a communication soldier. Today, his voice resonated through the loudspeaker, piercing the cold morning fog. We gather here to bid farewell to 467 brothers on their final journey. Silence enveloped the audience, broken only by the faint sound of suppressed sobs carried by the wind. Among them, the youngest was merely 19, while the oldest was 48. Just yesterday, they had stood alongside us, shouldering rifles and advancing against the horde. Today, we would never again hear the call to assemble. His words were simple, devoid of ornate language. They exchanged their lives for our chance to survive, using their blood and flesh to halt the encroaching horde. Wang Jianjun's voice rose sharply, surveying the thousands of faces before him. We are not here today to be forever engulfed in sorrow. We must remember why they fell. Then, carrying forth the path they could not complete, we shall stride toward a distant future together, until we reclaim our homeland and ensure such sacrifices never occur again. In response, nearly 5,000 soldiers spontaneously removed their hats, arms raised in unison to their brows, rendering the most solemn of salutes. No excessive words were spoken. As the ceremony concluded, the crowd began to disperse in silence. Wang Jianjun remained. He stood at the edge of the cemetery, his gaze sweeping over the rows of wooden tablets, his throat tightening. Ultimately, he turned toward Shen Nianze, who had also chosen to stay. He approached Shen Nianze, the decisive commander of the battlefield, who now moved his lips several times without producing sound. It seemed he wished to smoke, but his hand, extended halfway, returned empty. In the end, he simply rubbed his face with force. He paused for a considerable duration, as if gathering his courage, before finally speaking slowly. Director Shen, Commander Wang. Shen Nianze gazed at him, already faintly surmising what he was about to articulate. I implore you. No, I beg you, Wang Jianjun earnestly declared. I wish for you to stay, not to assist us, but to lead us, to survive together. Wang Jianjun had articulated the crux of his request at last. It was not about collaboration or affiliation, but rather a fundamental plea from a strong individual, who sought to establish a sanctuary for survivors, directed towards another formidable figure. This battle has illuminated my understanding. Wang Jianjun's voice regained a semblance of strength. Without you and your animals, we would have long been consumed by the tide of corpses, leaving none behind. I comprehend your concerns, fear of us disturbing them, fear of us becoming a burden. I am aware of your worries. In the sanctuary, wherever you deem fit, I will have everyone toil tirelessly to assist you in constructing a new zoo, ensuring that not a single soul disrupts the animals. From this day forth, every grain of food we find or cultivate, every source of clean water, and all the crystals collected from the battlefield shall be yours to divide. No, you may choose first. You may use them first. As for me, Wang Jianjun, along with every soldier still capable of moving, as long as we draw breath, we shall stand as the final wall between you and the zombies. Even if it comes down to biting with our teeth, we shall never take a step back. He did not paint grandiose visions nor offer extravagant promises. Instead, he laid bare the most vulnerable yet precious elements of himself and his base, the strength of humanity, loyalty, and the fervent desire to survive. Before Shen Nianze, having uttered these words, he seemed to expend all his energy, simply standing still, awaiting Shen Nianze's decision. In his bloodshot eyes, there was no calculation, only sincerity, and a hint of trepidation at the prospect of rejection. Shen Nianze observed the man before him, who appeared to have aged 10 years overnight, yet stood resolutely upright, listening to his unrefined but heartfelt words. He felt the gentle nudge of a small head against his leg, a signal of approval. The zoo and the Jianghai City Sanctuary had long established a profound connection. Indeed, Wang Jianjun needed his animal legion. But what of him? In the face of the recent zombie tide, without the sanctuary's artillery, the zoo alone could not have withstood such a formidable assault. This time, the zoo and Jianghai City had collaborated to fend off the onslaught. What if, in the next wave, zombies or even mutated beasts converged upon the zoo? Shen Nianze did not believe they could protect the zoo without firepower support. Meeting Wang Jianjun's gaze, he solemnly nodded. Coexistence was no longer a choice but the sole answer for survival. I need a place that can shelter the animals from the storm. Wang Jianjun's taut visage finally relaxed slightly. He did not utter a word of thanks, but merely raised his hand. Shen Nianze reciprocated, clasping his hand in a firm grip. Everything was conveyed without words. As for his earlier concerns about exposing the system or revealing his strength, he could now confidently declare, I no longer consume beef. Such matters had become trivial to Shen Nianze. As twilight deepened, the command room of Jianghai City's sanctuary remained brightly illuminated. A massive city map hung on the wall, illuminated by spotlights. By the command desk, the commanders of 10 lightly armed squads stood in orderly formation. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai, Lin Shi, Zhao Chong, and Su Qing stood at the forefront. Shen Nianze and Wang Jianjun stood before the gathered warriors, as the resources at Jianghai City base had begun to dwindle. Shen Nianze proactively suggested that the zoo assist the military in resource collection, with Lin Shi, Zhao Chong, and Su Qing each leading 3 squads. He and Zhou Kai were prepared to lead a small team back to the zoo to retrieve supplies for the Jianghai City base, while also bringing back the queen bee. The mission was proposed by Shen Nianze, while the planning was entrusted to Wang Jianjun, as Shen Nianze lacked experience in managing a large base. Professional matters were best left to the professionals. At this moment, Wang Jianjun held a command baton, pointing towards 3 blue dots on the map, a supermarket on the city outskirts, a central hospital, and a gas station in the west. The 10 squads were to launch a simultaneous assault at 5 in the morning, with the supermarket team tasked with securing food, the hospital team with acquiring medical supplies, and the gas station team with ensuring fuel. Remember, speed and safety are paramount. If you encounter evolved zombies of level 4 or above, prioritize retreat. Do not engage recklessly. You are not merely porters. You are the hope of the Jianghai City base, and you must return with both personnel and supplies intact. Chapter 96. Pack it up. Shield it. Wang Jianjun glanced at the wall clock. There are still half an hour left. Go check your gear and prepare supplies for our animal companions. We depart promptly at 5. The squad commanders responded and exited, leaving only Shen Nianze and Wang Jianjun in the command room. As Shen Nianze stepped out of the command post, he spotted He Zai, Ping Tugu, and Lao Hui sitting outside the door. These 3 animals were designated to escort this mission. Shen Nianze bent down to stroke Ping Tugu's head, softly saying, "You will have quite a task tomorrow." Ping Tugu nudged his palm with its head. "Pack it up, shield it." As dawn tore through the night, the 10 squads set forth towards the various corners of the city. In the west of the city, He Zai led the first 3 squads to reach their target, a large chain supermarket, partially collapsed. "Quick, keep up with He Zai." In the dim warehouse, vacuum-sealed bags of rice were piled into small mountains, and barrels of cooking oil were neatly arranged. The combat evolutionaries formed a perimeter, expertly picking off the scattered zombies drawn by the commotion. The porters, drenched in sweat, moved swiftly, loading bags of rice and barrels of oil onto the vehicles. He Zai perched on a stack of crates, its emerald eyes scanning the shadows, ears alertly swiveling. Suddenly, a low growl erupted from its throat. "Something's amiss. Alert!" The captain ordered immediately. Almost simultaneously, 2 zombies lurking in the shadows of the support pillars lunged forth. He Zai was already on the scene, its claws slicing through the air, instantly distorting the head of one zombie. The other was swiftly subdued by Su Qing, who, alongside other combat personnel, dispatched it. "Impressive," a young porter remarked, eyeing the remnants of the zombie on the ground, still shaken. He Zai shook off its claws and returned to its high vantage point to continue its watch. Meanwhile, inside the South District Hospital, the scene was entirely different. Ping Tugu charged ahead, its body crashing through the obstructing zombies like a tank, with Zhao Chong leading a united team behind it. "Ping Tugu, watch out. 2 on your left," Zhao Chong shouted. Almost as soon as he spoke, Ping Tugu dashed forward. Not in a straight line, but in an erratic zigzag along the walls, swiftly taking down the foremost zombie with a crushing bite to its throat. Simultaneously, Zhao Chong and another teammate flanked it, their long knives skillfully cleaving through the heads of the other 2 zombies. "We won't even need to assist," a young team member exclaimed in astonishment. Zhao Chong followed closely behind Ping Tugu, his long knife in hand, solemnly stating, "Do not relax. Ping Tugu will clear the path while we handle any gaps and guard against unseen threats." They advanced towards the pharmacy, with the flat-headed brother resembling an unrelenting machine of slaughter. Faced with the ordinary zombies staggering out of the consultation room, it couldn't even be bothered to employ any techniques, simply relying on brute force to charge through, its claws sweeping aside severed limbs and broken arms. Its ferocity seemed to be thoroughly ignited by this environment of death, a deep, battle-hungry growl perpetually rumbling in its throat. Suddenly, a cacophony of rustling and dragging footsteps emerged from the registration hall ahead. It was a horde of the undead. "Prepare for battle." Before Zhao Chong could finish his sentence, the flat-headed brother not only did not retreat, but emitted a sharp shriek, actively plunging forward. "Follow it. Protect the flanks." At this moment, the military squad commander began issuing orders. The squad members immediately formed a battle formation, with one member smashing a zombie's skull with a spade, while another cleaved an enemy attempting to pounce on the flat-headed brother from the side with a battle axe. The brutal melee with cold weapons became increasingly bloody, each strike accompanied by splattering viscous fluids and the sounds of collision, quickly coating everyone's faces and bodies in filth. Just as the horde was about to be completely cleared, an unexpected twist occurred. A shadow darted down from the shattered second-floor platform, leaving only an afterimage. Its target directly aimed at the flat-headed brother. It was an agile zombie of slender build, with bone blades extending a foot from its fingertips. Flat-headed brother. Above you. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Chong hurled the long knife in his hand like a spear, attempting to intercept. Clang. The skeletal blade zombie casually swiped, sending the long knife flying. Yet this brief moment of obstruction granted the flat-headed brother the time to react. It, astonishingly, did not evade but stood upright, confronting the sharp bone claws with its heavily armored chest. The harsh sound of friction rang out. The bone blade failed to breach its defenses entirely, leaving only a few deep scratches on its silvery fur. The flat-headed brother emitted a furious roar, and as the agile zombie landed lightly, preparing to spring again, the flat-headed brother charged like a furious bull, retaliating with a savage bite that clamped down on its bone-bladed arm. The sound of cracking bones was distinctly audible as the zombie's bone blade shattered, while the other bone blade frantically stabbed toward the flat-headed brother's body, only managing to inflict shallow wounds on its resilient hide and muscle. Oblivious to the pain, the flat-headed brother violently shook its head, tearing off that arm along with half of the shoulder. Following that, it bit through the zombie's neck. The battle abruptly ceased. The hall fell into a deadly silence, with the flat-headed brother standing amidst the heap of corpses, drenched in blood, its silvery fur stained a dark crimson. It shook its head, droplets of blood mixed with saliva splattering, its visage akin to one returned from the depths of hell, forever etched into the minds of all present. One military team member gazed at the mangled remains of the zombie torn apart by the flat-headed brother, struck by the sheer, unadulterated brutality. Zhao Chong stepped forward, retrieving the long knife from the ground, scrutinizing the shallow wounds on the flat-headed brother. Next time, don't be so reckless. Having tough skin doesn't mean you can play like this. The flat-headed brother shot him a glance. Enough chatter. If I couldn't withstand it, would I have charged him like this? Although Zhao Chong could not comprehend the flat-headed brother's words for an instant, he felt as if he had seen a honey badger looking down upon him. Subsequently, the flat-headed brother turned and made its way toward the pharmacy. My heavens! One military team member muttered. It is simply born for slaughter. It's too ferocious. The subsequent journey proceeded remarkably smoothly, with the sporadic zombies encountered being insufficient to even satisfy the flat-headed brother's appetite. The exploration team made their way directly to the pharmacy area. The pharmacy had long been ransacked, a scene of utter disarray. However, it paid no heed to the scattered empty shelves, but instead sniffed the air, circumventing the collapsed counter to arrive at the door of a small storeroom connected to the backyard. The flat-headed brother hesitated no longer. Its claws, as strong as steel, went to work, and within mere seconds, it had excavated a small entrance in the storeroom's large door. Through the light, a small room of 30 to 40 square meters was revealed. To their delight, 2 to 3 dozen sturdy cardboard boxes, emblazoned with the logos of a pharmaceutical company, were stacked intact in the corner. Hurry, they are all unopened. Zhao Chong's voice trembled with uncontainable excitement. He and 2 team members dragged the boxes out. The outside team immediately took over. Upon opening the boxes, they found them filled with pre-packaged antibiotics, cold medicine, and a substantial quantity of vacuum-sealed medical gauze and sutures. The medical team can finally take a breather, exclaimed a military team member, gazing at the supplies with excitement. Let us move on to the next hospital. Chapter 97. The Missing Armory. The gas station in the northern part of the city is situated beside the national highway on the outskirts, far removed from residential areas, and has seen little human presence since the apocalypse. The gas pumps were covered in a thin layer of dust, yet remained untouched by zombies. And the gas station itself showed no signs of anomaly. It seems we've stumbled upon an easy task. We were previously concerned about zombies lurking in the tank area, but it's surprisingly clean. She nodded, instructing 2 transport workers to park the fuel tanker by the oil outlet, while she accompanied another soldier to inspect the convenience store. The process of connecting the fuel pipeline went smoothly, with the fuel gauge needle slowly fluctuating as diesel flowed into the tanker. Leaning against the gas pump, she gazed at the distant skyline. The morning mist had dissipated, and the sun warmed the air, with occasional distant echoes of zombie growls, though they were far enough not to pose a threat. This is going far more smoothly than anticipated. She pulled out her walkie-talkie to report progress to the command center. No anomalies at the northern gas station. Refueling is expected to be completed in an hour. We can return on schedule. As all supplies were gathered, the entrance to the Jianghai City shelter finally welcomed the returning team. 9 lightly equipped squads arrived in succession, each laden with abundant supplies, instantly eliciting cheers from the soldiers stationed at the entrance. The convoy carrying grains and oils formed a long line, with bulging sacks of rice piled high and barrels of cooking oil neatly stacked. The soldiers responsible for escorting the supplies jumped down from their vehicles, wiping sweat from their brows, and smiled. Thank goodness for the flat-headed brother. This trip was worth it. There's enough for the base to feast on for a good while. The hospital team, meanwhile, hurriedly pushed sealed medical boxes towards the medical tent. The military doctors had already been waiting outside the tent, and upon seeing the boxes opened to reveal neatly arranged antibiotics and medical gauze, they trembled with excitement. Hastily accepting a box of cephalosporins. Fantastic. We won't be short on medicine for a considerable time. Wang Jianjun stood at the entrance of the command center, holding a statistical report while observing the mountain of supplies amassed in the square. 8 tons of rice, 12 tons of cooking oil, over 5,000 bottles of bottled water, more than 50 boxes of pharmaceuticals, 15 tons of gasoline, and 8 tons of diesel. Each figure significantly exceeded expectations. A hint of relief finally broke through the long-held tension etched on his face. Stepping outside to the square, several civilians were using damp cloths to clean the returning animals. Wang Jianjun took a deep breath, and his long tense shoulders finally relaxed a bit. Just then, a familiar buzzing sound came from the distance as the squad, led by Shen Nianze, returned with the queen bee from the zoo. As supplies began to become sufficient, the focus of the plans devised by Shen Nianze and Wang Jianjun shifted towards reclaiming Zhanghai City. The supplies brought back by the lightly equipped squad had been tallied, and the food and medicine were temporarily sufficient. However, the statistics for the ammunition depot painted a grim picture. Only 70,000 rounds of rifle ammunition remained, and the situation for artillery shells was even direr. The armory lay approximately 150 kilometers from the military base, and naturally, the reserves at the military base would not be plentiful either. In the command room, Shen Nianze unfurled the map detailing the distribution of zombies in the city center upon the table. The city center is divided into 2 districts, one with a population of 700,000 and the other housing 350,000. Considering the zombies that have not ventured outdoors, it is evident that there are at least several 100,000 zombies on the streets. Without ample ammunition, a head-on assault would be tantamount to suicide. As this meager supply will hardly last half a day, Wang Jianjun stood beside the map, gazing up at Shen Nianze. Ammunition is indeed a solvable issue. There is a military factory located 100 kilometers away. However, as he spoke, a complex expression crossed Wang Jianjun's face. That is the largest arms factory in the vicinity of Zhanghai City, originally manned by an enhanced company of around 500 troops, tasked with guarding the ammunition depot and production line. I have been attempting to contact them since our retreat to the base, but I have been unable to reach them. Either the base has fallen to the zombies, or they have relocated, or perhaps he left the thought unspoken. Yet both understood the grim possibility that the factory had been overrun by zombies or other hostile forces. Regardless, we must proceed. Shen Nianze's gaze fell upon the marked location of the factory on the map, situated 150 kilometers from the base, necessitating passage through 3 abandoned towns. To eradicate all zombies in Zhanghai City, ammunition is indispensable. Moreover, after dispatching the zombies, mutated beasts will also need to be confronted. Contemplating this, the 2 exchanged glances. A shared sense of frustration evident. Capturing the arms factory would not only replenish their ammunition, but also allow them to utilize the production line, thereby enabling them to manufacture ammunition independently, significantly enhancing their chances of reclaiming the city center. Wang Jianjun moved to the window, observing the soldiers training in the drill ground, and took a deep breath. I concur. The scouting unit can set out ahead to assess the situation surrounding the factory and the conditions of the 3 towns. Shen Nianze took up the conversation, tracing a route upon the map with his fingertip. We should take the back roads. The highways are likely congested with vehicles, and the back roads will also reduce the likelihood of encountering zombies. Wang Jianjun nodded. Please arrange for the scouting unit to depart early tomorrow morning. Once the reconnaissance results return, we shall make our move. As he raised his head, he met Shen Nianze's gaze, both men exhibiting no hesitation. The zombies in the city center continued to roam, and it was possible that survivors remained unrescued. This lost factory represented not only an ammunition supply station, but also their sole opportunity to reclaim their homeland. That night, the base's broadcast announced the formation of an assault team, prompting soldiers to volunteer, while civilian evolvers also stepped forward to offer their assistance. The following morning, Shen Nianze stood beside the enclosure, his fingertips lightly raised, as dozens of more robust reconnaissance bees quietly hovered before him. Thank you for your efforts. Please exercise caution. Shen Nianze's voice was soft, and as his words faded, the reconnaissance bees took flight, followed closely by the rest of the swarm, heading toward the arms factory. Shen Nianze remained in place, closing his eyes to share the vision of the bees through their mental connection. The reconnaissance bees, specially enhanced by the queen, flew at a swifter pace than anticipated, navigating the predetermined back roads while simultaneously assessing the terrain en route to the factory. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the swarm finally arrived at the vicinity of the factory. It was a large compound surrounded by barbed wire, with gray factory buildings arranged haphazardly. Shen Nianze scrutinized the scene through the bee's perspective. The factory's main gate was securely closed, and in the parking lot within the compound, several military trucks bore visible bloodstains. Most critically, shadows could be discerned moving within the windows of the main building. He immediately instructed the swarm to decelerate, gradually approaching the main factory. When the bees were within 10 meters of the window, Shen Nianze finally discerned the figures of two individuals clad in military green uniforms, armed with rifles, vigilantly surveying the area outside the compound. There are still people. Shen Nianze's heart lifted with joy. And just as he contemplated directing the swarm to draw closer to ascertain if more individuals were present, an unexpected occurrence transpired. One of the individuals seemed to sense the presence of the swarm. He abruptly looked up, his gaze fixating precisely on the reconnaissance bee nearest to the window, and without hesitation, aimed his rifle and pulled the trigger. The sound of gunfire echoed harshly in the stillness of the factory compound. The bullet grazing the leading reconnaissance bee's wing. Although it did not strike directly, it startled the swarm into disarray. Yet, before they could regain their composure, the second soldier raised his weapon, and another shot rang out. This time, a reconnaissance bee was struck, its wings severed, plummeting toward the ground, severing Shen Nianze's mental connection with it. Chapter 98, The Factory with Survivors. Shen Nianze promptly commanded the remaining bees to retreat. The surviving reconnaissance bees swiftly distanced themselves from the main factory, flying toward the periphery of the compound, while the two soldiers continued to hold their rifles, scanning the sky with unwavering vigilance. Through the perspective of the remaining bees, Shen Nianze observed as the figures of the soldiers vanished from the window. He instructed the bees to temporarily conceal themselves within the surrounding woods of the factory, continuing to monitor the compound's activities. While he opened his eyes and hastened toward the command room, this discovery was of paramount importance. It had been presumed that the factory was either overrun by zombies or entirely abandoned, yet it now appeared otherwise. However, the question lingered. Why had the Jianghai city shelter failed to establish contact with the factory? Shen Nianze hurried toward the command room, encountering soldiers organizing ammunition along the way, to whom he merely offered a hurried nod. The door to the command room was ajar. Wang Jianjun was bent over the map, marking routes. And upon seeing Shen Nianze enter, he straightened. Is there news from the bees? Has there been any communication from the factory? There are people at the factory. Shen Nianze approached the table, his fingertip resting on the map at the factory's location. They are dressed in military uniforms, armed with rifles, and are highly alert. He paused before adding, I instructed the bees to approach for observation, and they opened fire, even shooting down one of the reconnaissance bees. Wang Jianjun's brow furrowed instantly, and he grasped the radio on the table. He had been attempting to contact the factory every hour for the past few days, but to no avail. There are personnel stationed there, yet no response to communications. Is it a malfunctioning device? Or could there be another explanation? It's difficult to ascertain. Shen Nianze shook his head, recalling the details he had observed through the bee's perspective. There were no signs of a zombie assault on the outskirts of the factory, but the vehicles did bear bloodstains, suggesting they had ventured out in search of supplies. Wang Jianjun silently paced around the table twice, his gaze landing on the red mark indicating the city center of Jianghai on the map. Countless zombies awaited extermination there, and the base's ammunition would not support a large-scale battle. He halted, raising his eyes to Shen Nianze, regardless of their reasons for not responding. We must go to the factory. Shen Nianze was not surprised. He had long understood the critical importance of ammunition in reclaiming the city center. The zombies in the city center could not be ignored, and the base's ammunition could not afford delay. Even if the individuals within the factory maintained an ambiguous stance, they needed to clarify the situation and secure the ammunition. He moved to the window, observing the soldiers training outside. Lowering his voice slightly, I am acquainted with the commanding officer at the factory. He is an old comrade, someone who wouldn't arbitrarily fortify against allies. Shen Nianze nodded. Comprehending Wang Jianjun's concerns, I will instruct the bees to continue their concealed observation around the factory's perimeter, gathering intelligence on the number of personnel inside and any additional defenses. We should bring more evolvers when we set out. Should conflict arise, we will have options for response. I will have the bees continue their watch for another day. Tomorrow morning, we will assemble the evolvers and animals, taking the back roads to approach the factory from the rear, striving to avoid direct confrontation. Wang Jianjun regarded Shen Nianze's expression. Tomorrow morning, we shall depart. As the first light of dawn broke, the training ground of the Jianghai military base was already abuzz with activity. 800 elite soldiers, clad in pristine combat uniforms and armed with long blades, stood in formation on the left side of the field, evidently prepared for battle. At the center of the arena stood Lao Hui, the optimal companion for forging paths. Beside him was Xiao Zhueba, with Ping Tu Gu, Hualuo, the wolf pack, and 5 golden-haired monkeys trailing behind, led by Lingxi, along with 2 silverback gorillas. Naturally, Hualuo was the perfect choice for reconnaissance. What drew even more attention was the primate contingent at the back of the formation. The 2 silverback gorillas and the golden-haired monkeys stood aside, one of which bore a crescent-shaped scar on its forehead, aptly named Yinshan by Shen Nianze. The other was dubbed Shiheng, whose immense strength allowed it to snap tree trunks and shatter rocks with ease. The arms factory nestled within the forest served as their operational base, with these primates forming the core combat strength for close encounters in the woods. Their synergy with the wolf pack promised formidable combat prowess, accompanied by Lingxi, Zhao Chong, and Zhou Kai. Wang Jianjun, donned in a brand-new combat outfit, stood atop a platform counting heads. All present. His voice echoed through the loudspeakers, silencing the previously cacophonous ground. The objective of this operation was the arms factory. Located 100 kilometers away, the task was to gather intelligence and replenish ammunition. All personnel, heed my command and obey orders. No unauthorized actions. Yes. The soldiers and evolved beings replied in unison. Set forth. With his command, Lao Hui took the lead, stepping towards the mountainous forest beyond the base, followed closely by the convoy of evolved beings. Deep within the mountains, far removed from the team's path, a colossal ancient tree, requiring a dozen individuals to embrace, stood silently, its lush foliage nearly obscuring the sky. Suddenly, a shadow leapt from the tree's canopy, moving so swiftly that it left only an afterimage, vanishing into the dense underbrush, startling a few leaves to drift slowly to the ground. Amidst the pile of fallen leaves beneath the ancient tree, several mutated rats, larger than dogs, scuttled about, sniffing the ground in search of insects and plant roots concealed beneath the decaying foliage. One of the mutated rats seemed to catch a scent, emitting excited squeaks as it crawled towards a nearby piece of carrion, a half-eaten wild rabbit, clearly a victim of other beasts. Unbeknownst to it, a dark brown vine stealthily began to rise nearby. Just as the mutated rat was about to make contact with the rotting flesh, the vine suddenly sprang forth, ensnaring it in an instant. The mutated rat struggled in terror, gnashing its sharp teeth against the vine, yet it could not break free. Soon, more vines erupted from the leaf pile, ensnaring the remaining rats attempting to flee, then dragging the captured rat towards the base of the tree. When the mutated rat was brought close to the trunk, a half-meter-wide fissure suddenly split open in the bark, releasing a viscous green slime that enveloped the rats one by one. Within mere seconds, the cracks slowly closed, and the vines returned to their resting position on the ground, as if nothing had transpired, leaving only a few scattered tufts of fur behind. As the team advanced, they encountered little danger along the way, just a few zombies and minor mutated creatures, all swiftly dealt with by the patrolling soldiers wielding long blades. It seemed the density of zombies in this area was low. Wang Jianjun, positioned at the front of the group, surveyed the outlines of a nearby township through binoculars. Ahead lay Qingxi town. Beyond it, a further 20 kilometers would lead them to the arms factory. Upon entering Qingxi town, Lingxi guided the golden-haired monkeys in leaping across the rooftops to scout the situation below. Just then, Lingxi shouted down to Shen Nianze, "There are survivors here. Someone's down there." Shen Nianze immediately ordered the team to halt, while Haizi swiftly melted into the shadows, stealthily maneuvering to the back door of a convenience store. Soon, Haizi's mental signal returned. Inside, there are 3 female civilians held by 4 thugs. They appear to have been mistreated. Chapter 99. Do you have a defense attorney? Wang Jianjun's expression darkened as he issued commands to the soldiers beside him. Group 1, maneuver to the front entrance. Group 2, secure the rear to prevent the thugs from escaping. The soldiers sprang into action, while Shen Nianze stationed Xiao Zhueba at the street entrance to deter any approaching zombies or other mutated beasts, leading Yinshan and Shiheng towards the convenience store. "Boss, I just checked on those 3 ladies. One of them looks like she can't hold out much longer. Should we grab a couple more from somewhere else?" spoke a lanky thug, his voice laced with sycophancy. In the center of the convenience store, the brutish thug leader lounged atop a toppled shelf, a cigarette dangling from his lips. He scoffed at the suggestion. "What's the rush? The zombies in this town were cleared out by those soldiers from the arms factory a while ago. This place is now our territory. Once these 3 are of no use, we can look elsewhere. During the apocalypse, there is no shortage of women." The lanky thug scratched his head, hesitating. When power was restored earlier, there was a report on the phone that said Jianghai City has a military-based shelter, safe with food and water. Should we consider what? The thug leader kicked him sharply, his gaze fierce. "Are you an idiot? With so many people in the shelter, do you think they can spare food? Besides, would we be able to enjoy ourselves there like we do now? Food and women at our beck and call. What's not to like? Once these 3 are dead, we can think about the shelter then. What is the hurry?" In the corner, The three threatened women stared blankly at the ceiling, devoid of any hope. Heise relayed the situation within to Shen Nianze while stealthily circling to the window of the neighboring residential building. The second-floor window was ajar, and through the gap, it saw two young women shackled to a pillar with heavy iron chains. One bore handprint marks on her face, her eyes hollow as she stared vacantly at the ground, while the other kept her head down, her shoulders trembling slightly. A third lay on the floor, possibly unconscious. The soldiers drew their long blades, edging closer to their target. Yanshan and Shiheng blocked the side entrances of both the convenience store and the residential building, their massive forms pressed against the walls. Xiao Zhueba stood guard at the street entrance, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Meanwhile, the thugs in the convenience store continued their idle chatter, entirely oblivious to the looming shadow of death encroaching upon them. With a loud crash, the front door of the convenience store was pried open by the soldiers wielding a crowbar. Wang Jianjun led the charge inside, his long blade aimed squarely at the thug leader. "Don't move." The thugs were momentarily stunned, but as they regained their wits, the thug leader attempted to grab a steel pipe nearby to fight back. At that moment, the wall behind him was shattered as Yanshan burst forth, seizing him by the collar as if lifting a chick. The lanky thug and two others attempted to flee but were swiftly intercepted by the soldiers, blades drawn to their throats, rendering them paralyzed with fear. "Don't kill us. We're good people." The lanky thug collapsed, trembling. "It's him. He's the one who forced us. He's the one who brought those women here. If we didn't comply, he would have fed us to the zombies. We're victims too." Another short, stout thug quickly echoed, "Yes. Yes. We were coerced. We never wanted to do anything bad." As they spoke, they tried to shrink back, attempting to shift all blame onto their leader. The thug leader struggled, his face twisted in disbelief. How could so many armed soldiers have appeared so suddenly, without a sound? Shen Nianze slowly entered the convenience store, his gaze sweeping over the thugs before settling on the three women huddled in the corner. His voice remained calm as he inquired, "When you were discussing waiting for a woman to die before seeking refuge, why did you fail to mention that you were coerced?" The tall, gaunt thug's complexion paled, his eyes darting nervously. "That was mere banter, just idle talk. We didn't genuinely mean it," he stammered. "Idle talk?" Shen Nianze stepped forward, his expression unfaltering. "Do you think I would believe you?" He disregarded the thug's response, turning his head slightly to Yanshan, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Take care of it." However, before Yanshan could fully act upon Shen Nianze's command, the leader of the thugs completely succumbed to panic, his previously menacing demeanor swiftly replaced by sheer terror. He twisted his body, shouting at the surrounding soldiers, "Look, he's abusing his power. You're all part of the military. Won't you intervene?" The soldiers remained impassive. Not a single one moved. They had witnessed the women imprisoned within the residential building and overheard the thugs' conversation. None believed that Shen Nianze's actions were inappropriate. Wang Jianjun approached the thug leader, a derisive sneer on his lips, his tone dripping with scorn. "In this apocalypse, you dare to say such things to me?" He fixed the thug leader with a frigid stare. "Why do you not perceive your own criminality?" He then patted Yanshan on the face, asserting, in chaotic times, "Severe measures are necessary. Scum like you only serve to endanger more lives." Yanshan, no longer hesitating, forcefully twisted his arm, the sound of breaking bones echoing throughout the convenience store, causing the thug leader to collapse, his body going limp and silent. The remaining three thugs trembled in fear, too terrified to even whimper. Shen Nianze's gaze shifted to the gaunt thug sprawled on the ground, the short and stout thug, and the bald thug pressed against the wall by the soldiers. His voice remained composed. "Shall we leave their fate to the animals?" Wang Jianjun immediately understood, ordering the soldiers, "Drag them to the street and execute them." The soldiers advanced, hauling the three thugs to the center of the street, forcing them to kneel in a line, their hands bound behind their backs, their heads positioned against the soldiers' gun barrels. The gaunt thug trembled uncontrollably, pleading, "Don't kill me. I won't dare again. I'm willing to work in the shelter to atone." The stout thug lay limp on the ground, devoid of even the strength to beg, while the bald thug still attempted to maintain his composure, though the tremors in his legs betrayed him. Wang Jianjun approached the soldiers, glancing at the three thugs, and asked, "Do you have a defense attorney?" And no, the thugs quivered in response. "Then that settles it. There will be no defense. No trial. Execution will be immediate." Wang Jianjun expressed his regret. With that, he raised his right hand. "Prepare." Instantly, the three armed soldiers raised their weapons, their gun muzzles steady against the back of the thugs' heads, fingers poised on the triggers. 1. The gaunt thug's cries grew louder, but the soldiers kicked him in the back, forcing his head down. 2. The stout thug began convulsing, cold sweat streaming down his face. 3. Fire. The final word echoed through the air, and 3 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously, the bullets piercing the thugs' skulls with precision, dark crimson blood splattering onto the cracked earth, creating glaring pools. The bodies of the three thugs swayed momentarily before collapsing heavily to the ground, falling silent. Chapter 100, News from the Armory. The echoes of gunfire lingered in the air. The lifeless forms of the thugs lying in the street. At that moment, the three women were also rescued. Inside, the women were curled up in a corner. They had been shackled by thick iron chains for an extended period, their wrists and ankles raw and bloody, their clothes tattered and soiled with dirt and blood. One of the women with short hair lay on the ground, her body marred by numerous cuts, blood flowing profusely, her face pale and her breathing faint, though her chest still rose and fell slightly. The other two women leaned against the wall. One was trembling while hugging her arms, and the other kept her head bowed, her eyes vacant, yet it was evident she still possessed the strength to support her body. Quick, bring the first aid kit. Lin Shi crouched beside the short-haired woman, trembling as she reached out to check her carotid pulse. There was still a pulse, albeit weak. The soldiers immediately handed over the first aid kit, and Lin Shi swiftly opened it, carefully applying gauze and coagulant to the short-haired woman's wounds. The short-haired woman seemed to awaken from her pain, slowly opening her eyes. Her blurred gaze landing on Lin Shi, her lips moving but no sound escaping. Lin Shi quickly moistened a cotton swab with water and gently wiped her lips, saying, "Don't be afraid. We are the People's Army, here to rescue you. Just hold on a little longer, we'll be there soon." Upon seeing the military uniform and hearing the words People's Army, the short-haired woman's eyes suddenly brightened. Summoning her last ounce of strength, she opened her mouth. Her voice faint yet clear. "The People's Army has come." She paused, her breathing becoming more rapid. "The People's Army has come to save me." After uttering those words, her head gently tilted, the rise and fall of her chest ceasing instantaneously. Her eyes remaining open as if still gazing at those before her. Lin Shi's hand froze in midair, her fingers no longer feeling a pulse. "I'm sorry we arrived too late." Shen Nianze stood silently by, observing the scene. If it weren't for the apocalypse, if it weren't for the thugs spawned by this chaos, perhaps this young woman would have survived. Lin Shi gently closed her eyes, her voice low. "Rest assured. Those who harmed you have been dealt with. You may now rest in peace." At that moment, one of the women leaning against the wall, clad in blue, suddenly broke down in tears. The other woman, dressed in gray, also felt tears welling in her eyes, tightly grasping the hand of the blue-clad woman, her body still trembling as she forced herself to comfort her. "Don't cry, we're still alive, we can get out." Lin Shi approached the two women, examining their injuries. "Your wounds are severe, but somewhat better. With proper treatment, you will pull through." She retrieved gauze, tending to their wounds. "Rest assured. We will take you to the shelter." The woman dressed in blue lifted her head, looking at Lin Shi, her voice choked with emotion. "Is the shelter really safe?" "Indeed, very safe," Shen Nianze replied as he stepped closer. "We are working hard to reclaim the city. Huaxiao will surely return to its former glory." The two women exchanged glances, a glimmer of hope igniting in their eyes once more. Though their bodies still ached, they no longer felt the same despair. The soldiers carefully helped them up, wrapping their thin frames in coats. "Take it slow, we'll support you. Let us get you some rest." Shen Nianze observed the two women being assisted downstairs, and Wang Jianjun stood beside him. "When will this apocalyptic nightmare end?" Shen Nianze took a deep breath. "Let us go. We must give the bodies a proper burial. We will take them with us and continue to the armory. Only by securing ammunition can we reclaim the city more swiftly." The soldiers found a patch of open ground beside the street, constructing a simple grave for the young woman with dirt and stones. The team resumed their journey, the two injured women being placed in the transport vehicle. Shen Nianze, Wang Jianjun, and Lin Shi were also inside the vehicle. Shen Nianze spoke up. "I'm a bit curious. Logically, there should be numerous zombies in the towns after the apocalypse, yet we have encountered almost none along our journey. Where have all those zombies gone?" "During our traversal through the mountains and forests, we encountered very few zombies. I had anticipated a change upon reaching the towns. But to my surprise, aside from the scattered corpses, the silence is quite unnerving." The woman clad in blue, named Lin Lan, gradually began to speak upon hearing the inquiry. "At the onset of the apocalypse, we found ourselves in a convenience store alongside those four thugs. As you have witnessed, we were imprisoned from the very beginning. Approximately half a month ago, a contingent of soldiers arrived, armed with firearms and armored vehicles, to eradicate the zombies plaguing the town and to rescue many trapped individuals." As she recounted this, tears cascaded down Lin Lan's cheeks again. Those four thugs, upon realizing the soldiers had come, fearing repercussions for their actions, silenced us, preventing our cries for help, and were too frightened to let the military discover our plight. Another woman, named Zhao Mei, clenched her teeth, her voice laced with animosity. "I overheard them mention that the soldiers who arrived during those days were from the munitions factory. specifically tasked with eliminating the zombies while simultaneously rescuing villagers and replenishing supplies. Shen Nianze furrowed her brows. So, the zombies were lured away by the military? She paused, her eyes reddening. We thought someone would eventually check the convenience store, but then we only heard the sounds of the soldiers retreating. We could hear their voices outside. Yet we were unable to call out, helplessly watching them leave. They said the commotion caused by the military's efforts to cleanse the town attracted the horde of zombies, forcing a hasty withdrawal. The military, fearing that the remaining scattered zombies might harm people, intentionally fired their weapons along the route to lure all the zombies away. Both Shen Nianze and Wang Jianjun fell silent. It was evident that the zombies in the town had been deliberately drawn away by the military. And that batch of soldiers was likely the garrison from the munitions factory. But why had they ceased all communication thereafter? Shen Nianze cast a complex glance at Wang Jianjun. It seems the situation at the munitions factory is rather peculiar. Wang Jianjun remained silent for a few seconds before slowly replying. The garrison strength at the munitions factory consists of an enhanced company, nearly 400 personnel when fully staffed, along with factory workers, totaling close to 1,000. When the zombie crisis first erupted in Jianghai City, the casualty rate among combat personnel was around 70. Those who survived were truly fighting for their lives. He gazed towards the direction of the munitions factory, a hint of complexity in his eyes. Half a month ago, dozens of soldiers came to cleanse the zombies. Given that number, it is quite possible that they mobilized all available personnel from the factory. After all, some must remain to guard the ammunition depot. They couldn't possibly deplete their entire force. Shen Nianze paused, then quickly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that they took away most of the combat-capable individuals, leaving behind only the elderly and weak, and then encountered problems? That is a possibility, but it is not entirely accurate, Wang Jianjun replied, his tone tinged with uncertainty. Even if there are fewer personnel left behind, surely someone capable of using communication devices should remain? The Jianghai City base has been attempting to contact them daily at a fixed frequency over the past half-month. Moreover, given their noble intention of rescuing people, there would be no reason for them to deliberately sever communication. He left his sentence hanging, deliberately pausing. Unless. Shen Nianze immediately interjected. Unless they encountered an unforeseen incident? Let us hope that is not the case. Chapter 101. The Mutated Vines. The team slowed their pace as they advanced toward the munitions factory. At that moment, within the vehicle, Wang Jianjun and Shen Nianze suddenly heard a jarring sound of metal scraping from the rear of the convoy. What on earth is happening? The two turned sharply to see two military trucks traversing the midsection of an abandoned rural road, their bodies suddenly shaking violently, the tires screeching against the ground. From the earth flanking the road, countless dark green vines erupted, each thicker than an adult's arm, their surfaces bristling with sharp spikes and barbed tips. They writhed frantically, swiftly ensnaring the wheels and chassis of the truck. The calamity they dreaded most had indeed transpired. The mutations were not limited to animals, but extended to plants as well. The truck driver slammed the accelerator, the engine roaring, yet he remained ensnared by the vine's grasp. More vines emerged from the ground, and a particularly thick one suddenly yanked upwards, lifting the truck's front wheels off the ground. Almost immediately, another vine wrapped around the rear, and as the vines constricted, the entire vehicle was overturned like a kite severed from its string. Seeing this, the driver of the second truck immediately reversed in an attempt to escape. But it was too late. Several vines shot up from beneath the road, ensnaring the rear wheels, while another vine lashed like a whip against the cabin, shattering the window. And the driver's arm was lacerated by the sharp spines, blood streaming down. Jump from the truck. A soldier in the passenger seat pulled the driver out of the cabin, and as they hit the ground, they witnessed the truck becoming engulfed by the vines, subsequently flipped over with the same relentless force. Rock Mountain, Stonehammer, smashed the vines. Shen Nianze and her companions had already disembarked from the vehicle, rushing toward the overturned truck while issuing commands. Understood. Two silverback gorillas roared as they charged forward, their greatest advantage as primates being their ability to wield tools. Prior to their departure, the military had crafted a massive heavy blade and a set of armored gauntlets in response to Rock Mountain and Stonehammer's requests. At this moment, Rock Mountain hefted the massive blade prepared by the military and brought it down forcefully upon the entangling vines, severing them and causing dark green sap to erupt forth. The severed vines, however, writhed violently, their spikes lunging toward Rock Mountain's legs, but within mere moments, they were cleaved apart by the long blade. Stonehammer utilized his armored arm to grasp a vine, ripping it apart with sheer force. Wang Jianjun led the soldiers forward, brandishing their long blades against the vines. One soldier, in a moment of excessive zeal, struck too forcefully, getting his blade lodged in the vines. As he attempted to free it, a nearby vine ensnared his arm, its sharp spikes tearing through skin, blood trickling down his arm and dripping onto the vines below. It was as if the blood had become the most potent catalyst. The surrounding vines began to seethe. The originally dark green vines now glimmered with a faint red light, and more vines erupted from the earth. Wang Jianjun's complexion paled as he yanked the injured soldier away, shouting, "Flamethrowers! Quickly set them up. Suppress the vines." For flamethrower soldiers hurried forward, swiftly disengaging the safety on their devices and strapping on fuel tanks. As the flamethrowers ignited, orange flames erupted from the nozzles, and upon contact with the vines, the slime coating the vines rapidly dried out, the spikes carbonizing and turning black under the intense heat. The once frenzied vines lost their strength, beginning to curl and wither. More vines attempted to emerge from the ground, but were promptly engulfed by the flamethrowers' flames, incinerated to ash before they could even surface. Taking advantage of the moment, Rock Mountain and Stone Hammer surged forward, tearing apart the charred vines entangled around the truck, clearing a path for the people trapped inside. Meanwhile, the soil on both sides of the road began to heave as if boiling, countless dark green vines erupting from below with a ferocity that multiplied their numbers several-fold. Some even thicker than a barrel, surging toward the team and the trucks. The vines are still increasing. Rock Mountain, Stone Hammer. Shen Nianze called out to the two silverback gorillas not far away. Follow the direction the vines extend and find their roots. We must sever the source. With a savage roar, the two silverback gorillas prepared to charge into the dense forest. Rock Mountain, Stone Hammer, go on. Zhou Kai and Zhao Chong hurled two iron balls forcefully toward the gorillas. Rock Mountain and Stone Hammer reacted swiftly, catching the iron balls with ease. In an instant, the two iron balls unfurled, transforming into two massive axes in the blink of an eye. Rock Mountain gripped the giant axe, bringing it down fiercely against the vines on the ground, instantly cleaving a vine as thick as an arm in two, dark green sap gushing forth. Shihang raised his colossal axe, sweeping it across the thick, twisting vines that ensnared the truck. Several tendrils were severed simultaneously, their severed ends thrashing on the ground, rendered powerless. After slicing through the nearby vines, the two silverback gorillas roared and charged toward the direction from which the vines extended. Yanshan forged ahead, directly cleaving the attacking vines in two. Shihang followed closely behind. The two silverbacks moved in perfect harmony, with Yanshan tackling the frontal assault while Shihang safeguarded the flanks, instantly dispatching any vines attempting a side ambush. Along their path, the vines seemed to sense the impending doom, frantically burrowing up from the earth in a desperate attempt to ensnare the gorillas, yet each was swiftly severed by the might of the axe. As Yanshan and Shihang advanced into the dense forest, Lingxi gracefully leapt beside the flamethrower soldier, accompanied by three golden, snub-nosed monkeys. Lingxi pointed with her claws at the flamethrower in the soldier's grasp, and then gestured toward the advancing gorillas, tilting her small head slightly. "Do you want this?" The soldier operating the flamethrower paused for a moment, looking down at Lingxi and the three monkeys. Lingxi nodded vigorously, prompting another soldier to approach hesitantly, saying, "Using the flamethrower requires skill. What if you injure yourselves?" At that moment, Shen Nianze happened to witness the scene and approached Lingxi. Lingxi then looked at Shen Nianze, saying, "Nianze, tell them it's fine. We golden monkeys are swift in the forest, and Yanshan and Shihang will need some time to deal with the mutated trees. We can take the flamethrower with us for added security. Let us give it a try." Shen Nianze addressed the flamethrower soldier. "Lingxi is very clever. She won't encounter any issues." The soldier, no longer hesitant, swiftly detached the fuel canister from the flamethrower, adjusted the switch, and handed the weapon to Lingxi, saying, "This is the safety mode. Press this button to ignite the flames." Lingxi caught the flamethrower, slinging the fuel canister onto her back, and the three golden monkeys followed suit. Securing their equipment, Lingxi nodded at the flamethrower soldier, indicating her understanding, and then dashed toward Yanshan and Shihang's direction with the three monkeys in tow. Chapter 102. The soldiers of the armory devoured by the mutated tree. Meanwhile, Yanshan and Shihang were engaged in battle. Yanshan growled to Shihang, "The density of the vines is increasing. We need to hasten our pace." Shihang responded by sweeping his giant axe, cleaving the encroaching vines in half. To what extent has this tree evolved, allowing its vines to spread so far? Just then, the sound of the flamethrower reached their ears. Shihang glanced back to see Lingxi, flamethrower in hand, followed closely by the three golden monkeys, rapidly approaching. The flames from the flamethrower licked at the remaining vines, leaving a charred aftermath. "Lingxi is here. Let her clear the remaining vines while we charge ahead." As soon as the words left his lips, Lingxi, with the flamethrower and the three monkeys at her back, sprinted to Yanshan's side, declaring, "I'll handle the sides. You all push forward." Yanshan and Shihang nodded, quickening their pace. The sheer number of vines posed a threat of casualties among the humans if they delayed too long. The two silverback gorillas advanced deeper into the dense forest. While Lingxi noticed two military trucks awkwardly parked in a nearby clearing, their bodies splattered with dark crimson blood. Yinshan exchanged glances with Shiheng, who solemnly remarked, "Are those vehicles from the armory?" Lingxi stepped closer, recognizing the trucks identical to those from the Jing Haishi base, affirmatively saying, without a doubt, "Let's locate the source of the vines and report back to the young master." The golden monkey, Ziyajingang, attempted to leap over to investigate but was halted by Lingxi's firm grip. "Don't cause trouble. The vines are still pursuing us." The group of primates continued advancing into the depths of the forest as the attacks from the vines grew increasingly intense, and the scent of blood thickened the air. After progressing another 100 meters, the trees ahead suddenly thinned, revealing an exceptionally robust giant tree. Its trunk required the embrace of several men, and most alarmingly, its branches were laden with desiccated bones. Human skulls were embedded within the tree's crevices, and upon closer inspection, some still bore military uniforms, indicating they belonged to the armory personnel. Additionally, the skeletal remains of mutated beasts lay entangled among the vines, creating a cacophony as the wind rustled through them. Yinshan abruptly halted, his axe pointed at the giant tree, declaring, "These bones must belong to the armory personnel, along with the mutated beasts. They have all been consumed by this tree." Just as Lingxi adjusted the flamethrower to its maximum setting, dozens of thick vines suddenly surged from the base of the giant tree, lunging toward the primates. "Engage!" Yinshan roared to Shiheng, and then turned to Lingxi. "We will fell the tree. You provide cover. Ensure the vines do not ensnare us." Lingxi immediately nodded, the flames of the flamethrower surging forth. "Rest assured. With me here, the vines won't get close to you." Yinshan and Shiheng charged toward the giant tree, their axes striking the trunk simultaneously, embedding deep into the bark. With sap gushing forth like a fountain, the giant tree shuddered in pain, its trunk violently swaying as more vines erupted from the ground, some wrapping around Yinshan and Shiheng's backs, while others lunged toward Lingxi. Lingxi hoisted the flamethrower onto her shoulder, sweeping the flames toward the densest cluster of vines, the orange-red fire quickly engulfing a dozen tendrils, which shriveled into charred remnants amidst crackling sounds. The golden monkeys did not remain idle either, activating their flamethrowers to repel the encroaching vines. Although they could not harm the roots, they managed to slow their advance. However, the sheer number of vines was overwhelming, despite the ferocity of the flamethrowers. Several thick tendrils circumvented the flames and coiled around Yinshan's arm, their barbed tips breaking the skin and drawing blood. "Yinshan, are you all right?" Lingxi called out, alarmed. Yinshan grimaced in pain but did not cease his efforts, countering with a swift axe swing to sever the vine, grunting, "I'm fine. Tough skin, tough flesh." Shiheng, too, found a vine wrapped around his calf. He lifted his leg and stomped down on the vine, cleaving it in two with his axe, then raised it again to strike the tree trunk, urging, "Put in more effort." Observing this, Lingxi immediately adjusted the flamethrower's aim, fiercely guarding the rear flank of Yinshan and Shiheng. The giant axes of Yinshan and Shiheng continued to rain down upon the giant tree, the cracks in the trunk widening. Dark green sap pooling on the ground, and the desiccated bones began to plummet from the branches. Suddenly, a sharp shriek echoed from above as a mutated raven dove down, its claws aimed straight for Lingxi's shoulder. Its feathers were pitch black, indicating it had long been lurking in the shadows. So that's how they detected the convoy from so far away. There must be birds as scouts. Lingxi's pupils dilated as she attempted to raise the flamethrower in retaliation. But it was too late. The raven's claws dug into her shoulder with a fierce grip, immense force lifting her off the ground and into the air. Lingxi gritted her teeth against the pain in her shoulder, her other hand quickly reaching for her waist, where a short knife was secured. She deftly pulled the knife from its sheath and thrust it viciously into the raven's abdomen. The blade pierced through the raven's feathers and flesh, blood splattering onto Lingxi's face. The raven had not anticipated this monkey to be armed, and with a shriek of agony, it released its grip on Lingxi. As her body lost its weight, she plummeted toward the ground, but in that moment, Lingxi flipped the knife in her hand. The cold gleam flashed as the blade accurately penetrated the raven's skull, its lifeless body, drenched in blood, crashing heavily into the nearby thicket of vines. "Yinshan!" Lingxi shouted as she fell. As Yinshan was chopping wood, he heard a shout and abruptly turned around, witnessing Lingxi plummeting down. Without a moment's hesitation, he discarded his massive axe and propelled himself towards the direction of her fall, swiftly reaching out to catch her in his embrace, only to land heavily on the ground. Shiheng immediately halted his work and rushed over to shield the two, brandishing his axe warily at the surrounding vines. Yinshan, holding Lingxi, rose to his feet, his voice laced with anxiety. "Are you all right? Did you get hurt?" Lingxi leaned against him, rubbing her reddened shoulder, and shook her head. "I'm fine. I had my knife, so it's not a major issue. Her gaze fell upon the lifeless body of the raven on the ground, her expression chilling. That really hurt. Seeing that Lingxi was unharmed, Shiheng sighed in relief. Let us continue chopping the tree. The sooner we address the source, the sooner we can rendezvous with the young master. With that, Yanshan and Shiheng seized their axes once more, striking the colossal tree. The fissures in the trunk grew ever larger, and the desiccated bones hanging from its branches began to drop. The tree swayed increasingly violently, while the attacks from the vines gradually diminished, clearly suffering severe damage. Put in more effort, Yanshan bellowed, bringing his axe down fiercely upon the crack, finally cleaving a gash into the trunk. Seizing the opportunity, Shiheng followed suit, embedding his axe into the fissure and exerting all his strength. Splinter for me. The crack widened further, and the vines completely lost their vitality as the two silverback gorillas relentlessly swung their axes. The great tree was now on the verge of collapse, and with the final swing of the axe, it began to topple slowly. Retreat. The tree is falling. Lingxi immediately stowed her flamethrower and retreated with the golden monkey, while Yanshan and Shiheng also hastily withdrew. Just as they reached a safe distance, a thunderous crash echoed as the colossal tree crashed to the ground, sending a cloud of dust into the air. The bones scattered across the ground, and military green rags fluttered in the wind, as if finally liberated. Yanshan glanced at the wound on his arm. It was merely a superficial injury. The bleeding had stopped. Shiheng's calf bore similar scratches, but they did not hinder his movement. Lingxi rushed over to inspect their wounds, relieved. Thankfully, it's just superficial. We can apply some ointment when we return. The little golden monkey hopped onto Yanshan's shoulder, chattering at the fallen tree. At last, we've taken down this cursed thing. Yanshan nodded silently, his gaze lingering on the scattered military bones. We must report the situation here to the young master. Chapter 103. Inside the armory. The dust from the fallen tree gradually settled as Yanshan stepped onto the broken branches, approaching the point where the trunk had splintered. He cleaved the tree with his axe and excavated a fist-sized green crystal core from within. Handing the core to Shiheng, he then turned to the nearby raven's carcass. The raven lay cold, while Lingxi crouched beside it, using her short knife to slice open its abdomen and extracting a black crystal core, which she promptly crushed. After collecting their spoils, a group of primates made their way back towards the convoy. Seeing Yanshan and his companions return safely, Shen Nianze and Wang Jianjun both breathed a sigh of relief. Shen Nianze approached briskly, his eyes falling upon the wounds on Yanshan, Shiheng, and Lingxi. You're injured. Is it serious? Does it hurt? Lingxi chuckled. We encountered a mutated raven that ambushed us, but I handled it. Just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Yanshan waved dismissively, and Shiheng immediately handed over the green crystal core. Nianze, this is for you. The giant tree absorbed quite a few mutated beasts, so the crystal's quality should be decent. You all keep it, Shen Nianze replied, waving his hand, declining the offer. At that moment, Lingxi spoke up. On our way to the giant tree, we discovered 2 military trucks from the armory. Pausing, her tone grew serious. The trucks had numerous dried bloodstains and several skeletons in military uniforms hanging from the giant tree, around dozens of bodies. Those from the armory are likely all gone. Shen Nianze furrowed his brow, relaying Lingxi's words to Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun's expression darkened. So, the people from the armory went out to rescue others half a month ago, and on their return, they encountered mutated vines and ravens, ultimately succumbing? Shen Nianze slowly shook his head, pondering. It's not necessarily that they completely failed. I previously dispatched scouting bees to probe the perimeter of the armory and observed military personnel moving within. There should still be some survivors. Taking a deep breath, Shen Nianze handed the crystal core to the nearby mechanic. Regardless, we must reach the outskirts of the armory as swiftly as possible. Only by getting closer can we ascertain the situation inside and determine if those still alive can collaborate with us. Understood. Wang Jianjun immediately turned and commanded, hastening the soldiers' preparations. Meanwhile, within the armory, a dense scent of gunpowder mingled with the stench of cheap alcohol filled the air. The formerly neatly stacked ammunition boxes lay in disarray, some wooden crates gaping open, with rifle parts and bullets strewn across the floor. In a corner, several men in military uniforms were gathered around a tin barrel playing cards, while dozens of women huddled in a corner behind a door. 2 armed thugs standing guard at the entrance. At the center of the factory, on a raised platform, a man with a buzz cut and a scar running down his left cheek toyed with a military dagger. He was the leader of the thugs, known as Brother Hu. A scrawny, monkey-like man approached him, anxiety evident on his face. Brother Hu, the signal from the Jianghai city base hasn't ceased for days. They keep calling the armory. Do you think they might actually come looking for us? Brother Hu scoffed, slapping the dagger against a nearby ammunition box. Come looking for us? Li Monkey, how cowardly are you? Jianghai City is over 100 kilometers away, separated by that dense forest and that damned mutated tree. Those soldiers fell victim to that. The people from Jianghai City will first have to deal with that tree. He rose, moving to the edge of the platform. His gaze sweeping over the thugs playing cards and the women behind the bars, his eyes gleaming with greed. Besides, even if they could make it here, so what? We have hundreds of men, armed with guns and ammunition. I one tee shy away from them. Li Monkey rubbed his hands together, his eyes brightening. Brother Hu is right. Those soldiers rescued us before and wanted to control us. But what happened? They ended up being dealt with by us. He leaned closer to Brother Hu, lowering his voice. I've heard there is plenty of food in the Jianghai City base. If we would the rush? Brother Hu interrupted him, a cruel smile creeping across his lips. In this world, order has long since collapsed. The soldiers can't protect anyone, and the government is nowhere to be found. It's us who get to call the shots now. He pointed at the women behind the bars, and then at the scattered ammunition. We guard the armory, with guns, food, and women. Those workers are too afraid to resist, and can only obediently make bullets for us. Once we secure the surrounding towns and bolster our numbers, I will be the king of this area. Even if the Jianghai City Refuge wants to deal with me, they'll have to think twice. Li Monkey immediately grinned obsequiously. Yes, yes. Brother Hu, you are the king. When the time comes, we can do as we please, and no one can stop us. Brother Hu casually kicked aside an empty bottle at his feet. Here, we dictate the rules. He pointed at a woman attempting to raise her head behind the bars, shouting at the thugs at the door. That woman dares to glare at you? Didn't you see? Wake her up. The thugs at the entrance immediately raised their gun butts and struck the bars fiercely, causing the woman to lower her head in fright, her shoulders trembling violently. Watching this scene from the platform, Brother Hu smiled with satisfaction. Picking up a radio and tossing it by the embers, let the signal from Jianghai City ring as it pleases. When they truly manage to find this place, I'll treat them properly. Our good days are still ahead. Li the monkey nodded eagerly in agreement as Brother Hu picked up the dagger once more, etching the crooked character for king onto the ammunition box. Within the factory, the sounds of card games, shouts, and the muffled sobs of women intertwined. Little did anyone know that at that very moment, in the dense forest outside the factory, a team led by Shen Nianze had stealthily approached. Advancing slowly along the edge of the thicket, Shen Nianze's team had parked their vehicle at a distance. Accompanied by 4 members of the zoo team, including Haizi, they had cautiously made their way to the site. At this juncture, Wang Zhangwo, peering through binoculars, observed several guard posts illuminated by lights, where he could vaguely discern shadows moving. However, the movements appeared lethargic, lacking the vigilant stance of trained soldiers, instead exuding an air of complacency. The guard's demeanor was unsettlingly lax, uncharacteristic of regular troops tasked with guarding an ammunition depot. Wang Zhangwo frowned deeply as he scrutinized the scene. There were no patrols visible, logically. A facility of this magnitude should have at least 2 teams rotating in patrol duty. It seemed that the personnel inside were no longer the original garrison. Exchanging a cautious glance with his companion, they both understood the gravity of the situation. Shen Nianze turned to the shadows behind him. In the next moment, Haizi emerged from behind a tree. Haizi, wait until nightfall to infiltrate and ascertain the situation inside. How many people are there? What weapons are they using? Have you seen any captives? Remain concealed and avoid detection. Haizi nodded lightly. Rest assured, my lord. This task is in my hands. Chapter 104, Target Area Clearance. With that, Haizi swiftly turned and activated his stealth mode, making his way toward the barbed wire. His footsteps were so light that they made no sound on the fallen leaves. And in a matter of mere meters, he silently reached the base of the fence. He crouched low, exerting himself to leap over the barbed wire. Inside the guard post, the thugs were dozing off, rifles casually resting on their laps. Utilizing the shadows of the guard post, Haizi circled to the back and climbed the drainage pipe to the rooftop, where he lay flat, his amber eyes scanning the entire munitions factory, quickly memorizing the layout. Directly ahead was the main factory building, its doors wide open, with 7 or 8 thugs gathered on the ground, brandishing bottles of alcohol and making a ruckus. Surrounded by scattered empty cans and cigarette butts, with several rifles casually leaning against the walls. To the left was an annex, its windows tightly shut. But from the gaps on the second floor, faint sounds of women weeping could be heard intermittently. At the rear of the annex, some children and women were imprisoned. Holding his breath, Haizi slid down from the rooftop, moving stealthily along the wall of the annex. His body pressed against the cold wall. He utilized the recesses to conceal himself, inching closer to the second floor window. The window was slightly ajar, leaving a gap wide enough for him to squint through. The sight within caused his pupils to constrict sharply. A dozen women huddled in a corner, their hands bound with coarse hemp rope, their wrists raw and bloody. their clothes tattered and stained with dust and blood. They kept their heads down, with occasional faint sobs escaping. Heise quietly retreated, making his way back toward the main factory building. Brother Hu, the ones in the annex are still making a fuss. Should we take action? A gaunt thug made a slashing motion across his throat, his tone brimming with malice. Brother Hu, known as Chun Hu, with his bare chest adorned with a dragon tattoo, toyed with a pistol, spitting out the remnants of his cigarette. What's the rush? We'll need them later. If the families of those workers are dead, how can we expect them to diligently help us produce ammunition? Let us send someone to learn from them. Once they're trained, we can trade their women for supplies. Guns aren't the be-all and end-all. Producing ammunition is merely to fend off the zombie tide. Ultimately, we must enhance our own strength. Capturing a few rebellious family members to exchange for crystals will bolster our comrades' capabilities. Another thug, whose face was a mass of flesh, immediately chimed in. Brother Hu is wise. The surrounding thugs erupted in fervent cheers, their voices laced with zeal. Heise took note of every word, his gaze growing increasingly cold. He understood the urgency of the situation. He could not linger any longer and needed to relay the information back promptly. Stealthily, he retraced his steps. The thugs' vigilance seemingly low, their attention scattered. Reaching the edge of the barbed wire, Heise expertly scaled the fence and sprinted towards the slope. Upon returning to the team, he promptly conveyed what he had witnessed to Shen Nianze. Shen Nianze's expression darkened. The place is crawling with thugs, holding numerous women and the families of workers captive. It seems the garrison has been wiped out, and these scoundrels have taken over the factory. Wang Jingwo's fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension. These bastards. Not only have they seized the armory, but they've also slaughtered the garrison and tormented civilians. Wang Jingwo surveyed the ranks of the evolved team beside him. The members donned black tactical gear, their faces painted with camouflage, and wielded assault rifles. Those who had been brought out by Wang Jingwo to execute this mission were all elite fighters from before the apocalypse. Everyone, tactical deployment. We will split into 3 teams, with the core objective of rescuing all civilians while avoiding alerting the thugs in the main factory. Both buildings housing civilians were under the watch of thugs, and the workers in the main factory were even more heavily guarded. If they were to act recklessly, the thugs would inevitably use civilians as hostages. Thus, they could only infiltrate the factory and rescue the hostages before launching an unrestrained assault. Wang Jingwo quickly assigned personnel for the infiltration. Team 1, led by Li Rue, will clear the outer sentries and proceed to the annex to rescue civilians. Team 2, led by Zhang Hong, will free the women held in the front building. Team 3, led by Lu Wan, will assault the rear of the annex, prioritizing the protection of children and escorting women and children to safety. He paused, surveying everyone. All weapons will use subsonic ammunition. Melee combat will prioritize knives. Under no circumstances are civilians to be frightened. Shun and I will remain on the periphery to command. Once the 3 teams signal safety, we will lead the remaining forces to assault the main factory. Understood. The team members replied in unison, their voices melding with the night breeze. Li Rue raised his hand, releasing a microdrone, observing 2 thugs dozing off in the guard post. Outer targets confirmed, 2 individuals, no alertness. Li Rue reported through the communicator, signaling to the 2 nearby team members. They immediately dropped to the ground, their silenced rifles resting on their knees, the crosshairs of their night vision goggles firmly locking onto the thugs' temples. With 2 soft sounds swallowed by the night wind, the subsonic bullets struck their targets with precision. The thugs slumped over without a sound. Outer area cleared. Li Rue stowed the drone and then placed a crystal core onto his armor. Armor jet power set to minimum. Outer sentries cleared, requesting to proceed with the next step. Permission to breach, Wang Jingwo responded. Li Rue pressed the activation key on his shoulder armor, and a faint blue airflow emitted from his back jets as he adjusted his direction and flew toward the western perimeter wall of the factory. The wall stood 3 meters high, topped with barbed wire clearly visible through the night vision goggles. He lowered his body, nearly skimming the wire as he flew over, landing with a roll into the compound. Once on the ground, Li Rue retrieved hydraulic pliers from his tactical backpack and approached the main entrance to cut the lock. After successfully cutting the lock, he did not push the door open but reported through the communicator. The iron gate has been cut. No threats behind the door. Troops can proceed to enter. Teams 2 and 3, enter and proceed as per designated areas, Wang Jingwo commanded. Team 2, follow me, towards the front building. Alternating cover as we advance. Zhang Hong immediately turned, and the members of Team 2 instantaneously adjusted their formation. 2 of them led the way, their stocks pressed to their shoulders, scanning the distant annex with their night vision goggles. The first 2 team members halted every 3 steps, turning to survey both sides, confirming the absence of threats before signaling the subsequent members to advance. Upon reaching the ground floor of the front building, Zhang Heng raised his hand to indicate the grouping, and Team 2 instantaneously split into 2 squads. 2 members stealthily ascended to the second floor, taking up positions with their rifles aimed at the base of the staircase, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Proceed to the second floor, move along the wall, Zhang Heng commanded, leading the remaining 6 individuals up the stairs. At the iron door on the second floor, he gestured for the team to halt. One member produced a probing tool, slowly inserting it through the crack of the door. The camera captured a vivid scene. 4 thugs were seated around an iron table, engaged in a card game, with empty bottles and cigarette butts strewn across the table. Rifles carelessly leaned against their bodies. A woman huddled in the corner, her hands bound with coarse hemp rope, her head bowed, shoulders trembling intermittently from suppressed sobs. Chapter 105. The Rescue of Survivors. The target consisted of 4 armed men, with approximately 20 hostages. The team reported in hushed tones, and Zhang Heng's expression hardened as he signaled to the 2 individuals beside him. One team member held a sturdy piece of card, positioning it against the door's crack, then applied force to swiftly disengage the inner lock. Almost instantaneously as the door swung open, Zhang Heng and 4 team members surged into the room. The sound of silenced rifles echoed, bullets striking the thugs squarely between the eyes. The 4 men didn't even have time to glance up before their bodies collapsed onto the table, with Zhang Heng deftly catching a falling bottle. It was implausible that this was the entirety of the hostages. Other rooms were likely guarded by additional thugs. He wished to avoid drawing attention. The civilians present instinctively reacted to the sight of the thugs' demise, wanting to scream. However, their instincts prevailed, and they covered their mouths before uttering a sound. In such moments, no one wished to appear foolish by shouting. Zhang Heng had initially harbored concerns that the survivors might scream in terror, but observing their reactions brought him relief, as this foolishness did not manifest, allowing him to exhale in comfort. "We are from the Jianghai city base. Remain here, and we will rescue you shortly," Zhang Heng whispered reassuringly, while his team swiftly drew knives, cautiously severing the ropes binding the woman's wrists, with one person stationed at the door as a lookout. They then proceeded to eliminate the remaining thugs in the other rooms. Simultaneously, Lu Wen led Team 3 towards the rear building of the annex, with team members coordinating seamlessly to swiftly eliminate a room full of thugs. One thug emerged from another room, but Lu Wen reacted swiftly, turning to fire. The rear building's workers were safe, with no casualties, and preparations commenced to clear the next area. In the factory workshop, over 20 workers were still processing ammunition, while thugs patrolled with rifles. Li Rue signaled his team to encircle from the left, and the 4 members burst through the left window, opening fire simultaneously. 2 thugs fell instantly, and the last one, about to shout, was suddenly subdued by a worker from behind, who choked him into silence, while one of the soldiers quickly dispatched the thug with a knife, ensuring he ceased to breathe shortly thereafter. Team 1 reported the factory workers were safe and had secured the workshop entrance. Team 2 confirmed the safety of the women in the annex, with the thugs in that building eradicated. Team 3 relayed that the rear building of the annex was secure and they were escorting the families out of the factory. The safety signals from the 3 rescue points were transmitted back to the communicator in succession. Wang Jianjun ordered over the channel. The remaining personnel of the main force are to enter the factory area and escort the civilians to safety. The main force advanced in an orderly manner, with civilians protected in the midst of their ranks, and team members stationed as sentinels at every corner. It was only upon the successful evacuation of the civilians that Wang Jianjun communicated. All hostages have been evacuated. Teams 1 and 2 secure the main entrance, while the rest initiate a strong offensive to eliminate the remaining thugs. Li Rue promptly arranged for his team to reinforce the iron door as the thugs continued to revel, completely oblivious to the impending danger. Action. No sooner had the command been issued than Ling Si, accompanied by 3 companions, ascended to a vantage point in the main factory building. Setting up a suppressed sniper rifle on the water tower railing, night vision goggles affixed to her face, the lens precisely aimed at the dormitory window. Ling Si had taken position, maintaining vigilance from the high ground. Her voice came through the specialized communicator. Wang Jianjun immediately commanded. All units switch to suppressed weapons, form a triangular formation, target the dormitory. Hundreds of special forces soldiers entered in a triangular formation, the yellow light spilling from the dormitory windows, the raucous voices of the thugs audible. Entirely unaware that death was imminent. Team 1, assault the first floor. Team 2, engage the second floor. Team 3, follow me to the third floor. The leading special forces captain whispered as they stealthily approached the dormitory door on the third floor. 3, 2, 1. The captain forcefully kicked the door, which swung open with a resounding crack. Before the thugs inside could rouse from their stupor, 3 special forces members charged in, rifles aimed at the shadows on the bed. With several soft reports, the three thugs never had a chance to open their eyes before they fell into a pool of blood, the suppressors effectively muffling the gunfire. The adjacent room echoed with the sound of kicked doors, followed by several dull thuds. At that moment, a thug, hearing the commotion, emerged with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. The captain was about to redirect his weapon when Lingxi's sniper rifle fired, the bullet striking the thug's temple with precision, causing the cigarette to drop to the floor as his body slumped lifelessly. The captain quickly advanced, raising his rifle to eliminate the remaining thugs. In an instant, several thugs lay dead, and the captain silently gave Lingxi a thumbs up. The clearing of the dormitory proceeded methodically, the special forces prying open doors, executing precise kills, and securing the area with fluidity. It wasn't until the first and second floors were completely cleared that the sounds of the suppressors ceased. The dormitory had been secured with 45 thugs neutralized and no casualties on their side. The special forces captain reported back via the communicator, while Lingxi and the golden monkey atop the water tower stowed their sniper rifles, preparing to descend and regroup. On the top floor of the munitions factory's office building, only Brother Tiger could indulge himself. The floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the factory area at night, the main factory lights still aglow, and sporadic glimmers emanating from the dormitory windows, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. However, the darkness outside obscured the events unfolding below. He could only reflect with pride. In this apocalypse, I am the one who calls the shots, truly a tyrant in chaotic times. Suddenly, a knock echoed, and Brother Tiger frowned in annoyance. Who is it? Come in. He did not turn around, instead presenting his back to the door, his tone brusque. No one dared to disturb him at this hour unless the sky were to fall. Silence met his demand, save for a soft sound as the doorknob was gently turned. The office door slowly swung open. The first sight to greet him was a dozen dashing figures clad in tactical gear, their faces painted in dark night camouflage. Rifles trained on him with fierce gazes, reminiscent of beasts lurking in the night. Who are you? Brother Tiger stammered in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend how, amidst so many brothers in the factory, anyone could stealthily approach his office building. What had happened to the sounds of battle? The alarms? No one answered his inquiries. The special forces split into two lines, gradually parting to reveal a man dressed in the same tactical attire, who stepped forward from the ranks. He moved with a lightness, approaching Brother Tiger from behind. Tiger dared not turn until a hand gently settled on his shoulder. The night view is splendid, Shen Nianze remarked in a calm tone, as if in casual conversation, his gaze sweeping over the factory area below, now under the control of the special forces. In the apocalyptic world, having held dominion over an arms factory for so long, one could say you met your end in a rather spectacular fashion. The hand resting upon the shoulder bore no weight, yet it felt as though it carried 1,000 pounds. In an instant, Brother Tiger's body went rigid, cold sweat trickling down his neck, and despite his desire to resist, he found himself utterly immobilized. In that moment, all his arrogance and ambition transformed into a chilling dread. Chapter 106. Indeed, the sunrise is truly beautiful. I. Brother Tiger opened his mouth, attempting to utter words of supplication, but found his throat parched, rendering him voiceless. The next moment, he felt his knees weaken, collapsing to the ground. No longer able to endure, he buried his head in the ground. His voice tinged with desperation. Spare my life, spare my life. I was wrong. Shen Nianze remained silent, slowly raising his right hand, revealing a black handgun that had appeared in his grasp without him noticing. His finger rested on the trigger, devoid of hesitation, the muzzle aimed squarely at Brother Tiger's temple. Brother Tiger was a highly evolved human, his flesh far more resilient than that of an ordinary person. Typical blades and firearms would struggle to breach his defenses. Yet high-grade crystal core bullets could penetrate effortlessly. However, Shen Nianze had deliberately chosen not to load armor-piercing rounds crafted from crystal cores, opting instead for the most commonplace 9mm handgun ammunition. He did not seek a swift death. Rather, he wished for this blood-stained brute to intimately experience the essence of despair. Bang! The gunshot echoed dully, the unmoderated blast reverberating through the empty office. When the bullet struck the back of Brother Tiger's head, he felt a jarring, blunt pain, akin to being struck by a heavy hammer. His vision darkened, and his body lurched forward, his forehead colliding with the cold leg of the desk. Warm blood streamed down from the back of his head, soaking the carpet and seeping into his collar. Brother Tiger remained dazed for several seconds, and after the initial agony subsided, he discovered he could still breathe, still feel the searing pain on his scalp. Trembling, he raised his hand to touch the wound on his head, realizing the bullet had not penetrated his skull but had embedded itself in his flesh. No, I'm not dead. I'm not dead, he muttered to himself, his voice laced with a sense of fortune, even forgetting to continue begging for mercy. repeatedly probing the wound as if to confirm this was not a mere illusion. Shen Nianze stood behind him, devoid of any emotion, observing Brother Tiger's pitiful state. He raised the gun once more, this time aiming at Brother Tiger's shoulder blade. Bang! Another shot rang out. The bullet pierced the flesh, lodging itself within the bone. Brother Tiger emitted a heart-wrenching scream, his body curling up like a shrimp, and only then did he realize his blood was dripping down. It dawned on him that Shen Nianze had no intention of granting him a quick demise. He aimed to torment him slowly. Stop! Stop! He frantically pleaded, his forehead thudding against the carpet with a dull thump. I was wrong. I should not have killed those soldiers. I should not have tortured women. I should not have robbed supplies. Shen Nianze paid no heed to his pleas, stepping forward and pressing his tactical boot heavily onto Brother Tiger's back, pinning him to the ground. Brother Tiger was rendered immobile, forced to watch as Shen Nianze raised the gun once more, this time aiming at his cheek. Bang! 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 4 bullets struck his head, one of them penetrating his cheek and splattering blood and flesh onto the floor. Brother Tiger's screams turned hoarse, his mouth filled with the metallic taste of blood, rendering him breathless as he stammered, Kill me, please. Shen Nianze bent down, ejected the empty magazine, and retrieved a new one from his tactical belt, the sound of reloading echoing sharply in the silent office. He raised the gun once more, aiming at Brother Tiger's temple. Brother Tiger's body began to twitch, his consciousness fading, leaving only the primal fear and desire for death. Shen Nianze fired several more shots, one bullet penetrating Brother Tiger's skull. His body stiffened abruptly, and he succumbed to death. The office finally fell silent as Shen Nianze retracted the gun, casting a glance at Brother Tiger's lifeless form on the ground. Is this adequate? Shen Nianze turned to the Special Forces soldier at the doorway. Isn't the commotion too loud? After it's posted online, won't it tarnish the image of the shelter? Is my behavior too ostentatious? The shelter intended to broadcast the entire operation, including the execution video, as a warning to others, demonstrating that the national military remained vigilant, not only cleansing the world of zombies and mutated beasts, but also dealing with marauders. Just wait and see. The moment marauders are detected, the national machinery will spring into action. Similarly, videos of animal battles had also been released. The first objective was to enable those who viewed the footage to recognize the Beast King as companions, allowing them to seek help when encountered. The second aim was to prevent any survivors from harboring ill thoughts towards the animals. As for the execution of the marauders' leader, the Beast King had already gained a modicum of fame online. Using him to execute Brother Tiger would serve as a deterrent to marauders lurking everywhere, instilling fear and discouraging their reckless behavior. With the operation concluded and the arms factory secured, the next objective was to reclaim the power station. After all, the machinery in the arms factory currently lacked sufficient voltage to operate all equipment. Brother Tiger had merely used backup generators to run 1 or 2 machines, while the rest relied heavily on manual labor. However, such a pace could not keep up with the resource demands of reclaiming Zhanghai City. Thus, the recovery of the power station was imperative. Hence, once the power station was reclaimed, the video would commence its dissemination. The Special Forces soldier swiftly entered, glancing at the lifeless body on the ground, a smirk curling at his lips. Director Shen, rest assured, the cameras captured everything. As for whether this is ostentatious, I personally feel it is anything but. He paused, pointing at the camera. The Beast King personally executing the villain is precisely the deterrent we need against marauders. Survivors will feel reassured, and it will not tarnish our image at all. Thank you for your hard work, Director Shen. The Special Forces soldier stepped forward, offering a clean cloth. Your earlier actions were both steady and ruthless. Those who watch the footage will surely commend your prowess. Once the video is released, any would-be troublemakers will think twice. Shen Nianze accepted the cloth, wiping away the bloodstains. You ought to refrain from complimenting me. Your praise is rather awkward. Quickly compile the video. News has already reached the shelter, and tomorrow the animals will accompany the military to the power station. The subsequent operations will see the commoners stationed at the power station to maintain electricity. Understood. I'll edit the video and send it out. Once power is restored, everyone in Zhanghai City, whether they are present or not, will be able to view it. The Special Forces soldier replied. The night outside the office gradually dissipated, the eastern skyline tinged with a soft orange hue, as the Special Forces soldiers began wrapping up their tasks. The sun is rising. Indeed, the sunrise is truly beautiful. It had been a long time since one had taken a moment to appreciate it, hadn't it? Such thoughts were far from one's mind. Chapter 107. Can monkeys talk? In the open space before the main factory building, Yin Shan and Shi Hang were bending down to lift an ammunition stamping machine, while other Special Forces soldiers busily loaded ammunition onto trucks. 2 silverback gorillas worked in perfect harmony, lifting the stamping machine next to a flatbed trailer. A team member had already set up a non-slip board, pushing the machine onto the truck bed, then retrieving coarse hemp rope to secure the machine's corners to the iron rings on the bed. This machine is invaluable. Once we bring it back to base, we need not worry about ammunition anymore. On the other side of the factory, a dozen military trucks and flatbed trailers lined up, all vehicles left behind by the arms factory. Wang Jianjun stood beside the first truck, counting heads, primarily focusing on the number of survivors. In the distance, several young workers were eagerly assisting in the relocation of small equipment. Most of them were former manufacturing workers from the pre-apocalypse era, now crouched on the ground, helping team members affix labels to boxes of parts. Are we all set? Wang Jianjun called out to the convoy, and the team members responded in unison. Yan Shan and Shi Heng also leapt down from the flatbed trailer. The survivors had settled in, with windows rolled down. Some leaned out, casting a glance back at the munitions factory, a place that had once provided them with livelihoods, now transformed into a nightmarish memory. Let us move out. With Wang Jianjun's command, the truck's engine roared to life, its deep rumble echoing through the factory area, followed closely by the flatbed trailer. Shen Nianze, seated in the second vehicle, gazed at the road stretching ahead, clutching an old photograph he had discovered in Brother Hu's office. The image depicted the original garrison of the munitions factory, clad in crisp uniforms, their faces adorned with radiant smiles. He gently tucked the photograph into his pocket. The bodies of the garrison had been completely consumed, and perhaps this photograph stood as the last testament to their existence. After nearly 4 hours on the road, the outline of the Zhanghai city base came into view. As the convoy approached, a sharp whistle sounded from the guard post, and the gate began to open slowly. The convoy rolled through the entrance of the shelter, greeted by a throng of people, including logistical team members and a few figures clad in white coats. Director Shen, Team Leader Wang, you have returned. A voice rang out from the crowd as Li Mo squeezed through, making a beeline for the flatbed trailer without pausing to greet anyone. Yan Shan and Shi Heng had already jumped out, working together to untie the ropes securing the machinery. Li Mo leaned in, his voice animated. This is fantastic. With this, we can ramp up ammunition production. Upon hearing this, several rescued workers approached eagerly, offering, we've operated these machines at the munitions factory before. We're ready to help anytime. Li Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, that's wonderful. We're in need of experienced hands. Once we finish unloading, we'll head to the Research Institute for coordination. After concluding his report, Li Mo remembered another crucial update and hurried to stand before the two men. By the way, Director Shen, Team Leader Wang, shortly after your departure, the Wolf Team and the Peacemaker collaborated with the base's military to reclaim the power station. Is it operational now? The power station was a vital facility for the base. It had been reclaimed once before, but lacked a permanent garrison. While there was a backup generator, the growing population meant that electricity was becoming increasingly insufficient, and many devices could not function. However, due to the rising number of people at the base, they could now spare personnel for garrison duty at the power station. Li Mo's tone was filled with enthusiasm as he reported. We just received word that it was reclaimed around 10 this morning. The technical team is currently repairing the lines, and power should be restored by evening, allowing many instruments to function normally. At this announcement, cheers erupted around them. Wang Jianjun looked at the jubilant crowd and couldn't help but smile. This is splendid. With electricity and ammunition, we can finally enjoy a few days of peace. The team members began unloading the cargo. Beside the flatbed trailer, Yan Shan and Shi Heng were working together to push the stamping machine toward the Research Institute, while the rescued civilians, guided by logistical team members, headed to the settlement area. Amid the bustling activity, the distant broadcast repeatedly announced the reclamation of the power station and the upcoming restoration of electricity. Sunlight bathed the shelter, making the flag in the center appear especially vibrant. What a double blessing, Wang Jianjun remarked, reflecting on the reclamation of the munitions factory, the retrieval of the ammunition production line, the recovery of the power station, and the impending restoration of electricity at the base, all while preparing to eliminate the zombie horde in Zhanghai City. Shen Nianze nodded in agreement. It won't be that simple. Capturing the central city is a feat in itself, and there are still many towns surrounding it to consider. Li Mo, having organized the ammunition production area, rapidly returned to the Weapons Research Institute, as the base's light armor had yet to be fully equipped for all the evolved individuals. Was it difficult when you first started working on this? Li Mo had just settled into his workstation when a clear female voice suddenly chimed in beside him. Without lifting his gaze, he continued his task, casually responding, "It's manageable. As long as you follow the process, it isn't too challenging." Before he could finish his thought, he felt a pause in his movements as a fluffy hand gently lifted the materials used to secure the armor components off the table. Li Mo looked up abruptly to see Lingxi standing at the edge of his workstation, still holding the materials. "The material you're using isn't quite suitable," Lingxi stated. her voice maintaining its melodic clarity. The steel plate has sufficient hardness but lacks flexibility. Considering the bones of many mutated beasts, substituting them would reduce weight and enhance durability. Liamo dropped the parts he was holding onto the table, his eyes wide as he stared at Lingxi, then back at the material in her grasp. His mind struggled to comprehend, and he instinctively murmured, "A monkey. A monkey can talk? Is that so hard to believe?" Lingxi tilted her head, her tone laced with an air of nonchalance. "We're both primates. According to evolutionary theory, humans evolved from monkeys. My mind has become clearer after evolving. And it didn't take long to learn human language from following Shen Nianze and the others." Liamo fell silent, pondering the validity of Lingxi's reasoning. The apocalypse had occurred, so it wasn't entirely outlandish for a monkey to speak, especially since they were both primate species. He gazed at Lingxi's fluffy paws, then glanced at the armor components she had returned to the table, tentatively asking, "Do you also understand armor and its construction? Do you know about materials?" Lingxi rested her paws on the table's edge. "Not exactly. I've just read a lot and developed a few of my own ideas." She tilted her head, looking at Liamo with a gentle smile. "Your base library has quite a few books on this topic, as well as many physics and advanced mathematics course materials. I've gone through them all." Liamo's tone was tinged with uncertainty. "Should I trust you?" Chapter 108. The Laboratory, the Zoo, and Rapid Strength Enhancement. He had merely asked in passing, considering he was speaking to an evolved golden monkey, even if it could talk. The notion that it had read all the books seemed implausible. "Want a challenge? Try some advanced calculus?" Lingxi immediately responded, her paws resting on the draft paper beside her, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. Liamo paused for a moment, then chuckled, intrigued to see just how capable this golden monkey truly was. He picked up a pen and swiftly wrote a problem on the draft paper. The question he devised yesterday for the new recruits at the Research Institute involved material mechanics and advanced mathematics, a puzzle even trained engineers would need several minutes to ponder. Liamo set down his pen, crossing his arms as he observed Lingxi. Yet, in the next moment, Lingxi snatched the pen, twirling it between her fingers before placing it on the draft paper. All done, in less than half a minute. Lingxi set the pen down and gently tapped the draft paper. Liamo's eyes nearly bulged out of his head as he picked up the draft paper. Lingxi's steps were more concise than his own derivation. The surrounding staff paused their work, gathering around to witness the spectacle, with one unable to suppress a murmur. "Oh no. I think I'm outdone by a monkey." Liamo stared at Lingxi, then back at the answers on the draft paper, his voice finally returning with incredulous astonishment. "A genius. In all my life, I've encountered the most remarkable genius, and it turns out to be a monkey?" Lingxi regarded the astonished Liamo and slowly spoke. "Mr. Li, may I borrow a laboratory from you?" Liamo was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding in agreement. "Of course. There is an idle precision laboratory on the west side of the Research Institute, and I can give you the key right now." As soon as he uttered these words, he realized his oversight and hastily inquired, "What do you need the laboratory for? Are you modifying armor materials?" After all, Lingxi had just mentioned that the materials he used were inadequate. Liamo was not oblivious to this issue. And regarding Lingxi's suggestion of utilizing the bones of mutated beasts, he had attempted it before. However, bones, unlike steel, cannot be readily shaped into desired forms. After several attempts, he had ultimately abandoned the idea. Lingxi's ability to swiftly identify material flaws and solve complex mathematical problems hinted that this intelligent golden monkey might indeed possess some innovative concepts. Yet, Lingxi did not respond to his question, instead gazing up at Liamo and stating, "You will find out in a few days." "A few days?" Liamo raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. "Are you keeping me in suspense? At least give me a hint." Lingxi merely flicked her tail and extended her fluffy hand towards Liamo. "Could you please hand me the laboratory key?" Not wanting to linger on the matter, Liamo turned and rummaged through a drawer, retrieving a set of keys, which he promptly handed to Lingxi. "Here, the key is yours. Feel free to use the equipment. And let me know if you need anything." Lingxi accepted the key and waved at Liamo. "Let's go. I want to check out the laboratory." With that, she headed towards the lab. The nearby staff could no longer contain their laughter. "Ligu, you've been outsmarted by a monkey." Liamo shot him a glare. "Don't you find it strange that a monkey can talk and understand advanced mathematics? If it were anyone else, I might find it peculiar, but Lingxi is the monkey under Dean Shen's command, so it feels quite acceptable." Naturally, the news of Lingxi's ability to speak quickly reached Shen Nianze. Initially surprised by Lingxi's verbal capabilities, Shen Nianze soon concluded that, given her intelligence and evolution, conversing with humans was not out of the question. For 3 days, the temporary laboratory at the Weapons Research Institute remained sealed. Lingxi, accompanied by 3 other golden monkeys, did not emerge from the lab. Only at designated times, morning, noon, and evening, would Liamo arrive, carrying a thermal container filled with food. He would stand at the door, handing the container inside while quickly scanning the interior. The metallic workbench was strewn with an array of intricate parts, gears, circuit boards, and crystal cores. With a diminutive dagger poised at the center of the table, its silver-gray frame already assembled, though its purpose remained unclear. Lingxi stood behind the workbench, delicately adjusting the positioning of parts with a miniature screwdriver while referencing her blueprints. "I've brought some fruit today, why don't you try it?" Liemo placed the thermal container on a low cabinet by the door. Without lifting her gaze, Lingxi replied, "Thank you, Mr. Li." She then gently nudged Liemo's arm, signaling that the door needed to close. Wei had already rushed ahead, dragging the thermal container to the workbench. The moment the door shut, Liemo's curiosity surged. The equipment resembled a short blade, yet his instinct told him it was unrelated to weaponry. However, reconsidering, he acknowledged Lingxi's penchant for secrecy must be for a reason, and intruding on her work could be ill-advised, so he suppressed his curiosity once more. Outside the base, a thorough cleansing operation was underway in the streets of Jianghai City. The swarm moved like a flowing black mist, weaving through the gaps between buildings, while the reconnaissance bees began to track the movements of zombies. Upon locking onto a target, dozens of attacking bees would swarm in, tearing apart the zombie's body to extract the crystal core within. Concurrently, animal packs collaborated with the military to hunt down formidable mutated beasts and zombies. In just 3 days, the swarm and animal groups had scoured the area within the third ring of Jianghai City, collecting crystal cores and amassing evolution points that flowed back to Shen Nianze like a stream. After prolonged battles, most animals had surpassed the threshold of growth stage LV4, with many advancing to growth stage LV5. However, Shen Nianze allocated most of the evolution points to Dabai, propelling him directly into the mature stage. Although there was no species evolution in this phase, the system indicated that the frequency of species evolution was contingent on the inherent potential of the species. Xiao Zuwei possessed the highest potential in the entire zoo, which was why it experienced a species evolution upon advancing to maturity. The Jianghai City base was vast, and Dabai's form could not yet morph into a wall to encircle the entire base. However, post-evolution, he managed to cover 2/3 of it. The remaining small amount of evolution points was given to Lao Hui, causing his size to expand once more. Among animals, elephants undoubtedly ranked at the T0 level of strength. Standing atop the clock tower in the center of Jianghai City, Shen Nianze felt the surging power within him, sustained by the continuous influx of evolution points from the animal groups. He had broken through to mature stage LV4, with just a sliver of energy needed to reach LV5. Adjusting his focus with binoculars, he locked onto a distant vegetable market where 7 or 8 mutated dogs, as large as calves, were lying in wait. Just a bit more, he thought. He leaped from the clock tower's pinnacle, with Xiao Zuwei jumping up to catch the descending Shen Nianze. To the northeast, all right. The swarm also received the signal, and several reconnaissance bees appeared, beginning to maintain vigilance around Shen Nianze. Chapter 109. Shen Nianze. Is this world unwell? Days later, the door to the laboratory on the west side of the Weapons Research Institute was finally pushed open. The researchers who had come to work that morning abruptly ceased their chatter. Lingxi stood at the center of the workbench, flanked by 3 golden monkeys. And at the most conspicuous spot on the workbench lay a small knife, its handle embedded with a crystal the size of a fingernail. Is this complete? Liemo was the first to approach, his gaze fixed on the tiny knife before swiftly grabbing the blueprints handed to him by Lingxi. He looked up at her, confusion evident in his eyes. This looks like a miniature combat knife. What exactly is its purpose? To cut mutated beasts? But its size is far too small. In response, Lingxi took the small knife, gently rotating it by the handle, causing the faint blue glow of the blade to flicker. It is not meant for cutting. Her voice was soft yet clear enough for those nearby to hear. When it pierces the body of a mutated beast or zombie, it can control them. Control? Liemo nearly dropped the blueprints in his hands, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the small knife. Is that truly possible? Can it only control one at a time, or can it control several with just a single puncture? The surrounding staff began to murmur among themselves. Lingxi placed the knife back on the workbench, pointing to the barbs on the inner edge of the blade as she explained. Once the blade penetrates, the barbs will latch onto the muscle, and the conductive circuitry within the handle will absorb the crystal liquid from the mutated organism, gradually integrating with its body. Once the integration is complete, the knife cannot be removed. She paused, observing Liemo's evident disappointment, and added, therefore, a single knife can only control one target. It cannot control multiple simultaneously. Liemo stared at the small knife for a long moment, letting out a gentle sigh. If it could control 3 to 5 at once, we could significantly reduce casualties when eradication missions are launched from the base. Using the controlled mutated beasts as vanguards would make things much easier. Consider yourself fortunate, Lingxi remarked, lifting the short knife and letting it shimmer in the sunlight. Achieving single target control is already quite an accomplishment. Liemo felt a fleeting sense of regret. But as he gazed upon the small knife shimmering with a blue glow, his disappointment gradually transformed into excitement. Although his control was limited, the ability to turn mutated beasts into allies exceeded his expectations. He reached for the blueprint, folded it neatly, and tucked it into the pocket of his white lab coat. Turning to Lingxi, he smiled and remarked, "Indeed, if this device can be mass-produced, it will provide an additional layer of assurance for the base when dealing with swarms of mutated beasts. Come, I shall inform Director Shen and Commander Wang, and also request some materials to produce more." Lingxi nodded, as the three golden monkeys began to tidy up the components on the workbench. Liemo dashed into Wang Jianjun's office, where the commander was engrossed in verifying the combat readiness list. Pausing momentarily, he lifted his gaze just as Liemo slammed the blueprint onto the desk. "Commander Wang, Lingxi has developed something remarkable, a knife that can control mutated beasts." Wang Jianjun picked up the blueprint and glanced at the knife's outline, his tone laced with skepticism. "Control mutated beasts? How does it work?" "Simply jab it into a mutated beast, and the knife embeds itself into its flesh, transforming it into one of our own. It even works on zombies." Liemo couldn't contain his excitement. "Lingxi just demonstrated it to me. I tried to control an experimental mutated rat, and it's not a ruse. It truly works." "What?" The pen in Wang Jianjun's hand slipped onto the desk as he leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Liemo, as if to ascertain the truth of his words. "Just a jab can control it? It can embed itself in flesh? If this is true, wouldn't we have an additional troop for dealing with mutated beasts?" One of the most troublesome aspects of the apocalypse was the sudden assaults from mutated beasts. While there was support from Shen Nianze's zoo, the number of animals was inevitably limited. If we could convert the mutated beasts outside into allies, it would significantly enhance the base's defenses and increase safety during expeditions. He looked up at Liemo, urgency evident in his voice. "Did Lingxi say we could mass-produce it? Do we have enough materials? What do we lack? I will approve it immediately. That's precisely why I came to request materials." Liemo nodded. "Lingxi mentioned that as long as we have the necessary materials, we can produce them in bulk. I thought it best to discuss this with you and Director Shen. However, since Director Shen has been out leveling up, I approached you first." Wang Jianjun slammed his hand on the table, not waiting for Liemo to respond as he directly dialed Shen Nianze's number. The line buzzed with static, and after a few seconds, Shen Nianze's fatigued voice came through. "Commander Wang? What is it?" "Director Shen. Excellent news." Wang Jianjun's voice rose with uncontainable excitement. "Lingxi has created a beast-controlling knife. It can directly control mutated beasts when jabbed into them." My immediate thought was for the horse farm. Horses have been humanity's mode of transport for millennia, and in this apocalypse, they are far more useful than mutated horses. Not to mention their formidable power. There was a brief pause on the other end before Shen Nianze responded, "A beast-controlling knife? Once mass-produced, I will have Lin Shi and Zhou Kai lead the wolf team in coordination with the military." "Excellent. Excellent." Wang Jianjun hung up the phone and turned to Liemo, the astonishment on his face still palpable. "Let us go. I will personally take you to the material storage. We will prioritize supplies for Lingxi's laboratory. Let us aim to produce the first batch of knives today." Just as Shen Nianze hung up the phone, he found himself surrounded by the bodies of 7 or 8 mutated dogs, his brow furrowing deeper. At that moment, he began to question his very existence. A beast-controlling knife? Created by Lingxi? This thought sparked confusion within him. How could someone without formal education, an evolved beast no less, produce something that even humans struggle to conceptualize? Did evolution not only enhance intelligence, but also implant technical knowledge directly into her mind? This was beyond mere cleverness. He rubbed his temples, his thoughts drifting back to the cloaked figure. The last time, Heizai had been injured by that person and the design blueprints stolen. Yet ultimately, those blueprints ended up in military hands, alongside 2 designs that were completely beyond contemporary technology. Why go through such effort to seize the blueprints only to hand them over to the military? What was his motive? Or how did he know that Heizai possessed the blueprints? Shen Nianze's brow furrowed even tighter. The 2 advanced design blueprints exceeded current understanding in both material and structure. They were not products of contemporary human technology. I alone possess a system that grants access to such unconventional items. Surely he cannot have one too? And what of Lao Hui's strange reaction during the needle incident? When a stranger injected him in the neck, he offered no resistance and even seemed aware of what he was supposed to do next. Did Lao Hui and the cloaked figure have some prior connection? What was that needle? Even more perplexing was the concept of biological weapons. If they were indeed biological weapons, then that implied a technological origin. This was not a product of natural evolution, nor could it have been created by modern technology. Even the most advanced nations would not dare to claim the ability to produce such things. Is this world unwell? Why have so many baffling phenomena suddenly emerged? Chapter 110, Mutated Horses. TSK. Shen Nianze stood up, exhaling a sigh of frustration. The wind swept across the open ground, stirring up the dust. As he tucked his phone back into his pocket and gazed toward the base. Regardless of the enigmas concealed behind these occurrences, he was determined to uncover the truth step by step. He kicked aside a corpse at his feet and instructed his companions, "Let us head back to the base." A few days later, the plaza of the base was swept by the wind, stirring up dust as 2 to 3 dozen elite soldiers stood in a straight line. "Boarding!" shouted Li Lei, leading the group. The soldiers immediately sprang into action, stepping onto the 2 helicopters stationed in the center of the square. Before the cabin doors could close, Hualuo swooped down, perching on the edge of one of the helicopter doors. Tilting its head, it preened its feathers with its sharp beak, then let out a clear cry. Almost immediately, 2 larger raptors descended from the clouds. The vulture Seng Biao landed beside one helicopter, while the golden eagled Song Xian circled above, its amber eyes scanning the surroundings to ensure the airspace was secure. The 3 raptors naturally served as escorts for the helicopters, sweeping the skies for any potential mutated avian threats. "The air is in your hands," a soldier inside the helicopter shouted to Hualuo, then saluted. Hualuo responded with another call. The cabin doors slowly closed, and the 2 helicopters ascended one after the other, the wind from the propellers kicking up dust into the sky. Hualuo, Seng Biao, and Song Xian immediately followed, forming a triangular formation, flanking the helicopters on either side and behind. On the ground, Shen Nianze stood at the forefront, with Xiao Zue and Ashur beside him, their physiques noticeably more robust than before. Lin Shi, Zhao Chong, Zhou Kai, and Su Qing stood behind Shen Nianze, all donned in lightweight tactical gear, short knives and radios strapped to their waists. Each of them held a rifle, the weapons intended to fend off mutated horses. "Let us set off." Shen Nianze waved his hand. Over the past few days, the zoo and the base had conducted thorough sweeps, significantly reducing the numbers of zombies and mutated beasts in the wild. As they made their way to the horse farm, there were no unexpected incidents. The group could clearly sense the changes following the cleanup. This route was far easier to traverse than the last time they had visited the arms factory. Zhao Chong, carrying his rifle, walked at a slight distance behind, surveying the empty streets with a relaxed demeanor. Lin Shi walked ahead and nodded in agreement. The base has intensified its efforts in purging the area. There are virtually no threats remaining on the outskirts. Shen Nianze said little, merely raising his hand to signal the team to quicken their pace. A squadron of helicopters soaring through the skies encountered a minor predicament. As 2 helicopters just surpassed the outskirts of the city, 3 mutated crows swooped down, their sharp beaks and claws aiming directly at the cockpit glass. The soldiers within the cockpit were about to engage their weaponry when 2 dark figures suddenly darted past the window. Hualuo's razor-sharp talons latched onto the head of one mutated bird, and with a powerful grip, he pierced through its skull. Song Xuan was even swifter, using his beak to precisely penetrate the cranium of another mutated crow as it dove, which emitted a piercing shriek before plummeting to the ground. The last of the trio, sensing impending doom, attempted to flee but was intercepted by a fierce hound, becoming prey within mere seconds. The helicopter pilot sighed in relief as Hualuo and Song Xuan returned to the sides of the helicopter, escorting the fleet onward. On the ground, the team moved faster than anticipated. Xiao Zue and Ashi were already swift, while the wolf pack excelled in long-distance pursuits. With no hindrances along the route, they reached the outline of an equestrian estate in less than an hour. Shen Nianze raised his hand to signal the team to halt, narrowing his eyes as he gazed into the interior of the estate. These mutated horses were remarkably tall, estimated to be around 3 to 4 meters in height. The most striking was the lead stallion, its mane a rare silver gray, exhaling a mist with each breath. Its eyes frequently scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance compared to its equine counterparts. Director Shen, there are a total of 15 mutated horses within, with the lead stallion on the west side, larger by about 20% than the others, and no anomalies detected for now. Shen Nianze pressed a button on the communicator. His voice steady, confirmed the lead horse's response. "Do not alarm them." "Received," came Hualuo's voice. Just then, a figure swept through the sky. A golden eagle unfurling its wings and circling above the estate. The silver-maned stallion immediately raised its head, scraping its forehooves against the ground and emitting a deep snort, prompting the other mutated horses to cease their grazing and gather around the stallion. "Xiao Zue, you maneuver from the east, intercept when the herd moves eastward. Ashi, do the same on the west side, keeping a close watch on that silver-maned stallion." The white tiger Xiao Zue let out a low growl, stealthily shifting eastward. while Ashi circled to the west. The wolf pack divided into 3 teams, with Su Qing leading one team to guard the southern entrance, while Zhou Kai and Zhao Chong led their respective teams from either side to assist in herding, moving slowly to force the horse herd toward the open area in the center. Shen Nianze's gaze swept over the wolf pack behind him, which could hardly contain their eagerness. Upon receiving the command, they immediately split into 3 groups, lowering their bodies as they moved toward their designated positions. Lin Shi gripped her beast-controlling knife, her fingertips grazing the blade's engravings. Once the herd gathers in the open area, shall we approach from the north? Indeed, Shen Nianze nodded, his attention returning to the interior. The silver-maned stallion seemed to sense something, raising its head to glance toward the west. Ashi promptly halted, crouching in the grass, revealing only its vigilant eyes. At that moment, the communicator crackled with the helicopter's voice. The horse herd has heard the helicopter and is beginning to move toward the center. As the voice faded, 2 wolves crouched low in the underbrush to the left, their eyes fixed on the horse herd, while 2 more wolves emerged synchronously from beside a dead tree on the right. Wolf pack, maintain your intimidation. Do not press too hard. Shen Nianze commanded softly through the communicator, ensuring the horses felt pressure without panicking and scattering. The buzzing of the helicopters overhead intensified as 3 helicopters gradually descended, their rotors stirring up gusts that bent the wild grass at the edge of the estate. The mutated horses remained unaware of the looming danger, scattered across the grassy expanse. Suddenly, a faint rustling emerged from the bushes to the southwest. The mutated horses jolted upright, their ears erect, exhaling puffs of white mist. In the next instant, 2 wolves sprang from behind the underbrush, keeping low to the ground, their throats rumbling with deep growls. The herd erupted into chaos, with the outermost mare retreating 2 steps. Before they could settle on a direction, a wolf's howl echoed from the southeast, as another pack of gray wolves fanned out, gradually moving toward the horse herd. A robust stallion reared its head and let out a shrill whinny, charging first toward the open area to the north, the only direction devoid of wolf shadows and instinctively recognized as an escape route. The remaining mutated horses followed suit. But just as they surged northward, Kanjia and Sangshua suddenly leaped out from behind the fence. They had long been lying in wait, and upon sighting the approaching herd, immediately assumed a predatory stance, their growls louder than those of the wolves flanking them. The leading stallion abruptly halted. The herd was thrown into disarray, spinning in place. Some attempted to retreat toward the southwest, but the pack of gray wolves had already closed in, leaving only 10 meters between them and the herd. Others tried to dash toward the southeast, but the wolves in that direction also tightened their formation, constricting the encirclement. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the left side of the woods. Xiaozue emerged from the trees. The white tiger's size surpassed that of the stallions within the herd, and the innate intimidation of a top predator instilled primal fear among the horses. Shortly after, a figure appeared on the right slope. Ashi descended the hill, pausing to let out a low howl toward the herd. The 2 natural enemies flanked the horses completely, sealing off their escape routes. The northern wolf pack advanced 2 steps forward, while the southwestern and southeastern wolf packs also synchronized their movements, tightening their encirclement. With 4 packs of wolves along with Xiaozue and Ashi, a complete circle was finally formed in the central open area of the estate. The herd huddled together, their heavy breaths and anxious whinnies blending into a cacophony, yet they dared not take another step. They understood that any attempt to break free at this moment would lead them to cold fangs or sharp claws. The encirclement continued to contract slowly, the wolf packs maintaining a safe distance, ensuring the horses had no opportunity to charge while avoiding harm to them. The first step in capturing the mutated horses was successfully achieved. As the herd remained clustered in the open area, the helicopters descended further, casting large moving shadows over the horses. In an instant, the herd's ears perked up, restlessly pacing in place. The cabin doors swung open, and Li Lei steadied himself against the doorframe, with 14 elite soldiers clad in light armor lining up behind him, each grasping a beast-controlling knife. Select your targets, and upon landing, seize the horse's neck. Li Lei's voice resonated in each soldier's ear as he scanned the tightly packed herd below, quickly locking onto the robust stallion at the outer edge. The elites nodded swiftly, each focusing on a specific mutated horse. At Li Lei's command to jump, 15 figures leaped consecutively from the cabin. As they descended, their jet packs roared to life, emitting a hissing sound as the airflow cushioned their fall, propelling them toward their target horse. The herd erupted in chaos. The stallion, the first to sense danger, abruptly lifted its forehooves and emitted a sharp whinny. But before it could take a step, Li Lei had already landed on its back, grasping the mane with his left hand and gripping the beast-controlling knife with his right. He steadied himself. The remaining elites landed on the backs of the horses simultaneously. Unaccustomed to such an assault, The mutated horses went wild, thrashing their bodies furiously, attempting to shake off their riders. Some bolted toward the direction previously blocked by the wolves, while others dashed into the woods, causing the once clustered herd to disperse into a chaotic whirlwind of hooves and whinnies. In the distance, Shen Nianze raised his hand to signal the wolf pack to halt. The gray wolves, who had maintained their encirclement, immediately ceased their advance upon witnessing the humans securely land on the horses' backs, retreating toward the surrounding underbrush. The herd of horses was now in disarray. If they were to press closer, the frightened and thrashing horses might inadvertently injure the wolves. At this moment, Li Lei and his companions had already mounted their steeds, awaiting the activation of the beast control blade. Li Lei gripped the stallion's neck tightly, unwavering despite the animal's frantic leaps. He cast a glance at the pulsating veins on the horse's neck, then deftly turned his wrist, aiming the blade's tip at the muscle on the side of the stallion's neck. Drawing a deep breath, he exerted force with his wrist, driving the blade into the mutated horse's neck muscle. The blade penetrated without its hilt showing, leaving only the black handle exposed. Almost instantaneously, the mutated horse emitted a deafening scream, its muscles tensing violently as it began to thrash about. The stallion reared its front hooves, rising nearly 2 meters off the ground, and Li Lei felt an overwhelming force surge from the horse's back, nearly throwing him off. Instinctively, he pressed himself closer, gripping the mane with his left hand while firmly holding the handle of the blade with his right, fearful that it might slip away amidst the chaos. As the horse's hooves crashed down to the ground, a cloud of dust erupted, and it began to whirl in a frenzy before suddenly charging towards the iron fence of the corral, attempting to dislodge its rider. Li Lei clung desperately to the mane, the roar of the horse and the rush of wind deafening around him. Just as he felt his arms nearing exhaustion, the horse's movements abruptly slowed. Its once frantically thrashing head began to calm, and the force of its hooves against the ground diminished, its screams fading into low, labored breaths. A flicker of hope ignited within Li Lei, and he cautiously loosened his grip on the mane, discovering that the horse no longer struggled violently, merely flicking its tail. Lowering his gaze to the handle of the blade, he noticed it had begun to emanate a slight warmth, accompanied by subtle vibrations, as if establishing a connection with the horse's body. Moments later, the mutated horse came to a complete standstill, testing the waters. Li Lei raised his right hand and gently patted the horse's neck. The stallion did not resist. Instead, it turned its head to regard him, the previous frenzy replaced by a glimmer of docility in its eyes. As Li Lei gripped the blade, he could distinctly feel the vibrations from the handle growing softer, as though a faint current flowed into his palm, instilling him with an inexplicable sense of control over the beast. The beast control blade had indeed taken effect. Not far off, other elite members were also completing their stabs. Some horses were still making final attempts to resist, but their struggles had noticeably weakened, while others had settled down like Li Lei's stallion, standing obediently in place. Observing the gradual tranquility of the stallion beneath him, Li Lei tentatively relaxed his grip on the mane. Clearing his throat, he softly commanded, "Lift your right foot." The stallion hesitated for a moment, seemingly contemplating the command, before slowly raising its right front hoof. Unable to contain his amusement, Li Lei added, "Now the left foot." This time, the horse responded more swiftly, lifting its left front hoof with alacrity. Nearby, other elite members were also engaging with their horses. Finding the situation amusing, Li Lei, in a moment of playful folly, jested at his steed. "Hey, weren't you just rather fierce a moment ago? Why don't you try to throw me off?" What began as a mere jest took an unexpected turn. As soon as his words left his lips, the stallion's ears perked up and its pupils dilated. In the next instant, it reared up, its hind legs propelling it off the ground, executing a backflip in an apparent attempt to dislodge Li Lei and crush him beneath its weight. "Whoa, are you serious?" Li Lei's heart raced as he instinctively activated the jet propulsion device on his back. A surge of air propelled him sideways for over 2 meters, and as he landed, he stumbled, falling onto his backside. Meanwhile, the stallion crashed to the ground, now devoid of its rider's weight. It immediately rolled over and sprang back to its feet, fixating on Li Lei with a fierce gaze, snorting heavily as it raised its right hind hoof to kick at him. If that hoof connected, even light armor would be rendered useless. "Stop! Quickly halt!" Li Lei rolled and scrambled backward, his voice rising in urgency. Miraculously, the stallion's hoof halted just half a meter from his knee, suspended in midair for a moment before gradually descending to the ground. Chapter 112. Why do I feel as though society has regressed several centuries? Li Lei rose, supporting himself with his waist, rubbing his sore posterior as he glared at the stallion. "What s with you, horse? Holding a grudge? I was just joking." The stallion flicked its head dismissively, ignoring him, yet it obediently approached his side. Nearby, Shen Nianze couldn't suppress his laughter at the sight. She covered her mouth, chuckling. Could it be that it understands human speech too well? Captain Li, you've shot yourself in the foot trying to assert dominance over a horse. Hearing this, Li shot them a glare but couldn't help but stroke the stallion's mane, murmuring, hee hee, now I've got a horse too. The stallion seemed to comprehend, snorting in response. With the mutated horses now subdued, the herd was led to a cleared area. Li hastened to Shen Nianze's side. Director Shen, the horses are gathered. Should we return to the base now? Shen Nianze nodded. Let the mutated horses gallop at full speed. We need to assess their speed and endurance. Understood, Li replied, mounting his horse and turning to the elite members, calling out, hold on tight. Let the horses run. As soon as he finished speaking, the elite members mounted on their horses gently patted their necks, and under the influence of the beast control blade, the previously docile mutated horses instantly tensed their muscles. The lead stallion surged forward, launching itself off the ground in an instant. Dozens of mutated horses followed closely behind, their hooves flying as they charged toward the base. Dust kicked up behind the herd, trailing a long gray streak, rendering the hoofprints nearly invisible to the naked eye. Shen Nianze stood still, watching as the herd swiftly covered dozens of meters, a knowing glint flashing in his eyes. His lips curled into a smile, and he raised his head, eyes tracking the horses as his tail lightly swept the ground. Let us go, he commanded the wolves behind him. The waiting gray wolves sprang into action, led by Ash, darting like arrows toward the rear of the horse herd. Though wolves are fast, the mutated horses were swifter, maintaining a lead of several meters ahead of the wolves. The two groups raced across the wilderness like two shadows in motion. At this moment, as the mutated horses galloped, the earth beneath them receded rapidly. The wolves kept pace, splitting into two flanks alongside the horse herd, neither interfering with their run nor lowering their guard, remaining vigilant even at such high speeds. Riding atop the stallion, Li clung tightly to its mane, the wind stinging his cheeks as he glanced at the fleeting shadows of trees beside him. Overwhelmed by the cacophony of wind and hoofbeats, the ground beneath them blurred as the mutated horses surged forward. Unable to contain his exhilaration, he shouted into the wind, his voice carried away by the breeze. Beside him, Lin Chun immediately echoed, one hand released from the mane and raised high. Brother Lei, this is way faster than driving. The youthful exuberance in his voice was palpable, his hair whipping about in the wind, while his eyes sparkled with delight. Wang Yuhao, riding a horse slightly behind, felt a rush of excitement and joined in the cheer. Awesome. Director Shun is my forever idol. As the thunderous roar of the helicopter gradually approached the base, the ground reverberated with vibrations. The sentry soldier, spotting a herd of horses beneath the aircraft's wings from afar, shouted into the communicator, Team Li is back. There are over a dozen mutated horses. The news swiftly spread throughout the base, causing soldiers and researchers alike to cease their tasks and gather along the gates for a glimpse of the spectacle. 14 mutated horses trailed behind Li Lei's lead stallion as they entered the base. At that moment, these creatures, once regarded as ferocious beasts in the eyes of the survivors, appeared remarkably docile, glancing curiously at the onlookers as they passed, eliciting gasps of awe. Wang Jianjun had already stationed himself in front of the command building, and his eyes sparkled upon seeing the horses. He swiftly approached, circling the lead horse a couple of times before mounting it, positioning himself before Li Lei, and extending his finger to touch the beast-controlling dagger embedded in its neck. The blade fused with muscle, leaving only a small portion of the hilt exposed. Goodness! This dagger is truly impressive, Wang Jianjun exclaimed with a booming voice, turning to pat Li Lei on the back. He then turned to Shen Nianze, smiling as he nodded. Director Shun, you are indeed the lucky star of Jianhai City. Following you makes life feel hopeful. Shen Nianze, with a subtle smile, replied. It is primarily the effectiveness of the beast-controlling dagger. Lingxi's craftsmanship is the true key. No sooner had he spoken than Lingxi approached with 3 golden monkeys, followed closely by Li Mo and 3 tightly covered cargo trucks. Wang Jianjun, intrigued, stepped forward and pointed at the trucks. Lingxi, Li Mo, what do you have in those trucks? Lingxi lifted her chin slightly. Open and see. 2 nearby soldiers immediately stepped forward, lifting a corner of the canvas, and sunlight flooded over the neatly stacked equipment, causing Wang Jianjun's eyes to widen in astonishment. On the left side lay sets of pitch-black heavy horse armor, while on the right were dozens of sets of cavalry armor. Is this heavy horse armor and cavalry armor? Wang Jianjun inquired, tapping on the horse gear. Shen Nianze moved closer, his gaze sweeping from the horse gear to the cavalry armor, his lips twitching involuntarily. Before the apocalypse, everyone was fervently researching firearms and new energy technologies, and now they were adorning horses in armor and soldiers in heavy gear, as if they had reverted to an age of cold weapons. He couldn't help but mutter under his breath, Why do I feel like society has regressed several hundred years? Only the best is suitable for the contemporary era, Lingxi remarked lightly, observing Shen Nianze. Wang Jianjun clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. Relay the order to clear the west stable and take good care of these horses. The logistics department should prepare high-protein feed and send a few experienced riders to teach Li Lei and the others how to work with the horses. The soldiers responded in unison and immediately set to work. He then turned to Li Lei and Shen Nianze, his tone becoming serious. Director Shen, we will need to trouble you to ask Lingxi to craft a few more beast-controlling daggers. Let's endeavor to capture another batch of mutated beasts and form a legitimate cavalry unit. Lingxi turned to look at Li Mo, who promptly nodded. The materials have been approved. We will commence work tomorrow. Chapter 113. Iron-winged bees, chitinous bees. With the incorporation of the mutated horses, the clamor of machinery within the base echoed day and night. The workers in the munitions factory tirelessly pressed freshly cooled bullets into clips, subsequently stacking them into wooden boxes marked with their ammunition types. Pairs of workers carried the wooden boxes toward the warehouse. The ammunition salvaged from the abandoned factory had already been unloaded into the warehouse. And now the newly produced 9mm pistol rounds, 8mm rifle rounds, as well as grenades and mortar shells, were continuously filling the remaining spaces. The iron doors of 3 warehouses stood wide open, with wooden boxes piled almost to the ceiling, resting on shelves against the walls. In another section of the beekeeping area, excitement rivaled that of the munitions factory. The queen bee, now significantly larger than she had been 2 weeks prior, had finally transitioned into maturity after being nurtured by a multitude of worker bees. That morning, a soldier in charge of the beekeeping area suddenly shouted, "There are new bees in the hive." As the crowd gathered, they indeed spotted 2 entirely new types of bees. One type possessed wings twice as wide as those of ordinary combat bees, with veins as rigid as iron and bodies of a deep black hue. The other type displayed a ferocious appearance, nearly twice the size of regular worker bees, adorned in a striking black and red pattern, with significantly sturdier limbs, and a stinger capable of piercing steel. The soldiers stared at the black and red bees and summoned Shen Nianze, who contemplated names for them. The hardened ones would be called iron-winged bees, while the other type would be known as chitinous bees. The utility of the iron-winged bees quickly manifested. Their wings were sharp enough to serve as blades, and their bodies had hardened into an iron-like material, granting them formidable defensive capabilities. The chitinous bees astonished everyone during their first combat experience. Accompanying the chitinous bees on a mission, soldiers encountered a mutated beetle. And within mere seconds, the beetle lay twitching on the ground, its shell marked with several gashes from the stinger, while the venom within slowly corroded its insides. Later experiments revealed that this venom was particularly effective against the hardened shells of mutated beasts. Even the previously troublesome mutated wild boars succumbed to a swarm of chitinous bees in no time. When news of this reached Wang Jianjun's ears, he immediately rushed to the beekeeping area to witness the phenomenon. Observing the iron-winged bees swirling above and the chitinous bees clustering by the hive, he couldn't help but marvel. Lamenting his childhood lack of diligence in studies, now reduced to exclaiming words like impressive. With the queen bee present, reclaiming Zhanghai City was no longer an insurmountable task. Shen Nianze gazed at the chitinous bees crawling around the hive, his brow lightly furrowing before relaxing. The creatures of the apocalypse are evolving. The plan to reclaim Zhanghai City must be expedited before any insurmountable challenges arise. Great minds think alike. Days later, just as dawn broke, Li Lei rode at the forefront. Clad in heavy armor and wielding a 2.5-meter alloy battle blade, raising his voice, "Check your protective gear. Don't falter." Behind him, 14 elite cavalrymen followed in tight formation, wielding massive swords measuring 2 to 3 meters in length. Yet for the evolved, wielding them was not a daunting task. Shen Nianze sat atop Xiao Zueba, with Ashur crouching beside him, accompanied by various animals. The wolf pack dispersed, 3 wolves flanking the cavalry, while Sanya guarded the armored vehicle's side with 2 other wolves. At Wang Jianjun's command, the sound of hooves and the roar of engines, mingled with the buzzing of bees, heralded the commencement of their mission to reclaim Zhanghai City. As the convoy departed the base, the iron-winged bee swarm consistently led the way. Half an hour later, they reached the outer ring road of Zhanghai City, where abandoned vehicles lay haphazardly along the roadside, marking the boundary between urban and suburban areas. The reconnaissance bees transmitted signals, indicating only scattered targets on the periphery. Shen Nianze, sitting atop Xiao Zueba, suddenly opened his eyes. Just then, Li Lei reined in his horse and raised his hand to signal the team to halt. He squinted ahead, spotting 3 evolved zombies feasting on decaying flesh beside an abandoned truck. "Engage in pairs, clear them swiftly." Upon his command, 2 cavalrymen spurred their horses forward. swinging their 2-meter-long battle blades. With a swift arc, the zombies' heads were severed. As two more lunged at them, Lin Shi, accompanied by the wolf pack, immediately pounced, their sharp teeth crushing the zombie skulls. For zombies hiding in an abandoned bus attempted to launch a surprise attack, but a swarm of chitinous bees erupted forth, their venomous stingers accurately targeting the zombies' necks, paralyzing them instantly with the dark purple toxin. The cavalry swiftly followed up with decisive strikes, executing their movements with precision and efficiency. In less than 20 minutes, all visible zombies and mutated rats in the vicinity had been eradicated. As Li Lei raised his hand to signal the regrouping of the team, the iron-winged bees in the sky suddenly began to flap their wings rapidly. Several reconnaissance bees darting toward the downtown area before quickly returning, swirling around Shen Nianze's head. The zombies are emerging. The reconnaissance bees swiftly reported the information they had gathered. Upon hearing this, Shen Nianze immediately lifted his head, his gaze sweeping across the ranks. Li Lei positioned the cavalry in the center and advanced the armored vehicles to the front. Split the wolf squad into 2 teams to flank the left and right wings, ensuring the horde does not encircle us from behind. Li Lei did not dare to hesitate. He tightened his grip on the reins, and the mare reared slightly, letting out a sharp neigh. Cavalry, close the formation and move towards the main thoroughfare. He shouted back to those behind him, armored vehicle unit, do you copy? Prepare defenses at the entrance of the main road, with the cannons aimed at the intersection. Do not allow the horde to disrupt our formation. Instantly, a reply crackled through the communicator. Copy that. Vehicles 1 and 2 are en route. Within 10 seconds, 2 armored vehicles reinforced with steel plates surged from the rear of the formation, halting on either side of the main thoroughfare entrance, their cannon barrels lowering to target the fog-enshrouded intersection ahead. As the formation moved behind the armored vehicles, the distant roars from the main urban area suddenly drew nearer. In the next moment, a dark tide of corpses surged forward, with the foremost ordinary zombies tripping over themselves in their frantic rush, scrambling back to their feet with guttural screams as they lunged toward the ranks. It's a horde, at least several thousand, shouted the soldier responsible for observation. And there are evolved zombies. Cavalry, form a triangular assault formation, Li Lei exclaimed, brandishing his combat knife. I will lead at the forefront, Lin Shun and Zhang Yang. Take positions left and right of me. The rest, secure the flanks. Do not let the evolved zombies exploit any gaps. No sooner had he finished speaking than Li Lei had already turned his horse, bellowing to the cavalry behind him. Charge with me. Tear open a breach in the horde. Almost as soon as the words left his mouth, he squeezed his legs against the horse's belly, which reared up and then thunderously descended, propelling him toward the densest part of the horde. 13 warhorses followed closely behind, a dozen mutated steeds colliding with the thousands of undead. The front line of ordinary zombies could not withstand the impact of the charging cavalry. As horse hooves struck them, their bodies crumbled. Li Lei's alloy battle knife slashed downwards, the blade grazing the shoulder of an evolved zombie, instantly severing half of its arm. The evolved zombie screamed as it lunged forward, but the heavy armor of the horse protected against its claws. Seizing the opportunity, Li Lei retaliated with a swift strike, decapitating it. The cavalry moved as a living plow, carving a bloody path through the horde. With each rise and fall of their weapons, dismembered zombie limbs accumulated on either side, black blood inundating the ground. Yet not a single zombie managed to touch the cavalry's attire. However, the horde ultimately comprised thousands. As the front line of zombies was scattered, another wave surged forth. Even more troubling, a dozen armored zombies charged from behind the horde, their bodies encased in a layer of calcified exoskeleton. One of them seized Wang Yuhao's battle knife, straining to pull him from his horse. Shen Nianze observed from behind, clearly seeing several escaped zombies closing in on the wolf squad and the soldiers equipped with gear. He gestured upwards, and the swarm, which had been circling overhead, sprang into action. The bees dove down, their wings slicing through 2 nearby zombies, while the armored bees targeted the armored zombies. Their venomous stingers penetrated the gaps in the armored zombie shells, the dark purple toxin seeping in instantly. The stung armored zombies froze in their movements, their exoskeletons beginning to corrode, allowing the combat bees to swarm in and tear at them. In a heartbeat, they cleared a safe zone from the approaching undead. At this moment, Wang Jianjun's voice echoed, cavalry, swarm, beast team, and armored vehicle unit, reclaim Zhanghai City. The operation begins now. The troops had just finished clearing the remaining zombies from the main thoroughfare when a cacophony of roars erupted from deep within the city. A massive wave of zombies poured forth from alleyways and abandoned buildings, densely converging towards the formation. Upon rough estimation, there were tens of thousands, with dozens of hardened mutated zombies among them. Prepare the artillery. Wang Jianjun's voice rang through the communicator. The next second, 3 shells streaked across the sky, accurately landing behind the horde, the explosive fire instantly engulfing a dozen zombies, temporarily halting the advance of the undead. Yet, more zombies surged forward, trampling over the bodies of their fallen comrades. The suppressive effect of the artillery quickly diminished. Cavalry, follow me into battle. Li Lei tightened the reins, his battle knife pointing towards the horde. 14 heavily armored warhorses neighed in unison, and the cavalrymen leaned forward against their mounts. With Li Lei leading the charge into the mass of zombies, his knife cleaving horizontally, severing the head of a mutated zombie. Beside him, Lin Shun used the momentum of his horse to plunge his blade into a zombie's chest, effortlessly tossing it aside. The warhorses trampled the ordinary zombies, the cavalrymen functioning as a moving meat grinder, tearing a gap through the horde while the soldiers behind them fired their rifles, eliminating any zombies that slipped through. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps approached from the side. Lao Hui, after multiple evolutions, had grown significantly larger, charging into the swarm with its long trunk. Closely followed by Dabai, whose pale python body wove through the mass of undead, mercilessly crushing the bones of the mutated zombies beneath it. The elephant and the python acted like two heavy artillery pieces, wreaking havoc within the horde. Wherever they passed, zombies were either trampled into mush or shredded apart, significantly alleviating the pressure on the cavalry. The swarm was also relentless, as the iron-winged bees flew low, their wings slicing through the heads of zombies. The armored bees focused on the mutated zombies, their venomous stingers penetrating the gaps in their shells, quickly immobilizing them. The swarm spread out like a dark cloud, covering the horde above while efficiently cooperating with the ground troops to clear the scattered zombies. Just as it seemed the horde was on the verge of being eradicated, a sudden flurry of wings echoed from above the city as hundreds of massive bats erupted from the windows of abandoned skyscrapers. The sheer number of bats was overwhelming, swarming in from all directions. Wang Yuhao shielded the soldiers behind him, deflecting with his battle knife, but failed to notice a bat swooping in from the side, nearly unseating him from his horse. Gasping, Wang Yuhao tightened his grip on the knife, slashing down and killing the bat. The creatures barreled toward the army. One bat dove down, its claws seizing a soldier's shoulder, hoisting him into the air amidst his terrified screams. "Swarm, fall back!" Shen Nianze shouted. The swarm, which had been engaged in clearing the horde, immediately adjusted their course and soared toward the bat swarm. The armored bees initiated the assault, their stingers targeting the bat's wings. Those struck immediately lost their strength and plummeted to the ground. The iron-winged bees attempted to bat the bats down with their hard wings, but the numbers were too great. One bat swatted away dozens of iron-winged bees, while another crushed several armored bees with its claws, resulting in a chaotic aerial skirmish. Black bee corpses and bat carcasses rained down, the scene turning grim as it devolved into a stalemate of mutual destruction. Hualuo, Liang Biao, Songxian, Shen Nianze stood atop Xiao Zuiba, calling out toward the clouds, his voice piercing through the cacophony of battle, clear and resonant in the high air. Moments later, 3 dark figures broke through the cloud cover, descending with a fierce gust. 3 raptors circled above Shen Nianze, emitting short, sharp cries. Looking up at Hualuo, he pointed toward the direction from which the bats had come. "Hualuo, investigate the bat's lair, but proceed with caution." Hualuo immediately understood, flapping its wings to ascend, following the trajectory of the bats toward the northeast. It flew with remarkable speed, quickly blending into the clouds, leaving only a fleeting shadow. The stalemate on the ground persisted, with several armored bees falling, and the bats took the opportunity to swoop down on a soldier. Fortunately, Xiao Zuiba leapt just in time, swatting the bat away with its claws. Approximately 10 minutes later, a piercing cry echoed from the heights, heralding the return of Hualuo. It swooped down before Shen Nianze. "It's an abandoned supermarket. The bat nest must be within the supermarket. We've located it, in the northeastern sector of the abandoned supermarket." Shen Nianze immediately turned, scanning the crowd. "Zhou Kai, Zhao Chong, Lin Shi, Su Qing. Zhou Kai, Zhao Chong, you will ride on Song Biao. Lin Shi, Su Qing, mount Song Xuan." Shen Nianze swiftly delegated tasks. "I will lead with Hualuo, and Asher will follow us." "Understood." Zhou Kai and Zhao Chong exchanged glances before hastening towards Song Biao. The creature lowered itself, allowing them to grasp the feathers at the nape of its neck, while Lin Shi and Su Qing climbed onto Song Xuan's back. Shen Nianze then vaulted onto Hualuo. "The ground forces will continue to eliminate the remaining foes. Await our signal." He called to Li Lei below, then patted Hualuo's neck. "Let us go." Hualuo took to the skies first, followed closely by Song Biao and Song Xuan, while Asher maneuvered around the zombies, trailing behind the group. The 3 raptors carried 5 individuals towards the northeastern abandoned supermarket. Despite sporadic bat attacks in the air, they were swiftly dispatched by the pursuing armored wasps. In less than 2 minutes, The outline of the abandoned supermarket became distinctly visible, with the upper-level vents continuously spewing bats, resembling an insatiable black hole. Shen Nianze looked down at those behind him and shouted, "Prepare! Hualuo will land on the supermarket roof. We will enter through the skylight." Hualuo emitted a sharp cry, slightly folding its wings as it began to descend towards the rooftop. Chapter 115. The Songbiao Who Understands Dialects. Ashur charged from the ground, leaping onto the supermarket rooftop with its 4 claws gripping the wall. It glanced at the bats incessantly flying out from the skylight and couldn't help but shake its ears, thinking, if one of those things comes at me to suck blood, I'll have to become a lion in no time, right? Less chatter, more action. If we dawdle, it won't just be you. Everyone below will be drained by the bats. Ashur shook its head and emitted a low growl from its throat. In the next instant, orange flames erupted from its mouth, striking towards the skylight. The flames, accompanied by a wave of heat, instantly incinerated the dozen or so bats that had just attempted to fly out. Press forward. Seal the opening. Ashur continued to unleash flames, forcing the bats surrounding the skylight back into the supermarket. However, several bats managed to slip through the gaps in the flames, darting towards the group. Zhou Kai immediately swung his knife, slicing through the wings of 2 bats, while Zhao Chong seized one by its claw and smashed it violently against the concrete rooftop before delivering a fatal blow. Lin Shi and Su Qing were equally engaged, with Su Qing deftly drawing a dagger to sever the throats of the attacking bats, while Lin Shi focused on slaying the bats that drew near to Ashur. Ashur maintained its fiery onslaught, but the flames had intervals, and each time it paused to breathe, more bats seized the opportunity to burst forth, with several even circumventing the group to dive towards Ashur's flank. Protect Ashur. Shen Nianze immediately commanded Hualuo to dive, as the falcon's sharp beak crushed the skulls of 2 bats, while Songbiao turned its head to flap its massive wings, sending the bats approaching Ashur tumbling away. Just then, the bats that had been engaged in their aerial skirmish suddenly altered their course, a dense mass surging towards the rooftop. It was the previously expelled bats, sensing the peril to their nest, returning to provide aid. Dozens of bats charged towards Ashur, who had just finished expelling a round of flames and was momentarily vulnerable. Shen Nianze quickly urged Hualuo to dive again, while Zhou Kai and Zhao Chong positioned themselves in front of Ashur, intercepting the bats one by one. The number of bats on the rooftop surged, overwhelming even the continuous stream of fire from Ashur, which barely managed to repel one batch before another wave of bats emerged from the skylight and the ground-level entrance. This is unsustainable. There are too many, Zhao Chong gasped, slashing at the bats that lunged at him, only for his blade to become entangled with another bat's wing. Ashur was gradually exhausting its strength, the intervals between its fiery breaths lengthening. It could not help but roar, "I can hardly breathe fire anymore." At that moment, a faint buzzing sound emanated from afar, as 3 injured iron-winged wasps fought their way through the swarm of bats, making a beeline for Shen Nianze. Upon reaching him, they clutched a fist-sized metal canister in their claws, the surface adorned with a folded note bearing Ling Shi's handwriting. Shen Nianze immediately extended his hand to receive the canister, unfurling the note, which contained only a few lines. "Special explosive, area of effect, pull the tab, throw it into the nest, and evacuate. Great power, do not delay." Shen Nianze's eyes lit up, and he shouted to Ashur, "Ashur, hold out for one last wave. Increase the firepower and seal the skylight." Upon hearing this, Ashur emitted a guttural roar, summoning its remaining strength to unleash a fire that was twice as thick as before, enveloping the skylight entirely and forcing the bats to retreat temporarily. Seizing this moment, Shen Nianze pulled the tab on the canister, exerting his arm to hurl it into the skylight. The canister plummeted into the supermarket. Before it could reach the ground, Ashur abruptly ceased its fiery breath, turned, and sprinted, its claws pounding against the concrete rooftop as it dashed towards the edge. "Run!" Hualuo reacted swiftly, diving down at the instant the explosive was thrown, grasping Shen Nianze in its talons and soaring upwards. San Xuan also immediately bent down, allowing Lin Shi and Su Qing to cling to its legs, its wings flapping to follow suit, while Zhou Kai and Zhao Chong clung to Songbiao as it took flight, albeit clumsily, yet still propelled by the wind to flee into the distance. Hundreds of bats would not relinquish their pursuit of the 3 raptors, relentlessly flying towards Shen Nianze from the supermarket, just as the group had flown less than a couple of 100 meters from the rooftop. A tremendous explosion reverberated from within the supermarket. Fiery orange flames erupted from the skylight and the gaps of doors and windows, resembling a dragon of fire soaring into the sky, instantly engulfing the pursuing bats below. The flames surged upward, carrying a wave of intense heat. Many bats, caught unawares, were reduced to charred fragments, plummeting to the ground. The 3 raptors, witnessing this, quickened their pace, Hualua's wings beating in a rapid rhythm as it propelled Shen Nianze to greater heights, evading the encroaching heat wave. Songchuan hastened as well, the gusts felt by Lin Shi and Su Qing intensifying, while Song Biao, though heavy, exerted every effort to flap its wings, emitting a hoarse cry as it desperately fled further away. Meanwhile, Zhou Kai and Zhao Chong curled their legs up, repeatedly urging Song Biao, fly faster. Hurry up. It's getting too hot. The only response from Song Biao was a long, plaintive call. If the two could comprehend Song Biao's words, perhaps they would hear it cursing in frustration, Lin Ama Kaho, you wretched spirit. Is Lin Bei's life not worth living? The entire supermarket then began to tilt violently, the sound of cracking walls audible from afar, before it collapsed with a thunderous roar. Bricks and debris mixed with the remains of bats and charred shelves cascading down, clouds of dust billowing upwards, instantly enveloping half the street. Nearby, 2 low-rise residential buildings were affected by the shockwave, their roofs caving in and walls shattering, ultimately reduced to rubble alongside the supermarket. The bats that had not retreated in time were either incinerated by the explosion's heat or crushed by the falling debris, the previously dense swarm of bats vanishing without a trace. Hualuo landed with Shen Nianze on the rooftop of a distant high-rise, and the group gazed at the scene of devastation below, momentarily rendered speechless, as Ali cautiously peered from the edge of the ruins. Shaking off the dust from his attire, he murmured with a lingering sense of dread, "Fortunately, I ran fast. Damn it, has Lingxi, that wretched monkey, ever considered my feelings? I cannot fly." Farther away, on the rooftop of a towering structure, Hualuo accompanied Shen Nianze as they cast their gazes downward, where only a smoldering mass of debris remained. The once persistent swarm of bats that had relentlessly pursued them had vanished without a trace. Shen Nianze swallowed hard, incredulity etched on his face. "You're telling me that this was all conjured up by a monkey?" With the aerial threat eliminated, the pressure on the ground-clearing team was substantially alleviated. Previously, Li Lei had been preoccupied, leading cavalry to hold back the tide of corpses on the main thoroughfare while simultaneously fending off bat attacks. Now, seeing the skies devoid of shadows, he raised his hand, signaling, "Let us put in more effort. With no bats to disrupt us, let us cleanse these zombies today." As his words echoed, he spurred his horse forward, and the previously chaotic rhythm of their operations transformed into a well-organized assault. Without the bats' cover, the zombies were left aimlessly lunging, only to be systematically felled by the combined might of heavy armor, battle blades, and evolved beasts. Within an hour, the undead menace on the main road was eradicated, leaving behind a grim carpet of fallen corpses. While the logistics team that followed began preparations for the grim task of body disposal, Li Lei reined in his horse, wiping the blood from his blade, and glanced toward Shen Nianze atop the distant skyscraper, signaling a gesture of clearance. Shen Nianze reciprocated with a wave. Chapter 116. The recapture of Jianghai City as center with the swarm of bats that had circled above the city finally dissipated. The ground-clearing team felt a significant reduction in their burdens. 3 modified heavy armored vehicles paved the way, trailed by 2 trucks equipped with mortars. "The bats are gone. Let us get to work," Li Lei shouted, urging his horse forward. The foremost armored vehicle halted, and the cacophony of heavy machine gun fire erupted, a torrential downpour of bullets raining upon the advancing horde of corpses. The zombies, who had been sluggishly clawing forward, were suddenly mowed down in droves, limbs scattering as the momentum of the undead assault was abruptly severed. Seizing the opportunity, the cavalry charged ahead, blades slicing and bullets providing cover, resulting in a one-sided onslaught against the encroaching undead. The main force of the clearing team was no longer in their initial state. After numerous skirmishes, Li Lei, Lin Shun, Zhang Yang, and other evolved fighters had progressed to the 4th level of growth, with the majority of their comrades also reaching comparable levels. However, the sheer number of zombies in Jianghai City was staggering. Just as the wave on the main thoroughfare was quelled, new hordes surged forth from abandoned shopping malls, residential buildings, and underground garages. On the first day, they cleared 3 streets, but upon advancing the next day, they discovered that neighboring areas were teeming with zombies, ascending the staircases towards the streets as if they would never be fully eradicated. In the ensuing days, the clearing team established a steady rhythm. Each morning, the armored vehicles would depart the base, using heavy machine guns and mortars to clear vast open areas, with the cavalry following closely behind, navigating the streets to dispatch scattered zombies near buildings. Day after day, new territories were liberated, and countless zombies fell beneath the weight of weapons and blades. By the evening of the 30th day, the last armored vehicle came to a stop at the bustling entrance of Jianghai City South Commercial Street. The heavy machine gun roared one final time, toppling the last few zombies at the alley's end, and at last, the entire street fell silent. Li Lei rode through the now desolate Commercial Avenue, the blood on his blade long dried, and the heavy armor plates marred with scratches. He lifted his gaze to the sunset, as soldiers behind him began clearing the remains scattered on the ground. Shen Nianze stood atop the Commercial Street S buildings, surveying the empty thoroughfare below, reflecting, 30 days. And we have finally cleared the zombies from the streets. Straightening up, Shen Nianze's gaze shifted to the contiguous residential buildings in the distance. The cleansing of the streets was merely the first step. Until the lurking zombies within the buildings were dealt with, Jianghai City could not be deemed truly reclaimed. He picked up the radio, his tone turning serious. Notify all clearing team members to rest for 2 hours, after which, in groups of 3, we will commence the building sweep operation. He added, each group will be paired with an Iron Wing B, a Scout B, a Chitin B, and a Combat B, inspecting each building from the top floor downwards. Not a single household must be overlooked. Once a household is cleared, mark it with a red tag. If encountering formidable mutated zombies, signal for immediate backup. Understood. The communication officer swiftly descended to relay the orders. 2 hours later, the clearing team gathered at the Commercial Street, with groups of 3 rapidly dispersing towards different residential buildings. Shen Nianze stood atop the building, observing as the team members entered the residences, while swarms of Iron Wing bees circled above, occasionally darting into windows or ventilation shafts to relay internal conditions to the ground teams. The building sweep was more intricate than the street clearing, yet equally crucial. Following the issuance of the sweep orders, the first batch of bees ascended from the Commercial Street S assembly point, hundreds of bees dividing into numerous small squads, dispersing towards the surrounding residential buildings. Upon detecting zombies, the scout bees would immediately halt, marking the locations where the undead were concealed. The ground teams no longer needed to search each floor blindly. They simply had to look up to see which building and floor had congregated bees and head in that direction. Li Lei's group spotted a swarm of bees hovering near the outer wall of building number 2 on the 4th floor and quickly dashed over, kicking open the ajar door and racing up the stairs. Upon reaching the 4th floor, they indeed heard the low growl of zombies at room 402. Pushing the door open, 3 zombies that had been hiding behind a wardrobe lunged at them, only to be swiftly dispatched by Li Lei. Other teams followed suit, heading directly to the floor where the bees had settled, eliminating the need for blind searches, thus enhancing efficiency and reducing the risk of ambush from zombies lurking around corners. In less than half a day, the concealed undead in over a dozen buildings had been eradicated, and the Iron Wing bees outside each building flew off to scout the next target. The purification efforts in Jianghai City were drawing to a close. The streets were now devoid of any traces of zombies, with red cleansing markers plastered across a significant portion of the urban landscape. As the teams began their final sweep of the few remaining old residential areas, Zhou Kai, accompanied by Zhao Chong, wielding a sword, traversed the narrow alleyways. As Iron Wing bees flitted ahead, providing invaluable reconnaissance amidst the aged and narrow corridors of the buildings. Several Iron Wing bees hovered outside a security door on the 3rd floor, their wings unfurling simultaneously. This signal indicated not the presence of zombies, but the existence of survivors. Despite the immense tide of corpses in Jianghai City, most had congregated in the busy streets during peak hours and within the residential buildings. For those audacious enough to scavenge for supplies within the apartments, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. Zhou Kai ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor doorway, gently knocking on the rusted security door. Is anyone there? We are the reclamation clearing team from Jianghai City. It's safe now. After a moment of silence from within, a frail voice responded weakly, Are really safe? Soon after, the sound of chains dragging echoed, and the door creaked open a crack, revealing a man whose complexion was ashen and emaciated, with 2 similarly gaunt children peeking timidly behind him, their eyes fixated on the compressed biscuits at Zhou Kai's waist. Have you cleared everything? Are you the survivors of this building? Zhou Kai softened his tone, but as his gaze swept over the interior, his brows furrowed at the sight of dark stains on the kitchen floor, resembling dried blood, while the man's cuffs bore traces of unwashed crimson. Before he could inquire further, the man suddenly fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling. I beg you, please give us something to eat. The children are starving. Zhou Kai instructed Zhao Chong to hand over 2 packs of compressed biscuits, while he stepped inside to inspect the surroundings. On the bed in the inner room lay a woman, not particularly old, yet devoid of life. Her body bore distinct bite marks, not from a zombie, but rather resembling those of a human. On the floor lay the corpse of a zombie, its crystal core evidently extracted. At the head of the bed rested a family portrait, in which a man embraced a woman whose silhouette bore a striking resemblance to the deceased on the floor. Standing beside them was the young woman who lay lifeless on the bed, unmistakably a mother-daughter pair. Thus, it could be inferred that the woman on the bed was the man's daughter, while the zombie on the floor was his wife. The man dared not meet Zhou Kai's gaze, This was no mere accident. Chapter 117. The Chaos of the Apocalypse Unseen by Many. Zhou Kai had slain no fewer than 100 zombies in this apocalyptic world and had witnessed countless unnatural deaths. Whether due to blunt force trauma from a collision or signs of murder by human hands, he could discern the difference at a glance. A chill coursed from his feet to the crown of his head, and in an instant, Zhou Kai realized that the man had killed his own daughter to survive. He spun around abruptly, fixing his icy stare upon the man still kneeling on the ground, his voice as frigid as ice. "She is your daughter, is she not? You claim she ran into a wall." The man stiffened, his head bowing lower, his shoulders beginning to tremble. "I am asking you a question." Zhou Kai stepped forward, seizing the man by the collar and yanking him off the ground. The man's body felt like a withered branch, light, yet desperately struggling against Zhou Kai's grip. "She ran into it herself. I had no choice." "Nonsense." Zhou Kai's fury erupted, and he raised his fist, striking the man squarely in the face. The man cried out in agony, blood gushing from his nose, collapsing onto the ground while pleading for mercy. "Please, don't hit me. I'll tell the truth. I killed her, but I had no choice." He sobbed as he shrank back. "I've eaten everything in the building. The outside is swarming with zombies. I dared not venture out. I couldn't help myself." Zhou Kai looked at him. "You couldn't help yourself? So, you decided to kill your own daughter? Why didn't you chop off your own flesh for them to consume?" The last few words Zhou Kai uttered through gritted teeth. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Had it not been for Zhao Chong gently pulling him back, he would have struck again. The man lay on the ground, nearly devoid of strength to plead, merely repeating that he had no choice. Zhou Kai closed his eyes, took a deep breath to quell the surging rage, and said to Zhao Chong, "Brother Zhao, please tie him up and keep an eye on those two children. Do not let them near him." He instructed Zhao Chong to take the children downstairs to wait, while he pulled out his communicator to contact Shen Nianze, Brother Shen. On the third floor of Building 3 in the old district, there are survivors, but the situation is somewhat complicated. Half an hour later, Shen Nianze arrived. Finding Zhou Kai leaning against the wall of the corridor, clutching a half-eaten compressed biscuit, his expression grim. Upon seeing Shen Nianze, he lifted his head. "Brother Shen." Shen Nianze silently approached his side. "I have sent the logistics team to take the children to the base for examination. That man will be detained according to the survivor regulations at the base, and a unified trial will follow." Zhou Kai's laughter gradually faded. He lowered his head, gripping the biscuit bag tightly, his knuckles widening. "We are all human. How could this happen? Not everyone can uphold their principles." Shen Nianze patted his shoulder, gazing towards the sunlight at the alley's entrance. "Our goal in reclaiming the city is not merely to eliminate zombies, but also to provide a sanctuary where the living can uphold their principles. Such matters may arise again in the future." Zhou Kai lifted his gaze to meet Shen Nianze's eyes, nodding slowly, flattening the biscuit bag in his hand as he stood up. "You're right. There are still a few buildings left to inspect." The tragedy in Building 3 of the old district rippled through the eradication team like a stone cast into water. But the ripples quickly subsided under the weight of the harsh realities that continued to emerge during the subsequent sweeps. The iron-winged bees took to the skies each morning, marking residential buildings harboring anomalies. The swarming bees on the second-floor balcony revealed two girls locked in a bedroom, their wrists shackled with iron chains. The man lay dead at the door, his body riddled with bite marks, a testament to the girls' desperate struggle for survival. The survivors from the base initially found it unbearable. Many, witnessing the gruesome sight of cannibalism for the first time, vomited at the scene. The clerk tasked with documentation trembled so violently that he could not hold his pen, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. Even Zhao Chong, who had fought many zombies, was left speechless upon encountering a mother who had killed her sickly son. Most had been collected by the military to the suburban base early in the apocalypse, where order had been swiftly established. Although they had experienced shortages, none had witnessed such scenes. A mixture of relief and sorrow washed over many. They felt fortunate to have joined the Jianhai city base early on, yet sorrowful that such horrifying events could occur so soon after the city was reclaimed. What might be the fate of other cities, they wondered, where the siege had lasted longer. In private, Lin Shen once crouched in a corner with Zhao Chong, musing, "Brother Chong, do you think if I hadn't followed the military to the base and was trapped in such a building, I would have turned out like this?" Zhao Chong smoked silently, pondering for a long time before finally patting Lin Shen's shoulder. "Perhaps." However, this relief was soon overshadowed by sorrow. Lin Shen could not help but remark, "We reclaimed Jianhai city relatively quickly. It's only been a few months since we began clearing it. And look at how it has turned out. What must other cities be like?" No one could answer him. Even the usually loquacious Zhou Kai merely lowered his head to sharpen his knife. Yet, everyone understood that in cities besieged by zombies for even longer, humanity might have already been extinguished, leaving only the primal instinct to survive. But the sweeps continued, day after day. On the 5th floor of Building 5, 2 bodies were found, victims of homicide. 1 survivor was discovered, and the zombies had been eliminated. On the 2nd floor of Building 8, signs of imprisonment were evident, and the survivor had been transferred. On the top floor of Building 11, a site of cannibalism was uncovered, with no living souls remaining. The last person had likely succumbed to starvation. The group no longer vomited. Previously, Zhou Kai had reacted with fury when confronting the man in Building 3, but later, upon encountering the man who had killed his wife for food in Building 12, he simply instructed Zhao Chong to tie him up, squatting at the door to smoke. Devoid of even the strength to interrogate, the man cried out that he had no choice, to which Zhou Kai responded blandly, "I understand." The atmosphere at the eradication team's dining table grew increasingly somber. No one spoke of the day's harrowing experiences. They buried their heads in their meals. And when someone accidentally clinked their plate while reaching for food, silence would fall immediately before resuming. The Iron Wing bees continued to mark buildings daily, and the team members operated in threes to sweep through, their movements growing increasingly mechanical. Push the door, clear the area, mark it, slay any zombies, and evacuate any survivors. Only upon encountering living children would a flicker of light spark in their eyes, like when they rescued a 3-year-old boy in Building 16, who clung to Zhou Kai's leg, crying out for food. Zhou Kai crouched down, pulling out his last piece of chocolate from his pocket, his voice softening slightly. "Here, eat this, there will be food soon." But once the chocolate was consumed, he would have to rise again. Following the guidance of the Iron Wing bees towards the next building, concealing unknown horrors. Chapter 118, The Town's Guardian Serpent. From the initial street sweeps to the clearance of residential buildings, the cleansing operations in Zhanghai City had continued for 2 to 3 months. The central area was vast, and the manpower at the Zhanghai City base was limited, making it a monumental task to clear zombies building by building. Moreover, many evolved beings posed threats from the outskirts, necessitating vigilance. When the final old building was marked with a red cleared sign, the stench of decaying corpses finally dissipated in the wind, leaving only the chill of late autumn. In the outskirts of the city, 3 vast incineration zones had long been established, with transport vehicles making daily trips between the urban center and the burning grounds. The trucks were laden with the lifeless bodies of humans swathed in white shrouds on one side, and the remnants of zombies on the other. They silently unloaded their grim cargo, watching as flames consumed everything, thick plumes of black smoke coalescing into heavy clouds above. The cleansing was necessary to prevent the spread of disease and to afford these souls a semblance of dignity. By the 5th day of the incineration operations, the camp had accumulated heaps of evolutionary resources. During this purge, everyone exerted themselves to the utmost. Resources were allocated according to contribution, ensuring that no one was deprived. Shen Nianze's voice resonated through the loudspeakers as team members lined up to receive their shares. Meanwhile, the takeover team from the Zhanghai City base had fully deployed, with supermarket warehouses sealed under the authority of the Resource Management Office. Team members meticulously cataloged the food and supplies on the shelves, which were then transported to temporary shelters. The hospital's pharmacy was under stringent surveillance, with antibiotics and emergency medications stored separately. For those wishing to acquire resources, the path was straightforward. Join the extermination team, where crystal cores served as a guaranteed wage, complemented by commissions from their hunts. The most pressing matter was the handling of survivors. The square at the temporary shelter was thronged with rescued individuals and extermination team members. The base's judge stood on a platform, clutching a thick dossier detailing the crimes identified by survivors. Wang Chun, convicted of murdering 7 individuals during the lockdown and imprisoning multiple women, is sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. As the judge's voice trailed off, the captured man was brought forth, collapsing to the ground in tears, pleading for mercy. But no one spared him a glance. A gunshot echoed, plunging the square into a brief silence. The trial continued throughout the day. The most heinous offenders faced justice, while other culpable survivors were assigned to various labor teams the following day. As the sun dipped towards the horizon, Shen Nianze stood atop a commercial building, observing the bustling figures below. Lin Shi passed him a cigarette, remarking, "It's finally over." Shen Nianze accepted the cigarette but did not ignite it. Instead, he gazed into the distance where the smoke from the incineration zone gradually dissipated. "This is not the end, but the beginning," he murmured. "There are still several cities to rebuild. The journey ahead is long." Lin Shi nodded, lifting her gaze to the sky, where the evening glow painted half of the heavens crimson. Winter was swiftly approaching Zhanghai City, and this time, they would no longer need to cower in darkness, starving and fearing the collapse of humanity. Order had been restored, and hope was beginning to sprout. With the cleansing operation concluded, Shen Nianze approached the great white creature, running his hand over its cool scales. The creature seemed to sense something, slowly raising its head, its amber vertical pupils reflecting his figure. Dabai, we shall rely on you once more. Feel free to command, the creature replied. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Nianze invested all his current evolutionary points into Dabai. The pale blue energy surging forth from the device like a stream of water, seeping into the creature's scales. Initially, the glow was subtle, but it quickly intensified into a blinding radiance. Dabai's body began to tremble slightly, golden patterns emerging beneath its scales. The old scales covering its back shedding in a cascade, while the new scales grew thicker, edged with a faint slate gray. The evolutionary stages comprised larval, growth, maturity, and final form, and at this moment, Dabai's power evidently surpassed maturity, advancing towards a higher tier of completeness. The influx of energy accelerated, and Dabai's form gradually expanded, its belly scales flattening and widening, perfectly aligning with the ground. The continuously growing body emanated a palpable pressure. When the last vestige of evolutionary energy was absorbed, Dabai abruptly lifted its head, emitting a deep, resonant roar. Dabai. Species, Earthquake Serpent. Level, Complete Form LV1. Health, 100. Affinity, 100. Life and death together. Talent, Earthquake Barrier. The body can extend to adapt to terrain, forming an impenetrable defensive shield with natural resistance to physical and energy attacks. Rock Scale Symbiosis can absorb rocks and metallic debris from the environment to enhance the hardness of its scales, with the shield's coverage expanding proportional to the absorbed materials. Skills. Universal Barrier actively deploys a rock scale shield covering a radius of 100 meters, capable of adapting to form circular, linear, and various defensive shapes. Moving Wall can actively move to crush any enemies approaching the wall. Body Extension. Dabai can elongate its body. The larger it grows, the slower its mobility. Its maximum extension can reach 50 kilometers, beyond which it cannot move, rendering the moving wall ineffective. Evolutionary Evaluation. The pinnacle form of a defensive mutant, capable of serving as a mobile defensive line for an entire city, with potential for adaptation to complex terrains and limitless enhancement of defensive strength. As Dabai successfully evolved, a tremor suddenly rippled outside Zhanghai City. Survivors looked up towards the source of the tremor, instantly freezing in place. On the eastern skyline, a colossal white spine was slowly advancing. Its body, stretching over 10 kilometers, flowed across the land like a white river. As it passed by the labor teams clearing the ruins, the wind it stirred up whipped up dust, causing people to squint and some to instinctively retreat, dropping their shovels in shock, exclaiming, "What? What is that?" Chaos erupted at the temporary shelter. Children, recently rescued, clung to their parents' legs in terror, while a few survivors who had been trapped in residential buildings turned pale, fearing a new mutated creature was upon them, stumbling backward, murmuring, "Is it coming again? So big. Is this the end of the world? Fear not. That is Dabai. It has come to protect Zhanghai City." Zhou Kai shouted hoarsely, waving the base's flag. But the survivors dared not believe. They had never seen a serpent stretching over 10 kilometers. Meanwhile, Dabai continued to glide southward along Zhanghai City's main thoroughfare. Its body unfurled across the street, gradually elongating. By midday, the entire Zhanghai City was partially encircled by this magnificent white serpent. Survivors flocked to the edges of the street, gazing up in awe at this breathtaking sight. Dabai's head gently moved closer to its tail, its rock-ridged head softly resting against the scales at the end of its body. The tremors finally ceased. A circular wall now stood proudly around Zhanghai City. The survivors did not cheer. They simply gazed in silence at this white chasm, their fear replaced by awe. And beneath that awe lay the first sense of security in this apocalyptic world. Chapter 119. For what we have lost, for what we are about to possess. On the second day after the reclamation of Zhanghai City, the communication tower outside the city was reactivated. The first signals from survivor teams in nearby towns arrived, expressing their intent to join the Zhanghai City base. Over the next month and a half, an increasing number of survivor teams flocked to Zhanghai City. Some arrived in modified trucks, while others walked, their faces weathered by the elements. Most of these teams were formed for self-protection, comprised of either relatives or companions who had escaped together. Initially, the management was indeed chaotic. One team from the mountains, led by a bearded man, refused to register upon reaching the Serpent Wall's entrance, shouting while brandishing his machete, "We can fight for ourselves. Why should we let you govern us?" Another team was caught stealing supplies from other survivors, and Zhou Kai apprehended them in the act, facing resistance. However, this chaos was swiftly quelled. No one could ignore the might of Zhanghai City. In the skies, patrolling iron-winged bees sweep across the horizon, ready to issue warnings at the slightest sign of wrongdoing. Not to mention the cavalry units traversing the streets, alongside the mutated beasts captured recently with beast-controlling blades. The bearded man. Upon witnessing Lin Shi with Sanya the following day, had observed as she mercilessly incapacitated an attempted murderer among the evolved. Lin Shi merely cast a silent glance in his direction, prompting the bearded man to promptly approach the registration office to amend his information. Speaking with a slight bow, I was foolish before, raising my voice too much. We shall comply with the regulations. Such self-protective teams have not only emerged around Jianhai City, but have quietly formed across the globe. After communication was restored, the base began to receive messages from other cities. As some utilized nuclear power stations. Although these stations had yet to be reclaimed, they provided sufficient electricity to sustain them for a considerable time. The military there, relying on the initial information disseminated by Jianhai City, swiftly evolved a cadre of evolved beings to assist with heavy firepower in their cleansing operations, subsequently initiating basic infrastructural skills to establish defensive lines. Reports from other cities revealed some had established survivor bases on small islands, while others had ascended into the mountains. Shen Nianze observed these messages, realizing that the apocalypse had not obliterated humanity. Rather, it had prompted people to congregate in new ways, forming bastions of hope. At that moment, Wang Jianjun arrived. The former commander of the Jianhai City base sat opposite Shen Nianze, extending a document. Nianze, I am growing old, my vitality waning. The position of highest commander of the base must now be entrusted to you. Shen Nianze paused, instinctively declining me? How can I manage so many people? I lack the experience. I know you are reluctant to accept, Wang Jianjun interjected, his gaze resolute, but the situation has changed. The population in Jianhai City is increasing, and we must confront external threats. We need someone who can instill confidence in all. You have transformed Dubai into a formidable barrier snake and led your team to cleanse the city. Only by assuming the commander's role will everyone feel secure. Shen Nianze remained silent for a prolonged moment. He recalled the tragedies witnessed during the building sweeps and ultimately accepted the document. I can only guarantee that I will safeguard Jianhai City, but I cannot manage the internal affairs. Rest assured on that front, Wang Jianjun smiled. I will oversee the logistics of supplies and personnel arrangements within the city. You need not concern yourself with those matters. Your role is simply to be there, to let everyone know that the strongest among humanity's ranks is now stationed in Jianhai City. The ceremony of succession was straightforward. Shen Nianze met with the leaders of various teams and the base's personnel in the command center's square, without any elaborate procedures. Standing on the platform, he delivered a few simple words. Warriors, engineers, all who refuse to cower in the shadows. From this moment forth, we share a singular identity, that of the human civilization's legion. We possess but one mission, to reclaim. We shall no longer be confined to this last refuge. From today, our journey is to reclaim every inch of our lost homeland, allowing the voice of humanity to resonate across this earth once more. Our armor shall tread upon desolate roads. Our banners shall be planted in every liberated city. We shall replace chaos with order, banishing lifelessness with vitality. Therefore, we must unite more than ever. We shall establish schools amidst the ruins, spread reason in the face of fear, and sow hope amidst despair. Let every laborer enjoy peace. Let every contribution receive respect. Let the authority of the law replace the brutality of all tyranny. I hereby declare that the chaos of old ends here. Everything resets, and everything begins anew with us. We may not be the mightiest warriors, but we shall be the strongest shield. For those unable to fight, for our families, for the dawn that will inevitably arrive. For what we have lost, and for what we are about to gain. Let us survive. The crowd below did not erupt in cheers. Yet many had tears in their eyes. Some survivors from distant lands finally felt a semblance of real security. A faint smile graced Wang Jianjun's lips. Although Shen Nianze may not be the most adept at management, he certainly was the one who could instill peace in the hearts of the people of Jianhai City. The first snow of Jianhai City fell, 3 months having passed since Dubai transformed into the city's defensive barrier. Snowflakes fluttered down from the gray sky, soon covering the white serpent wall with a layer of silvery frost. Ice crystals formed upon Dubai's scales, yet it did not hinder its barrier form. Occasionally, a crystal would slip down its scales, landing on the ground with a soft thud. The temperature plummeted to -15 degrees. It was the first time Shen Nianze had witnessed snow in Jianhai City. He stood before the command center's window, his breath forming a mist upon the glass. If the south was this cold, how much worse must it be in the north? At that moment, Lin Shi appeared behind Shen Nianze, a native of the north. Lin Shi, though not yet reaching the northeastern provinces, was accustomed to temperatures below -20 degrees during past winters, and it was only November, not yet the coldest time. For humanity, the greatest fear now lay in prolonged harsh weather. He raised a hand to wipe the condensation away and gazed outside. The once bustling commercial street was now lined with temporary temperature-checking stations, where many were huddled together, bundled in layers of old cotton coats, rubbing their hands and stomping their feet for warmth. Historically, Shanghai City's winter temperatures had dipped to 8 or 9 degrees. Now, this abnormal cold was another scar left by the apocalypse, freezing pipes and causing metal railings outdoors to stick to fingers. Yet the streets buzzed with activity, far more lively than before the snow began to fall. Base transport vehicles were making multiple trips into the city, their compartments filled to the brim with luggage. Slow down. Don't push. Each household must register with the community first before receiving keys. Li Lei shouted hoarsely as he maintained order beside a transport vehicle. Survivors who had been temporarily housed at the Shanghai City base were being gradually relocated to the cleaned residential buildings. The original occupants likely reduced to dust beneath the relentless bombardment. Meanwhile, a plethora of vacant homes provided adequate accommodation for residents returning from the shelters. Chapter 120, Heating Armor. Even the largest of shelters could not accommodate such a multitude of residents, and as the weather grew colder, the makeshift camps could no longer withstand the winter's chill, rendering them uninhabitable. Lists of allocations were posted at the entrances of each building when someone spotted their name. They could not help but clap their companion on the shoulder with laughter, their eyes reflecting the relief of a long-awaited reunion. The liveliest scene unfolded in the middle of the commercial street's temporary market. Stalls crafted from plastic sheeting formed a connected expanse, with canned goods and compressed biscuits displayed prominently. Prices scrawled on cardboard, and currency had naturally become the most vital resource in the post-apocalyptic world, crystal cores. On the bulletin board in the corner of the market, the transaction rules were inscribed in red paint, with crystal cores priced by tier, allowing for direct trade or exchange for base points. Bartering required mutual consent, and coercive buying and selling were strictly prohibited. Numerous military personnel patrolled the market with their teams, intervening to mediate disputes when they arose. Meanwhile, another scene unfolded in the open space on the western side of the city. Not all possessed the courage to fight, and for those unable to combat, the base could not let them remain idle. Some plots of land had been cultivated into fields for growing crops. On dozens of delineated plots, numerous individuals stood resolutely. Hands reddened from the cold, yet none chose to depart. A group of individuals clad in white lab coats encircled a gathering of people, elucidating the intricacies of agricultural practices while brandishing packets of seeds. These are frost-resistant wheat seeds. They must be soaked in warm water for half a day, and when sowing, ensure a spacing of 20 centimeters, they instructed. These experts, summoned by the base, engaged in hands-on teaching daily, guiding the survivors meticulously through every step, from seed selection to frost prevention. After all, with the external order in disarray, the supplies stored within the base would inevitably deplete. Only through self-sufficiency could Shanghai City truly secure its foothold. At the edge of the open space, several young individuals huddled together in discussion. "Shall we set off tomorrow?" inquired a bespectacled young man, clutching a hand-drawn map that marked the locations of zombie congregations beyond the city limits. This group, seemingly comprised of former high school students, was surrounded by classmates from the same institution. Such small collectives had recently proliferated in Shanghai City, including colleagues from the same company, villagers from the urban outskirts, and neighbors who once sheltered together in the same building. Most were youthful and unwilling to rely solely on agriculture for sustenance. They aspired to earn more crystal cores. Hence, they spontaneously formed hunting organizations, preparing to venture outside the city to hunt zombies or mutated beasts, thereby obtaining both crystal cores and points. "Let us call ourselves Dawn. The sky of Shanghai City is about to brighten," the bespectacled young man exclaimed, pointing at the newly risen sun, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "That sounds rather juvenile," one girl quipped, though she offered no rebuttal. The others nodded in agreement, and they arranged to convene at dawn the following morning. After registering at the entrance of the White Barrier, they would embark towards the nearest zombie congregation. Not far away, another team composed of colleagues was inspecting modified motorcycles, preparing to explore the more distant industrial zones. These areas might harbor undiscovered supplies, as well as more perilous mutated beasts, yet for them, it represented a new means of survival in this apocalyptic world. Standing atop a building, Shen Nianze observed the bustling scene below, the sounds of transactions in the marketplace, the rhythmic clanging of hoes in the fields, and the laughter of young people discussing their plans, all mingling with the sound of falling snowflakes. The frigid cold persisted, and external dangers had not vanished. Yet as long as people endeavored to live and strategize for the future, Shanghai City would not succumb. The White Barrier shielded against external threats, while the hands of its people were diligently reconstructing the city. However, the snowfall had not ceased since it began. On the morning of the 27th day of the 12th lunar month, Shen Nianze pushed open the door to the command center. The landscape had lost its original form, now a vast expanse of white. Even the distant ruins were buried beneath layers of ice and snow. The temperature had plummeted to minus 30 degrees Celsius. And a messenger rushed over, clutching a thermometer, his voice trembling. Just measured. Shen Nianze raised his hand to touch the railing, only for his fingertips to become ensnared upon contact with the metal. With a forceful tug, he felt a sharp sting as a thin layer of skin remained stuck to the railing. For the evolved beings of the present, minus 30 degrees was not an insurmountable challenge. However, many within the city had only minimal evolution. Coupled with the damp cold of the southern coast at such frigid temperatures, it was indeed life-threatening. The wind was the most fearsome adversary. It howled across the frozen river surface, seeping through the crevices of the streets. While the windows of the makeshift school were sealed tight by frost, inside, Teacher Lu stood, repeatedly exhaling warm breath onto the glass in a futile effort to see outside, where the snow continued to fall. The children could not attend classes and were confined to the classroom, gathered around a small heating stove. Xiaoming pressed his frostbitten hands against the warmth of the stove, gazing at the frost patterns on the glass, and quietly asked, "Teacher Lu, will the snow stop?" Teacher Lu remained silent, simply removing her scarf and wrapping it around Xiaoming's neck, uncertain of the answer herself. Patrolling for security had become increasingly arduous. The team members were bundled like dumplings, and even the bees flew sluggishly, only able to hover at low altitudes. Shen Nianze stood atop the building, surveying the city of Zhanghai, now engulfed by ice and snow. Meanwhile, the exploration team, led by Zhou Kai and Zhao Chong, had yet to return. They had ventured 30 kilometers to a warehouse, seeking frost-resistant supplies. The prior purges and rebuilding efforts were merely the prologue to this apocalypse. The zombies and mutated beasts could still be confronted with force, but the biting cold that now enveloped them was insidious and omnipresent. This was no jest. Intermittent signals from an industrial city in the north reported temperatures plummeting to over minus 50 degrees. With most equipment rendered inoperative, heating was unavailable, and many weaker evolved beings had already begun to perish. Although Zhanghai City benefited from the protective white barrier, it was not immune to hardship. The taps in the community had long ceased to flow, and after boiling, water was distributed sparingly. The charcoal used for the heating stoves was depleting rapidly, forcing the resource department to limit supplies. Commander Shen. Commander Shen. At that moment, an urgent voice called from the stairwell. Shen Nianze turned to see Li Mo tumbling up the stairs, his cold-resistant attire covered in snow, his face flushed beneath the brim of his hat. He approached Shen Nianze, bent over and gasping for breath. "Commander Shen, we've developed something. Lingxi has created it." Shen Nianze's eyes brightened. "Is it an improved version of the lightweight armor? Will it provide warmth?" "Yes, exactly that. It features an internal crystal core heating layer that activates to envelop the entire body, withstanding temperatures as low as minus 40 degrees. And it weighs merely 1/3 of traditional cold-resistant clothing." Limo's hands trembled slightly, half from the cold and half from excitement. Lingxi worked for 3 consecutive nights and finally succeeded in debugging it last night. "We just tried it on in the equipment department. It heated up instantly upon activation. Warmer than a cotton jacket, yet lightweight and does not hinder movement. However, it will consume 1 lowest-grade zombie crystal core every 2 days." Shen Nianze relaxed his brow. "The consumption is significant, but it beats freezing to death. Can the equipment department produce it in full force?" Li Mo nodded. "As long as the materials are sufficient, we can produce dozens of sets daily. However, Commander Shen, the cost of this armor is somewhat steep." He hesitated, his voice tinged with resignation. "You know, the materials for crafting armor, bones and hides from mutated beasts, can only be acquired through the hunting teams risking their lives. The current resource reserves of the base cannot support free distribution to everyone." Shen Nianze spoke slowly. "It's acceptable if we don't give it away for free. We can sell it to residents at cost price. If ordinary families lack crystal cores, we can allow installment payments, enabling them to acquire the armor for immediate use, with gradual repayment thereafter." Chapter 121. The hunting team begins to flourish. Installment payments? This way, even those with tight finances can obtain armor. Moreover, the lightweight armor would provide warmth and be suitable for combat. Most ordinary evolved beings would need to join the hunting team to obtain it and repay their debts. They would either hunt zombies for crystal cores or accompany the team to gather materials for points, thereby addressing both the repayment issue of the armor and strengthening the base's hunting capabilities. Yes, that is the idea. Notify the equipment department to commence production today, prioritizing a batch for the hunting team to test its efficacy. Then, have the resource department draft a pricing plan, and tomorrow, we will post an announcement informing everyone that with this armor, they can not only survive, but also earn crystal cores through their own efforts. No longer trapped indoors awaiting death. Understood. I will ensure it is relayed. Liamo replied, his steps noticeably lighter. In the following days, the equipment department worked tirelessly, producing sets of armor. Naturally, Shen Nianze did not hoard the designs. Once mass production commenced, he shared the blueprints with other base cities. Whether they could replicate it or achieve mass production was no longer a concern for Shen Nianze. In the bustling square of the commercial street, a patch of snow had been cleared, revealing Wang Jianjun standing atop a makeshift platform, cradling a silver-gray lightweight armor. The wind continued to howl, yet the warmth radiating from the armor compelled those nearby to inch closer. Is this the armor that can ward off the cold? Someone could not help but inquire, their voice brimming with anticipation. Wang Jianjun nodded and urged a member of the hunting team to don the armor for a trial. The team member, previously flushed from the cold, quickly regained his color within mere minutes. He flexed his arms and remarked, "It's quite warm. It only requires 20 evolution zombie cores." Instantly, the square erupted in excitement, the jubilant voices drowning out the howling wind. However, amidst the exhilaration, discordant murmurs arose. A young man clad in an old cotton coat scoffed, muttering to those nearby, "I thought the base would distribute them for free. Turns out we have to buy them ourselves. How easy is it to earn those cores?" A middle-aged man beside him sighed, "My child is still young. How can I venture out to hunt zombies for cores? Isn't this pushing us to our limits?" As complaints began to spread, others echoed, "Isn't the base supposed to take care of us? Why must we pay for something to keep warm?" Wang Jianjun furrowed his brow, but remained silent. Just then, Shen Nianze's voice cut through the crowd from the rear. "The armor is neither free nor given away without cost." The crowd fell silent, turning their attention towards him. Shen Nianze stepped onto the platform, casting his gaze over the assembly without unnecessary words. The materials were obtained at the cost of lives by the hunting team, and the cores have been painstakingly gathered by everyone. The base has neither the means to conjure armor out of thin air nor to sustain those unwilling to contribute. He paused, gesturing to the armor he wore. Moreover, the armor consumes 1 core every 2 days. The Shanghai City base lacks the capacity to issue cores to everyone. You all understand the situation. Either wear the armor, venture forth and earn cores to empower yourselves and ensure the survival of your families, or remain at home, waiting for the heater to die, ultimately freezing to death this winter." His words fell like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the murmurs of discontent. The young man who had previously grumbled lowered his head. Shen Nianze, however, did not elaborate further. Instead, he instructed the resource department personnel, "The installment payment policy remains unchanged. The owed cores can be offset by working in the agricultural zone, assisting the hunting team, or finding ways to earn them. In short, those who wish to survive will always find a way." Gradually, the crowd dispersed. Some went to the resource department to register for armor, others contemplated joining the hunting team, while some quietly returned home, perhaps weighing whether to take the plunge. Wang Jianjun observed Shen Nianze's retreating figure and murmured, "Was that too blunt?" Shen Nianze shook his head. Sympathy does not afford survival opportunities, rather than allowing them to cling to unrealistic expectations. It is better to have them understand sooner that in order to live, they must strive for it. With the armor's announcement, a long queue formed outside the equipment department's metal shed from dawn. "I'll opt for installments," exclaimed Lao Chun at the front of the line, gripping his ID card with a trembling voice. Previously a farmer in the agricultural zone, with a young son just starting elementary school, the base's provision of guaranteed rations was sufficient, yet on frigid nights at -30 degrees, his son could hardly bear the cold. He touched the armor's exterior, gritted his teeth, and signed the installment agreement. The terms were clear. The total price for the armor was 20 cores, with a minimum monthly payment of 1 core. Failure to pay on time could be offset by working in the hunting team or agricultural zone, ensuring no one would freeze to death for inability to pay. Those like Lao Chun opting for installments made up 90% of the queue. Some were driven by family, others by personal necessity. Only a few grumbled, "Why can't it be free? Why must we toil to repay?" Yet, as soon as those words were uttered, someone chimed in, "Haven't you seen how difficult it is for the hunting team to gather materials? Last time I saw them return, one was covered in blood, barely making it back." In this apocalyptic world, there are no free lunches. To survive, one must pay some price. As the armor distribution concluded, the hunting team registration point buzzed with activity. Previously scattered small teams now banded together. Most reassuringly, the base had opened applications for escorting swarms. Any registered hunting team could apply to the technology department for a protective swarm, albeit for a usage fee. A growing core could be rented for a week, accompanied by a reconnaissance bee, an iron-winged bee, and a chitinous bee. The farming hunting team that Lao Chin joined applied for a swarm on their very first day. The team leader, Li Si, formerly from the logistics warehouse, led 5 members to an abandoned supermarket on the outskirts of the city. The The reconnaissance bee flew in first, confirming only 6 zombies inside, after which the chitinous bee charged in first, targeting the zombie skulls. Clad in armor and wielding a machete issued by the base, Lao Chun, though not a novice at slaying zombies, had little practical experience and found his hands trembling. Yet, the warmth from the armor and the swarm's protection gradually steadied him. After clearing the supermarket, they not only discovered a considerable amount of food, but also unearthed 6 low-tier cores. More and more hunting teams ventured into the winter wilderness. The footprints in the snow transformed from scattered to dense, with every team accompanied by 3 bees. Some were fortunate enough to find unfrozen cold medicine in an abandoned pharmacy, while others encountered isolated mutated beasts. Relying on the swarm and armor's synergy, they not only defeated the beasts but also uncovered high-tier cores. Even those who faced misfortune and found little resources managed to collect enough zombie cores to settle their monthly armor debts. Chapter 122. The Animal Army. The Crisis in Lehigh City. Zhanghai City, do you have any leads? The winter's low temperatures not only immobilized humanity, but also slowed the movements of mutated beasts. Their fur, though thicker than that of ordinary animals, could not withstand the persistent chill of -30 degrees. Most sought refuge in wind-sheltered ruins, making foraging a challenge. This discovery offered a tangible possibility for the base's mutated beast capture plan. The base's inaugural capture team, led by Zhou Kai, comprised seasoned evolutionaries, each equipped with lightweight armor, 3 escorting bees, and a beast control knife. Their target was a mutated bear residing in a cave on the outskirts of the city. A creature that had previously decimated 2 exploration teams, but was now curled up at the bottom of its den due to the cold. The reconnaissance bee confirmed the location, and the capture operation officially commenced. Zhou Kai spoke into the communicator, gripping the beast control knife in his hand. As he spoke, he retrieved a fragmentation grenade from his waist, while the 3 team members fanned out behind him, their shotguns loaded and aimed at the cave entrance. The mutated bear seemed to sense the disturbance, pawing at the cave wall. Without hesitation, Zhou Kai hurled the grenade, which landed on the icy barrier at the cave's mouth. With a resounding explosion, snow and mist erupted, creating a gap half the height of a person, and a wave of warm, foul-smelling air surged forth from the cave. The enraged roar pierced through the snow fog as the mutated bear's head emerged first, its movements considerably slowed by the winter chill. Fire to draw its attention, Zhou Kai shouted as he took 2 steps forward. The team's firearms discharged simultaneously, bullets striking the bear's fur, though they caused no harm. They diverted its attention toward the gunfire. At that moment, Zhou Kai darted to the bear's flank. Sensing danger, the mutated bear swung its head violently, its forepaw slicing through the air with a fierce wind. Zhou Kai bent low to evade, the paw grazing his armor's shoulder guard, sending sparks flying. Leveraging the momentum of his bend, Zhou Kai leaped into the air, grasping the tufts of fur at the back of the mutated bear's neck with his left hand, while his right hand thrust the beast-controlling dagger toward its spinal column, driving it forcefully into the flesh. At the instant the blade penetrated, a faint lavender glow surged rapidly along the length of the knife, causing the previously frenzied mutated bear to abruptly freeze, its forepaws suspended in midair. Its furious roar morphing into a deep, mournful whimper, the ferocity in its eyes gradually fading away, leaving only a look of bewilderment. Zhou Kai released his grip and jumped down from the mutated bear, retreating 2 steps. It was his first time wielding the beast-controlling dagger, leaving him with a sense of uncertainty that only dissipated once he observed the bear's movements come to a complete halt. The team members gathered around, one of them reaching out to stroke the bear's fur in astonishment, exclaiming, "It truly is immobile?" Zhou Kai cautiously attempted to command the mutated bear, "Take 2 steps, then fall down, then stand up and jump twice." As his words fell, everyone held their breath. The mutated bear's forepaws slowly lifted, taking 2 steps upon the icy surface, before its massive body succumbed and toppled to the side, crashing into the snow, sending a flurry of powder into the faces of nearby team members. It then promptly rose and jumped twice. The team members wiped their faces, laughter erupting as they exclaimed, "It really follows commands." Zhou Kai's gaze swept across the vast expanse of the snowy forest, patting the mutated bear's neck with clarity in his instructions. "Sniff around. See if there are any scents of other mutated beasts nearby, and lead us there." The bear's nose twitched, initially sniffing in the direction of the wind, then lowering its head to gently rub its nose against the snow. Its movements were deliberate and slow, occasionally pausing to shake off the snow from its head, seemingly confirming the direction of the scent. After a short while, it lifted its head and let out a roar toward the depths of the forest, then began to stride in that direction. Zhou Kai rose and gestured for the team to follow. Throughout the ensuing half-day, with the aid of the mutated bear's keen sense of smell and the cooperation of the swarm, the team's bounty continued to grow. By the time the sun began to set, Zhou Kai's squad had successfully captured 3 mutated beasts and was making their way back. Meanwhile, other hunting teams surrounding Jianhai City also relayed good news. As evening approached, various squads began returning to the entrance of the Snake Wall, and the base's registrars were overwhelmed with work. In just half a day, the hunting teams around Jianhai City had collectively captured 17 mutated beasts. As word spread, the enthusiasm for purchasing beast-controlling daggers surged among the hunting teams, and with each individual squad's successful capture of mutated beasts, the combat capabilities within the base swiftly strengthened. Ordinary hunting teams also began to reap the rewards. While many of the mutated beasts were not particularly formidable, their hunting prowess was still commendable. The emergence of the beast-controlling dagger had granted Jianhai City a newfound means of survival amid the harsh winter, with an increasing number of hunting teams visible in the snow-covered landscape. As May arrived, the icicles began to melt, ushering in the first warm weather following the apocalyptic winter. After a winter of diligent effort, the once ferocious beasts had now transformed into laborers for Jianhai City, some assisting in transporting supplies, while others accompanied patrol teams for early warnings. At that moment, Jianhai City received an urgent signal from Lehigh City. Shen Nianze pressed the answer button, and the voice of Commander Chen Kong from Lehigh City came through. Commander Shen, we have a situation. Recently, the number of mutated beasts outside our city has been increasing, and scouts report that these beasts are migrating from your Jianhai City. Shen Nianze's smile instantly froze. In which direction are they concentrated? There are at least several thousand. All to the south of our city, directly facing your Jianhai City. Chen Kang's voice paused, laced with caution. Is there something going on over there? Do you have any leads? Shen Nianze did not respond immediately, recalling the extensive capture operations throughout the winter. Each hunting team, armed with beast-controlling daggers and swarms, had thoroughly scoured the vicinity of Jianhai City for mutated beasts, with team members visible wherever traces of these creatures could be found. The registered capture count alone was nearly 1,000, not to mention the unrecorded beasts that had fled in fright or the various species consumed as food. Suddenly, Shen Nianze realized, his lips twitching uncontrollably. I will find someone to investigate. Thank you so much, I truly appreciate it. Your assistance brings me great relief. Chen Kang's voice conveyed palpable relief. I will instruct the patrol teams to heighten their vigilance while awaiting your updates. Of course. Once the communication ended, Wang Jianjun, who had been nearby, leaned in to inquire. What happened? Is something going on in Lehigh City? Chen Kong said they are experiencing a surge in mutated beasts, all migrating from our side. Shen Nianze replied with a wry smile. Our large-scale capture of mutated beasts during winter has forced the surrounding populations to relocate, heading northward. Lehigh City, situated to our north, has become their new territory. Wang Jianjun paused, taken aback. I hadn't considered that. After disconnecting the communicator, Shen Nianze and Wang Jianjun exchanged glances, both perceiving the same thought in each other's eyes. Wang Jianjun spoke first. It seems we must expedite the planning for the northern expedition. Indeed. Shen Nianze nodded, his gaze directed toward the northern skyline. He turned and walked toward the command center. Notify all departments. We will convene tomorrow to thoroughly discuss the specifics of the northern expedition. Chapter 123. The Beast Tide Attacks Lehigh City. Commander Chen Kong stood atop the city wall, peering through binoculars at the swathes of shifting shadows. Commander, another group has appeared along the western riverbank. A scout scrambled up, breathless. It's a pack of mutated wild boars, at least 20 of them. Along with several mothers with young, they're fiercely aggressive. Chen Kong did not turn away, his binoculars fixated on the depths of the forest. The first to emerge were the mutated wolves. Unlike their usual solitary hunting patterns, they were now prowling in clusters, circling the forest's edge. In a nearby clearing, several mutated deer were anxiously digging at the frozen ground, frequently lifting their heads to glance in the same direction. What tightened Chen Kang's chest was the occasional glimpse of massive figures flitting through the trees. This was not a disorganized horde, it was a coordinated gathering. Lehigh City's defenses were already tenuous. Although there were numerous capable evolved individuals, several armored vehicles, and even a few Station J-16 fighter jets, the walls were hastily constructed. And such a defense could not withstand a genuine beast tide. He was all too familiar with the habits of mutated beasts. They had hibernated in their dens throughout the winter, and with spring's arrival, they were already agitated. The current large-scale congregation was evidently driven by something, forcing them toward this very location. And Lehigh City had become their first waypoint. Just then, a sentry station to the east suddenly shouted, "Not good. Another horde is approaching." Chen Kong swiftly raised his binoculars, and indeed, a gray line appeared along the eastern dirt road. Thousands upon thousands of mutated beasts were charging forth, their speed remarkable. As the mutated beasts joined, the previously scattered groups began to converge toward the center, forming a vague semicircular encirclement that surrounded Lehigh City's shelter on the east, west, and north. Only the southern river remained momentarily devoid of beastly presence, yet no one could predict whether mutated beasts would emerge from the waters the next second. Cold sweat trickled down Chun Kang's forehead. This tranquility was the most perilous of states. The beast horde was waiting for their numbers to reach a critical mass, anticipating a signal to launch a simultaneous assault. Winter had ended, and at this moment, the horde was ravenously hungry. Whether it was dusk, midnight, or perhaps the onset of the next rain, once the opportunity arose, these displaced mutated beasts would assault the city walls with unrestrained fervor. Quick! To the communications room. Chun Kang suddenly pivoted, hastening down from the city wall. Immediately contact Jianghai City, using the highest emergency frequency. Chun Kang stood behind the operator, his voice imbued with an unprecedented urgency. A massive aggregation of mutated beasts has formed a semi-encirclement at the outskirts of Lehigh City, suggesting signs of a beast tide. Our defenses are feeble. We urgently request support from Jianghai City. We need an expedition of evolvers at once. Jianghai City acknowledged the message, assuring that they would dispatch evolvers today. Leaning against the wall, Chun Kang exhaled a long breath, yet he could not afford to relax. He was uncertain whether Jianghai City would receive the message in time, or if Shen Nianze possessed sufficient strength for reinforcement. Outside the window, the roars of beasts grew increasingly closer, as if counting down, each sound striking at Chun Kang's heart. As the horde of beasts swelled, their ravenous gaze finally turned toward Lehigh City. Commander, the mutated beasts are on the move. The communications officer's voice trembled. Chun Kang snapped his head up, and through the binoculars, a dark mass surged into view. In his line of sight, throngs of mutated beasts were charging toward the base. All units, heed this. The beast tide is 6 kilometers from the base. Tank Battalion, proceed to the eastern defense line. Heavy artillery team, secure the southwest corner. Do not allow them to flank us. Chun Kang roared into the communicator, his voice strained with tension. Beneath the command tower, tanks that had long been prepared rumbled to life, their tracks grinding over the gravel. Turrets slowly pivoting toward the oncoming horde. The tanks were loaded with projectiles forged from crystal cores. Dressed in silver-gray armor, the evolvers took their positions behind barbed wire, brandishing long blades in readiness for close combat. Boom! The first cannon shot sliced through the air. The heavy artillery fired first, pale blue shells trailing long tails as they crashed into the beast horde, erupting into a cloud of light. The mutated wolves within the light howled in agony, their fur and flesh vaporizing into white smoke under the intense heat. Yet, the beasts behind them surged forward, trampling their fallen comrades without a hint of hesitation. Tank! Open fire! Free fire! Chun Kang commanded. The main cannon of the tank roared, armor-piercing rounds whistling through the air as they penetrated the bodies of mutated wild boars, spraying blood upon the muddy ground. However, the sheer number of beasts was overwhelming. As one boar fell, others surged to take its place. Evolver Squad, engage in close combat. Following Chun Kang's orders, 20 evolvers leaped from their cover. Their armor was slightly thicker than the lighter models from Jianghai City, spikes welded onto their shoulders, long knives in hand as they prepared to confront the charging mutated beasts. Just as the ground defenses barely withstood the first wave of assault, 2 J-16 fighter jets ascended from the abandoned airport runway of Lehigh City. The roar of their engines drowned out the beastly roars. With crystal core bombs suspended beneath their wings, this was the last resort of Lehigh City's air force. Before the apocalypse, many pilots had perished, leaving only a handful capable of operating the fighter jets. Target the center of the beast horde. Fire! Chun Kang's voice crackled through the radio into the cockpit. The pilot took a deep breath and pressed the launch button. Missiles screamed down from the wings, detonating in a massive fireball at the heart of the beast horde, sending weaker mutated beasts reeling back, even forcing the distant mutated bears to retreat a few steps. The second J-16 followed suit, releasing specially designed incendiary bombs that ignited a sea of flames on the ground, black smoke billowing skyward, temporarily obstructing the beast tide's advance. Yet before Chun Kang could feel relief, the pilot's voice suddenly echoed through the communicator. Damn it! Something's coming. Chun Kang's heart sank as he looked up, spotting a swarm of dark shadows in the sky. It was a flock of flying mutated beasts. There were at least 100, their wings unfurling like torn rags, claws sharp as knives. The very avian mutants that had previously circled above the horde were now charging madly toward the J-16s. Number 2's left wing is entangled. The pilot struggled to maneuver the joystick, desperately trying to shake off the mutated beasts, but more of them surged forth. Chun Kang's heart tightened in his throat as he shouted into the communicator. Anti-air unit. Use the anti-aircraft guns. Flames erupted atop the city walls as two modified anti-aircraft guns spewed fire, shells exploding amidst the bird swarm, several mutated birds plummeting to the ground. Yet the remaining ones continued their frenzied assault on the jets, their numbers too great for the anti-aircraft fire to thwart. Shen Nianze watched the two fighter jets struggle within the swarm, his heart clenched. Hold on. You must hold on. Chapter 124. Remember, the sky belongs to the Huaxiao Air Force. At that moment, a strange male voice suddenly came through the J-16's communicator. Fighter jet formation. Immediately pull up vertically. Repeat. Pull up vertically and do not stop. Who are you? Li Rui was momentarily stunned, thinking it was an illusion until the voice repeated. I am the commander of Jianghai City's Air Force. Pull up immediately to evade the bird swarm. With no time to ponder, he slammed the throttle, and the J-16's engine roared in response, the aircraft suddenly shooting skyward. The flock of mutated birds pursued closely behind him. Li Rui gritted his teeth and continued to ascend, the engine's overloading roar ringing in his ears. Who are you? When did Jianghai City have an air force? Just as the fighter jet formation began to climb, a sharp sound pierced the air from afar, rocket fire slicing through the atmosphere. Li Rui's pupils constricted instinctively as he glanced out the window. In the northwestern sky, dozens of orange fire trails cut through the clouds, like meteors plummeting toward the pursuing mutated birds. Boom! The first rocket exploded within the flock, flames instantly consuming 7 or 8 mutated birds, debris and feathers soaring into the sky. Then came the second and the third. Within a mere 10 seconds, the avian horde pursuing the fighter jets was left in disarray, scattering in fear and no longer daring to approach. The engine of the second jet finally stabilized, and Li Rui sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his brow. Hastily addressing the communicator, "Thank you for the support, brothers from Jianghai City. Where are you?" A light chuckle resonated through the communicator. "Look up, at your 3 o'clock direction." Li Rui turned his head abruptly, his heart skipping a beat as he beheld another flock of birds approaching from the 3 o'clock direction, their numbers surpassing those of the previous mutated birds. Yet upon closer inspection, these were not ordinary mutated birds at all. Each bird carried a rider, holding rocket launchers, and many had machine guns mounted on their backs. Were they evolvers? On the ground, Shen Nianze witnessed this scene as well, his hand trembling on the city wall as he murmured into the communicator. Jianghai City, they have managed to tame so many mutated birds. The overwhelming avian threat that had suffocated them moments ago was effortlessly neutralized by this aerial cavalry, allowing his anxious heart to settle slightly. Yet new astonishment arose. Were the evolvers of Jianghai City all monsters? The voice of Jianghai City's Air Force echoed once more through the communicator, this time imbued with warmth. Fighter jet formation, return for maintenance. The remaining aerial threats will be handled by us. Li Rui watched the evolvers riding the mutated birds soar past the jets, heading toward the distant beast horde, unable to refrain from exclaiming into the communicator, "Thank you. I'm number 1, Li Rui. I thought we were done for. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely treat you to drinks." In response, a hearty laugh filled the air. Remember, the sky belongs to the Huaxia Air Force. In the cockpit of the second jet, Li Rui nodded vigorously, expressing gratitude over the communicator. "Roger. Thank you, brothers." Fighter jet formation, returning. The two J-16s adjusted their positions and soared toward Linhai City's airport. Above, Wang Yuhao sat upon the back of the largest eagle, surveying the scene. This is the main force of mutated birds tamed in Jianghai City. He raised his hand and retrieved a new high-explosive warhead from the ammunition pouch at his back, inserting it into the rocket launcher's chamber. "Ink feather. This is our first large-scale operation." Wang Yuhao chuckled as he patted the armored eagle beneath him before issuing commands. "Attention all. Execute the 3-3 tactical formation, 3 individuals per group, with flanking machine gun cover and rockets for the primary assault. Target the mutated bird swarm circling at low altitude, and prioritize clearing the batches closest to the city walls. Maintain spacing. Do not let the enemy break formation." Group 1 acknowledged. The first to respond was the left side formation, as 3 evolved beings swiftly maneuvered their armored eagles into position. The individual on the left tightened his legs around the bird's abdomen, and the mounted machine gun unleashed a torrent of fire, instantly obliterating 3 oncoming mutated birds. The wings of those avian creatures were shredded by the projectiles, emitting a piercing wail as they spiraled downward. The individual on the right skillfully coordinated their mutated bird to ascend, directing the machine gun's firepower to cover the central route, repelling any mutated birds attempting a surprise attack from above. The central team member steadied the rocket launcher with one hand while gently patting his mount's neck with the other, causing it to hover in midair as he aimed at the clustered birds below and pulled the trigger. The orange warhead, trailing white smoke, plummeted and exploded among the mutated birds, sending shockwaves that tossed 7 or 8 of them into the air, their shattered feathers and blood raining down like a dark crimson storm. Just as the team member finished firing, a stray mutated bird lunged forward. The left side cover team member quickly adjusted his aim, accurately striking the bird's head. It fell without a sound. "Thanks, Lao Yang." The central team member wiped the blood from his face and shouted into the communicator, simultaneously patting his armored eagle's head. "You're incredible, brother. Cut the chatter. Keep your eyes on the front. If your bird gets hurt, let us see how you explain that." The team member referred to as Lao Yang laughed and scolded, maneuvering his mutated bird to fly sideways, the machine gun roaring again as it felled 2 more birds attempting a flank attack. Such small group skirmishes were ubiquitous in the skies. Hundreds of armored eagles carried the evolved beings, forming a web of firepower amidst the chaotic swarm of mutated birds. Meanwhile, below, a colossal mutated bird charged toward them, significantly larger than the ones they rode. "Captain, 3 o'clock. Big one." A team member's urgent call crackled through the communicator. Wang Yuhao abruptly looked down, his tactical goggles locking onto the target. A giant mutated bird, entirely cloaked in black feathers, smashed through their formation's fire net. Its wingspan reaching 5 meters, even more imposing than his steed, Ink Feather. Data flashed in the upper right corner of his goggles. Mutated black kite, growth stage LV5. "Do not use rockets. Capture it alive," Wang Yuhao immediately ordered. A LV5 mutated bird could serve as an aerial heavy tank once tamed, far more valuable than its kill. He patted Ink Feather's neck, and the armored eagle, which had accompanied him throughout the winter, understood instantly, flapping its wings and slicing through the air toward the approaching mutated black kite. "Ink Feather, steady." Wang Yuhao unfastened his safety harness, gripping the beast-controlling knife tightly in his right hand while supporting Ink Feather's back with his left. As they closed the distance to a mere 3 meters, the mutated black kite let out a shrill cry and abruptly rolled over, its black wings sweeping like iron fans. This sudden maneuver disrupted Wang Yuhao's rhythm. He lost his footing and tumbled off Ink Feather's back. "Captain," a team member's voice echoed in alarm over the communicator. Wang Yuhao felt the rush of wind roaring past his ears, his heart racing as he plummeted, the ground expanding rapidly in his tactical goggles. Just then, a shadow dove from above. It was Ink Feather. It abandoned its pursuit, folding its wings like a black arrow, and precisely positioned itself beneath Wang Yuhao. Then suddenly spread its wings wide, catching him securely on its back. "Good buddy." Wang Yuhao clung tightly to Ink Feather's feathers, breathless, and patted its neck in relief. The mutated black kite, enraged at missing its target, turned and charged at them once more, clearly intent on tearing the 2 of them apart. Once more, Wang Yuhao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, readjusting his stance. Ink Feather screeched and accelerated toward the mutated black kite again. As Ink Feather flew parallel to the black kite, just as Wang Yuhao prepared to leap, the mutated black kite suddenly veered sideways, leaving him grasping at air once more. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Wang Yuhao pressed the jet button on his armor's back. A light blue stream erupted, propelling him forward as he seized a feather from the mutated black kite, using the momentum to flip onto its back. "Behave yourself." The mutated black kite sensed someone climbing aboard and thrashed its wings violently, attempting to throw Wang Yuhao off. He locked his legs tightly around its back, gripping the feathers with his left hand while raising the beast-controlling knife in his right, plunging it into the nape of its neck. A pale violet light spread along the blade, causing the mutated black kite to freeze in its tracks, its shrieks diminishing. "Got it," Wang Yuhao gasped, shouting into the communicator. "Group 1, come assist. Get this big guy back to Linhai City and let him recuperate." Chapter 125, Iron Flood. The roars in the sky gradually subsided. The evolved beings atop the mutated birds stowed their machine guns and replaced them with heavy rocket launchers. Those mutated birds that had been violently attacking moments ago now mostly plummeted to the ground as lifeless corpses. Wang Yuhao wiped his face and barked into the communicator. "Air superiority secured. All units, turn toward the ground and rain down rockets." No sooner had he finished speaking than hundreds of orange fire trails streaked from the sky, trailing white smoke as they bombarded the beast tied below Linhai City's walls. Boom, boom. The explosions echoed repeatedly, engulfing several mutated wild boars in flames. However, the number of beasts was far beyond anyone's imagination. The gap created by the explosions was quickly filled by the surging mutated creatures. They trampled over the remains of their comrades, some even clutching twitching carcasses in their mouths. Their scarlet eyes filled with frenzied hunger as they recklessly charged toward the city walls. Shen Kong gripped the walkie-talkie. "Anti-air units, fall back and support the wall's defense. Gunners, keep firing." Just then, the ground to the south suddenly trembled ominously. Initially resembling distant thunder, the sound grew closer, causing the very walls to shudder. An observer stationed on the wall abruptly grabbed his binoculars. Upon a single glance, his face drained of color. Commander Chen, south. A horde is charging from the south. The numbers are incalculable. All shadows. This yell sent a chill through the hearts of all who heard it. Shen Kong whipped around to face southward. At the horizon's edge, a cloud of yellow dust surged like a tsunami, within which were countless moving shadows, the deafening thunder of their stampede echoing like the whisper of death, striking terror into every defender's heart. How could this be? Shen Kang's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms. Just as he intended to command the last reserve team to hold the line, the observer's voice suddenly rose, trembling with disbelief, even breaking. No, I misread. Commander Chen. Those aren't beasts. There are people riding on those beasts. People. Shen Kong nearly snatched the binoculars away, and as he finally discerned the scene within the lens, his breath caught in his throat, his pupils dilating. This was not a beast tide, or rather, it was, but it was their own tide of beasts. Amidst the swirling dust, leading the charge was an entire row of mutated warhorses, each as large as a truck. They were clad in silver-gray metallic armor, resembling moving fortresses. Upon each steed's back, there sat a knight clad entirely in the standard heavy armor of Zhanghai City, their sabers gleaming with a chilling reflection under the sunlight. A torrent of steel. This was a force composed entirely of evolved beings and mutated warhorses, a veritable steel deluge. It was Zhanghai City, our reinforcements. Shen Kang's voice trembled with excitement, an indescribable surge of heat welling up in his eyes. They had actually tamed the mutated beasts. They had formed a cavalry. As if to respond to his astonishment, a thundering wave of cavalry surged forth from the south, a voice amplified through loudspeakers, yet filled with primal fervor. Piercing through the battlefield's chaos, reaching the ears of every defender, brothers from Linhai City. Reinforcements from Zhanghai City have arrived. At the forefront, an exceptionally large mutated horse suddenly accelerated, like an arrow released from a bow, breaking away from the main force. The commander atop, Li Lei, drew his massive saber. Its blade aimed directly at the chaotic tide of beasts, his roar resonating throughout the ranks. Cavalry unit. Charge. Crush them. Clear the path for our brother troops. Kill. Kill. The furious cries of hundreds of cavalry coalesced into a resounding wave. In the next moment, the steel torrent crashed fiercely into the flank of the beast tide. There was no probing, no hesitation, only the most savage and direct clash of power. Li Lei led the charge, his saber transforming into a silver flash as he cleaved a charging mutated wolf in two. Black blood splattered onto his silver armor, instantly evaporating into wisps of white mist. Yet he paid it no mind, as his warhorse trampled the wolf's carcass, maintaining its momentum and continuing to tear forward. The cavalrymen behind him followed closely, their mutated steeds, with their terrifying mass and speed, directly colliding with and crushing the obstructing monsters. The knight's saber struck with precision, effortlessly harvesting the disordered mutated beasts. The once ironclad encirclement of the beast tied around Linhai City was torn open like fragile fabric by this sudden influx of fresh forces. A path paved with the remnants of monsters and blood rapidly spread toward the city walls, visible to the naked eye. Above the walls, silence reigned for merely a second. Then, a thunderous cheer erupted. All defenders, whether exhausted evolvers or ammunition-depleted gunners, felt a new strength explode from their chests. Despair was reduced to ashes by this invigorating sight. Shen Kong seized the communicator, his voice cracking with excitement as he bellowed across the entire defensive line. All reserves. Advance. Coordinate with our brothers from Zhanghai City, flanking them from the front and rear. Drive these beasts back to their lair. Gunners, provide full cover for our cavalry. Unleash a torrent of bullets. The firepower surged violently, all weapons belching flames, precisely clearing the monsters flanking the cavalry's charge path, safeguarding their advance. Li Lei had now plunged into the heart of the beast tide, tightening the reins as his mutated warhorse reared up, emitting a roar that pierced the heavens. He raised the saber, stained with foul blood yet still gleaming with a chilling light, and swung it forcefully toward the walls above, toward all the defenders watching him. Commander Chen, we have arrived. That figure, silhouetted against a backdrop of mountains of corpses and a sky ablaze with fire, stood like an unyielding banner, reinstating hope upon this despairing battlefield. Push forward. Break through their center. Li Lei roared into the communicator, his mutated horse surging forward, the blade flashing like lightning as yet another mutated beast fell, howling in defeat. The subsequent reinforcements from Zhanghai City followed like a torrent of steel. Tamed mutated bears, akin to moving fortresses, bore heavy machine guns that spat fire. While the line of evolved infantry advanced steadily, inching closer to the walls of Linhai City. The once suffocating beast tide was now forcibly torn open, revealing a crimson breach. Chen Kong, observing this scene, tightened his grip on the binoculars, his fingers trembling slightly from prolonged tension, finally relaxing just a fraction. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from deep within the beast tide. The pressure contained within that roar silenced the chaotic battlefield. The once frenzied beast horde abruptly halted, retreating in terror to the sides, as if to greet their king, or perhaps in fear of something even more terrifying. Chapter 126, Black Tiger. Li Lei's heart sank abruptly, a chill racing up his spine as he gripped the reins tightly. All units, stand ready. Something big is coming. No sooner had his warning been issued than a colossal black shadow shot forth like a specter from the path cleared by the beasts. It was a fully black mutated tiger, its size rivaling that of a small vehicle from a zoo. Its dark golden vertical pupils were icy, radiating a fierce aura. Rapid data flashed through the tactical visor, revealing that before him stood a mature LV-5 mutated black tiger. Roar! The black tiger's target was unmistakable. Charging directly at the lead of the cavalry, Li Lei, with a speed that left only an afterimage upon the retina. Li Lei reacted swiftly, roaring as he swung his alloy saber, aiming to cleave the tiger's outstretched paw. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing rang out. In the next moment, Li Lei felt an overwhelming force surging from the hilt, his grip failing as blood erupted from his mangled hand. The alloy saber flying from his grasp and embedding itself in a distant pile of corpses. His entire right arm went limp, agony coursing through him. There was no time to adjust. The tiger's shadowy claws swept toward him like a battering ram, crashing into his chest plate. Bang! Li Lei was hurled from his steed as if struck by a siege hammer, crashing heavily into the icy ground and splattering mud everywhere. The armor over his chest visibly caved in, and he tasted blood, thick and rusty, gushing from his mouth. Squad leader, several nearby cavalrymen, their eyes wide with horror, urged their mutated steeds forward for rescue. The war horses raised their massive hooves to strike at the black tiger, but it merely sidestepped with disdain, its claws flashing like dark gold as it retaliated. Crack! A clear sound of bones snapping echoed. The mutated horse's leg shattered, collapsing with a tragic whinny. And the soldier atop was thrown off, struggling to rise as the tiger's immense shadow loomed. Claws pressed down, shattering the soldier's chest armor like paper. Blood erupting from the fissures. Damn it! Let's take it down. The remaining cavalrymen, their eyes ablaze with fury, rallied with their sabers. Yet, the disparity in power was utterly despairing. The black tiger moved with ghostly swiftness, its strikes, tail sweeps, and bites all precise and lethal, executing a brutal slaughter. In mere seconds, the cavalry's formation was completely shattered, leaving behind 7 or 8 mangled corpses and whimpering warhorses. The surviving soldiers could only retreat while relying on the mutated beasts for cover, the terrifying pressure radiating from the black tiger acting like a tangible gravity field, making it difficult for them to even lift their weapons. The black tiger seemed to have singled out Li Lei as its target, its dark golden pupils locking onto him. Limbs coiling, muscles taut, poised to launch a fatal final pounce, aiming to crush the head of this cavalry unit completely. At that critical moment, a woo, a distinct roar, resonating like distant thunder, reverberated from afar. This cry, unlike the violent and frenzied growl of the black tiger, harbored an ancient and majestic aura befitting a king, instantly piercing through the clamor of the battlefield. The black tiger, poised to pounce, suddenly froze midair. A flicker of caution flashed in its eyes, and its massive form retreated uncontrollably by 2 steps. Li Lei, enduring excruciating pain, gazed incredulously alongside the remaining cavalrymen towards the source of the tiger's roar. There, upon the snow-covered expanse behind the tide of beasts, a grand and pure white figure approached with measured grace. Its coat was a pristine white adorned with inky black stripes, each step emanating an intangible pressure. Indeed, it was Little Mouth. What further ignited the spirits of all present was the sight of a young man wielding a gigantic axe, standing resolutely atop the commanding white tiger. The frigid wind fluttered his garments, yet he remained steadfast as a rock, his gaze calmly surveying the entirety of the battlefield. An overwhelming surge of joy and hope instantly obliterated all despair. With every ounce of strength, Li Lei expelled the congealed blood from his mouth. His heart ablaze with the exhilaration of survival and an unprecedented desire for battle, he roared hoarsely, "It's Commander Shen. It's Little Mouth. Brothers, reinforcements have arrived. Mount up. Let us slay. We must not allow any scum to approach Little Mouth. Leave the litter to me. You handle your business." The white tiger's voice carried a hint of youthful pride. It shook its head. "Yes, at maturity level LV5. I'm at maturity level LV5, as the saying goes. Kings do not meet, Yet here we are, a perfect opportunity to play. Shen Nianze bent down, gently patting the top of the white tiger's head. Be cautious. Don't get carried away. Rest assured, this is merely an appetizer, Little Mouth replied softly, its tail lazily sweeping the ground as it took a step towards the black tiger. This seemingly nonchalant step caused the once ferocious black tiger to freeze instantly. Its pupils locked onto the white tiger, emitting a low growl that was both wary and fearful. Though both were at LV5 maturity, the royal aura emanating from Little Mouth, rooted in its bloodline, instinctively instilled a shiver in the black tiger. Shen Nianze spoke no further. With a gentle push of his toes on the white tiger's head, he propelled himself into the air. Almost simultaneously, a silver-gray bolt of lightning sped in from the flank of the beast horde, catching the descending figure with precision. Kanjia. Shen Nianze landed upon Kanjia's back, drawing forth his massive axe from behind. Not far off, 5 agile howling moon wolves trailed Zhao Chong and the others closely, fanning out in a crescent formation. Cavalry unit, stay close to the wolf pack. Shen Nianze's voice resonated clearly through the communicator, reverberating across the battlefield. Follow my lead and kill. This command ignited the final fuse. Li Lei, who had been catching his breath, felt a wave of searing heat surge from his heart to his head. Struggling, he pushed himself up with his saber, raising the bloodied blade high and bellowing with all his might. Cavalry unit, heed Commander Shen's call. Kill, kill. The remaining cavalrymen erupted with thunderous roars, their previously scattered morale coalescing into an unstoppable blade. Riding Kanjia, Shen Nianze surged forth like a silver whirlwind into the horde of beasts, his axe carving a perfect arc as it shattered the skulls of 2 mutated wild boars. The wolf pack followed closely, their claws and fangs tearing a deeper, wider crimson path through the tide of beasts. As the cavalry unit broke through, other beast-riding cavalry from Zhanghai City, along with the tamed mutated creatures, began to pour through the breach. Chaos erupted among the tide of beasts. On the city wall, Chen Kong finally regained his senses from the shocking spectacle. Seizing the communicator with trembling excitement, all ground units, provide full support to the Zhanghai City reinforcements. Artillery positions, aim at the rear of the beast tide, commence bombardment. Ensure it's the rear. Avoid the center. Chapter 127, Absolute Violence Brings Absolute Conquest. As Shen Nianze led the wolf pack into the fray of the beast tide, on the other side, the Battle of Kings had descended into its primal rhythm of violence. Roar. The black tiger unleashed a deafening roar, its hind leg muscles bulging, as its massive form lunged like a black cannonball towards Little Mouth. Seizing the initiative, the black tiger unleashed a savage charge, intent on overwhelming its opponent with sheer weight and force. Little Mouth's amber eyes narrowed with seriousness. It neither flinched nor retreated, grounding its 4 limbs as, at the moment of impact, it deftly sidestepped, meeting the collision with its robust shoulder with mere inches to spare. Thud. The sound of the collision echoed like 2 heavy trucks colliding at high speed. The impact reverberated through the air, cracking the ground beneath, spiderweb-like fissures spreading outwards. The black tiger's eyes widened in shock. It felt as though it had crashed against an ancient mountain, the reverberation numbing its skull. Little Mouth's body merely swayed slightly, absorbing the ferocious blow unscathed. With its initial assault thwarted, the black tiger's ferocity surged forth, its right paw slashing at an awkward angle towards Little Mouth's abdomen. Little Mouth's reflexes were astonishingly swift, its left front paw blocking the black tiger's claws clashing. In the same moment, Little Mouth's right paw struck, moving so fast it left only a white blur in its wake. It struck with tremendous force against the exposed side of the black tiger's face. A resounding thud echoed. The black tiger's head snapped to the side, its cheek torn open, blood instantly staining its ebony fur, and it let out a pained roar. The rhythm of battle was entirely in Little Mouth's control. It granted the black tiger no respite, its massive form displaying agility incongruent with its size. With a fierce leap, it lunged at the black tiger's neck. The black tiger hastily dodged, but Little Mouth seized the opportunity to deliver a fierce blow to its shoulder. The 2 colossal tigers rolled and tore at each other in the snow, their claws intertwining, leaving trails of blood. The sheer physicality of their confrontation unleashed the most primal force. Each of Little Mouth's strikes carried immense power, while the black tiger's counterattacks were deftly evaded or absorbed by Little Mouth's sturdy physique. The black tiger grew increasingly agitated, and as Little Mouth feigned another bite at its throat, it could no longer contain itself, rising on its hind legs, attempting to use its weight to topple Little Mouth. In that moment of vulnerability, Little Mouth's powerful hind legs propelled it forward like an arrow, crashing into the black tiger before it could stabilize. Its stout front paws pinned the black tiger down, its entire weight pressing down mercilessly. The black tiger, caught off guard, was forcibly slammed to the ground. The combined weight of the two titans shook the earth beneath them. With an overwhelming advantage in sheer power, Little Mouth held the thrashing black tiger firmly to the ground. Its sharp teeth hovered menacingly above the black tiger's throat, radiating a chilling intent to kill. The black tiger flailed desperately, yet it could not budge the mountainous white figure above it. Little Mouth kept it pinned. The black tiger could only emit a humiliated, unwilling whine from its throat. Absolute violence brought about absolute conquest. Shen Nianze's figure appeared at the edge of the pit just in time. Observing the black tiger, utterly subdued and devoid of any will to resist, he hesitated not for a moment. Drawing forth the beast-controlling dagger, he aimed for the black tiger's nape and plunged the blade down. The blade sliced through the resilient fur, embedding itself deep into the hilt. A mournful roar erupted from the black tiger, reverberating through the air, its massive body convulsing violently, pupils narrowing in excruciating agony. It sensed an external, formidable will surging into its mental realm like molten lava, scorching and overwhelming its primal instincts. The ethereal blue patterns on the beast-controlling knife glowed brilliantly, forming a luminous cocoon that enveloped the tiger's head. Its struggles transitioned from fierce to feeble, the ferocity, pain, and defiance in its eyes gradually fading away like ink washed clean by clear water. Moments later, the light receded. The black tiger lay utterly still at the bottom of the pit, its heavy breaths the only sound remaining. When it lifted its head again, its dark, golden eyes reflected only docility, confusion, and a hint of instinctual reverence for the humans and the great white beast above. Shen Nianze extended his hand, gently resting it upon the now submissive and lowered massive head of the black tiger. From this day forth, you shall be named Lao Mo. A deep, rumbling whimper of complete surrender emanated from Lao Mo's throat as it cautiously nudged its head against Shen Nianze's palm. At that very moment, the dynamics of the battlefield underwent a subtle yet profound transformation. The small mouth released its control over Lao Mo, yet did not retreat. Instead, standing shoulder to shoulder with the newly risen Lao Mo, one white, one black, two colossal five tigers raised their heads in unison. A resounding roar echoed. Two distinctly different, yet equally commanding roars of the apex predators surged forth like crashing waves, cascading across the entire battlefield. This was no longer a command, but a pure declaration of bloodline and power. The old king and the new king coexisted, together emanating a terrifying pressure. In an instant, the once frenzied assault of the beast tide against the human and wolf forces seemed to pause as if time had halted. All mutated beasts, whether the ferocious wild boars, cunning wolf packs, or the rugged bears, froze in their tracks. Instinctively, they turned towards the source of the overwhelming pressure, beholding the imposing duo of black and white. A primal fear, the very essence of life, cascaded over them like icy water, extinguishing their previously ignited frenzy. The desire to attack dissipated in the face of such an absolute disparity in power. An eerie, suffocating silence enveloped the battlefield. All those upon the city walls were rendered speechless by this spectacle. Shen Nianze's voice crackled through the communicator, stirring the dazed evolvers of Jianghai City. Beast Control Team, move out. The members of the Beast Control Team, long prepared, surged forth from the cover of the wolf pack and cavalry, gripping their beast-controlling knives tightly. Akin to cheetahs pouncing upon the immobilized high-level mutated beasts paralyzed by fear. Thud, thud. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed repeatedly. One team member successfully plunged the beast-controlling knife into the nape of a mutated brown bear, eliciting a painful roar from the bear, which thrashed violently. Yet, under the relentless pressure from the two tigers, its resistance waned, and confusion swiftly clouded its gaze. Another team member aimed for a black panther, poised to strike. But just before the knife made contact, the panther's survival instinct finally triumphed over fear. It emitted a piercing scream, desperately twisting away. The blade merely grazed its fur. And without pause, the panther transformed into a shadow, fleeing desperately towards the outskirts of the battlefield. This scream served as a signal. The once dazed beast horde, witnessing their comrade's flight, felt their instinct for survival ignite with a vengeance. The dam of fear collapsed. The remaining beasts howled in a chaotic mix of terror and confusion, abandoning any notion of regal dominance, and turned to flee frantically away from the battlefield, away from the two terrifying giant tigers. Chapter 128, Chun Kang's Zero-Frame Initiative. Amidst this chaotic retreat, the members of Jianghai City's Beast Control Team displayed astonishing efficiency. Like the most experienced shepherds, they skillfully identified their targets among the stampeding horde. Surround those gray wolves on the left. That brown bear. Don't let it escape. Hey, that husky is mine. Under the continuous pressure exerted by the two tigers, many mutated beasts reacted sluggishly, granting the Beast Control Team a golden opportunity. Whenever a powerful mutated beast attempted to break free, Xiao Zuiba, or the black tiger newly named Shen Nianze, would emit a timely, low, warning growl, instantly freezing the target in its struggles. Ultimately, as the last fleeing shadow vanished into the distant ruins, the once tumultuous battlefield gradually settled down, littered with corpses. The ground now also bore hundreds of mutated beasts whose expressions had shifted from frenzied to docile or bewildered. They remained quietly in place, guarded by dedicated team members. This included brown bears, gray wolves, mutated bobcats, and over 20 other unique beasts. It was only at this moment that the massive gates of Linhai City, marked by claw marks and impact dents, began to creak open on heavy hinges. Leading the charge was Commander Chen Kong, followed closely by the high-ranking officials of Linhai City, evolvers, and numerous civilians who had survived the ordeal, emerging from behind the gates. Chen Kong moved swiftly, nearly running across the battlefield until he stood directly before Shen Nianze and Wang Jianjun. This commander, known for his steadfast composure, now had reddened eyes and trembling lips as he gazed at Shen Nianze, then at the small mouth and Shen Nianze, who stood like protective deities beside him. A torrent of words lodged in his throat finally culminated in a single, direct, and solemn gesture. He abruptly straightened his posture, raised his right hand, and saluted Shen Nianze, Wang Jianjun, and all the reinforcements from Zhanghai City. Behind him, all the soldiers of Linhai City, regardless of rank or wounds, simultaneously raised their arms. That silent salute conveyed more gratitude and respect than any cheers could express. Commander Shen, Captain Wang, Shen Kang's voice trembled with restrained emotion. We owe an unspoken debt of gratitude. From this day forth, the 7,732 souls of Linhai City owe Zhanghai City a life. Henceforth, wherever you may require our aid, through fire and ice, we shall not hesitate. Wang Jianjun stepped forward, giving him a firm pat on the shoulder. Old Shen, there is no need for such formality. In this apocalypse, humanity should support one another. He paused, moreover. The beast tied in Linhai City may have been attracted here due to our transitional capture, which could be partly our fault. Chen Kong replied, forget that. Even if we hadn't migrated them, animals must hunt once winter passes. Ultimately, we are still indebted to you all. At this moment, Linhai City's logistics personnel were already on the scene, carrying stretchers, food, and clean water, urgently tending to the wounded and accommodating the weary warriors from Zhanghai City. Chen Kong took a deep breath, forcibly calming his tumultuous emotions as his gaze swept over the battlefield strewn with corpses, finally resting upon the mountain of mutated beast carcasses. A thought raced through his mind. Food and fuel are scarce for us as well, and judging by Zhanghai City's strength, they likely do not lack for these. But this is what the brothers of Zhanghai City rightfully deserve. He abruptly turned, issuing a low yet resolute command to his aide behind him. Relay the order. Mobilize everyone capable, and immediately clean the battlefield. Collect every crystal core left by the beast tied. Not a single one should remain. Then, hand them all over to the brothers of Zhanghai City. The command sent a tremor through his own heart. The crystal cores were the key to an evolver's enhancement, and such a vast quantity represented an immeasurable wealth for Linhai City. Yet, he swiftly suppressed this reluctance. Without the aid of Zhanghai City, even the city itself was lost. What was there to discuss regarding crystal cores? He then turned his gaze towards Shen Nianze, his eyes betraying an unutterable yearning. Pointing at the captured mutated beasts, which were being pacified by Zhanghai City's members, he earnestly declared, Commander Shen, these spoils rightfully belong to you. They were earned through your blood. Furthermore, should you require any assistance in taming or housing them, all resources of Linhai City are at your disposal. Shen Nianze did not respond immediately. The sacrifices made by Linhai City were far more profound than what appeared on the surface. Although Zhanghai City played a pivotal role as reinforcements, the main force remained the evolvers of Linhai City. Shells could be produced anew, but the loss of each fallen evolver was irreplaceable. To accept all the crystal cores without hesitation would seem emotionally and ethically callous, detrimental to a genuine, long-term alliance. Meeting Chen Kong's anxious gaze, he slowly yet resolutely shook his head. Commander Chen, we appreciate your intentions, but we cannot accept all the crystal cores. To protect this city, Linhai City has suffered grievously. These crystal cores are fundamental for compensating the families of the fallen, rebuilding our defenses, and empowering the survivors to confront the next crisis. Chen Kong, resigned, proposed, then let us do this. You take 7, and we take 3. It would suffice to provide for the families of the deceased. Pausing, he was momentarily lost in the memory of the cavalry charge and the might of the Double Tiger formation, a power that filled him with an insatiable yearning for Linhai City to survive, to thrive. Finally, with a hint of pleading in his tone, he asked the most critical question. Commander Shen, I realize this request may be somewhat excessive, but could you teach us how to tame mutated beasts? Even just the basics would suffice. He noticed a flicker of hope igniting in Shen Kong's eyes, and a smile graced his face. This is precisely the knowledge I wish to disseminate, enabling more humans to establish themselves in this apocalyptic world. Once I conclude the necessary arrangements, I will share the foundational taming materials and the preliminary blueprints for the beast-controlling knife, along with our compiled experiences and insights. While monopolizing technology can maintain an advantage, in the face of true crisis, isolation will inevitably lead to downfall. Moreover, the beast-controlling knife, crafted by Lingxi, ensures that control over all mutated beasts subdued by it remains firmly in one's hands, should anyone contemplate betrayal. The very mutated beasts under their command could become instruments of their demise. The more mutated beasts captured by allies, the greater one's own arsenal becomes. Shen Nianze's refusal and generosity completely surpassed Chen Kong and the higher-ups of Linghai City's expectations. Chen Kong stood there, momentarily stunned, his eyes once again brimming with unshed tears. Clenching his fists tightly, his voice trembled with deeper emotion. "Commander Shen, how can we repay this kindness? We must stand shoulder to shoulder and survive. We must end this apocalypse." With a smile, Shen Nianze provided his answer. Chapter 129. The Alliance of Two Base Cities. The establishment of the Dawn Coalition, the Northern Expedition commences. As the team arrived at Jianghai City, the first step towards prosperity was the construction of roads. Following the clearing of the Beast Tide and the Evolvers, a roadway connecting the two cities was established. A steady stream of vehicles traversed the route, transporting munitions produced by the armory, preliminarily repaired electrical equipment, and most importantly, personnel and technological exchanges. The first batch of technicians dispatched from Linghai City eagerly absorbed foundational knowledge of beast taming and the utilization of the beast-controlling knife at Jianghai City's Research Institute. Meanwhile, the animal caretakers from Jianghai City traveled to Linghai City to guide them in establishing trust with the first batch of successfully tamed, relatively docile mutated beasts. With the interchange between the two cities, the framework of the Dawn Coalition was nearly complete. Unified uniforms, an integrated command system, and a core combat unit composed of elite personnel from both cities began to take shape. Thanks to the reasonable allocation and sharing of crystal cores, the overall strength of evolvers from both bases experienced a significant enhancement. This coalition, led primarily by Linghai City, boasted a force of 3,000 individuals and 6,000 mutated beasts, all at the burgeoning LV5 level, with several already having reached the mature LV1 stage. The coalition was no longer content with merely clearing the scattered threats around the corridors. For the first time, they directed their military might northwards. This time, the battle was no longer a solo performance by Jianghai City. Wang Jianjun was an overall command, with Chen Kong serving as the frontline commander. Following the predetermined plan, they arranged their formations. Standing atop the command vehicle, Wang Jianjun calmly issued commands through the communication network. The battle erupted almost instantaneously, and the outcome was nearly foregone. Artillery positions cover the intersection ahead with fire. With the command given, dozens of cannons roared in unison. Shells tore through the skies, accompanied by the wails of death, plunging into the throngs of corpses congesting the main thoroughfare. Boom, boom, boom. The artillery fire remained the most effective opening act. As the bombardment subsided, Chen Kong's voice immediately followed. Wolf Brigade encircle from the left flank. Cavalry Company advance on the right. Evolver squads, follow me for a central breakthrough. The well-trained troops sprang into action. On the left, the Wolf Pack led by Kanjia sliced through the street flank like a blade, while on the right, the Cavalry Company, under the command of Li Lei, rode their mutated warhorses into battle. Yet, the most awe-inspiring sight was at the central battlefield. The little mouth stepped forward, inhaled deeply, and then let out a thunderous roar. The kingly pressure emanating from that roar caused the mutated beasts, which had previously been stirring amidst the ruins, to freeze in place. With the lower-ranked beasts collapsing in terror, losing control of their bowels, several mutated dogs whimpered, tucking their tails as they fled deep into the city. Under the gaze of the little mouth, Lao Mo emitted a low growl, though it lacked the same majesty. The predatory ferocity of a top-tier predator was enough to obliterate the remaining will of resistance among the mutated beasts. Resistance was negligible. The coalition advanced toward the city center with a devastating momentum, following their planned route. Their objectives were clear: clear the main roads, seize key facilities, and search for survivors. With Hongshe Town as their new forward base, the coalition's recovery pace notably accelerated. Over the next 3 months, like a cascade of falling dominoes, the coalition steadily advanced northward, reclaiming 3 small cities and numerous towns along the way. The light of hope did not ignite into a blazing inferno overnight, but was kindled gradually, lantern by lantern. Amidst the ruins, During the cleanup operations following the recapture of Hongsha town, coalition soldiers, deep within a large supermarket, discovered an exit blocked by heavy debris, where the scent of the living lingered. Is anyone in there? We are the Human Coalition, the joint forces of Jianghai City and Linghai City. The monsters in the city have been cleared. We are here to rescue you. The team leader pounded on the rusted metal doorframe, the sound echoing in the vast underground space. Inside, there was initially a deathly silence, but just as the soldiers prepared to force the door open, a faint rustling sound emerged from within. Soon after, a pair of terrified, vigilant eyes appeared in the crack of the door. As the obstruction was slowly removed, the sight before even the battle-hardened veterans stirred their emotions. Hundreds of emaciated survivors, clad in rags, supported each other like a swarm of ants groping in the dark, staggered out into the light. Although the populace had been confined for an extended period, the supermarket still held a considerable stock of food. In the presence of sustenance and safety, no particularly disastrous events transpired, save for a few lifeless male bodies strewn upon the ground, serving as grim testament to the horrors that had unfolded within the supermarket. The faces of the survivors, long deprived of sunlight, were etched with fear and numbness. Yet upon witnessing the fully armed soldiers, their impeccable military bearing, and the immense, seemingly sentient creatures standing quietly behind them, the icy veneer of their numbness began to shatter. A flicker of incredulous hope ignited within their hollow eyes, akin to a flickering flame. It was uncertain who let out the first suppressed sob, but soon the emotion rippled outward, quickly evolving into a chorus of choked cries and wails. A young man reached out, yearning to touch a soldier's arm, as if to affirm that this was not a mere illusion before death. He murmured, "The army has arrived. The army is here." Similar scenes unfolded in the months that followed as the coalition reclaimed various cities and towns along their northern campaign. In school gymnasiums, subway tunnels, and mountain air raid shelters, the presence of the coalition signified the restoration of order and the prospect of survival. Combat units were tasked with eliminating threats, followed closely by civil affairs teams that sprang into action. Survivors were meticulously registered, subjected to rigorous health screenings and sanitation, and provided with emergency food and clean drinking water. Doctors and nurses tended to the wounded within hastily erected medical tents. More importantly, the coalition brought forth the promise of restored order, swiftly putting it into action. The physically robust were integrated into construction brigades to clear debris and repair infrastructure, while skilled professionals, be they engineers, doctors, or teachers, were promptly identified and assigned tasks. Even the frail, elderly, women, and children were organized to undertake manageable logistical duties. Each individual was deemed necessary. Each held intrinsic value. Hope transformed from mere rhetoric into the tangible warmth of food in hand, into shelters that allowed for peaceful slumber at night, and into concrete opportunities to partake in the reconstruction of their homeland. Yet, the brighter the light, the more grotesque the shadows it casts. During the reclamation of a stronghold established around a large supermarket, the coalition encountered a scene starkly contrasting their previous rescues. Here, there were no survivors huddling for warmth. Only a rigid hierarchy and brutal oppression prevailed. As the soldiers breached the outer barriers, they were met with a group of survivors, shackled by iron chains around their necks. Emaciated and utterly desensitized, they were corralled like livestock in dark, damp corners. In stark juxtaposition to this hellish sight stood the loathsome thugs reveling in their ill-gotten gains. The leader of the thugs, a level 3 evolving entity, faced the coalition not with fear, but with brazen arrogance, shouting, "What ragtag soldiers are you? This is my territory. Who do you think you are to dare?" His words were abruptly cut short as a shadow darted through the crowd. Black Claw's lethal talons pressed against his throat, the cold tips piercing the skin and drawing forth droplets of blood. The violent intent washed over him like a frigid deluge, freezing the bravado on his face, leaving only terror in its wake. Shen Nianze and Wang Jianjun stepped into this hell's cape side by side, their gazes sweeping over the shackled compatriots, their faces darkened by the mingling of fresh and old scars. Wang Jianjun's voice, as frigid as the Siberian winds, bore no warmth. According to the coalition's supreme decree, how should we deal with this filth that derives pleasure from the persecution and enslavement of their own kind? An officer adorned with a law enforcement armband stepped forward, his voice resonant and menacing, reporting to the commanding general. According to Article 1 of the coalition's wartime management regulations, any individual confirmed to have committed heinous acts such as enslavement, torture, and plunder against their compatriots shall be executed on site without trial, to serve as a warning to others. Without hesitation, Shen Nianze gave the order. Black Claw's claws struck down without a moment's delay. Blood erupted as the once mighty thug leader clutched his gushing throat. Disbelief etched across his face as he collapsed, the light in his eyes rapidly dimming. Clear the area, Wang Jianjun instructed coldly into the communicator. With that command, the coalition soldiers, fierce as wolves, along with their allied beasts, lunged at the remaining defiant thugs. The skirmish was brief yet bloody, justice delivered in the most direct and ruthless manner. Only then did the enslaved survivors seem to awaken from a prolonged nightmare. They initially gazed vacantly at the bodies of the thugs, but soon, the suppressed cries, roars of anger, and screams of release erupted forth. The Dawn Coalition stood as conquerors to the monsters, guardians to their compatriots, and harbingers of death to the scum. This news, carried swiftly by the restored electricity and networks, spread faster and farther than any propaganda. It served both as a balm for the suffering and as a Damocles sword hanging over the heads of every potential usurper. Under this strategy of gathering the righteous and striking down the wicked, the coalition's northern advance, though still fraught with peril, saw unprecedented internal cohesion and a strengthening rear. Cities were liberated from chaos and despair, the human-controlled territories expanding at an unprecedented pace. Two base cities grew through conflict and salvation, their ironclad rules deterring nefarious elements. Swelling like a snowball, each victory brought forth more survivors, resources, and even coerced, willing mutant beasts. The technology for controlling mutant beasts matured, with increased production. The proportion of evolutionaries possessing dedicated combat or support mutant beasts within the coalition rose significantly. Even new tactical squads emerged, composed entirely of riders and their mutant mounts. The renown of the Dawn Coalition began to spread across the wasteland in tandem with their northern march. An increasing number of survivor outposts willingly dispatched members to seek alliance or membership. The coalition, in a posture of integration and absorption, continued to grow. At this moment, the Dawn Coalition bore little resemblance to its state a year prior. At the forefront of the ranks, the forms of Little Mouth and Old Mo appeared even more formidable, their presence palpable. Behind them loomed a pack of wolves and cavalry nearly twice their previous size. Among the main forces, in addition to the veterans from Jianhai City Zoo, a plethora of diverse mutant beasts from Linhai City and other newly allied factions emerged. In the sky, swarms continued to circle, but now included tamed mutant falcons and crows, poised to counter any potential aerial threats. Shen Nianze, Wang Jianjun, Chun Kong, and other high-ranking members of the coalition stood atop a vantage point, gazing upon the distant silhouette of the colossal city shrouded in gloom. We have traversed an entire year to arrive at this juncture, Wang Jianjun reflected. Just a bit of wind and frost, Chun Kong observed, pride swelling as he looked down upon the vast army. Lin Shi, however, felt a twinge of sadness. It has been so long, yet I have not heard from my parents. It seems they. Shen Nianze gently stroked Little Mouth's head, his gaze profound. Kyoto. At that moment, a communications officer rushed up the rise, his expression not one of joy but of astonishment. Commanders, we've made contact. He gasped, clutching a piece of paper tightly in his hand. Kyoto. It's a signal from Kyoto. They have responded. Kyoto? Wang Jianjun raised an eyebrow and extinguished his cigarette. Chun Kong also restrained his smile and stood up straight. Lin Shi immediately lifted her head, while Shen Nianze took the telegram, quickly scanned it, his face betraying no emotion, and casually handed it to the impatient Wang Jianjun beside him. As Wang Jianjun read, his expression darkened, and he thrust the telegram at Chun Kong, cursing. Is this person still half asleep? Chun Kong glanced at it, and couldn't help but laugh in anger. Let me read it to you. To the leader of the Dawn Coalition, you are hereby ordered to unconditionally connect to the designated communication nodes of our side within 48 hours of receiving this message, and to report the following matters comprehensively and truthfully. 1. Details of personnel composition and armed forces. 2. The scope of controlled areas and resource reserves. 3. The number, capabilities, and control methods of biological weapon populations under your control, along with corresponding methods. There is a long list after that. This is nothing but an inspection checklist from superiors to subordinates. Lin Shi also finished reading the telegram, her brows furrowing tightly. The signal source has been confirmed to be from the direction of Kyoto. Do they not realize the state of the world we are in? They know, of course. Wang Jianjun replied calmly. But they are also acutely aware of the significance of their Kyoto name and the authority of the Central Command of Huaxia. They are not requesting. They are probing us to see if we still acknowledge their title. Chun Kong snorted disdainfully. Acknowledge what? We risk our lives battling zombies and saving people, while they were nowhere to be found. Now that they see our rise, they wish to pluck the fruits of our labor with a mere piece of paper? What a naive notion. Li Lei was even more direct. I think the commander in Kyoto is just a brainless fool. In this day and age, still flaunting bureaucratic airs? Shen Nianze surveyed the group with a piercing gaze. The likelihood of Kyoto being strong on the outside, yet weak on the inside, is quite high. But that does not mean they pose no threat. A cornered beast will still fight. A power clinging to its old authority in dire straits can often be more troublesome than a pure enemy. So how do we respond? Wang Jianjun looked to Shen Nianze. We can't possibly divulge all our assets, can we? Of course we must respond, Shen Nianze said with a slight smile. Chapter 131, The Delusional Zhao Beiqin. He turned to the communication officer. To Kyoto, the signal has been received. The Dawn Coalition, based on humanitarian grounds and shared goals of civilizational continuity, expresses a willingness to establish preliminary contact with your side. The situation in our controlled areas is complex, and we currently lack the capacity for a comprehensive report. As for our internal affairs and military composition, they are classified and cannot be disclosed. Shen Nianze watched the communication officer take his leave, then turned once more to the north, his eyes deep with thought. Let our existence be known. Tell them that if they wish to cooperate, they must come with sincerity. If they seek to impose their authority. The small creature beside him seemed to sense his mood, lazily opening its gaping maw and yawning, revealing its fearsome fangs. Shen Nianze gently patted it. Then we must first consult our good brothers to see if they agree. Kyoto, Underground Command Center. Despite being deep underground, the facilities here remained intact as they were before the apocalypse. Staff hurriedly moved about, and at the center of it all stood Commander Zhao Beiqin, a middle-aged man in his 50s, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the main screen. His long-standing authority radiated a natural gravitas. When the apocalypse erupted, he stabilized the core area amidst initial chaos with decisive orders and the formidable firepower of the Kyoto garrison. Later, leveraging intelligence gained from crystal cores, he cultivated a formidable force of evolved troops. It could be said that Kyoto's strength was far from weak, sufficient to look down upon the majority of survivor factions. Yet at this moment, he stared at the reply from the Southern Dawn Coalition, his expression dark enough to reign. Equitable exchange? Top secret? Not convenient to disclose. He nearly ground his teeth as he repeated the words from the telegram, his voice echoing with anger in the silent command hall. Well, the Dawn Coalition. What audacity! A staff member wearing gold-rimmed glasses cautiously spoke up. Commander, given their capability to reclaim areas around Hejian City and tame numerous mutated beasts, their strength is indeed formidable. Should we consider adjusting our communication strategy? Perhaps attempt a softer approach. Softer approach? Zhao Beiqin suddenly turned, his gaze like lightning, silencing the staff member immediately. They possessed the strongest armed force in Huaxia yet refused to accept unified command from the state. What kind of behavior is this? This is a display of armed arrogance. A blatant disregard for law and order. If I soften my stance today, will tomorrow's riffraff declare themselves kings? His inner fury blazed fiercely. On one hand, he was enviously coveting the miraculous beast army of the Dawn Coalition, which would be an absolute weapon for eliminating threats and restoring order. On the other hand, he could not accept that his legitimate command center was being so casually dismissed by a rising local power. The authority and desire for control stemming from the old world made him intolerant of any formidable force beyond his grasp. Have they forgotten who still represents the legitimate state? Zhao Beiqin's voice rose. Send them a telegram. In the sternest tone, question their refusal to obey central command. What do they intend? Are they plotting treason? The second telegram from Kyoto soon landed before Shen Nianze and the others. Its language was extremely harsh, filled with accusations and condescending threats, especially the final charge of treason, which was particularly glaring. Damn it, treason? Chun Kong slammed his hand on the table, his face turning crimson with rage. We fought tooth and nail, saved countless lives, reclaimed vast territories, and they Haven-T lifted a finger. Now they dare to throw such a huge label at us. Wang Jianjun's face was equally grim. They aim to suppress us from a moral high ground. What an audacious flag to wave. Shen Nianze examined the telegram, a peculiar smile creeping onto his face, tinged with mockery and a hint of coldness. Treason? They think their mere title grants them the right to represent the state? To condemn us? He rose, moving to the window to gaze at the soldiers training and the resting animals outside, speaking slowly. Reply to them, stating that amidst the apocalypse, communication has ceased and order has collapsed. We cannot verify the authenticity of your Kyoto command. We have encountered many gangs of thugs occupying abandoned military facilities, masquerading as officials. Please first prove your identity and demonstrate that you are not holding genuine official personnel captive while usurping command. Otherwise, all so-called orders and accusations will be regarded as provocations and slanders from hostile forces. Shen Kong burst into laughter. Brilliant. Shun, that is a masterstroke. Suspecting them of being imposters. Ha! Wang Jianjun clapped his hands in delight. Exactly. Who knows what kind of fools they are? On what basis do they claim authority? The communication officer couldn't help but chuckle as well, promptly drafting a reply that conveyed Shen Nianze's sentiments in a more formal, yet inherently more infuriating manner. When this reply reached the Kyoto Command Center, its impact was catastrophic. Bang! Commander Zhao Beichen slammed his fist onto the control panel, causing the hard alloy surface to dent. Veins bulged on his forehead as his complexion shifted from green to red, then to pale. Thugs. They dare to label us as thugs. The sheer audacity. This was a blatant, malicious affront. He roared, his voice distorted by sheer rage. The entire command center fell into a profound silence. With all personnel too apprehensive to even breathe, the advisor with golden-rimmed glasses, bracing himself, interjected, "Commander, they are merely being obstinate. They are fully aware of the truth." Zhao Beichen, panting heavily, interrupted him. "They are doing this deliberately. By employing such shameless tactics, they are utterly undermining our authority." He fixated on the words on the screen that read, "Please prove you are not a mob," feeling a surge of blood rush to his head, nearly causing him to faint from indignation. Having navigated through life with power and prestige, he had never endured such humiliation, especially not from what he considered a local armed faction. Ridiculing him in such a juvenile manner. What a farce, this Dawn Coalition. What a farce, Shen Nianze. Zhao Beichen spat out these words through clenched teeth, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. It seems there is no need for further discussion. If they refuse to acknowledge our goodwill, they should not blame me for being uncivilized. He abruptly turned, commanding the operations officer in a sharp tone. Order. The Blade Special Evolutionary Unit is to enter a state of Level 1 combat readiness. Intelligence Department. Spare no effort in ascertaining the main force movements of the Dawn Coalition and the defensive vulnerabilities of their stronghold. I will make them understand the price of disrespecting Kyoto. The channels of communication, engulfed in extreme fury and hostility, were temporarily severed. Yet, everyone comprehended that the clash between the old and new powers was now inevitable. The trial period of peace had come to an end. Chapter 132, The Arrival of the Watchtower. The Dawn Coalition and Kyoto found themselves in a delicate strategic stalemate. On either side of this invisible boundary, both parties were amassing strength while exercising restraint. The key to breaking the balance lay in who would be the first to initiate the war, and Shen Nianze was resolute in his stance, refusing to launch a preemptive attack. Every bullet in our possession should not be fired upon our fellow countrymen. He surveyed the assembled generals, his gaze piercing. There are still tens of thousands of civilians living underground in Kyoto. Human civilization has already shed too much blood. We cannot withstand another large-scale civil war. Moreover, the Kyoto side had yet to truly overstep their bounds, remaining in the phases of deterrence and infiltration. Should we be the ones to spark a full-scale war? Both morality and public sentiment would forsake us. Under Shen Nianze's insistence, the coalition's strategic focus began to shift inward. The main forces were divided into smaller units, penetrating every corner of the controlled areas, rooting out remaining threats, and consolidating newly reclaimed territories. Simultaneously, substantial resources were allocated to civilian infrastructure, aiding the newly integrated populace in rebuilding their homes and restoring production. Between the north and south, the fragile, tenuous calm persisted. Yet both Shen Nianze and Zhao Beichen understood that this tranquility would not last long. However, neither of them anticipated that it would not be a human force from either side that would shatter this equilibrium. On a seemingly tranquil night, at the edge of the Dawn Coalition's controlled area, a soldier at a forward observation post was wrapped in a coat, keeping watch. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light cleaved the night sky from the distant horizon, plunging straight towards the earth. The brilliance was so intense that it momentarily illuminated the contours of the surrounding mountains, casting the land in a daylight-like radiance. Moments later, a thunderous crash reverberated, accompanied by a barely perceptible tremor beneath his feet. A meteor? I wonder if wishing for the end of the apocalypse still holds any merit, the sentry muttered to himself. Deep within the shattered mountains at the impact site, a scorched crater approximately 50 meters in diameter cradled a sleek spacecraft, measuring around 15 meters in length. Its surface shimmered a silvery gray, with only a few small, reddened areas from high-speed friction rapidly cooling, resembling a dormant metallic giant egg. With a low humming sound, the spacecraft's smooth side opened to reveal a portal, forming a sloping ramp. 3 towering figures emerged from the dimly lit cabin, stepping onto the soil of Blue Star. They stood nearly 2.5 meters tall, their bodies cloaked in a layer of dark golden exoskeleton. Their limbs were extraordinarily elongated, with joint structures resembling those of humans but adapted for explosive running and jumping. Their heads bore no noses, no ears, and none of the familiar facial features of humanity. Instead, they possessed a pair of enormous compound eyes occupying a significant portion of their heads, composed of countless tiny hexagonal mirrors reflecting the unfamiliar and desolate world around them. They lacked mouths for vocalization. Instead, a deep, resonant hum emanated from their chest cavities during communication. The foremost alien's chest vibrated as it emitted a low drone. Atmospheric composition, gravitational environment, and foundational ecological chain confirm compatibility with breeding grounds. Standard 7. Prey density is moderately high, having entered the initial group evolution stage. The alien behind it hummed. Let us hope this harvest does not tarnish the hunting records of our watchtower. The leading hunter scanned the dark wilderness with its multifaceted eyes and droned. The hunt begins. The three dark golden figures melted into the shadows, stealthily advancing towards areas where human activity might exist. In the dead of night, an 8-man cavalry unit was advancing quietly. Boss, how much longer until we reach the observation point? Lin Shen urged his horse to catch up with the leader, Li Lei, his voice tinged with fatigue. Li Lei glanced at the tactical panel. At this speed, it will be another 2 hours. What's wrong? Missing home? Lin Shen sheepishly scratched his head. I'm just a bit worried about my sister. She has been assisting Minister Lin these past few days, and I fear she might be a bit clumsy. Your sister is doing quite well with Minister Lin, Li Lei replied with a slight smile. The day before yesterday, when I went to submit my report, I saw her helping Lin. She organized medical equipment. You guessed it right. She does tend to be a bit clumsy and mix things up. That girl. Lin Shen chuckled helplessly. I'll have to have a word with her later. Just then, Zhang Yang trotted over, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Speaking of which, Lin Shen, what is going on with Su Wan from the Sky Cavalry? The day before yesterday after training. She specifically asked me what you like to eat lately. Lin Shen's face flushed crimson. It's just ordinary concern between comrades. Ordinary concern? Zhang Yang burst into laughter, drawing the curiosity of the other team members. She even knows precisely what you enjoy. If you ask me, you shouldn't play coy. Laughter erupted among the group. An old soldier quipped. If our cavalry unit could marry into the Sky Cavalry, would air support arrive sooner? Get lost. Lin Shen, flustered and annoyed, kicked the saddle of the old soldier, but couldn't hide the smile tugging at his lips. Li Lei observed the scene with a gentle smile in his eyes. Su Wan is indeed a good girl. She performed exceptionally well during the last rescue mission. When we return, I'll grant you some leave to take her out for a stroll. Captain Li. Lin Shen's face reddened further. Why are you joining in with them? Zhang Yang laughed at Lin Shen. What is there to be shy about? I say, you should be more proactive. Next time you see her, just ask if she'd like to have a meal together. If you're too shy to ask, I'll help you. No, absolutely not. Lin Shen waved his hands in a panic. If you say it, it might turn into Comrade Lin Shen wants to date you. And then I won't be able to face anyone. The group burst into another round of laughter. Even Li Lei couldn't suppress his chuckling. Amidst the banter, Li Lei suddenly sobered, raising a hand to signal them to halt. 3 enigmatic figures emerged from the darkness ahead, and on this apocalyptic night, the ability to wander freely outside, coupled with a towering height of 2.5 meters, could not possibly belong to ordinary humans. Li Lei slowly drew his saber, its blade glinting coldly in the moonlight as he prepared for battle. Just as his words fell, the 3 shadowy, golden figures sprang into motion. Their speed was astonishing, akin to 3 wraith-like bolts of golden lightning. One moment they were 100 meters away, and the next, they had fiercely crashed into the cavalry formation. Draw your swords. Engage the enemy. Li Lei bellowed, and the cavalrymen behind him reacted with remarkable swiftness, unsheathing their long sabers, their bright blades reflecting a chilling light under the moon. However, the disparity in strength was despairingly evident. One cavalryman charged forth, his saber slicing through the air with a fierce whoosh, aimed at the foremost figure. That figure did not even attempt to evade. It merely raised an arm, adorned with dark golden exoskeleton, to block the strike. The jarring clang of metal echoed. The saber, capable of cleaving through the skulls of mutated beasts, left merely a shallow white mark on the opponent's arm, while the cavalryman was jolted, his grip faltering, nearly losing his weapon. The creature, with its clawed, compound eyes devoid of emotion, swiftly extended its razor-like talons, seizing the cavalryman's neck with a casual squeeze. A sickening crack resounded, clear and distinct. The cavalryman was unable to emit even a scream before he slumped lifelessly from his mount. Damn it! A comrade nearby cried out in anguish, swinging his sword in a desperate attempt to strike at its waist. Yet another extraterrestrial being arrived before him, its bent legs sweeping like a battle axe, shattering the skull of the mutated steed. The horse wailed as it collapsed, and the knight atop it was violently flung away, only to be dismembered midair by a passing golden claw. This was a massacre, a blatant, one-sided slaughter. The cavalrymen's coordination was commendable, their swordsmanship exquisite. But in the face of absolute speed, strength, and defense, all their skills appeared feeble and ineffectual. Their sabers struggled to breach the defenses, while each claw strike, each kick from the foes, embodied a power capable of annihilation, a mere touch spelling death. Form a circle. Protect old Zhang. Li Lei roared, striving to stabilize the formation. Zhang Yang was the only member of the squad armed with heavy firepower, shouldering a rocket launcher as he searched for an opportunity. Yet the aliens moved too swiftly, their silhouettes flickering among the crowd, making it impossible for him to find a safe angle to fire without endangering his comrades. Damn it, get out of my way. Zhang Yang shouted as he witnessed a teammate on the brink of demise beneath a claw. In a moment of desperation, he pulled the trigger without consideration. The rocket screamed forth, hurtling towards the alien. The extraterrestrial seemed to sense the threat, abruptly changing direction. The rocket just grazed its body, detonating against the rocky wall behind it, erupting in a massive blaze of fire and dust. However, in that fleeting moment when the smoke and thunder of the explosion diverted attention, another alien, like a specter, slipped in from the side. Its talons aimed directly at Zhang Yang, who had momentarily paused due to the recoil. Old Zhang, watch out. Li Lei observed with clarity but was unable to intervene in time. The talons pierced effortlessly through Zhang Yang's composite armor, emerging from his back. Zhang Yang's body stiffened abruptly, disbelief flooding his expression as he gazed down at the talons that had impaled his chest. It hurt so much he gasped, blood spilling from his mouth. The alien coldly withdrew its talon, and Zhang Yang's robust form swayed before crashing heavily to the ground, joining his beloved steed, which had also succumbed to the onslaught. Zhang Yang. Li Lei's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury, grief and rage threatening to engulf him. Yet he understood that if they continued to fight, they would all perish here. Retreat. Fall back with me. He expended every ounce of strength to shout, abruptly turning his horse around and striking the mount of the still-dazed Lin Chun with his saber. Let us go. The remaining 4 or 5 cavalrymen followed Li Lei, akin to lost dogs, desperately dashing towards the complex rocky slopes, relying on their familiarity with the terrain. The alien hunters did not immediately pursue with full force. They seemed to relish the thrill of the chase, leisurely trailing behind like cats toying with mice, as they navigated through the chaotic stone formations. Hearing the occasional screams and sounds of falling horses behind them, Li Lei's heart sank deeper into despair. When he finally burst forth from a thicket of stone and looked back, only Lin Chun remained by his side. The young man's face was etched with terror, sorrow, and confusion. Lin, they are. Lin Chun's voice trembled violently. Li Lei did not respond, his gaze fixed intently on the rear. The 3 deadly figures reappeared as phantoms on a nearby boulder, their cold compound eyes locking onto them. A dead end. In an instant, Li Lei made a decision. He lowered his voice, urgency and determination lacing his tone. Lin Chun, listen, I will hold them off. You run towards the eastern ravine. No matter what. Bring back the message. This is an order. No, I want to leave. Lin Chun protested, tears brimming in his eyes as he gripped his saber tightly. I want to kill them. Damn it, you're playing the hero. Li Lei struck swiftly, delivering a precise blow to the back of Lin Chun's neck. Lin Chun emitted a muffled groan, his eyes wide with disbelief and shock, before he slumped into unconsciousness. Li Lei quickly secured him firmly onto the back of a mutated horse, giving it a forceful slap on the hindquarters, directing it eastward. Go. Take him back. The mutated horse let out a sorrowful neigh, glancing between the resolute Li Lei and the unconscious Lin Chun, before finally lifting its hooves and charging into the dark ravine, carrying the last glimmer of hope. Having completed this, Li Lei took a deep breath, turning his horse to face the encroaching death alone. He discreetly pressed the switch for the battlefield recorder on his helmet. He understood that his life was now on a countdown. Yet, he wished to leave some trace for humanity. He stood firm, saber raised, blocking the path like a solitary reef attempting to withstand a torrential flood. He prepared to embrace death. However, the anticipated thunderous strike did not come. The foremost alien raised its talon, halting its advancing minions. Its insect-like eyes scrutinized Li Lei, as if appreciating a rare quarry. A rumble emanated from its chest, producing a peculiar sound, yet crystal clear in the universal tongue. Admirable courage, pray. To act against the odds, willing to sacrifice for your kin, such qualities, though common in human civilization, still leave me somewhat astonished. For they are indeed rare in other civilizations. Li Lei tightened his grip on the hilt, his voice hoarse. What exactly are you? The alien's compound eyes shifted slightly, as if evaluating an intriguing artifact. I am called Cracked Claw. We hail from the viewing platform, a great civilization beyond your comprehension, and this planet, this place you call home, is merely a meticulously crafted hunting ground for us. A hunting ground? Li Lei's pupils constricted suddenly, an icy chill rushing up his spine. He recalled his fallen comrades, those who had perished under the claws of zombies and mutated beasts, his voice trembling with restrained anger. What do you mean? Indeed. The Cracked Claw's talon grazed through the air gently. These zombies, these mutated beasts, are merely trials we have cast. The weak are eliminated, while the strong evolve under pressure, thus cultivating prey worthy of our hunt. They fought valiantly, countless comrades falling one after another, guarding the last ember of humanity. So it turned out all of this was merely a hunting game? Why? His voice was rendered hoarse by a seething fury, each word seemingly forced through clenched teeth. The fractured chest cavity of the creature emitted a sound akin to laughter, imbued with a disdainful superiority. For you humans were once the most perilous and coveted species in this galaxy, though you now languish in pitiable weakness. Bereft of the protection technology once afforded you, the vestiges of a thrilling combat instinct and evolutionary potential still linger within your veins. Chapter 134. Your name shall be inscribed in the annals of glory, human warrior. It took a step forward, its multifaceted eyes glinting with the thrill of the hunt. Your sacrifice is commendable, rendering you more valuable than other prey. Now, let us conclude this hunt in the manner befitting warriors. Another hunter hurled a uniquely designed melee weapon, shimmering with an ethereal blue light, which landed before Li Lei. Pick it up. The creature's claws fully extended, glimmering with a deadly sheen. Let me see what surprises this esteemed quarry can offer. He did not immediately retrieve the alien weapon. Instead, he dismounted and turned to face the mutated war steed. The steed seemed to sense something amiss, restlessly pawing the ground, emitting low whinnies, its massive head gently nudging Li Lei's shoulder as if urging him to mount and flee together. Li Lei raised his hand to stroke the warm cheek of the steed, his fingertips trembling slightly. He could feel this sentient companion quaking, uncertain whether from fear or from an awareness of his resolve. Let us go. Li Lei's voice was barely above a whisper. Your mission is complete. Thank you for accompanying me for so long. He patted the steed's sturdy flank and pointed in the direction where Lin Shun had vanished. The steed stubbornly remained in place, snorting defiantly, its teeth grasping at Li Lei's garment, attempting to pull him onto its back. Move. Li Lei's voice rose sharply. He struck the steed's flank again, this time with considerable force. The steed, feeling the sting, raised its front hooves and let out a mournful cry, casting one last lingering glance at Li Lei before finally turning and galloping into the darkness. Li Lei watched the silhouette of the steed disappear into the night before slowly turning away. He bent down to retrieve the alien blade, the cold touch invigorating him. Now, he could finally engage in this final battle without a shred of hesitation. We are not prey. In the next instant, he bent down to grasp the alien blade, feeling its chilling texture and unfamiliar balance. Opposite him, the hunter code-named Blade stepped forward with deliberate slowness. The tactical visor within Li Lei's helmet flickered erratically. Target energy level, mature, LV4. Warning, energy level disparity too great. His own readings displayed in the corner, mature, LV1. The three-tier gap loomed like an insurmountable chasm. After all, Shen Nianze had only recently evolved from mature LV5 to complete LV1. And Li Lei had sparred against Shen Nianze at his LV5 state, knowing he was no match. Blade's multifaceted eyes remained calm, its claws performing a peculiar gesture. A ceremonial salute of honor from their civilization, the highest respect afforded to a worthy prey. As the gesture concluded, without warning, Blade sprang into action. Its dark, golden form tore through the air, moving with such speed that it left only an afterimage. The claws lunged for Li Lei's throat, the chill of death enveloping him momentarily. Bang! The microjets on his shoulder armor activated instantaneously, propelling Li Lei to narrowly evade the strike. The claws grazed his neck, leaving deep gashes on his exoskeleton. Seizing the momentum, Li Lei rolled, the alien blade arcing upward to strike at the joint of Blade's elbow, an instinct honed through countless battles, targeting the vulnerabilities. Clang! Sparks flew. The blade was deftly intercepted by Blade's other claw. Good judgment. Blade's multifaceted eyes flickered with a hint of surprise. But your strength is insufficient. The claws exerted tremendous force, sending a shockwave through the blade, causing Li Lei's hand to split, blood instantly staining his glove. Li Lei retreated, using the momentum to veer to the side, the jet system once more propelling him in an unusual arc toward Blade's flank. He aimed directly for the multifaceted eye, the only potentially vulnerable area on an otherwise armored body he had observed. Naive. Blade did not even turn. Its tail, whip-like and as quick as lightning, struck Li Lei squarely in the chest. He was flung backward, crashing violently against a rock wall. His chest armor shattered, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The disparity in levels was overwhelming. Speed, strength, defense, an all-encompassing obliteration. Yet he propped himself up with the blade, slowly rising. With every movement, his fractured ribs screamed in agony, yet he stood resolutely upright. A flicker of confusion crossed Blade's multifaceted eyes. Why do you insist on standing? Knowing your demise is certain, perhaps if you succumb to defeat, I might spare you. Or if you kneel and beg for mercy, I might show you respect. Their understanding of humanity was flawed. When faced with the specter of death, most would kneel and plead for mercy. Yet Blade could not comprehend why Li Lei still stood defiant. Li Lei spat blood, his voice hoarse yet resolute. Kneeling will earn me no respect. As long as I can stand, I can still fight. The people of Huaxia do not know how to die on their knees. He charged once more. The jet system operated at maximum capacity, transforming him into a fleeting shadow. This time, he did not aim for any vital points. Instead, he poured every ounce of strength into the blade, thrusting it directly toward Blade's chest. Li Lei abandoned all defense, opening the jet ports on his shoulder, forcing his way forward against Blade's claws. If I am to die, let it be in the throes of my charge. Blade's claws plunged into Li Lei's abdomen. Excruciating pain surged through him, yet in that moment, Li Lei smiled. This fearless grin, so unexpected, even momentarily stunned the battle-hardened Blade. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, Li Lei executed one final maneuver. With his bloodied hand, he grasped the claw that had pierced his abdomen, activating the jet system in his arm and cranking the power to maximum. The long blade, propelled by the jets, sliced toward Blade with blinding speed. Splat! Despite Blade's last-second attempt to dodge, the close-range assault left shards grazing the edge of its multifaceted eye. A fine crack appeared on its dark, golden exoskeleton, droplets of transparent fluid seeping from the wound. Li Lei fixed his gaze upon that injury, his bloodied visor concealing a voice hoarse yet triumphant. Remember this, scum, better equipped. 3 levels above me, and yet I have still wounded you. Blade's multifaceted eyes flashed violently, no longer exuding the calm of the hunt, but radiating genuine fury. It yanked its claw free, tearing flesh away. Surprisingly, however, it did not immediately extinguish Li Lei's life. Instead, it gently touched the edge of its multifaceted eye where the wound had formed. That you, with your civilization's level, could injure me is indeed commendable. Blade's humming voice resonated with a distinct emotional tremor for the first time. But this ends here. Li Lei discarded the long knife given by Blade, retrieving his own discarded weapon, bracing himself to stand despite the blood gushing from his abdomen. His vision began to blur, yet a smile lingered at the corner of his mouth. The blade lowered its gaze to the scar at the edge of its multifaceted eyes, performing a complete display of respect for its prey for the first time. It gently tapped its claws against its forehead and then pointed towards the heavens. Your name shall be enshrined in the annals of glory, human warrior. Just as the blade prepared to turn away, a rapid clatter of hooves echoed from afar, drawing nearer. The mutated warhorse, which should have fled, unexpectedly returned, its eyes blazing crimson, nostrils exhaling white vapor, and muscles taut, charging towards the blade with a desperate ferocity. The blade did not even turn around. Its long tail lashed out like a steel whip, deftly ensnaring the warhorse's forelegs. The horse let out a mournful cry as it crashed heavily to the ground, but immediately struggled to rise. A flicker of disturbance passed through the blade's multifaceted eyes. It could have effortlessly crushed the horse's skull, but merely flicked its tail, sending the warhorse tumbling beside Li Lei. Your loyalty is commendable, but needless sacrifice is meaningless. With that, the 3 hunters on the viewing platform turned away, their dark golden figures gradually merging into the night. The warhorse struggled to its feet, nudging Li Lei's limp body with its head, emitting a series of sorrowful whinnies. Cautiously, it knelt down, supporting Li Lei with its own body, ensuring that this warrior, who fought until the very last moment, retained a noble stance even in death. Chapter 135, Lin Chen's Return. In the dead of night, at the western border outpost of the Dawn Coalition, the searchlight's beam swept methodically across the barbed wire and trenches. The sentinel rubbed his weary eyes. Nights in the post-apocalyptic world always felt interminably long. Aside from the wind, only the occasional howls of mutated beasts could be heard in the distance. Suddenly, a frantic and disordered clattering of hooves shattered the night's tranquility as it approached rapidly. Wang Ming immediately became alert, raising his weapon and peering into the distance with the aid of moonlight and the searchlight's residual glow. There, a tall and powerful mutated warhorse was galloping towards the outpost, seemingly carrying a rider on its back, its sides stained with large patches of dark, still-drying muck. It's a military horse. Quickly, open the barriers. Wang Ming recognized the horse belonged to the cavalry unit and shouted to his comrades atop the watchtower. The roadblocks were swiftly cleared, and the warhorse surged through the outpost like a gust of wind, showing no signs of stopping as it barreled straight towards the core of the military camp. In the fleeting moment as the warhorse brushed past him, Wang Ming saw more clearly. The figure on its back was the unconscious Lin Chen from the cavalry unit, securely strapped to the saddle with leather belts, while the horse itself was drenched in blood, its once vibrant eyes now filled with sorrow and terror. Something has gone awry. A chilling dread surged through Wang Ming as he realized the gravity of the situation. Captain Li Lei had gone out on a reconnaissance mission. Yet only Lin Chun had returned, and the horse was stained with blood. He immediately lunged for the communicator. Command center. Command center. This is Outpost 3 in the west. Emergency situation. The cavalry's warhorse has returned alone, bearing the unconscious Lin Chun, and is covered in blood. Something is amiss. Repeat, something is amiss. The piercing alarm instantly shattered the tranquility of the military camp. The once quiet barracks erupted as if stones had been thrown into still waters, soldiers awakening from their slumber. Seizing their weapons and rushing from the barracks, quickly assembling under the commanding calls of their officers, entering a state of readiness. The nearest medical tent was activated at once. Several military doctors and nurses were already waiting there. As the warhorse arrived, they swiftly assisted in lowering the unconscious Lin Chun from the horse's back, placing him on a stretcher and transporting him into the tent for urgent examination and treatment. News spread like wildfire through the camp, enveloping everyone in a heavy and unsettling atmosphere. Li Lei's cavalry unit was the elite of the coalition. What could have befallen them to result in such devastation? Leaving only one unconscious soldier to be brought back by a warhorse? Moments later, Shen Nianze emerged with a grave expression, striding quickly, while Wang Jianjun hurried from another direction, fastening the buttons of his coat, his face reflecting both disrupted anger and concern. Chen Kong soon followed, appearing more composed, yet internally restless. The trio exchanged no words, instinctively moving towards the brightly lit temporary medical tent. Inside the tent, the atmosphere was stifling. Lin Chun lay on a makeshift hospital bed, his face pale and eyes closed, while a military doctor administered N4 and checked his vital signs. The mutated warhorse stood guard at the entrance, its massive body trembling slightly. Wang Jianjun immediately noticed the bloodstains and wounds on the horse, and then turned to the unconscious Lin Chun, his fists clenching tightly as he spoke in a low, menacing tone. Where is Li Lei? Where are the others? The officer responsible for tallying the returnees reported, currently, only Lin Chun has returned, Commander Wang. Captain Li and 6 other team members have not returned and cannot be reached. The air in the tent seemed to freeze. Wang Jianjun stared intently at the unconscious Lin Chun and then at the bloodied, mournful warhorse. Since the beginning of the apocalypse, Li Lei had been a pivotal figure at the Zhanghai city base, and now that he was in peril, it was clear that the enemy held formidable power. Whether it be mutated beasts, zombies seeking to feed, marauders intent on plundering, or even the forces from the capital, the adversaries would undoubtedly not spare Li Lei. Wang Jianjun gritted his teeth and declared, Li Lei and his cavalry squad are likely in grave danger. Li Lei and his cavalry team were the sharpest blades of the coalition, emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. It could be said that aside from the high-level evolved beasts, with Li Lei and the mutated warhorse, they could have escaped even if they could not win. If they met such a fate, what kind of enemy were they up against? In the oppressive silence, Shen Nianze slowly raised his head, breaking the heavy stillness. I will go find out. He paused, his tone grave and resolute. Alive, I want to see people. Dead, I want to see corpses. No, I am absolutely opposed. Wang Jianjun interjected almost instantaneously as Shen Nianze finished speaking. Nianze, the situation is unclear. If even Li Lei's group has fallen, what kind of enemy are we facing? How many of them are there? What is their strength? We know nothing. As the commander of the coalition, you are our backbone and must not recklessly take risks. What if this is a ploy to draw you out, or something happens to you? What will happen to the coalition then? He grew increasingly agitated, veins bulging on his forehead. What if this is a trap, waiting for you to walk right into it? What then? Huh? His words echoed the sentiments of many officers within the tent. Everyone held their breath, watching Shen Nianze, awaiting his response. Unmoved by Wang Jianjun's fervor, Shen Nianze turned to meet his gaze. Old Wang, it is precisely because the situation is unclear that I must ascertain the truth. Hiding in the camp and speculating will only spread panic and leave us at a disadvantage. He raised his hand, halting Wang Jianjun from speaking again. Xiao Zui and Lao Mo will accompany me. With them, our safety will be greatly enhanced. I will have Hualuo conduct aerial reconnaissance first. There will be no issues. He stepped in front of Wang Jianjun. If I encounter insurmountable danger, I will withdraw immediately to obtain first-hand intelligence. Currently, I am the only one with the capability to venture out and investigate the situation. Wang Jianjun understood Shen Nianze. He was deeply loyal, and in truth, the calmer he appeared, the angrier he felt inside. Li Lei had known Shen Nianze since the onset of the apocalypse, and they had fought together through numerous battles. If something had happened to Li Lei, Shen Nianze would not simply sit idly by. He opened his mouth, but ultimately let out a heavy sigh, punching the nearby wall, producing a dull thud as a form of reluctant acquiescence. Though the worry on his face remained unabated, As the atmosphere inside the tent eased somewhat due to Shen Nianze's decision, a voice broke through the momentary calm. Shingu. Lin Shi, who had been diligently monitoring Lin Chen's vital signs, lifted her head. I will accompany you. All eyes instantly turned to her. Before Shen Nianze and Wang Jianjun could inquire, Lin Shi swiftly and clearly articulated her rationale, her speech rapid yet coherent. I am a forensic doctor, and I also possess qualifications in field emergency medical care. Her gaze swept over Lin Chen. If Li Lei and the others have indeed encountered misfortune, the traces left at the scene, the wound patterns on the bodies, and the damage inflicted by weapons can provide crucial information. Moreover, by analyzing the force and precision of the injuries, we can roughly infer the assailant's level of strength and combat style. She paused, taking a deep breath. Her tone infused with a glimmer of hope as she continued. Secondly, and perhaps more importantly, if any of them are still alive but incapacitated due to severe injuries, my medical skills can offer immediate care and stabilization on site, thus securing the most precious golden time for subsequent rescue efforts. Chapter 136, Setting Out to Search for Li Lei. Shen Nianze gazed intently at Lin Shi. All right, he nodded, making a decisive resolution. Lin Shi, prepare the equipment immediately. We shall set off in 10 minutes. Yes. Lin Shi promptly stood up. Observing the situation unfold, Wang Jianjun exhaled heavily, realizing that Shen Nianze's arrangement had duly considered the risks. He directed his attention to the communications officer. Relay my orders. The base is to enter a level 2 combat readiness status immediately. All outer sentry posts are to double their vigilance. Mobile units are to remain on standby, prepared for immediate support. He turned to Shen Nianze, his tone unusually grave. Remember to maintain open communication. Report back every half hour. If anything seems amiss, regardless of your reasoning, you must retreat at once. Even if you are my superior, I command you to do so. Understood, Shen Nianze replied solemnly. At that moment, Zhou Kai and Zhao Chong, who had been standing at the edge of the tent, exchanged glances. Zhou Kai stepped forward. Shingu, please allow Zhao Chong and me to lead the Kanjia Wolf team along an alternate route to conduct a simultaneous search. Shen Nianze pondered briefly. Both Zhao Chong and Zhou Kai were veteran evolvers from the early days of the zoo, and the Kanjia Wolf team had now reached a fully mature level 5. Under intense hunting conditions, both Zhao Chong and Zhou Kai had also attained level 4, making them formidable assets. Given that he and Lin Shi could only search in one direction, it would be prudent to utilize the wolf team's strengths, especially considering their keen sense of smell, to explore another route. Thus, Shen Nianze consented to the proposal. Agreed. Zhou Kai, Zhao Chong, you will lead the wolf team to search along the river valley. Maintain communication and report any developments promptly. Yes. Zhou Kai and Zhao Chong saluted sharply before swiftly departing to inform the Kanjia Wolf team of the plan. 10 minutes later, amidst a tense and heavy atmosphere, Shen Nianze mounted his steed, while Lin Shi, equipped with a compact gear pack, climbed onto Lao Mo. With a sharp cry, Hualuo unfurled its wings, soaring into the deepest darkness before dawn, taking on the role of the aerial scout. Simultaneously, in another direction, Zhou Kai and Zhao Chong led the Kanjia Wolf team into the wilderness. Lin Chen lay on a makeshift sickbed, his brow furrowed, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead. His eyelids trembled violently, as if he were enduring immense pain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his pupils contracting in terror. Li Gu! A hoarse cry escaped his lips. What met his gaze was not the wilderness or enemies, but the canvas top of the tent and the dim light. Lin Chen attempted to sit up abruptly, but felt as though all his strength had been sapped, an intense dizziness overwhelming him. Ignoring the risks, he struggled to get out of bed, the forestand rattling as it was pulled, the needle in the back of his hand dislodging and drawing a trickle of blood. With a heavy thud, he collapsed onto the cold ground, pain shooting through his knees and elbows, yet he seemed oblivious, exerting all his effort to crawl toward the tent's exit. Li Gu! Zhangyang! His voice was hoarse and choked with emotion. 2 medical personnel rushed over, attempting to steady him. Lin Chen, calm down. The commotion outside the tent disturbed Wang Jianjun and Shen Kong, who had just organized the defenses and were anxiously waiting. They exchanged a glance, their hearts sinking in unison, and swiftly hurried towards the medical room. Pulling back the curtain, they found Lin Chen in a state of agitation, his eyes bloodshot. What is going on? Wang Jianjun asked in a low voice. Shen Kong looked at Lin Chen and said, Lin Chen, don't get agitated. Commander Shen has personally taken people to search. Upon hearing this, the color drained from Lin Chen's face, and he grasped Wang Jianjun's arm with all his might, his voice a desperate roar. No. Hurry. Call Commander Shen back. He must not go. That is not something we can confront. Call him back now. His frantic cries were laced with terror, sending a chill through everyone in the tent. Wang Jianjun and Chun Kang's expressions shifted drastically. Lin Shun was acutely aware of Shen Nianze's prowess, yet under such circumstances. He spoke of recalling Shen Nianze. The situation was far worse than they had imagined. Calm down and explain clearly. What is it? Wang Jianjun pressed, restraining the trembling Lin Shun with a firm grip, his voice stern as he sought to stabilize him. Chen Kong crouched down, his expression grave. Lin Shun, tell us everything you saw and know. Lin Shun gasped heavily, his eyes unfocused with fear, but under the piercing gaze of the two commanders, he forced himself to concentrate. Beginning to recount in a hoarse and fragmented voice, it's a monster, neither a zombie nor a mutated beast. He gestured with his hands, striving to depict the terrifying figure. They are towering, humanoid in shape, nearly 2.5 meters tall, their bodies covered in a dark golden shell, devoid of noses or mouths, possessing only a pair of enormous, insect-like compound eyes and fingertips as sharp as blades. Even the mere description of their appearance caused the temperature within the tent to plummet. Such entities were unseen in Blue Star, resembling something out of a nightmare. How strong are they? Wang Jianjun's voice was hoarse, unreasonably strong. Our weapons cannot harm them at all. He choked on his words, the image of Zhang Yang being instantaneously slaughtered flashing vividly in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he delivered the most critical assessment. My helmet's detector last scanned their levels. 2 of them are fully evolved LV1 and LV2, and 1 is a mature LV5. They hadn't even employed any weapons, relying solely on their claws and tails. The remainder of his thoughts went unvoiced, yet the implication was unmistakable. What about Li Lei? Chen Kong asked urgently. He stayed behind to let me escape. Lin Shun gritted his teeth, his eyes reddening. He told me to bring back the message. 2 fully evolved, and 1 LV5 mature, Wang Jianjun murmured, repeating these words. As a senior officer in the coalition, he understood all too well what this signified. Shen Nianze was currently the coalition's sole pillar, having only recently transcended to the realm of full evolution. Yet the adversaries possessed 2 entities of equal caliber, alongside a more formidable LV5. Wang Jianjun abruptly pivoted, almost lunging toward the communications station, seizing the communicator. Communications team, immediately establish contact with Commander Shun. Also, reach out to Zhao Chong and Zhou Kai leading the Kanjia Wolf team. Order them to halt their advance and retreat at once. Quick. Meanwhile, Chen Kong had already turned to his awaiting adjutant, issuing a series of commands. Relay my orders. The Dawn Coalition is to enter a state of heightened readiness immediately. Chapter 137. Prey or Hunter. The already tense atmosphere suddenly stretched to its breaking point. The military camp awakened like a slumbering beast, operating at an unprecedented pace. Soldiers sprinted towards their positions, engines roared to life, and armored vehicles surged out of the garages, creating an ominous spectacle reminiscent of an impending storm. Old Wang. Chen Kong stepped forward, his expression equally grave. I will lead the rapid response unit to provide support. Old Shun and the others are in grave danger. The rapid response unit was one of the coalition's elite forces, composed of seasoned level 3 or higher evolved warriors. Equipped with the finest gear and possessing the fastest reaction times, they were among the coalition's most formidable assets. Lin Shun had only spotted 3 monsters when Chen Kang's voice, low and urgent, broke through. But who can guarantee there are only 3? What if there are more ambushed, or those 3 are merely the vanguard? He dared not ponder further. Chen Kang's tone was resolute. We must retrieve Shen Nianze. It's better to be overly cautious than to regret it later. The rapid response unit's mobility is unparalleled. Even if challenges arise, they can swiftly support Shen Nianze while engaging in a tactical retreat. Let me go? Wang Jianjun regarded Chen Kong, finally nodding gravely. Very well. You will take the rapid response unit and advance rapidly in the direction Shen left. Your primary mission is to extract Commander Shen. Understood. Chen Kong saluted and turned to dash out of the tent. Wait. Wang Jianjun called him back, adding, take the most powerful individual heavy weaponry. If the situation becomes dire, you are authorized to employ that which Lingxi developed. Chen Kang's pupils constricted, clearly understanding what was meant, and he nodded firmly before dashing out like a gust of wind. Soon, his rallying cries and the roar of engines echoed outside. Inside the tent, Wang Jianjun stared at the screen displaying the still unreachable signal from Shen Nianze's squad, his fist clenched tightly, nails digging into his palm. The cold, biting wind swept across the desolate expanse like a knife. Shen Nianze lay on the back of his steed, eyes tightly shut. At this moment, his vision was shared with Hualuo, soaring a kilometer above. Through the falcon's keen eyesight, the rocks, withered trees, and twisted abandoned vehicles on the earth were laid bare. Suddenly, an unnatural dark red color intruded the periphery of their shared vision. Blood traces detected. Through their mental link, Hualuo conveyed the concise information while beginning to circle above that area. Shen Nianze's heart sank. Little mouth, Lao Mo, advance at full speed to the front left. He commanded immediately, simultaneously instructing Hualuo, lower your altitude and meticulously scout the surroundings. Exercise caution. Shen Nianze seemed to sense something as well, emitting a low, vigilant growl and quickening its pace. As they drew closer, Shen Nianze could smell the overpowering scent of blood in the air, even without Hualuo's perspective. When he urged Little Mouth up a gentle slope and beheld the scene below, even a seasoned warrior like him found his breath caught in his throat. The hollow at the slope had transformed into a battlefield of horror. The first sight that met his eyes was a prominent form lying on the frozen ground. He lay supine, his armor torn asunder, a grotesque wound piercing his chest, and the dark red blood, long congealed, soaked the earth beneath him. Nearby, his equally magnificent mutated warhorse lay fallen, its head twisted at an unnatural angle, the saddle still adorned with a rocket launcher that had yet to be fired. Scattered around were the remains of several cavalrymen, some nearly torn in half by claws, others cleaved along with their steeds. The scene was utterly gruesome. Signs of battle were strewn about. Shen Nianze's gaze swept the area rapidly. Li Lei was missing. He might still be alive. Hualuo, he mentally urged, searched the vicinity. Finally lay. High above, Hualuo immediately ascended, broadening its reconnaissance radius, its vision akin to a wide-angle lens, encompassing a larger expanse of the wilderness. Within their shared sight, Shen Nianze spotted a vague human silhouette leaning against a massive rock sheltered from the wind, its posture somewhat peculiar. Due to the angle and lighting, the details were obscured, but it was evident there was a person there, and that they had lost all signs of life. Beside the figure was a warhorse. Little Mouth and Shen Nianze instantly veered towards the direction indicated by Shen Nianze and Lin Shi, accelerating forward. As they approached the area, a faint yet persistent sound carried on the wind. It was the mournful whinny of a horse. Beneath the rocky outcrop, a warhorse knelt, its massive head pressed against Li Lei's back. The blood congealed in its mane formed dark red clumps, and Li Lei's saber remained embedded in the ground. Its tips sunk into the frozen earth, while the hilt supported his body. His chest armor was cracked, black-red blood seeping from the fissures, frozen onto the armor's surface. Snow fell upon Li Lei's shoulder armor, unmelted, resembling a dusting of white frost. Shen Nianze dismounted, and the wind swept past, lifting Li Lei's dark hair to reveal his closed eyes. Snow continued to fall, blanketing everyone in silence, save for the wind's lament. Shen Nianze said nothing. He merely retrieved his radio and pressed the communication button. Wang Jianjun, Li Lei has fallen. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Only the crackling of static, before a hoarse voice responded, understood, and the communication was severed. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from afar. Chen Kong arrived with the rapid response unit, but was struck mute at the sight of Li Lei's condition. The words he was about to utter caught in his throat. Chen Kong forcibly suppressed the tumult of emotions, gesturing to the soldiers behind him. Stay alert. Do not let anything approach. Shen Nianze rose, his gaze sweeping over Li Lei's gear, suddenly halting at the sight of the tactical recorder on his chest still glowing with a red light. He approached and removed the recorder. Pressing the play button, Li Lei's raspy voice emerged. The Huaxia people cannot learn to die on their knees. The footage jolted violently, yet vividly captured the final moments of battle. Humans once were a formidable interstellar race, for you were the most dangerous and worthy of hunting in this galaxy. Zombies and mutations are the ecological transformation of the arena. Hunting you is our honorable ritual. Blue Star is merely a trial ground. As the video concluded, the recorder's screen dimmed. Shen Nianze's hand trembled around the device, the glow reflecting a simmering fury in his eyes. Little Mouth had unknowingly wandered to his side, its expression unusually solemn. Lin Shi approached Shen Nianze, gazing at the recorder, her voice laced with suppressed rage. So all of this was never a natural disaster. Chen Kong, having just approached, overheard the words from the recorder, his previously taut face flushing crimson. Damn it. After zombies and mutated beasts, now there are aliens. They treat us as prey. They dare to regard the death of brother Li Lei as an honor. The fury in Shen Nianze's eyes remained unquenched as he surveyed the tightly clenched fists of those around him, his voice calm, yet deliberate. Prey can also become hunters. Chapter 138. Zhao Beichen wishes to meet Shen Nianze. First, let's take him back. Shen Nianze finally spoke. He stepped forward, gently prying Li Lei's clenched hand from the saber. Then carefully lowered Li Lei's body from the back of the warhorse, which whinnied softly, brushing against the hem of Li Lei's clothing before reluctantly following behind. The remains of the other warriors were gathered one by one, and the team walked silently towards the base, leaving behind a trail of heavy footprints in the snow. Xiao Zuiba and Lao Mo flanked the group, their massive forms shielding the returning individuals from the biting wind and snow. Upon arriving at the temporary rest point of the Linhai base, Shen Nianze ensured the proper arrangement of Li Lei and the other warriors' remains before raising his hand to activate the communicator. Summoned Zhou Ming immediately. A response came from the communicator, and within 2 minutes, hurried footsteps echoed from the distance. A young man clad in the standard armor of the Dawn Army approached briskly. The number on his shoulder armor still fresh, indicating he had joined the ranks just over a month ago. "Commander Shen, you called for me?" Zhou Ming stood at attention, instinctively straightening his back. Shen Nianze wasted no time, retrieving a black USB drive from his combat uniform pocket and tossing it towards Zhou Ming. The latter reacted swiftly, catching it with outstretched hands. "Deliver this to Zhao Beichen," Shen Nianze instructed, his gaze fixed intently on Zhou Ming's face. "You should be acquainted with the commander of the Kyoto Army." Zhou Ming's hand, clutching the USB drive, froze abruptly, and he lifted his head, a look of helplessness crossing his features. "Commander Shen, that's not feasible. You know how tense relations are between the Kyoto Army and our Dawn Army. As a fresh recruit, I wouldn't even reach the gates of their camp. If I go there, I might not even get to see Commander Zhao. And they could very well apprehend me as a spy, leaving me unaware of my own demise." Shen Nianze remained silent, simply observing Zhou Ming. As Zhou Ming finished speaking, he met Shen Nianze's penetrating gaze. "Aren't you the one dispatched by the Kyoto Army to infiltrate us?" Shen Nianze's voice was calm and measured. "Zhao Beichen sent you to blend in with the Dawn Army, monitor our movements, and sow discord among the populace, correct?" Those words struck Zhou Ming like a thunderclap. His complexion paled instantly. "Commander Shen, you jest. That is utterly unfounded. I'm just an ordinary civilian who sought a reliable group to survive in this apocalypse. I have no covert mission." Ignoring his protestations, Shen Nianze slowly raised his hand, palm upwards. In the next moment, a jet-black insect, no larger than a fingernail, emerged from his combat uniform's collar and landed on his fingertip. Zhou Ming's gaze fell upon the reconnaissance bee, and his pupils dilated sharply. "Do I need to elaborate further?" Shen Nianze raised an eyebrow. "This bee has been following you since the very first day you entered the Dawn Army camp with the refugee group." Zhou Ming stared at the reconnaissance bee on Shen Nianze's fingertip, forcing a bitter smile. "Commander Shen, you truly are formidable, I concede. Besides delivering the USB drive, is there anything else you wish for me to convey to Commander Zhao?" The earlier panic dissipated, replaced by a resigned acceptance of his facade being pierced. Since Shen Nianze intended for him to relay a message, he would not harm him, so Zhou Ming felt a measure of security. Shen Nianze lifted his head. "Tell Zhao Beichen that this is not the time for internal strife. Once he views the contents of the USB, he will understand. If he is reluctant to cooperate after watching the video, I will take the initiative to neutralize Kyoto." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming nodded earnestly. "Commander Shen, I will convey your words to Commander Zhao verbatim." Shen Nianze stood up and approached Zhou Ming, patting him on the shoulder. "Remember, the contents of the USB are solely for Zhao Beichen's eyes." "I understand," Zhou Ming replied promptly, turning to hasten towards the base's exit. Lin Shi approached Shen Nianze, her gaze resting on Li Lei's remains, and softly remarked, "If Zhao Beichen retains any shred of conscience, he should comprehend this situation." At the Kyoto Army command post, although Zhao Beichen and Shen Nianze had not confronted each other openly, their relationship had been strained due to sovereignty issues. Frowning, he inserted the USB drive into the terminal. As the video played, Zhao Beichen, who had been reclining against the chair, straightened up. The screen went black, and for half a minute, he stared at the blackness before suddenly seizing the communicator, technical department, to the command center within 3 minutes. Half an hour later, the 5 core leaders of the Kyoto Army gathered in the command tent. The head of the technical department stood by the table. "We have thoroughly examined it. There are no signs of tampering with the video. Its credibility is exceedingly high." As soon as he finished speaking, Minister Zhang, in charge of logistics, interjected with palpable concern. "If this matter is true, humanity stands on the brink of extinction." The tent fell silent for a few seconds, with no one countering his statement. His words resonated with everyone's thoughts. Just a singular virus deployment had nearly led to humanity's annihilation, let alone the presence of the individuals behind it. General Lu Meng, responsible for operations, picked up a screenshot of a lookout hunter. Li Lei's cavalry squad is among the elite in the Dawn Army. I sent it? Just 3 lookout hunters managed to obliterate his entire squad. Pausing, he added gravely, "If a few more of them, or even higher level ones, come our way, our forces, be it the Dawn Army or the Kyoto Army, would face certain doom if confronted alone." After a moment, Minister Wang, responsible for intelligence, nodded. "General Lu is right. We are well aware of the combat effectiveness of Li Lei's cavalry. The threat posed by the lookouts is undeniably real." Observing the reactions of those present, General Lu turned to Zhao Beichen, who occupied the main seat. "Commander, it seems collaboration with the Dawn Army is unavoidable." as the high-ranking officials gradually departed the command tent. Their footsteps fading, Zhao Beichen called out to Zhou Ming, who was about to follow, "Stay a moment. You will return to the Dawn Army once more." Zhao Beichen glanced at Shen Nianze, stating, "I wish to meet with him." Zhou Ming paused, quickly nodding. "Understood. When and where shall we meet?" The location was chosen in a neutral zone between the two armies, devoid of many obstacles for ease of vigilance. Zhao Beichen added, lightly tapping his fingers on the edge of the table, "Set the time for tomorrow at 10 in the morning, with each side bringing only 2 guards." Zhou Ming nodded. "Rest assured, I will relay every word to Commander Shen. Go, and take care on your journey." Zhao Beichen waved his hand, saying no more. Zhou Ming departed, and Zhao Beichen approached the tent entrance, lifting a corner of the canvas to gaze into the distance. His prior wariness towards the Dawn Army and animosity towards Shen Nianze had diminished significantly after viewing the video and reaching a consensus with the high-ranking officials. At this moment, he felt more vigilance towards the lookouts. The upcoming meeting with Shen Nianze was not merely about breaking the stalemate between the two armies, but represented a critical step in humanity's ability to set aside internal conflicts and unite against external threats. Even if some disputes remained unresolved, they had to align in the face of the lookout's menace. Chapter 139. Commander, are we conceding? In the neutral zone, Zhao Beichen stood with his hands in his pockets, flanked by 2 heavily armored guards, casting occasional glances toward the Dawn Army's direction. After waiting for about 10 minutes, his attention was suddenly drawn by 3 figures emerging on the distant horizon. Shen Nianze walked at the center, flanked by 2 imposing mutant tigers, one black and one white. Their presence alone instilling a sense of intimidation from afar. Zhao Beichen couldn't help but twitch his lips in exasperation. As Shen Nianze approached with the 2 tigers, he finally spoke, unable to suppress a tone of resigned sarcasm. "Commander Shen, weren't we supposed to only bring 2 guards? What is the meaning of bringing 2 mutant tigers?" Shen Nianze halted, raising his hand to point at the snow-white Xiao Zuiba beside him, and then at the pitch-black Lao Mo, his expression earnest. "These are my guards, 2 in total. No excess, no issues." Zhao Beichen found himself momentarily speechless, opening his mouth only to close it again, ultimately waving his hand in defeat. Fine. Let us skip the semantics and get down to business." As the dialogue drew to a close, the atmosphere lightened considerably. Zhao Beichen set aside his sarcastic thoughts, clasping his hands behind his back, his tone growing somber. "You are well aware of the threat from the platform. After all, I have no knowledge of Li Lei's true capabilities. However, from what I gathered in the videos, his strength undoubtedly surpasses that of the warriors from the Kyoto Army by a significant margin. While the Kyoto Army seeks to align with the Dawn Army, let me make it clear from the outset, we are not merging, we are merely cooperating." Shen Nianze leaned against the side of his small mouth, raising his gaze towards Zhao Beichen, exuding an inherent sense of authority. "Cooperation is acceptable, but the rules must adhere to those of the Dawn Army." Zhao Beichen's brow twitched slightly, and he refrained from immediate rebuttal. He was already aware of the formidable strength of the Dawn Army. With extraterrestrial forces now involved, Zhao Beichen, despite his lack of intellect, understood the necessity of ensuring survival. "Speak, and I shall listen." "First, joint training must be conducted near the coast." Shen Nianze gestured towards the distant Dawn Army camp. "Both sides evolvers must train together to acclimate to the cooperative strategies involving high-tier aberrations. Your personnel will come, and we will provide the instructors, including foundational techniques for taming beasts and instruction on capturing mutated creatures." This struck at the very heart of Zhao Beichen's concerns, as the Kyoto Army was lacking in high-tier beast tamers. Without hesitation, he nodded. "Very well, I will arrange for personnel by tomorrow. All will be capable fighters. Secondly, resources must be shared," Shen Nianze added, his gaze fixed on the communicator at Zhao Beichen's waist. "The Dawn Army possesses the technology to create armor, but lacks rare metals. Your resource depot must be open to prioritize weapon development. Don't tell me you have none, as the Central Army's reserves are substantial." Zhao Beichen's heart sank. He hadn't anticipated Shen Nianze's awareness of this detail. However, upon reflection, it made sense. Given that Wang Jianjun and Chen Kong had both served as officers and were undoubtedly privy to such information, he opened his mouth but met Shen Nianze's calm gaze, the words catching in his throat. "No problem, but the Kyoto Army must receive 50% of the equipment." Shen Nianze did not engage in haggling, nodding directly. 30%. "If that is unacceptable, we shall not negotiate further, as the technology is ours." The proposed distribution was evidently unfavorable, yet Zhao Beichen found himself unable to refuse. Without the technology of the Dawn Army, even the most abundant materials would yield no equipment. He clenched his teeth. "Agreed, but what about command authority? We cannot have each side operating independently." The overall command of the Legion belongs to me, Shen Nianze stated decisively, leaving Zhao Beichen no room to hesitate. Your personnel are under your command, but during combat, they must heed my orders. Aberrations do not comprehend human speech. They require a general understanding. If chaos ensues due to conflicting commands and your personnel are harmed, do not blame me for not forewarning you. As he spoke, he raised his hand and patted the head of old Mo, who immediately let out a low growl. Though not loud, it carried an intimidating force that made the eardrums tighten. As you can see, with such a large physique, it is difficult to avoid collateral damage. The guards beside Zhao Beichen instinctively took a step back, and Zhao Beichen himself felt a weight in his heart. All right, command authority is yours. Zhao Beichen's tone lost its earlier firmness, becoming more pragmatic. But I must accompany you. At the very least, I need to understand your strategies. I want to interfere, but I need to be aware. Shen Nianze did not object. Pulling out a palm-sized terminal and tossing it over. This contains basic data on some equipment, including defensive capabilities and special devices. Review it. And tomorrow have the liaison bring individuals above the maturity stage. Maturity stage? Zhao Beichen inquired curiously. I almost forgot. You lack detection devices. Shen Nianze removed his glasses and handed them to Zhao Beichen. These can assess the strength of both evolvers and mutated creatures. Zhao Beichen caught the glasses, understanding that this cooperation had never been truly equitable from the outset. The Dawn Army overwhelmingly surpassed the Kyoto Army in both strength and technology. Yet, despite feeling somewhat disgruntled, he also felt a sense of relief, with the Dawn Army's combat prowess backing them. The Kyoto Army would no longer have to face the threat from the platform alone. Upon concluding the discussion, Shen Nianze bent down to pat the head of Little Mouth. Let us go. Little Mouth immediately rose, with old Mo following closely behind. The two tigers flanking Shen Nianze as they walked back with steady steps. Zhao Beichen stood rooted in place, watching their retreating figures. When one of his guards quietly asked, Commander, does this mean we are conceding? Zhao Beichen shook his head, gripping the terminal tightly. This is not concession. It is a recognition of reality. After the meeting in the neutral zone, Shen Nianze returned to the Dawn Army camp and immediately sought out the Queen Bee. Deploy all reconnaissance bees from the base to search for any humanoid entities standing at 2.5 meters tall, possessing exoskeletons that do not resemble humans. Within half an hour, hundreds of tiny black bees, no larger than a fingernail, took flight from various locations within the camp, spreading outward like a cloud of black mist towards the base's periphery. Meanwhile, deep within the dark pine forest, 3 hunters from the platform were gathered around a terminal, calibrating their devices. The Claw suddenly raised his head, his compound eyes focused on the tent's entrance. Something is approaching, and in great numbers. The blade stood and moved to the tent's mouth, activating the detector on his wrist. The screen instantly filled with dense red dots infiltrating the forest from all directions. What is going on? The Claw leaned in, observing the detector's warning of no infection signals. His voice laced with confusion. Shouldn't all life forms on Blue Star have been affected by the ecological modifications? How can there be uninfected insects? The blade's compound eyes flickered slightly. They haven't been unaffected. In the early stages of the apocalypse, some biological weapons must have escaped detection. This queen bee may well be hiding underground or in a sealed space, avoiding infection. He paused, retrieving previously intercepted mutation data from Blue Star. Later, Blue Star produced crystal cores, and the energy from the queen bee's crystal core passively evolved to possess resistance against biological weapons. These should not be wild. The Claw suddenly grasped the implication. Are you suggesting that humans are breeding them, using these evolved bees to locate us? Indeed, the blade's tone grew grave. Humans are still remarkably formidable when given an opportunity. So what? Humanity on Blue Star still has millennia to reach the heights of their peak technological prowess. Chapter 140, The Battle with the Hunters. The blade gazed at the swarm of bees overhead. I shall venture out to confront this group of humans and ascertain the true capabilities of humanity on this planet. The Claw leaned against the tent pole, crossing his arms and scoffing. Just don't end up in a predicament. Your hunting record is at stake. If you find yourself in danger, I shan't come to your rescue. There was a hint of teasing in his eyes, clearly not genuinely worried but rather seeking amusement. Given that the apocalypse on Blue Star had only recently erupted, it was challenging for any life form to exceed the maturity stage amidst the current biological predation. What was termed a trial was, in essence, gilding. In their eyes, the warriors from the platform were far more valuable. The blade hesitated momentarily, turning back with a gleam in his compound eyes. Death is the honor of a warrior. There is no need for rescue. Besides, I will not perish. The equipment of Blue Star humans is far too outdated. With that, he turned and departed, his dark golden form parting the underbrush, disappearing into the forest in mere moments. leaving only the sound of rustling leaves behind. Not long after he had walked a few steps, a reconnaissance bee hiding among the branches fluttered its wings. Its lens steadily aimed at the blade's retreating figure, transmitting the live feedback to the Dawn Army camp. Before the terminal, Shen Nianze was fixated on the screen displaying the red dots, when suddenly a familiar dark golden armor appeared in the footage. His finger halted abruptly, his expression darkening. A flash of anger flickering in his eyes. He recognized it as the platform hunter who had killed Li Lei. The blade in the footage was still progressing forward. While Shen Nianze's fingers quietly clenched, his voice barely a whisper. "At last, I have found you." Shen Nianze raised his gaze and shouted towards the corner of the camp. "Little mouth, let us go." The pristine white tiger abruptly sprang from the shade of the trees, emitting a low growl from its throat as it swiftly approached Shen Nianze, having already sensed something amiss in his demeanor. Its gaze sharpened with an instinctive alertness. Subsequently, Shen Nianze mounted his trusty companion, hastening towards the location of the foe. The chase ensued at a brisk pace, and it wasn't long before the adversary, Feng Run, realized he was being pursued and deliberately accelerated his escape towards the edge of the forest. By the time Shen Nianze burst forth, he was met with a barren wilderness. Feng Run stood atop a nearby mound, turning to await him. "Quicker than I anticipated," Shen Nianze mused. Feng Run raised a paw, his multifaceted eyes glimmering with the thrill of the hunt. "So, you are the leader of the Dawn Brigade? The human commander?" Shen Nianze remained motionless, his anger unabashed, yet his tone composed. He was not swayed by rage. He understood the necessity of maintaining his composure. "You will not survive this day." "Today?" Feng Run scoffed, etching a mark in the earth with his claw. "Just another intriguing quarry. Dare you engage me in single combat? Do not allow your tiger to intervene. A warrior's duel must remain untainted." He sought to challenge Shen Nianze, believing that a human who could pursue him into the wilderness deserved the title of a worthy prey. Shen Nianze, hearing this, lowered his gaze to pat his companion's head, his voice taking on a graver tone. "Stay here." The tiger, disgruntled, nudged his hand and emitted a low growl. "Be cautious." It obediently retreated a few paces, crouching low with muscles coiled, poised to spring into action at any moment. Shen Nianze advanced 2 steps, the aura surrounding him gradually shifting. Although the full extent of his energy was not entirely unleashed, it caused Feng Ren's multifaceted eyes to narrow slightly. "Single combat?" Shen Nianze smirked, his voice devoid of fear. "You, a mature level 5, possess quite the audacity." He was acutely aware of his own strength. A complete being against a mature entity was hardly an equitable contest. His objective transcended mere victory. It was revenge for Li Lei, a declaration to the hunting elite that humans were not mere prey to be slaughtered at will. Feng Ren's gaze turned serious, the lightness in his multifaceted eyes fading considerably. He could distinctly sense the energy emanating from Shen Nianze, a level far surpassing maturity. He was a complete being. Yet, after a brief moment of shock, a low hum escaped his throat, and a hint of battle fervor tugged at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. A complete evolved human has emerged from Blue Star so swiftly. Before his words could fully settle, Shen Nianze surged forward. The sound of his shoulder-mounted thrusters erupted, propelling him like a blur, his blade aimed directly at Feng Ren's heart, executing the attack with no unnecessary flourish. Feng Ren reacted quickly. His dark golden armor shimmered with a faint light as he sidestepped the blade, his sharp claws slicing at Shen Nianze's wrist. The claws grazed Shen Nianze's gauntlet, leaving a gash, but he deftly redirected his hand, avoiding injury despite the damaged armor. The two engaged in a rapid flurry of strikes, dust swirling around them as they clashed. Despite Shen Nianze's maturity, Feng Ren held his ground, relying on the resilience of his armor and the keen sharpness of his claws. In a brief moment of respite, Feng Ren caught sight of the still fuming device on Shen Nianze's shoulder. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, "Is that jet propulsion device of your own design? Blue Star's technology shouldn't be this advanced." Shen Nianze offered no response, merely twisting his wrist to deliver a more forceful slash. "Defeat me first, then ask." The moment the words left his lips, the blade in his hand began to morph. The edge expanded outward, the handle thickened, transforming into a colossal axe almost as tall as a man, glimmering with a faint energy. Feng Ren's pupils constricted, his multifaceted eyes widening in surprise. A living weapon. He swiftly leapt back to evade the axe's downward swing, which struck the ground with tremendous force, carving a deep trench. Upon discerning the axe's intricate patterns, he furrowed his brow, a hint of regret in his voice. "What a pity. The material of this weapon is subpar. Were it made of star iron, I would truly hesitate to engage you." Before he could finish his thought, he witnessed Shen Nianze close his eyes, a sudden shift in his aura taking place. The previously steady energy was now infused with a primal ferocity, And when Shen Nianze reopened his eyes, a faint golden hue glimmered at the edges of his irises. Wild resonance. Feng Ren's heart raced. Still grappling with the rapid turn of events, when Shen Nianze's movements accelerated dramatically, the colossal axe sliced through the air with a piercing whistle, and Feng Ren instinctively raised his armored wrist to block. The impact sent a shockwave through his arm, leaving it numb as he staggered backward. How is this possible? Before Feng Ren could gather his wits, Shen Nianze closed the distance, the axe raised high, delivering a powerful strike against his defenses. This time, Feng Ren summoned all his strength to withstand the blow, yet the force felt like a mountain crashing down upon him. His knees buckling involuntarily as his armor scraped against the ground, creating a cacophony of sparks. In the next instant, Shen Nianze exerted additional force, and the axe drove downward. Feng Ren, feeling as though he had been struck by a mighty hammer, collapsing to his knees. Following that, he was kicked away, crashing against a rocky outcrop. He gasped as he struggled to rise, his gaze now devoid of contempt, replaced by astonishment. What did you just do? Why have you suddenly become so powerful? Shen Nianze did not reply, continuing his relentless assault with the giant axe aimed at Feng Ren. In facing an opponent equipped with superior gear, he had no intention of granting Feng Ren any respite. Chapter 141, Slaying Feng Ren. Feng Ren crashed heavily onto the rocky terrain of the wilderness. The armor over his chest dented, a groan escaping as he coughed up faint purple blood. Before he could lift himself, Shen Nianze's figure loomed closer. Enveloped in a soft white light, his companion's explosive power fully replicated in him. Impossible. Feng Ren propped himself up, his multifaceted eyes fixed intently on Shen Nianze, disbelief saturating his voice. Just moments ago, he had managed to hold his ground. How had the human's momentum doubled in the blink of an eye? Shen Nianze remained silent, his grip on the axe tightening as veins bulged from his hands, fury simmering in his eyes. Feng Ren suddenly sprang to his feet, two long blades extending from his wrists as he lunged at Shen Nianze. However, this time, Shen Nianze did not even flinch. He swung the axe, the sound of rushing wind accompanying his strike. Feng Ren hastily withdrew his long blades to defend himself, but with a deafening crash, the energy blades shattered instantly. The tremendous force traveled down his arm, sending him hurtling like a marionette with severed strings, colliding violently with a massive boulder, his armor fracturing with numerous fissures. Before he could catch his breath, Shen Nianze was upon him, the axe poised menacingly at his throat. Feng Ren's pupils dilated, and as he attempted to resist, Shen Nianze's foot pressed firmly against his chest, rendering him immobile. When you regarded humans as mere prey, did you ever consider this day would come? Shen Nianze's voice was low, devoid of a shout, yet imbued with a chilling authority. Feng Ren coughed up a mouthful of blood, his multifaceted eyes flickering. Yet he managed to force out a semblance of a smile. To perish at the hands of a complete evolved being is no disgrace. Shen Nianze's gaze turned icy as he exerted force, the axe descending with lethal intent. Blood splattered against the rocky ground as Feng Ren's head rolled away, the dark golden armor instantly losing its luster. Meanwhile, beneath the cover of the black pine forest, the claw was toying with an energy crystal when suddenly, the communicator on his wrist emitted a piercing alarm, a red warning flashing on the screen indicating the life signal of Feng Ren had vanished. The crystal slipped from his grasp as the playful demeanor drained from his face, and he shot to his feet. What the hell? Another hunter approached. Glancing at the ominous alert on the screen, Feng Ren's signal has completely cut off. He must be dead. Claw snatched the communicator, checking repeatedly. Shock evident in his multifaceted eyes. Impossible. The sharp claw is at maturity level LV5. How could there exist a being on Blue Star capable of ending his life? A sudden hush fell over the tent, the previous ease dissipating entirely. The split claw fixated on the crimson alert flashing on the screen, his throat tightening. This trial seemed to deviate completely from their expectations. As Split Claw pondered, a faint buzzing sound emanated from above. He jerked his head up to see a pitch-black reconnaissance bee hovering on a branch above the tent. TSK. A flicker of excitement sparked in Split Claw's multifaceted eyes. Akin to a hunter spotting its prey. Discovered. His companion, curiosity evident in his voice, asked, "Should we retreat?" "Retreat?" Split Claw turned to him, a hint of disdain lacing his scoff. He tore away the camouflage cloth, sunlight flooding in and illuminating his dark golden armor. "We are the hunters. When have we ever needed to hide from our prey?" He raised his hand to pat the detector on his wrist, and the screen swiftly displayed the location of the sharp claw, less than 3 kilometers away, with the sharp claw dead and himself exposed. Shen Nianze must be hastening toward this direction. Split Claw flexed his fingers. The sharp claw was careless, falling to that human. Perfect. I shall meet him and conveniently add this audacious hunter of the arena to my list of quarry. His companion hesitated, but he was able to kill the Sharp Claw. The Sharp Claw is merely a maturity level LV5. I am a complete body LV2, Split Claw interjected, his tone brimming with confidence. It is already rare for Blue Star to produce a complete body evolver. Could it possibly turn the tide? With that, he grasped the battle knife resting beside him and strode out of the tent, too indifferent to tidy up the camouflage. In his eyes, Shen Nianze was not a pursuer but a new prey delivered to him on a silver platter, rendering concealment unnecessary. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away, Shen Nianze urged his small mount through the dark pine forest. The imagery transmitted by the reconnaissance beam clearly revealed Split Claw emerging from the tent, his unreserved stance palpable with hostility, prompting a low growl from the small mount. It appeared he had no intention of retreating. Shen Nianze maintained his composure, refusing to be provoked by Split Claw's taunt. He recognized that Split Claw was stronger than the Sharp Claw. The earlier kill had relied on the element of surprise through wild resonance. To confront Split Claw, he needed to be exceedingly cautious. The small mount quickened its pace, soon breaking through the trees and arriving at an open clearing where they confronted Split Claw. Upon seeing Shen Nianze, Split Claw's eyes gleamed with interest as he waved his battle knife. You are the human who killed the Sharp Claw, a complete body LV1. Capable of slaying the Sharp Claw, perhaps you possess some skill after all. Shen Nianze remained silent, dismounting from the small mount. The small mount stood by his side, its snowy fur bristling, fixating on Split Claw, poised to pounce at any moment. A commendable variant beast, yet soon to meet its demise alongside you. Split Claw chuckled, his tone dripping with the arrogance of a hunter regarding its prey. I am Split Claw, a complete body LV2 hunter. Initially, I intended to toy with you. However, considering your feat of slaying the Sharp Claw, I shall grant you a swift end. Fury simmered within Shen Nianze, fueled by the death of Li Lei and the arena's treatment of humans as mere prey. Each incident ignited his anger. Yet, he did not allow rage to cloud his judgment. He understood that dealing with Split Claw required patience, waiting for the opportune moment. Split Claw raised an eyebrow, falling silent. Suddenly, he propelled himself forward, his figure lunging as the battle knife slashed toward Shen Nianze's chest. Anticipating the move, Shen Nianze swiftly sidestepped, his massive axe sweeping across to intercept Split Claw's follow-up strike. Split Claw staggered back from the impact, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, quick reflexes. No wonder he could slay the Sharp Claw. Shen Nianze remained reticent, seizing the moment of Split Claw's retreat to quietly activate his wild resonance. This time, he refrained from an immediate explosion of power, instead subtly copying the speed and defense of the small mount, ready to strike back like a taut bowstring. Split Claw remained oblivious to his subtle maneuver, merely sensing a slight deepening of Shen Nianze's aura, dismissing it as inconsequential. In his perception, he held the upper hand against a newly emerged complete body human. He charged once more, his battle knife swinging faster, constricting Shen Nianze's escape routes. As Shen Nianze evaded, he meticulously observed Split Claw's movements, and when a flaw appeared, he suddenly lowered his body, sweeping the massive axe close to the ground, aimed directly at Split Claw's legs. Split Claw reacted swiftly, leaping in alarm, yet Shen Nianze's speed surged unexpectedly, and the massive axe shot upward, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Aimed straight for Split Claw's chest. Split Claw's expression shifted, hastily raising his battle knife to block, but the force exceeded his expectations, and his battle armor cracked under the onslaught. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing heavily to the ground. How is this possible? Split Claw scrambled to his feet, staring incredulously at the fissure in his chest armor. Your speed and strength, how did they suddenly amplify? Shen Nianze gripped the massive axe, ignoring Split Claw, continuing his advance toward him. Split Claw's strength surpassed that of the Sharp Claw. The earlier strike had merely caught him off guard. The real challenge lay ahead. Observing Shen Nianze's stance, Split Claw finally relinquished his previous arrogance. Excitement eclipsed shock in his gaze. This hunt promised to be far more exhilarating than he had anticipated. Chapter 142. Who exactly are you? How could there be subhumans on Blue Star? Split Claw had long discarded his earlier nonchalance. As Shen Nianze charged forward, he flipped his wrist, and a pale purple energy coalesced before him, forming a translucent shield. The massive axe struck the shield, failing to penetrate Split Claw's defenses. While he was jolted back by the immense force, his arm tingling, yet he grinned. Now, this feels right. His excitement intensified. Indeed, complete body evolvers were on a different level. The Sharp Claw met a fitting end. As he spoke, Split Claw suddenly conjured 2 energy phantoms, one to the left and one to the right, both aimed at Shen Nianze, while he circled behind Shen Nianze, seeking to catch him off guard. However, Shen Nianze disregarded the 2 phantoms, abruptly pivoting, sweeping the massive axe in a wide arc to intercept Split Claw. How did you discover my true form? Split Claw mused, curious about Shen Nianze's awareness. In truth, identifying Split Claw's real self wasn't overly challenging. One merely needed to observe the shadows. As the battle progressed, Shen Nianze discerned that these extraterrestrial beings, despite their formidable prowess, lacked a certain cunning. Meanwhile, the small mount had already set its sights on another hunter lurking behind a tree. This hunter was tall and lean, wielding 2 short blades. When the small mount lunged at him, he dared not confront it directly, swiftly retreating into the woods, knowing the massive tiger preferred to maneuver through densely clustered trees. Hoping to evade through agility, the small mount let out a low growl, its powerful claws propelling it forward in pursuit, its considerable bulk surprisingly nimble among the trees. It lunged at the hunter's back, its claws nearly grasping his armor, but the hunter suddenly crouched and slipped behind a tree, retaliating with a swift strike of his short blades toward the small mount's abdomen. The small mount reacted with remarkable speed, its tail whipping around to deflect the blades, inadvertently snapping a nearby sapling in half. Seizing the opportunity, the hunter vaulted onto a tree branch, crouching to catch his breath. Just as he contemplated leaping onto the small mount's head, the massive tiger suddenly surged upward, colliding with the trunk, causing the entire tree to tremble. He struggled to maintain his balance, nearly tumbling down. Having regained his footing, the small mount opened its jaws wide, aiming to bite down on the branch, its fangs glinting ominously. Damn it! The hunter hastily jumped down, circling around to the small mount's rear, thrusting his short blades toward its hind legs. The small mount swung its tail in an attempt to block, but the hunter deftly dodged, leaving a gash on its hind leg, instantly staining its pristine white fur with blood. It let out a pained growl, turning to pounce on the hunter, but this time, it refrained from rushing in for the kill, instead unleashing a flurry of claw strikes, forcing the hunter into a retreat, temporarily foiling any chance of a surprise attack. The sounds from the woods reached Shen Nianze's ears, and his peripheral vision caught sight of the bloodstains on the hind legs of the little mouth. His gaze turned colder. However, the splinter claw seized the moment of his distraction, swinging its battle blade infused with a faint purple energy. Focus. Your opponent is me. Shen Nianze snapped back to reality, blocking with his massive axe while simultaneously grasping Splinter Claw's wrist. The force of the wild resonance erupted, yanking Splinter Claw towards him with sheer strength. Taken aback by Shen's unexpected might, Splinter Claw hastily drove his knee into Shen Nianze's abdomen, and they instantly became entangled in a fierce struggle. Meanwhile, the little mouth faced a hunter who was far more agile than Splinter Claw. Armed with 2 short blades, he adeptly targeted the pauses in the little mouth's movements, avoiding any direct confrontation. With a low growl, the little mouth swung its tail towards a tree trunk, splitting it in 2, but the hunter had already leaped to another tree. The 2 danced to chase and evade, unknowingly moving farther away until the sounds of Shen Nianze and Splinter Claw faded, leaving only a slope overgrown with wild grass in sight. The hunter crouched atop a stone at the slope's peak, panting with laughter as he twirled a short blade in his hand. Big fellows are just clumsy. After all this time, you haven't even grazed my clothes. As he spoke, he failed to notice the little mouth's sudden stillness. The great white tiger raised its head, its amber eyes scanning the surroundings, yet no shadow of a bee was detected. A gust of wind rustled the grass, and the little mouth abruptly grinned, almost human-like, its voice ringing clear and slightly mischievous. Now, nobody's watching. Indeed, there was no one. As the hunter's words trailed off, he froze, staring at the little mouth. You can talk? It was not uncommon for mutated beasts to comprehend commands, but to articulate human speech? This was a first for him in all his years of hunting on the human planet. The little mouth offered no reply, merely shaking its head. In the next moment, a plume of white mist erupted from its form, enveloping its entire body. The mist thickened, causing even the surrounding wild grass to sway, prompting the hunter to instinctively retreat a few steps, gripping his short blade tightly, his eyes filled with caution. What was about to happen? Before he could fathom it, the white mist began to dissipate. Where the snow-white giant tiger had stood, now there was a woman clad in a gray short-sleeved shirt, her hair cascading to her shoulders with tips dyed in a hint of white. Most striking were the 2 fluffy white tiger ears perched atop her head, and behind her swayed a matching snow-white tiger tail, leisurely flicking back and forth. Her right hand had completely transformed into a tiger's paw, appearing exceedingly sharp. The woman stretched languidly, her voice still carrying that same crisp tone, now imbued with a touch of languor. Constantly fighting in a tiger's body is exhausting. This feels much more comfortable. The hunter stared at her tiger ears and tail, his throat tightening, his tone shifting to one of seriousness. You're an ahuman? He had seen references to ahumans in the data on the platform. They were not ordinary mutated beasts, but special entities capable of switching between human and beast forms. Although their intelligence and development capabilities were somewhat inferior to humans, they still surpassed many species in the universe, with physical prowess even more formidable. The hunter tightened his grip on the short blade, retreating another half step, now tinged with trepidation. His earlier bravado had stemmed from his belief that the little mouth was merely a nimble mutated beast, but now, faced with an a-human, he felt uncertain. The ability to transition between beast and human forms meant that the opponent could possess the explosive power of a giant tiger while also employing human-like tactics, making her far more troublesome to deal with than Shen Nianze. Observing the hunter's anxious demeanor, the little mouth couldn't help but chuckle. No need to back away. This slope is quite small. Where do you intend to retreat to? You were quite adept at evasion just now. Now it's my turn. With that, she lightly pushed off the ground, launching herself forward like an arrow. Her tiger paw lunged toward the hunter's chest, moving with a speed even greater than in her beast form. The hunter hastily raised his short blade to block, but the impact from the tiger claw left his arm numb, forcing him to retreat repeatedly until his back collided with a fallen tree at the slope's edge. With nowhere left to escape. Who exactly are you? How can there be a-humans on Blue Star? The hunter's voice trembled, his earlier arrogance evaporating. The little mouth's tiger paw hovered before him. I am called Little Mouth. Shen Nianze has always referred to me this way. But whether you remember or not is irrelevant. As soon you will have no opportunity to call me at all. Chapter 143, The Conclusion of Black Dog. The hunter fixated on Little Mouth's a-human form, his throat constricting, yet his hands did not falter. He suddenly drew two short daggers from behind his waist. What are the a-humans? They can still be killed. Despite his bravado, his legs quaked slightly. When he had grappled with the little mouth in her giant tiger form, he could rely on dodging around trees for ambushes. But now facing the woman before him, who possessed both the ferocity of a tiger and the agility of a human, he realized she was no easy opponent. Oh, still quite stubborn, I see. Little Mouth shook her wrist, her tone laced with playful mockery. You weren't so cocky when we were playing hide and seek just now. The hunter felt the sting of her words, his face flushing with embarrassment. Suddenly, he pushed off the ground, using a tree as leverage to pounce behind Little Mouth, reverting to his old tactics of stealthy ambush. However, before he could approach, Little Mouth swiftly turned, her tiger claw sweeping through the air, knocking one of his daggers from his grasp. Your agility doesn't work on me anymore. Little Mouth tilted her head, the tips of her ears twitching slightly. Her gaze now tinged with a coldness. After all, I am no longer the big brute. The hunter clutched the remaining dagger, his heart racing with anxiety. He quickly circled a nearby tree, seeking another chance for ambush. Yet Little Mouth denied him any opportunity, swiftly closing the distance. She lunged forward, her tiger paw gripping the hunter's arm, her claws embedding deeply into his armor, blood immediately seeping out. The hunter cried out in pain, his dagger clattering to the ground as he desperately tried to push Little Mouth away. She refused to relent, forcefully tossing him against a nearby stone. His back slammed hard against the rock, the armor cracking open, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Before the hunter could rise, Little Mouth had already approached him. Raising her tiger paw, lying on the ground, he gazed at the descending paw, filled with despair. Muttering, it's impossible for a hunter from the platform to lose to an a-human from Blue Star. There's nothing impossible about it. Little Mouth's voice was soft. As her words fell, the tiger paw crashed down. Faint purple blood splattered across the grass, and the hunter twitched a couple of times before falling still. Little Mouth retracted her tiger paw, taking a gentle breath. She looked down at her hand, then touched the ears atop her head, silently picking up a mirror to examine her current appearance. I still look quite splendid. Little Mouth then turned her gaze toward Shen Nianze's direction, where the sounds of battle faintly echoed through the woods. Shaking off the dust from her body, she transformed back into a white tiger, clamping her jaws around the hunter's lifeless body, and made her way towards Shen Nianze. On the other side of the clearing, Shen Nianze and Splinter Claw were locked in an intense struggle. Splinter Claw was forced to retreat repeatedly, while Shen Nianze's wild resonance had yet to wane, maintaining both speed and strength. The combination of his power and that of Little Mouth meant that he was effectively fighting as a composite entity, making it uncertain whether he would prevail against Splinter Claw. Do you think that by eliminating Foam Run and that waste, you can triumph over me? Splinter Claw panted, swinging his battle blade in an attempt to force Shen Nianze back. I am a complete LV2. I am one level above you. You can at best hope for a draw, and as for your little tiger, he will undoubtedly perish at the hands of Ing Foam. Shen Nianze remained silent, the colossal axe crashing downwards, striking the side of the battle knife, and sending a jolt through the wrist of the claw. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the nearby woods. Claw did not turn to look, but instead fixed his gaze on Shen Nianze. It seems your tiger has met its demise. Shen Nianze glanced upwards to see a small mouth clutching a corpse emerging from behind a tree. Would you like to confirm? Upon hearing Shen Nianze's words, Claw turned. Only to see the small mouth holding a body clad in armor he recognized all too well. It belonged to the hunter he had been with. Claw felt a wave of numbness wash over him. Impossible. How could he? Just moments ago, Claw had believed that Shen Nianze would at most achieve a stalemate, but now, upon witnessing his companion's lifeless form, he realized that prolonging the confrontation could very well lead to his own downfall. Arrogance was swiftly eclipsed by fear, and Claw's previous bravado dissipated. He suddenly feigned a strike. Slashing the battle knife before Shen Nianze, and taking advantage of the opening, he turned and sprinted deeper into the black pine forest. You have some nerve. I shall settle the score with you next time. Trying to escape? Shen Nianze would not allow him to flee. He sheathed his massive axe and pursued. The small mouth hastily dropped the corpse and dashed after him, its snow-white figure racing through the thicket. Yet, Claw was a fully realized LV2, and his technological gear far surpassed Shen Nianze's, granting him a speed advantage. As he ran, he fumbled with the device at his waist. Upon activation, his dark golden armor began to change color, gradually blending with the surrounding trees and underbrush, as if cloaked in invisibility, his form becoming increasingly indistinct. After a few strides, Shen Nianze found Claw's figure had entirely vanished within the woods. He halted, scanning his surroundings, but detecting no trace of energy fluctuations. The camouflage device had effectively concealed Claw's presence. A flicker of regret crossed Shen Nianze's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He glanced at the hunter's corpse on the ground, then towards the direction Claw had fled. The monk may escape, but the temple remains. As a spectator, he would undoubtedly return. Let us return to base. Shen Nianze turned, and the small mouth hurried to follow. Although Claw had escaped, they had at least eliminated 2 hunters and gleaned insights into their abilities, rendering the encounter not entirely fruitless. Claw, relying on his camouflage device, circled through the woods until the sounds of pursuit faded completely before daring to lean against a tree, gasping for breath. The sweat on his back dampened his armor, and his mind replayed the earlier events. This cursed planet is indeed bizarre, he muttered, patting the device at his waist. Not daring to linger, he dashed towards the hidden spacecraft. The vessel lay concealed within a secluded cave, covered by fallen leaves and a camouflaging net. After ensuring no signs of life were present, he lifted the net and slipped inside. The control console within still glowed with light. He rushed over, tapping frantically on the screen. Hurry, connect to the platform. The console gradually displayed a connecting message as Claw fixated on the progress bar, his palms slick with sweat. He had already determined to request an evacuation. Whoever wished to undertake this troublesome hunting mission could do so at their leisure. However, just as the progress bar reached 50%, the connection abruptly severed. Claw noticed a hand pressing the cancel button on the console, and an icy sensation suddenly pressed against his neck. His body froze instantly, his breath growing shallow. Through the reflection in the screen, he saw a man wearing a black cap standing behind him. The short blade resting against his neck had already broken the skin, blood trickling down the blade. He had meticulously checked the cave's surroundings, not even spotting a bird. How had this person materialized like a ghost? The man slightly lowered his head. I'm sorry, but this information cannot be transmitted. Claw's heart sank. Was this man also from Blue Star? He attempted to raise his hand in resistance, but as he moved, the blade pressed deeper, causing more blood to flow. With a gentle tug of his wrist, the man drew the knife across Claw's neck, leaving a deep gash. Claw clutched his throat and collapsed to the ground, dying without ever seeing the man's face. Heisey sheathed his short knife, casually wiping the blood from Claw's armor. After completing this, he adjusted his hat and turned to exit the cave. His figure quickly melded into the woods. Chapter 144, The Monster That Devours Nuclear Weapons. With the problems concerning the platform temporarily resolved, the Dawn Army and the Kyoto Army joined forces to advance into the Kyoto urban area. Without the interference of alien hunters, the scattered mutated beasts within the city proved insufficient to pose a challenge, and soon the entire region was reclaimed. The 2 factions decided to collaboratively establish a Kyoto-based city. The Dawn Army, not holding back, directly shared their techniques for breeding mutated beasts and controlling them with the Beast Control Blade. The personnel from the Kyoto Army were utterly astonished. They had long heard of the Dawn Army's ability to raise mutated beasts as comrades, and the Beast Control Blade's capacity to enhance combat power had piqued their envy. Now that they had access to these technologies, the higher-ups were grinning from ear to ear. As the base city was just beginning to take shape, the Dawn Army sent a batch of juvenile mutated beasts to the Kyoto Army and dispatched personnel to teach them how to rear and utilize the Beast Control Blade. The soldiers of the Kyoto Army flocked around the mutated beasts daily, overwhelmed with excitement. However, their joy was short-lived, for trouble soon arose. Zhao Beichen had just finished a cup of hot tea in the command center when General Liu rushed in, his face slightly flushed. "Commander, we have a situation. Many of our lower-ranking officers wish to defect to the Dawn Army." "What?" Zhao Beichen nearly spat out his tea, placing the cup on the table. "Have they lost their minds? The Kyoto Army has treated them well. It's not that they haven't been well treated. It's that the Dawn Army is simply too enticing." General Liu scratched his head. "Consider it. The Dawn Army has a mature system for cooperative training with mutated beasts. I've heard that training with them accelerates evolution at least twice as fast as here. In this era, strength equates to confidence. Who wouldn't want to grow stronger quickly?" Zhao Beichen furrowed his brow, a surge of anger rising within him. These individuals had been nurtured by the Kyoto Army, and now they wished to abandon ship upon witnessing the Dawn Army's strength. How utterly spineless. He paced the room, contemplating issuing orders to prevent such defection, but the words caught in his throat. He could not impose restrictions. The undeniable strength of the Dawn Army, coupled with their breeding techniques for mutated beasts and the prowess of Shen Nianze, constituted an irresistible allure. This was an era that revered strength. Those who could facilitate rapid growth commanded influence. To forcibly restrain would only alienate hearts. "This bunch of ungrateful wretches," Zhao Beichen cursed under his breath, his tone rife with indignation, though it was more a sense of helplessness that filled him. He returned to his chair, fully aware that while the Kyoto Army had claimed territory, they fell short in core technologies and combat enhancement compared to the Dawn Army. General Liu stood nearby, hesitant to speak further. He understood Zhao Beichen's frustration, but there was little they could do. It was hardly feasible to bind officers wishing to leave. After a long pause, Zhao Beichen finally sighed and waved his hand. "Let them go." "Huh." General Liu was taken aback. If they could not stop them, it would be better to be magnanimous. Zhao Beichen rubbed his temples, his expression complex. "Inform them that for those wishing to join the Dawn Army, I will approve their requests. Should they desire to return in the future, the Kyoto Army will still recognize them. But remember, no matter where they are, they must remain comrades against the platform and never bring shame upon humanity." General Liu nodded and turned to relay the message. The command center was left with only Zhao Beichen, who gazed out towards the base city. In the distance, the sounds of mutated beasts roaring and soldiers training emanated from the Dawn Army's camp, lively and full of vigor. His anger was genuine. Yet he understood that only by following in the footsteps of the strong could humanity grow stronger and truly secure their footing. In the present moment, a minor loss is far preferable to a catastrophic defeat when the audience returns. Zhao Beichen picked up the beast control blade from the table, weighing it thoughtfully. How was this contraption conceived? What kind of ingenuity led to its creation? Could it possibly be some form of extraterrestrial technology? The Kyoto base city has been established for nearly half a month, ever since Shen Nianze dealt with the hunters. The Dawn Army and the Kyoto Army have joined forces to clear a significant portion of the surrounding zombies. Each day, evolution squads venture out of the city to eradicate the remaining zombies in the abandoned areas to collect crystal cores. Today, a squad has set its sights on the nuclear power plant on the outskirts of the city. "Old Joe, how many zombies can there possibly be in this decrepit place?" Little Wu, behind the wheel, spun the steering wheel with one hand. In the passenger seat, Old Joe frowned. "The quantity is irrelevant. The base city's task is to assess the nuclear power plant, record video, and cleanse the area of zombies for ample crystal cores." After bumpy travel for over 40 minutes on the dilapidated highway, they finally glimpsed the outline of the nuclear power plant. "Stop here, let's proceed on foot." Old Joe pushed the car door open, while Little Wu pulled out a palm-sized detector for a quick scan. "Captain, there should be no leaks. Let us put that aside for now. Let's clear the zombies first," Old Joe declared, leading the way with a shield in hand. Dazhuang walked beside him, Xiaya kept watch, and Little Wu scouted to the side. As they approached the entrance of the nuclear power plant, 3 zombies clad in tattered protective gear stumbled toward them. Xiaya raised her hand and released an arrow. The blue light flashed as it pierced the eye socket of the leftmost zombie, causing it to topple over. As the remaining 2 lunged forward, Dazhuang swung his hammer, obliterating one zombie's skull, while Old Joe held the other at bay with his shield. Seizing the opportunity, Little Wu maneuvered behind and swiftly slashed with his short knife, severing the zombie's neck. "Done," Little Wu exclaimed, shaking the blood off his blade with a grin. Yet Old Joe remained vigilant. "Don't let your guard down. We've only just entered, and there are surely more within." After approximately half an hour of exploration, they finally arrived at the core area of the nuclear power plant, standing before the main control room's door. "Let's take a look inside." Old Joe pushed the door open, and the 4 of them instantly held their breath. The control room was eerily empty, save for a massive egg resting in the center of the floor. The egg was peculiar, a metallic silver gray that shimmered with a faint green light, pulsating as though it were breathing. Strangely, a thin mist enveloped the egg, What on earth is this? An egg? Dazhuang leaned closer, eager to touch it, but old Zhou swiftly restrained him. Don't touch it. We need to report this to the base city first. Old Zhou retrieved a communicator and pressed a couple of buttons when suddenly, a soft sound echoed. The group turned in unison to face the egg as a fissure appeared on its surface, green light seeping through and intensifying. Captain, the egg is about to crack. Little Wu retreated a few steps. Be cautious. Old Zhou instantly raised his shield. Dazhuang gripped his hammer tightly, and Xiaoya drew her bowstring taut. The cracks multiplied until, at last, the shell shattered completely, unleashing a burst of green light that blinded them momentarily. As the brilliance faded, they beheld an entity inside, a creature half the height of a man, its body cloaked in dark green scales. Its head was elongated and flattened, with fierce red eyes and rows of sharp teeth glistening with green liquid. Most bizarrely, a glowing area, the size of a fist, pulsed on its chest, radiating green light with each breath. What manner of monstrosity is this? The creature, seemingly disoriented, shook its head before fixing its gaze on the four. Suddenly, the glowing area on its chest flared brightly, and a wave of green energy erupted from its mouth, hurtling straight towards Little Wu. Little Wu dodged. Old Zhou attempted to push him aside, but despite his quick reflexes, Little Wu could not evade the onslaught of the energy wave. It grazed his arm, incinerating the fabric and leaving a deep, bone-exposing wound, while the green liquid began to corrode the flesh, emitting clouds of white smoke. Ah! Little Wu cried out in agony, clutching his arm as he staggered back. Xiaoya immediately aimed her arrow at the creature's glowing chest, but it was blocked. The creature, seemingly enraged, unleashed another wave of radiation. Dazhuang raised his hammer to defend, but the wave pierced through it, striking his chest. He gasped, stumbling back several steps, his shirt torn asunder. The scales are too tough. The arrows can't penetrate. Xiaoya, drenched in sweat, loosed 2 armor-piercing arrows, but they met the same fate, rebounding harmlessly. Gritting his teeth, old Zhou charged forward with his shield, attempting to push the creature away, but it merely nudged him aside, sending both him and his shield crashing against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Captain! Little Wu and Xiaoya shouted in unison. The creature seized the opportunity, lunging at Dazhuang, its claws slashing deeply into his arm, blood gushing forth. Dazhuang, gritting his teeth against the pain, swung his hammer at the creature's head, yet it nimbly evaded, its claws now aimed at his throat. Watch out! Xiaoya shot an arrow towards the creature's eye, forcing it to turn its head, allowing Dazhuang a moment to retreat, but he was still a heartbeat too late. The creature's claws grazed his neck. Blood sprayed across Xiaoya's face as Dazhuang's body crumpled to the ground lifelessly. Dazhuang! Xiaoya frantically emptied her quiver, shooting arrow after arrow at the creature. Yet it did not flinch, deflecting each projectile effortlessly as it slowly advanced towards her. The glowing area on its chest igniting once more. A wave of energy pierced through her chest, and she staggered, collapsing to the ground, her eyes wide open, staring at the cracks in the ceiling. Little Wu, paralyzed by fear, watched the unfolding horror. He yearned to flee, but his legs felt as though they were encased in lead, rendering him immobile. The creature approached him, its multifaceted eyes gleaming with mockery, as if relishing its prey. The instinct to survive ultimately triumphed over terror. Little Wu summoned all his strength and bolted for the door. However, just 2 steps in, he felt a searing pain in his back as the radiation wave pierced through him. He collapsed at the threshold, glancing back at the creature before slowly closing his eyes. Silence enveloped the control room, broken only by the creature's rhythmic breathing. It sauntered over to old Zhou, tapping its claws against his shield. Upon receiving no response, it shook its head and moved to the window of the control room, leaping out and vanishing into the depths of the nuclear power plant. In the communications room of Kyoto Base City, Team Leader Zheng, we still can't reach the Iron Blade Squad. They've been in the nuclear power plant for 2 hours, and they should have cleared the surrounding zombies and reported back by now. In the adjacent resting room, Captain Lao Zheng of the Rock Solid Squad, freshly finished with training, rose abruptly. Clutching his recently cleaned machete, his brow furrowed in concern, he declared, "Let us head to the nuclear power plant." The Rock Solid Squad and the Iron Blade Squad were well acquainted, often accompanying each other on missions. Team member Akai approached, scratching his head. Captain Zheng, do you think something might have happened to the Iron Blade Squad's communicator? The signal at the nuclear power plant is notoriously poor. Let us hope that's the case. Without further ado, Captain Zheng led his team towards the off-road vehicle. After a brief journey, they arrived at the nuclear power plant's entrance, where the gates stood ajar. The 4 entered, and after a short distance, Akai suddenly halted, his voice trembling. "Zheng, Captain, look ahead." Captain Zheng raised his gaze, and the door to the control room stood open, revealing a familiar figure slumped at the threshold. He rushed forward, flipping Little Wu over, only to discover a gaping hole in his back, The surrounding skin blackened with faint green traces, devoid of breath. Little Wu. Akai dashed forward. Yet before his hand could make contact with Xiao Wu's body, he was intercepted by Lao Zhong, who cautioned, "Do not touch. The wound has residual radiation." Xia Xia crouched down, retrieving a detection device from the first aid kit. As the probe approached the wound, the instrument emitted a shrill alarm. Radiation levels exceed safe limits. This is not something an ordinary zombie could cause. The four of them ventured further inside. The scene in the control room was even more heart-wrenching. Xiaoya lay sprawled on the floor, her chest bearing a gaping hole from radiation burns, while the Zhuang was slumped in the corner. His neck a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Akai began to circle the control room, suddenly pointing at a shattered eggshell on the ground, exclaiming, "Zheng team, look at this." The eggshell was a silvery gray, emitting a faint green glow, and the ground around the shard suggested that it had recently broken. Lao Zheng picked up a fragment, declaring, "The creature has already fled." Akai, immediately send a message to base city with the coordinates. Akai retrieved his communicator. As the signal connected, he urgently shouted, "Base city, this is the Pantsure team. We have discovered all members of the Iron Blade team perished in the nuclear power plant control room, with traces of an unknown creature remaining, suspected to be capable of emitting radiation." There was a moment of silence on the other end of the communicator from base city before a voice responded, "Understood, Pantsure team. First, return the bodies to the base and secure the scene. The technical department will dispatch personnel to collect the eggshell fragments." Akai acknowledged the order, and along with his team, they found a waterproof tarp to gently wrap the four corpses. Upon returning to the base, the medical area had already prepared a temporary morgue. The forensic doctor, donning thick radiation-proof gloves, lifted the tarp. He took out a compact radiation detector. After all, in this apocalyptic world, zombies could consume steel, fire, and even nuclear radiation was not beyond the realm of possibility. As the detector neared the wounds, it began to beep incessantly, with values soaring into the red zone. Confirmed. It is radiation burns. The news swiftly reached Shen Nianze and several high-ranking officials in base city. The Iron Blade team has been wiped out? Radiation burns? The reporting soldier nodded. The results from the doctor just came in. The radiation residue on the bodies has not dissipated. And the eggshell fragments found in the control room have also been sent to the technical department, which claims they can absorb radiation. Release all reconnaissance drones to thoroughly search the area surrounding the nuclear power plant for anything that could emit radiation, whether it be a creature or something else. And report immediately with any findings. The soldier responded and hurried out. Before long, a swarm of reconnaissance drones filled the sky above the base, resembling a dark cloud as they drifted toward the nuclear power plant. Meanwhile, the creature was concealed within the woods on the western side of the power plant. Lying on a rock, the green light on its chest flickered intermittently, having just absorbed radiation from the nuclear power plant and now lazily digesting it, until a dense buzzing sound approached from overhead. It lifted its head, noticing a dark mass in the sky drawing nearer, the sound of flapping wings growing louder. Instantly on high alert, the green glow on the creature's chest intensified. Not daring to linger, it sprinted away with all four legs, its scales pressed tightly against its body, darting into the depths of the forest like a green shadow. The swarm of reconnaissance drones scanned the area above the trees, entirely oblivious to the creature hiding among the brush. Once the drones drifted farther away, the creature cautiously peeked out from a pile of dead leaves, scanning its surroundings to confirm it was not being followed. It then flicked its tail and sprinted further west. As it ran, the green light on its chest suddenly blazed brilliantly, as if catching a whiff of something delectable, something 100 times more potent than the radiation from the nuclear power plant wafting through the air, enticing it with an irresistible itch. Following the scent, it ran with increasing excitement. Days passed, and the landscape gradually transformed. The lush greenery gave way to an endless expanse of desert. After running for another half hour, a cluster of gray buildings finally emerged in the distance, with a military restricted area sign hanging on the iron gate. The creature's eyes brightened, its compound eyes fixated on the depths of the base, where the enticing aroma seemed to overflow. It dashed up to the iron gate, raking its claws across, tearing a large gash as the rusty iron skin peeled away like paper. The base's defensive structures proved utterly futile against it. It leapt over a severed barbed wire fence, toppling a rusted tank as it charged toward the underground warehouse. The doors of the underground warehouse were thicker, prompting the creature to take a couple of steps back. The green light on its chest surged dramatically as it unleashed a wave of green energy, blasting a substantial hole through the iron door. As the smoke cleared, dozens of round objects were neatly stacked inside the warehouse, their shells adorned with incomprehensible symbols, exuding an energy that captivated the creature. Excitedly, it lunged forward, gently touching the nuclear bomb's exterior with its claws. The green light on its chest made contact, and a faint green liquid began to seep from the bomb, coursing along its scales and into its chest. It closed its compound eyes in bliss, emitting a satisfied sound as it clutched the nuclear bomb tightly, continuously absorbing the energy within. In no time, the shell of the first nuclear bomb began to concave, while the green light on the creature's chest intensified. Just as it turned toward the second bomb, its mouth barely approaching, a roar suddenly erupted at the warehouse entrance. 7 or 8 grotesque zombies, covered in sores, stumbled in, likely drawn by the commotion inside, their murky eyes fixated on the creature. The creature tilted its head, seemingly puzzled as to why these decrepit beings dared to intrude upon its feast. It did not rise, nor did it release its grip on the nuclear bomb. Instead, it merely opened its mouth slightly, and the green light on its chest flickered momentarily. A soft green mist flowed from its mouth like a gentle cloud, lazily drifting toward the zombies. As soon as the zombies made contact with the mist, their bodies erupted in white smoke, their decaying skin visibly darkening and cracking at an alarming rate. Before they could reach it, they collapsed to the ground, convulsing a couple of times before falling still. Having dispatched the zombies, the creature did not even spare a glance at the remains on the ground, returning its focus to the second nuclear bomb. The green light on its chest once again eagerly absorbing energy. In the underground warehouse of the Lopner nuclear bomb base, the last nuclear bomb shell also began to cave in. The creature lay sprawled amid the empty shells, its belly round and swollen, yet when it flicked its claws, it felt no different. Having only been born a mere few days prior, it had yet to grasp the concept of power enhancement. Merely aware that while absorbing radiation from the nuclear power plant had left it feeling warm all over, consuming dozens of nuclear bombs had not significantly altered its physical abilities. Its claws remained sharp, and its speed hardly increased. With a low growl filled with dissatisfaction, it scratched at the ground, scattering the empty bombshells in disarray. It tilted its head, its compound eyes gazing at the green light on its chest, seemingly perplexed as to why, despite feasting on such valuable sustenance, it had not transformed into a more formidable being. Unbeknownst to it, its juvenile form could not yet digest such vast amounts of nuclear energy, only storing the radiation for later. Annoyed, it flicked its tail and let out a tremendous yawn, curling up amidst the pile of empty shells. Before long, it drifted into slumber, a faint green mist emanating from its throat, cleansing the surrounding radiation entirely. This nap lasted several hours, and when the creature awoke, the horizon had already begun to gray. Stretching its limbs and twitching its nose, it caught a whiff of a familiar delicious scent wafting from afar, less intense than before, but untouched by others. The creature's eyes sparkled with excitement, the green light on its chest instantly regaining its brilliance. It sprang up, racing eastward toward the enticing aroma. Though it had not grown significantly stronger, its belly full of stored radiation did grant it a bit more strength. Surely, if it consumed more of this delectable essence, it would become formidable. After running most of the night, another base finally appeared on the horizon. Unlike the desolate expanse of the Lopner, here the walls are fortified with machine guns, and occasionally, figures clad in camouflage patrol the area. It is evident that the nuclear missile base has been purged of its undead inhabitants, with military personnel stationed to guard this site. Who goes there? The patrolling soldier was the first to detect the disturbance, raising his weapon and bellowing, directing the beam of his flashlight at the creature. What he revealed was a monster with a glowing chest, unmistakably malevolent. The soldier hastily retrieved his communicator. Base. An unidentified creature resembling a humanoid lizard has been spotted at the entrance. The personnel within the base swiftly emerged, a dozen weapons trained on the beast. The commanding officer, furrowing his brow, shouted, "Open fire. Do not allow it to approach the warehouse." The gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour. Annoyed by the cacophony, the creature suddenly opened its maw, the green luminescence in its chest flickering ominously, unleashing a radiation blast twice as potent as before. The wave of energy swept through, and the first few soldiers collapsed before they could even cry out. The remaining troops, gripped by fear, retreated, but the creature, unyielding, unleashed several more waves of luminous mist, enveloping the entrance of the base in a pale green haze. In no time, silence descended upon the facility. The monster flicked the dust from its claws and sauntered into the base, drawn irresistibly towards the delectable aroma wafting from below. The warehouse door was reinforced steel. The creature took 2 steps back, its chest light flickering once more, and sent forth a wave of energy that tore through the steel as if it were mere paper. Inside lay a stockpile of nuclear warheads, fewer than those at Lopner, yet sufficient for its consumption. The creature lunged forward, embracing the first warhead, and began to devour it, the green glow in its chest pulsing anew. This time, it was content, as long as there was sustenance. The question of when it would grow stronger could wait until it matured further. The flickering lights in the warehouse illuminated the creature's rotund form and the accumulating empty shells scattered across the floor. Chapter 145, Radiation Monster. Nearly 20 days since its birth. The creature still stood over a human's height, exhibiting no visible growth. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that things had changed. The green glow in its chest had dimmed, no longer blindingly bright after devouring the nuclear warhead. Its radioactivity had multiplied significantly. No longer prone to tantrums when unsatisfied with its meals, it now raised its gaze to the sun before departing. Its compound eyes steadying considerably compared to its earlier erratic behavior. A vague thought formed in its mind, to venture towards the areas populated by humans, where it might find more food. Unaware that this referred to human cities, it simply followed the scent of life carried by the wind, taking deliberate steps eastward, leaving a trail of decay in its wake, even causing birds to be scorched as they flew overhead. The sunset over the Gobi Desert elongated the creature's shadow. While hundreds of kilometers to the east, in the Kyoto-based city, Zhao Beichen rushed towards Shen Nianze's office. Shen Nianze, quickly, assemble all senior officials for a meeting. Zhao Beichen burst through the door, his tone laced with urgency. Shen Nianze looked up, noticing the pallor of his face. The recent extermination of zombies in the base city had gone smoothly, and the hunters had been quiet. What could have caused such alarm? What has happened? Zhao Beichen waved his hand dismissively, slamming a tablet onto the desk. No time for questions, just gather everyone. We might be too late if we delay. Observing his demeanor, Shen Nianze refrained from further inquiries and grabbed his communicator to send out a notification. All senior officials, assemble in the top-floor conference room in 5 minutes for an emergency meeting. No tardiness permitted. As the 5 minutes elapsed, the conference room filled rapidly. Just as Shen Nianze took his seat, Zhao Beichen stepped forward, connecting the tablet to the projector, plunging the room into darkness. First, watch this video. It was captured by a satellite half an hour ago. Zhao Beichen pressed the play button, and the screen flickered to life, capturing everyone's rapt attention. The footage revealed an abandoned town, where the creature ambled into view. A few individuals scavenging on the roadside glanced up in alarm, but before they could react, they collapsed. Their skin rapidly glowing green, injuries emitting wisps of white smoke, rendering them motionless in mere moments. The creature ignored the fallen, continuing its advance. As it passed beneath an ancient locust tree, the leaves fell, and the branches instantly withered as if all moisture had been siphoned away. The video lasted only 2 minutes before Zhao Beichen paused it. The silence in the conference room was palpable, broken only by the sound of breathing. Is this the very creature that decimated the Iron Blade team? Shen Nianze suddenly realized. Zhao Beichen nodded solemnly. The satellite tracked its movement eastward, directly towards our base city and several nearby towns. Its current level of radioactivity is far greater than before. If it reaches the base city, ordinary humans will be unable to approach, let alone engage it in combat. What do we do now? Shen Kang's voice was hoarse. Shen Nianze raised his eyes, surveying the room. First, deploy the reconnaissance drones to broaden their search radius and monitor the creature's movements. Meanwhile, the tech department must expedite the development of radiation protection gear. In the tech department's laboratory, Lingxi perched atop the tallest workstation, clutching the tablet recently delivered by Shen Nianze. No one could have anticipated that the head of the Kyoto-based city's tech department would be a mutated golden monkey. After Lingxi successfully crafted the beast control blade, the entire tech department had fallen under its sway. Now, matters were even more dire. As Li Mo lamented, I've studied for over a decade, yet I'm outshone by a monkey. Lingxi, Commander Shen has instructed you to focus on the radiation patterns of this creature and the areas it has traversed. Li Mo handed over a tablet, placing it beside Lingxi. The monkey deftly swiped across the screen, enlarging the video instantly. Lingxi leaned closer, replaying the segment of the creature expelling radiation mist repeatedly. As the video concluded, Lingxi set the tablet down, scratching its chin thoughtfully, before exclaiming, "Humans have truly created an astounding monster." Lingxi pointed at the creature on the screen, its tone imbued with complexity. The radioactive elements within it are identical to those in nuclear warheads. They were not naturally occurring, but were nurtured from your human-made nuclear weapons. Li Mo scratched the back of his head, refraining from retorting. Currently, it is still in its infancy, with stored radiation lacking a purpose. If it were to consume more nuclear warheads from bases. Lingxi trailed off, swiftly grabbing nearby scrap paper to sketch a blueprint for radiation protection equipment. It did not forget to look up at Li Mo and say, "Bring over the leftover lead plates from last time. We need materials that can shield against radiation mist." "Yes, Director." Once the office door closed, Lingxi straightened up, glancing around to ensure no one was present, then swiftly turned its wrist. A flash of silver light appeared as it revealed a palm-sized watch on its wrist. Lingxi pressed the crown, and with a soft click, a faint blue light emanated from the dial, coalescing into a translucent female figure in midair. The figure, clad in a light blue virtual uniform, with hair flowing like water, gazed with luminous eyes. Looking for me again? Lingxi nudged the tablet towards the projector, the screen still displaying the creature's image, and tapped the table twice. Look at this creature. Do you have any information on nuclear radiation that can combat such a being? The figure's gaze fell upon the tablet, pausing momentarily before her virtual eyebrows furrowed slightly. Nuclear radiation, huh? Humanity's databanks indeed lack any directly applicable information. You know, studies on extraterrestrial life either focus on enhancing individual combat capabilities or delve into interstellar travel. Who would contemplate the intricacies of a weapon capable of self-destruction? She extended her hand into the void, summoning a cascade of shimmering data streams, all chronicling various planetary records. A handful of planets had experimented with similar high-energy radiation, yet none could compare to the destructive power of humanity's nuclear arsenal. To be frank, the humans of this planet were quite remarkable. They had not ventured into outer space nor developed any invincible exosuits, yet they had contrived a weapon capable of annihilating entire worlds, inadvertently giving rise to such a monstrosity. Lingxi's tail drooped as she scratched her chin with her claws, pondering whether there existed any substances with properties akin to nuclear radiation, something that could counter it, or at the very least, shield against its effects. She knew that the database of Huazhong was exceedingly comprehensive. This was her final hope. Huazhong scrutinized the data stream for a few moments, tapping virtually upon it. There are indeed similar substances. However, I must verify the specific parameters. Some ores can absorb high-energy radiation, but I need to consult the old archives to confirm which ones can withstand nuclear-level intensities. Allow me a day's time, and I shall provide you with an answer by this time tomorrow. Lingxi nodded, her tone heavy with gravity. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. If we can locate such materials, we might just be able to fabricate radiation-resistant equipment before the creature reaches the base city. Rest assured, it will not escape. Huazhong smiled, and with a flash of blue light, its form retreated back into the confines of the wristwatch, the dial resuming its tranquil state. Lingxi tucked the watch into her sleeve and cast her gaze back at the creature displayed on the tablet. If Huazhong could indeed identify usable materials, perhaps by combining them with the principles of biological weaponry, they might truly devise a means to confront this monster. Chapter 146, Radiation-Resistant Armor. The following day, at the same hour, Lingxi was hunched over her desk, her claws skimming over the equipment sketches she had drawn the previous day, her eyes occasionally darting to the watch on her wrist. Suddenly, the watch illuminated, a pale blue light emanating forth as Huazhong's virtual figure solidified. Shaking the data stream it held, I have found it. 2 usable materials. Let me first present the extraterrestrial ones. With a flick of her fingertip, 2 luminous models of substances appeared in the air. The first is called stardust ore, which was brought back during the ship's landing on other planets. It can directly absorb high-energy radiation, though it is somewhat brittle. The second, dark pattern steel, possesses sufficient hardness to serve as an exoskeletal armor. It pairs perfectly with stardust Oregon together. They can undoubtedly create radiation-resistant armor, albeit in limited quantity. At most, we can produce 120 sets. Lingxi's eyes sparkled with excitement as her claws tapped rhythmically against the table. Over 100 sets will suffice. What about the other materials? The remaining materials are available on Blue Star. Huazhong smiled and displayed another model. You will need to procure heavy crystal and lead zinc ore. These are abundant in the mountainous regions. Although their radiation resistance is not as effective as stardust ore, their plentiful supply compensates, allowing them to be smelted together to fill the gaps left by stardust Oregon. Lingxi hastily noted down the names on her tablet, just as she was about to express her gratitude when Huazhong added, by the way, I have already dispatched Haizi to retrieve the stardust ore and dark pattern steel from the ship. He's quite nimble, and should be delivering them to the designated location at the ironworks in the west of the city shortly. Lingxi nodded, gently tapping the watch's casing. I cannot thank you enough. Without these, I would have been pondering for quite some time. No need for pleasantries. Huazhong's figure flickered. I will also send you the processing parameters for the materials on your tablet. With that, a flash of blue light occurred, and it withdrew back into the watch. Lingxi secured the tablet, popped a nut into her mouth, and snatched up her coat, tiptoeing towards the office exit. She navigated the familiar corridors, slipping out of the technical department and heading towards the abandoned factory in the west of the city. Inside the factory, thick with dust, she pushed open the door and spotted a large black box in the corner. The absence of any personnel suggested that Haizi had already departed. Lingxi leaped onto the box. Pushing against it, it was rather heavy, but with her considerable strength, she managed to bear it and shuffle it towards the factory exit. After a strenuous effort, she finally dragged the box back to the rear door of the technical department, just as she was about to carry it inside. A voice called out from behind, "Minister Lingxi, what on earth are you moving? It seems rather heavy." Lingxi turned to see Li Mo approaching with a toolbox. His curiosity piqued as he leaned closer to examine the box. She scratched her head, striving to appear nonchalant. "Oh, it's nothing much, just some meteorite I had Heisey help me find. I wanted to see if it could be used as material." Li Mo squatted down, reaching out to touch the box, but Lingxi quickly swatted his hand away. "Don't touch. This meteorite is somewhat fragile. If damaged, it will be rendered useless." Li Mo chuckled and withdrew his hand, not giving it much thought. After all, Lingxi often delved into peculiar pursuits, so searching for meteorites was not out of the ordinary. He extended his hand to help lift the box. "All right then, I will assist you in moving it inside." Lingxi nodded eagerly, following Li Mo into the laboratory. Once the box was placed inside, she provided Li Mo with a few more material names. He jotted them down, helped organize the space, and then took his leave. Lingxi closed the door behind him, her anticipation mounting as she opened the box. Inside lay the glittering stardust ore in dark patterned steel, just as expected. She pinched a small piece of stardust ore, feeling its coolness in her grasp, pulling up the processing parameters on her tablet. She knew she needed to expedite the creation of the armor, aiming to vanquish the creature before it reached the base city. As the materials arrived, Lingxi squatted beside the smelting furnace, her claws stained with dark or residue. The extraterrestrial minerals were melting into a pale blue liquid, flowing through pipes into molds. This would form the core materials for the first batch of radiation-resistant armor. "Minister Lingxi, this batch of ore is sufficient to create 120 sets of armor." Li Mo ran over, holding a record sheet, his eyes reddened, clearly having endured several sleepless nights. "The materials are prepared, but the forging process is slow. It will likely take several more days to amass 100 sets." Lingxi flicked her tail, brushing off the residue clinging to her claws. "Time is still ample. Quality is paramount." No sooner had she spoken than the loudspeaker in the technical department crackled to life, Zhao Beichen's voice resonating with unprecedented seriousness. "Attention, all departments. Initiate the public evacuation plan immediately. All residents are to proceed to the underground shelters for safety. The military will guide by regions. Repeat, initiate the evacuation plan immediately." Lingxi and Li Mo exchanged glances, anxiety evident in their eyes. Li Mo quickly set down his record sheet. "I will notify the workshop to expedite the process. You keep an eye on the smelting furnace." Lingxi nodded, pressing a couple of buttons on the control panel to raise the furnace temperature further. With each additional set of armor, the front lines would gain that much more confidence. On the streets of the base city, the usual bustle had vanished. Soldiers formed into small squads, knocked on doors one by one, their voices hoarse from calling. "Xiaoyu, hurry and gather some clean clothes with your parents. The truck is waiting downstairs." Xiaoyu clutched the soldier's sleeve, his big eyes blinking. "Brother, how long will we be gone? I haven't finished my homework yet." The soldier ruffled his hair, smiling. "We'll be back very soon. Just think of it as a chance to stay with your friends for a few days. Once it's safe, we'll return to finish your homework, all right?" Not only the children, but many young adults were also filled with confusion. At the entrance of the residential complex, several members of a supply team who had just returned from outside the city gathered around the soldiers. "We just brought back a truckload of supplies. Why are we evacuating? Is there a major horde of zombies approaching?" "It's not a zombie issue." The leading officer lowered his voice, though his tone remained firm. "The specifics cannot be disclosed at this moment to avoid causing panic, but please trust us. Hurry to the assembly point. The trucks are already waiting." Surprisingly, no one pressed for further information. Having endured the apocalypse for long, everyone understood that the military never spoke idly whenever there was danger. They were always at the forefront, so they certainly would not deceive them. Soon, long lines formed on the streets, the elderly and children placed on the front trucks, with the young trailing behind, yet there was no hint of chaos. The air raid shelters lay underground in the base city, originally designed for bomb protection, later repurposed into temporary refuge. The soldier at the entrance held a registration form, simultaneously verifying the number of individuals while directing them. Supplies are located in the eastern area, and the western area serves as the accommodation zone. Families with children should proceed this way. We have hot water and small blankets. Inside the air raid shelter, several volunteers were assisting in laying out blankets. Upon seeing parents with children entering, one remarked, "There are soft mats over here. Place your child here. There's hot water nearby for preparing milk powder. I will fetch you a cup." The monster was still over 600 kilometers away, but it was now moving at a slightly increased pace. Shen Nianze handed Lingxi a map indicating the monster's trajectory. "How long until your armor is ready?" "The first batch of 30 suits will be ready by tonight," Lingxi replied, folding the map and tucking it into her pocket. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. while the furnace in the technical department continued to glow, casting a warm and bright light within the shelter. No one knew when that pale green monster would arrive. Chapter 147. I am the one who can shield you from that monster. Report to Team Leader Wang. The monster is now 210 kilometers from the base city and has entered our interception zone. The observer's lens was firmly locked on the creature as he loudly reported to Wang Jianjun. Wang Jianjun stood atop a makeshift artillery platform, gripping a pair of binoculars. Behind him stood 12 modified crystal core cannons, their shells hastily prepared by Lingxi overnight, with warheads coated in radiation-resistant material and packed with concentrated crystal cores. They were theoretically capable of penetrating even the mature or fully developed mutant beasts, yet against this radiation-dependent monster, uncertainty loomed over everyone. Attention, all artillery positions. Load the shells. Target the green light on the monster's chest. Fire 3 rounds simultaneously. Wang Jianjun's voice resonated through the communication device, reaching each soldier's ears. The soldiers at the artillery positions moved swiftly, loading the blue glowing shells into the cannon breeches, engaging the safeties, and slowly elevating the barrels to aim at the distant green silhouette. Fire! With Wang Jianjun's command, all 12 cannons discharged in unison. Boom! 12 crystal core shells, enveloped in silvery gray light, shot forth like 12 shooting stars, trailing long white smoke towards the monster. In the observer's lens, it appeared as though the creature sensed something amiss. It halted, slightly raising its head, its gaze fixated on the incoming shells. Just as the shells were 200 meters away, the monster suddenly opened its mouth. A beam of pale green light erupted from its maw, colliding directly with the shells. There was no explosion, only a blinding clash of green and blue light. Moments later, the sound of the explosion reverberated, enveloping the monster in flames mixed with green mist, thick smoke billowing forth, rendering even the reconnaissance drone's lens hazy. Did we hit? A soldier at the artillery position couldn't help but inquire, resting his hand on the cannon's breech, eyes fixed on the distant smoke. Wang Jianjun remained silent, gripping the binoculars tightly, a foreboding feeling creeping into his mind. The smoke gradually dispersed. The scene revealed in the lens left everyone frozen. The monster stood undeterred, its chest's green glow even brighter than before. It bore traces of black ash on its scales, but a mere shake dislodged the debris, leaving no marks. Astonishingly, all 12 crystal core shells had been intercepted. Damn it! Wang Jianjun muttered under his breath, the communication device falling silent, even the observer forgetting to report data. All artillery positions. Fall back 500 meters. Continue firing. Slow its advance. Wang Jianjun quickly commanded. This was not a time for a head-on confrontation. They needed to wait for Lingxi's radiation-resistant armor to arrive. For now, their only course of action was to buy time, though the soldiers felt a surge of panic. Their movements remained orderly. The artillery tractors revved up, drawing the cannons back, while a new round of shells was loaded into the breeches. Boom! Another volley was fired. But once again, the green light intercepted the shells midair, causing them to detonate without even grazing the monster's claws. The creature seemed disinterested in further defense and continued its eastern advance. Wang Jianjun watched as it drew nearer, gritting his teeth before issuing another command. Switch to high-explosive shells. Spare no expense. As long as it slows down, it suffices. The cannon fire echoed repeatedly, the barrels heating up, soldiers rotating in and out to reload. Yet the distant monster continued its steady approach. 210 kilometers, 200 kilometers, 199 kilometers. The distance diminished slowly, and Wang Jianjun's brow furrowed deeper. Brothers, hold on for another half hour. Every second we delay grants the citizens of the base city an extra measure of safety. Keep firing. The cannon fire resonated once more, reverberating across the desolate Gobi Desert. The monster seemed vexed by the unrelenting barrage and unleashed another green beam of light, this time striking close to the artillery platform. The ground instantly caved in, emanating a faint green mist. Wang Jianjun shouted urgently, fall back. Maintain distance. Avoid radiation exposure. The sun dipped slowly beneath the horizon, and the cannon fire persisted as the monster drew closer. Yet every soldier atop the platform held their ground. Behind them lay the base city and the civilians within the shelter. They would endure until the armored units arrived. In the central square of the base city, 120 soldiers stood resolutely, their faces devoid of the usual levity, replaced instead by solemnity. Shen Nianze stood at the forefront, scanning each youthful yet resolute face. I do not deceive you. This time, we may not return. But retreat is not an option. No one was unafraid of death. Yet the value of dying depended on what they were protecting. Today we stand at the forefront. This is not a death sentence, but a means to ensure the survival of many. For the sake of more lives. Someone shouted first. Soon, the voices of all 120 joined together in unison. The equipment distribution officer hastened, handing out the final few sets of gear to the soldiers. Shen Nianze too reached for his equipment, and at that moment, a figure suddenly rushed forward, grabbing his arm. It was Zhao Beichen. He clutched Shen Nianze's arm tightly. "You cannot go." Just as Shen Nianze was about to respond, Zhao Beichen interjected. "You are the backbone of the Dawn Army and the Kyoto Army, the morale of the soldiers. Even the civilians in the shelter. Who does not regard you as the pillar of humanity right now? This is far more dangerous than the hunters at the stands. This involves nuclear radiation. Who knows if the armor can withstand it? If you were to perish, humanity's confidence would collapse entirely." Surrounding soldiers fell silent, some quietly glancing back. Their eyes filled with agreement. They held Shen Nianze in high esteem. Yet everyone understood that this time they faced a nuclear radiation monster, not an ordinary battle. Shen Nianze gazed down at Zhao Beichen's hand gripping his arm, his fingers twitching slightly. Just about to speak when a voice suddenly resonated from the eastern side of the square. "You indeed cannot go, but I can." All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. On the elevated platform to the east, a figure clad in black stood, the hood pulled low, obscuring most of his face. The wind caught the edges of his cloak, causing it to billow, and though he stood in such a conspicuous position, he seemed to merge with the shadows, having gone unnoticed until now. Shen Nianze squinted, recognizing the young man who had appeared during the zombie aggregation and administered a shot to Old Gray. Shen Nianze, on guard, asked, "Who are you?" The man in the black hood did not rush to respond, merely raising his head slightly. The gaze beneath the hood swept over the soldiers in the square before settling on Shen Nianze, his tone devoid of fluctuation. "I am the one who can help you confront that monster." Chapter 148, Onward to the Front Lines. Shen Nianze scrutinized the figure in the black hood atop the platform. "What gives you such confidence?" No sooner had he spoken than the hooded man suddenly emanated an overwhelming aura. "My confidence is that I am a fully realized level 5. However, should you choose to take matters into your own hands, I shall refrain from intervening." Shen Nianze's pupils dilated in alarm. As a fully evolved individual himself, he was acutely aware of the significance of such a level. He had merely reached the pinnacle of a complete evolution at LV1, standing at the apex of human combat prowess. Yet the enigmatic figure before him, the mysterious black boy, was an astonishing LV5. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel somewhat incredulous. "Are you unwell? Are you a mere child to resort to such threats against me?" The surrounding warriors were equally taken aback, their movements to distribute equipment coming to a halt as they collectively gazed at the figure atop the platform with eyes wide open in astonishment. Zhao Beichen's mouth hung agape, unable to close for a considerable time. Despite his prolonged association with Shen Nianze, he had never encountered anyone outside of Shen Nianze's team who had achieved full evolution. The black boy lifted a corner of his hood, revealing a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. "I am not threatening you. Simply leave this matter to me." As soon as the words left his lips, he leaped gracefully from the several-meter-high platform. Before anyone could react, he had reached the pile of equipment, deftly grasping a freshly crafted radiation-resistant battlesuit and swiftly donning it. The moment he secured the helmet, the display screen over his eyes illuminated. "Captain Shen, Commander Zhao," he called, adjusting the shoulder straps of his armor, his voice muffled yet laced with a hint of mirth. "Just await my news. I shall handle that radiation creature, but I require the assistance of over 100 warriors to maintain remote restraint. There is no need to approach the creature too closely, for I will ensure their safe return." With that, he turned and strode towards the western gate of the base city, the warriors instinctively parting to clear a path, their expressions filled with reverence. At that moment, Zhao Chong advanced with purpose. "Brother Shen, we are departing." Zhao Chong, Lin Shi, and Zhou Kai were among the earliest to evolve, frequently collaborating with the Kanjia Wolf team. Their current evolution levels undoubtedly ranked among the highest within humanity, second only to Shen Nianze. Thus, their participation in this mission was a given. As Zhao Chong's words echoed, silence enveloped the square for a brief 2 seconds before lively chatter resumed. He turned to the crowd and called out, "Lin Shi, Zhou Kai, let us go." Lin Shi, crouched on the ground inspecting the straps of her radiation-resistant boots, immediately stood up, tightening her compound bow slung across her back, the quiver of armor-piercing arrows shimmering with a blue glow. Coming. Nearby, Zhou Kai lifted a radiation shield from the ground, waving to the surrounding warriors. "Hurry up, everyone." Over 100 warriors moved without hesitation. Those who had been clustered around Shen Nianze to hear his speech now turned to gather their gear, swiftly arming themselves with rifles and crystalline core ammunition. Zhao Chong led the charge, pausing momentarily as he passed Shen Nianze, flashing a grin. "Rest assured, this mysterious fellow is a fully evolved LV5. Not only have we never seen one, but we've hardly even heard of such a being." Shen Nianze observed them, his throat tightening, longing to utter something, but ultimately settled for a simple, "Stay safe. Contact me immediately if anything arises." "Understood." Zhao Chong waved dismissively. Turning to catch up with the black boy, Lin Shi and Zhou Kai followed closely behind, and the group of over 100 warriors marched towards the eastern city gate. The black boy led the procession, catching a glimpse of the footsteps behind him. Upon seeing Zhao Chong and the others had joined him, he smirked, saying nothing, but quickening his pace. The warriors trailing him did not utter a word regarding the potential for death. Their thoughts solely focused on reaching the front lines swiftly to intercept the creature that had ravaged several towns, preventing it from breaching the base city. Shen Nianze stood in the square, watching the silhouettes of the departing team gradually diminish until they vanished in the direction of the eastern gate. Zhao Beichen approached, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "They will be fine." Outside the eastern gate, a temporary helipad had been cordoned off with warning tape. 3 military transport helicopters whirred to life, whipping the warriors' clothing in the wind. The black boy was the first to reach the nearest helicopter, grasping the handrail of the door and leaping inside. "Hurry up. No dawdling." Zhao Chong followed closely, patting a few warriors who were adjusting their armor before bending down to enter the cabin himself. Over 100 warriors boarded the 3 helicopters within minutes. As the doors closed, the pilot's voice crackled over the intercom. "Prepare for takeoff. Targeting forward base. Estimated flight time 20 minutes." The helicopter blades whirred faster, the craft slowly lifting off the ground, the outline of the base city shrinking beneath them until it transformed into a distant speck. Inside the cabin, silence reigned. Yet each individual remained occupied. The black boy leaned against the wall, his hood drawn low, fingers rhythmically tapping his knee, lost in thought, occasionally casting a cold glance out the window. 20 minutes passed swiftly. The helicopter began its descent, the scenery below coming into sharper focus. The temporary base of Wang Jianjun was visible, 12 crystalline core cannons still aimed eastward, their barrels still radiating residual heat. "We have arrived. Prepare for descent," the pilot announced, pulling open the side door, a black rope unfurling downwards. The first to leap was the black boy, who grasped the rope, and, as soon as his feet touched the ground, released his grip, standing on the sandy terrain and glancing towards the artillery position. The warriors followed in quick succession. Wang Jianjun had already heard the helicopters approach, rushing over with several soldiers, peering into the cabin from a distance, muttering, "Commander Shen has finally arrived. With him here, we can rest assured." Before he could finish, he looked up to see the leading figure of the black boy, his expression frozen in surprise. This individual donned the same radiation-resistant armor as the other warriors, but wore a hood, looking entirely unfamiliar, clearly not Shen Nianze. He stepped forward, scratching his head, his tone laced with confusion. "Excuse me, brother, who are you?" The black boy's voice was flat and unwavering. "Shen Nianze did not come. I am here as an external aid." Wang Jianjun was taken aback, glancing back at Zhao Chong, who quickly approached and clapped a hand on his shoulder. "Old Wang. No questions now. This brother is here to assist us, and his strength is highly reliable. Let us not dwell on pleasantries. How far is that creature from here?" Only then did Wang Jianjun snap back to reality, hastily suppressing his doubts and pointing eastward. 50 kilometers still. It was advancing just moments ago. Our shells cannot halt it. We can only delay it. His tone was urgent, gesturing toward the distant Gobi Desert, where faint green streaks marked the path of the creature's radiation waves. The black boy followed his gaze, his chest seemingly stirring, then turned to Zhao Chong. "Prepare the warriors. We depart in 10 minutes. Chapter 149, Approaching the Creature. The black boy and Zhao Chong had just concluded their discussion with Wang Jianjun when a cacophony of engines erupted from outside the base. A convoy of military green transport vehicles surged toward them. "Get in." The black boy was the first to stride towards the foremost vehicle, flinging open the door and jumping inside. Zhao Chong swiftly followed suit, and the brief interlude was soon at an end. The driver pressed the gas pedal, and the transport vehicles formed a line, speeding eastward. The further they traveled, the more palpable the heat in the air became. Zhou Kai leaned against the wall of the vehicle, gripping a radiation detector, the numbers on the screen steadily climbing. "Hey, do you guys feel that the air is a bit hot?" Zhou Kai touched his cheek, glancing at the thermometer inside the vehicle, which had already reached 40 to 50 degrees. Zhao Chong replied gravely, "Indeed, just ahead lies that green-skinned monster. It radiates heat, so how could the air not be scorching? But fear not. Our armor was personally crafted by Lingxi. It should perform admirably." Just as he spoke, the driver suddenly called out, "Everyone, we are 20 kilometers from the marked position." The crowd hurriedly gathered by the car window, where a faint layer of pale green mist floated on the distant horizon, tinting the sunlight with a delicate green hue. The oppressive heat within the vehicle became increasingly apparent, causing a tightness in their throats with every breath. "Brother, The radiation from this creature is even stronger than we anticipated, Zhou Kai remarked with a furrowed brow, tucking the detector into his pocket as he glanced at the figure beside him. Heizai, leaning against the car door with his hood pulled low, revealing only a hint of his chin, Heizai replied in a calm tone, "It's to be expected. It has consumed so many nuclear warheads. The radiation is formidable. Let us proceed, but maintain your distance." The transport vehicle advanced another 10 kilometers before the lead car abruptly halted. The following vehicles screeched to a stop, and the driver jumped out to crouch beside the car, his face contorted in dismay. "This won't do. The vehicle has been compromised by radiation. We can't proceed," he shouted, wrapping the engine cover with his wrench, which promptly emitted a plume of black smoke. Heizai pushed open the car door and leapt down, immediately feeling a wave of heat wash over him, his soles beginning to sizzle. He lifted his gaze toward the approaching mist, now much closer, and could faintly discern a green silhouette shifting within it. "Disembark and advance on foot," he commanded, picking up the short blade resting on the seat. "Ensure your weapons are ready, maintain formation, and do not fall behind." The soldiers sprang into action, with Zhao Chong stepping alongside Heizai. "We're counting on you for the next phase." Heizai nodded and led the way toward the pale green fog. Behind them, over 100 soldiers fell into line, marching step by step toward the ominous creature. The oppressive heat intensified, yet no one faltered. Behind them lay the civilians of the base city. The children in the air raid shelters. No matter the difficulty, they had to halt the creature here. After traversing another 10 kilometers over gravel that felt as though it could scorch the skin, the heat in the air was palpable, each breath searing their lungs. The armor clinging to their bodies began to function, the heat dissipation layer humming as it worked, providing a cool sensation against their skin, effectively shielding them from the majority of the heat. Thank goodness Minister Lingxi equipped the armor with this feature, or we would be as burnt as the stones beneath us. A young soldier wielding a crystal core machine gun exclaimed, wiping sweat from his brow. Zhao Chong walked at the center of the formation, occasionally glancing ahead at the mist, which thickened to the point where even comrades just 3 meters away appeared as mere shadows. "Listen, there's movement." She suddenly halted, and the group fell silent, straining to hear the sound of heavy footsteps crunching on gravel, moving with a leisurely rhythm, as if on a stroll. Heizai stepped forward, pulling his hood lower and squinting into the mist. "It's here." As if on cue, the creature abruptly raised its head, its eyes shifting from a dark crimson to a bright red, like two beacons suddenly ignited, fixating intently on Heizai and his companions. The previously scattered green light began to coalesce in its chest. It retreated a half step, raking its claws against the ground, leaving deep gouges, overtly cautious. Heizai recognized this as the first creature to evoke a sense of danger within him. He raised his hand to signal the team to halt, drawing his short blade. Zhou Kai and the other soldiers quickly arranged themselves into a fan shape, their crystal core machine guns aimed squarely at the now alert creature. The oppressive heat in the air seemed to thicken, even the heat dissipation layer of their armor spinning faster in response. The creature remained motionless in the distance, as did Heizai and his team. Heizai gripped his short knife, scanning the soldiers behind him. Suddenly, he gestured with his hand in a sweeping arc, conveying a silent command that resonated with all. Zhao Chong immediately took 2 steps back, exchanging glances with Lin Shi and Zhou Kai, as over 100 soldiers swiftly spread out, widening the gap left and right. "Everyone, be cautious. Do not fire recklessly. Wait for me to engage and cover me as necessary." Heizai's voice, though low, was crystal clear to every ear. He took 2 steps forward, the tension he had previously contained slowly unfurling. The creature, which had been ambling leisurely, tilted its head, fixated on Heizai. A low growl emanated from its throat as it surveyed the scattered soldiers, its gaze returning to Heizai, evidently perceiving the figure wielding the short knife as the primary threat to eliminate. Recognizing its intent, Heizai smirked, then surged forward like a shadow. As he neared the creature, just 10 meters away, it abruptly raised its forepaw, the green light flashing as it prepared to strike. Yet, Heizai was swifter. He crouched low, evading the claw while simultaneously slashing the knife toward the creature. Clang! The blade met the creature's scales, sending sparks flying. The creature let out a pained growl, retaliating with its other claw while the green light in its chest flared ominously, as if to unleash a beam of radiation. "Interrupted," Zhao Chong shouted. Lin Shi was the first to fire, bullets raining down on the creature. Although they did not inflict fatal damage, they compelled it to withdraw its offensive. The soldiers beside Zhou Kai also squeezed their triggers, the crystal core bullets striking the creature's scales. Seizing the opportunity, Heizai maneuvered around to the creature's rear, his steps light as he activated his jet propulsion system, charging at the creature once more. Aiming his knife at the green light in its chest, the very spot where it stored radiation, its most vulnerable area, Chapter 150, Opportunity. The short knife was poised to pierce, but the creature suddenly lifted its paw, blocking its chest. The silver-gray blade collided with the scales, producing another blinding shower of sparks, causing Heizai to feel a jolt in his wrist. Before he could regain his composure, the creature emitted a guttural sound. The green light in its chest swelling dramatically as a thick beam of radiation surged toward Heizai. The moment was so swift that Heizai instinctively bent backward, his lower back nearly grazing the ground as the beam whizzed past him, scorching the rocky terrain behind him and leaving a deep trench in its wake. Gray-white stones smoking in its aftermath. That was close. In the distance, Zhao Chong clenched his fists, about to shout for the soldiers to open fire, when he saw Heizai use the momentum from his backward bend to sweep his right leg toward the creature's hind leg, having just unleashed its radiation. The creature struggled to stabilize its weight, and Heizai's sweeping kick struck its knee with force. The half-human high creature was sent sprawling to the ground. Seizing his chance, Heizai sprang up, stepping onto the creature's side as he lunged upward, his short knife once again aimed at the green light in its chest. Yet the creature retaliated fiercely. As it fell, the green light in its chest flickered chaotically, releasing a cloud of pale green mist that surged toward Heizai's face. This mist was even more toxic than the previous beam. Upon contact with Heizai's armor, the plates emitted a faint glow, the very air radiating heat. Damn it! Heizai could advance no further. He could only push against the creature's body with all his might, using the recoil to leap back, landing a few steps away just in time to evade the radiation mist. Shaking his wrist, he observed the creature rising from the ground. Although the green light in its chest had dimmed slightly, it still emanated a menacing threat. Unable to suppress his frustration, he muttered, "What a nuisance!" Unleashed the cloud explosion. As soon as his words fell, two soldiers carrying cloud explosion launchers advanced 2 steps, loading ammunition into the chambers, their barrels trained on the creature's direction. The nearby soldiers quickly cleared a path. Fire! One of the warriors squeezed the trigger, and the cloud explosive darted forth, trailing an orange-red tail flame. Yet, before it could reach its apex, the creature abruptly lifted its forepaw, the green light on its chest flickering momentarily, and a pale green beam erupted from its side, hurtling directly towards the cloud explosive. With a resounding boom, the cloud explosive detonated mid-air, leaving Zhao Chong standing behind, utterly dumbfounded, his weapon momentarily forgotten in his hands. After 2 seconds, he cursed, "Damn it! Continue. Fire. Let us bombard it until it scatters." Another warrior promptly followed suit, unleashing 2 shots simultaneously. 2 cloud explosives soared, one to the left and one to the right, and indeed, the creature retaliated with 2 beams of radiation. Once again, the cloud explosives exploded mid-air. However, this time was different. As the 2 fireballs erupted, the shockwave generated by the explosions swept away the pale green radiation mist that had enveloped the creature, dissipating much of its protective shield. Black Zai's eyes lit up as he tightened his grip on his short blade and stepped forward. Previously, it was this radiation mist that hindered them, but now, with the mist cleared, he could approach. He shouted to Zhao Chong, "Fire 2 more rounds. Clear the mist." Zhao Chong immediately responded, "Understood. Everyone, aim around the creature. Don't worry about hitting it. Just clear the mist." 3 more cloud explosives were launched in quick succession. Although they were still intercepted by the radiation beams and detonated mid-air, the ensuing shockwaves relentlessly dispersed the remaining radiation mist. Black's eye shot forward like a bolt of black lightning, closing in on the creature. As he noticed the creature raising its forepaw, he deftly pushed off the ground, sliding to the side to evade the claw while viciously slashing towards the creature's ribcage. He intended to create an opening to exploit, but with a sharp clang. His blade merely grazed the scales, leaving only a faint white mark, failing to penetrate even the skin. The creature roared in pain, a furious growl erupting from its throat, and its tail suddenly whipped around like a whip. Black's eye quickly leapt back, the tail tip narrowly brushing past his battle armor, carving a deep trench in the ground. Before he could regain his footing, the creature lunged forward, its mouth agape, ready to unleash a beam of light. Black's eye had no choice but to roll away, the beam striking the rock and creating a gaping hole in the ground. Damn it, its scales are as tough as iron. Black's eye peered from behind the rock, wiping the dust from his face, his eyes fixed intently on the green light emanating from the creature's chest. That was its only weakness. But every time he tried to approach, the creature thwarted him with its claws, scales, or tail. He took a deep breath and charged forward once more. The back and forth continued for 3 or 4 rounds, with Black's eye repeatedly aiming for the green light. Yet each time, the creature successfully defended itself with its claws, scales, or tail. His short blade bore several nicks, and his breathing had become heavier. Although the creature lacked finesse, it compensated with its tough hide, quick reflexes. and the protection of radiation, making close combat exceedingly challenging. Just as Black's Eye feigned an attack, preparing to find an opportunity to circle behind the creature, it suddenly halted its onslaught, the green light on its chest retracting sharply, and then, with a whoosh, pale green mist erupted from the cracks in its scales. This mist was denser than before, enveloping the creature like a green orb. As it drifted near Black's Eye, the alarm on his armor blared. Black's Eye dared not withstand it, immediately retreating several steps back to his comrades, wiping his face with a hand, his tone tinged with irritation. It can still accumulate mist. Cloud explosives. Keep firing. Clear the mist before attacking. Zhao Chong, who had been holding back, immediately shouted. Everyone, aim at the mist. 3 shots, simultaneously. Do not allow the mist to gather again. The warriors with the launchers swiftly adjusted their angles, targeting the center of the dense green mist. Fire. 3 cloud explosives shot forth. This time the creature had no chance to unleash its beam, likely still recovering from its previous mist emission. The cloud explosives exploded beside the mist. Boom. 3 fireballs ignited simultaneously, the shockwaves crashing forcefully against the radiation mist. The green mist was torn to shreds, leaving no trace behind and revealing the creature's bewildered form, unable to stabilize its mist before being violently dispersed. Now's the time. Black's Eye dashed forward like an arrow released from its bow, propelled by the residual force of the shockwave, his body soaring into the air. The short blade aimed directly at the core region of the creature's chest. The creature had just been staggered by the shockwave, and it was already too late for it to raise its paw to defend. With a sharp sound, the silver-gray blade pierced effortlessly into the flickering green core area, embedding itself deeply. The creature emitted a heart-wrenching shriek, more anguished than any prior, as the green light on its chest dimmed instantly. Black's Eye twisted his wrist, intending to widen the wound, but just as he exerted force, he felt the blade ensnared by a viscous force. The creature's core region was visibly contracting and healing at an alarming rate. A pale green slime enveloped the wound, gradually pushing the short blade out. The once deep wound slowly closing. It was self-healing. Just as Black's Eye prepared to exert more force, he suddenly sensed a tremendous surge of radiative energy erupting from within the creature, causing the short blade to slip from his grip, flung away forcefully. He retreated hastily, glancing up to see his pupils constrict. The creature's body was expanding uncontrollably. Its originally half-human height ballooned upwards as if inflated, swiftly surpassing 1 meter, then 2, 3. The scales gleamed under the strain, the once pale green scales transforming into a dark green. It ceased its roaring, merely gazing down at its enlarged claws. The wound in its core region had completely healed, and the green light no longer radiated outward but surged beneath its scales like a flowing river, spreading across its body. The previously expansive, scorching radiation dissipated, replaced by a more subdued yet terrifying energy. The radiation levels in the air did not diminish. Instead, they became more concentrated, as if the creature had firmly contained it within. Black's Eye clenched his fists, taking 2 steps back, his expression gravely serious. The creature was not vanquished. Rather, it underwent a profound transformation due to the piercing of its core, resulting in a dramatic increase in its size. The radiation that once leaked out to attack was now contained within, amplifying its defenses and strength manifold. What manner of beast had humanity conjured on this planet? Heizai murmured as he beheld the monstrosity before him. The distant warriors ceased their fire, gazing at the towering figure exceeding 3 meters in height, their throats tightening with trepidation. Zhao Chong gripped his weapon, his palms slick with sweat. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? The monster slowly raised its head, the crimson points in its eyes deepening into a dark red, fixating intently on Heizai. The core region of its chest pulsed with green light, resembling a slowly beating heart. It no longer exhibited the previous restlessness. Heizai stared at the colossal entity, his pupils suddenly constricting. The complete form's LV-1 aura was visibly shattering and reconstituting, replaced by a more formidable and concentrated energy. The metamorphosis phase, this posed a significant dilemma. Heizai gulped, whispering 3 words as sweat beaded on his palm. The complete form was already formidable. The metamorphosis phase signified that the creature's strength and defenses would soar, potentially unlocking new capabilities, rendering their prior battle strategies nearly obsolete. At that moment, the monster lifted its head, its compound eyes no longer flashing erratically, but instead focusing into 2 piercing gazes, locking onto Heizai. The anxiety and primal aggression that once characterized its demeanor were replaced with a clear, scrutinizing intent. What chilled the heart was the unmistakable air of disdain entwined within its appraisal. It seemed to recognize the human who had wounded its core, yet it no longer exhibited an eagerness to kill. The creature slowly raised its enormous claw, a glimmer flickering across its talons as it lightly scratched the ground. almost as if testing its newly acquired power. Subsequently, it tilted its massive head, the red light in its compound eyes flickering, as though mocking Heizai's earlier futile assault. A chill coursed through Heizai. The creature's intelligence was indeed evolving. It had transcended mere instinctual behavior, now exhibiting the capacity for thought and even emotion. This transformation was far more terrifying than mere physical enlargement. It implied the ability to anticipate attacks and formulate strategies, making the impending battle exponentially more arduous. In the distance, Zhao Chong sensed the anomaly and tugged at Lin Shi's arm. Look at that creature's gaze. Lin Shi furrowed her brow, tightening her grip on her composite bow. Its intelligence is evolving. The monster emitted a resonant declaration of intimidation. Its hum escalated sharply as it propelled its massive feet against the ground, fracturing the earth with a web of cracks. Its gargantuan form charging toward Heizai like a moving mountain, its speed now several times swifter than before. Heizai's pupils dilated. With no time for contemplation, he immediately positioned his short blade defensively before him, channeling all his strength into his arms, bracing for the impact. He understood the magnitude of the creature's power during the metamorphosis phase, but only when he truly felt that overwhelming pressure did he comprehend the chasm between them. Bang! The colossal claw crashed onto the short blade, bending the silver-gray blade into a grotesque arc. Heizai felt an immense force surge through his body, akin to being struck by a speeding truck, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. He gritted his teeth, striving to stabilize himself, but the force was insurmountable, sending a jolt of excruciating pain through his wrist. Ugh! Heizai let out a muffled groan, his body uncontrollably flung backward, akin to a severed kite, crashing heavily against a nearby rock. The boulder shattered upon impact, debris scattering over him. Distantly, Zhao Chong and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. Cloudburst bomb cover. We cannot allow the creature to target our comrade. No sooner had the words left his lips than the soldiers carrying the cloudburst launchers reflexively squeezed their triggers. 3 cloudburst bombs, trailing orange-red tails, soared toward the creature, which was poised to advance upon the fallen Heizai. It remained oblivious to the impending assault from the side. Boom! The cloudburst bombs detonated beside the creature, engulfing it in a fiery explosion that slammed against its scales. Though it failed to breach its defenses, the explosion forced it to halt, its massive form swaying as it withdrew its claws, which had been aimed at Heizai, to regain its balance. The pale green radiation energy shimmered across its scales, evidently agitated by the sudden bombardment, and the red light in its compound eyes shifted toward Zhao Chong and the others, now tinged with hostility. Struggling, Heizai clawed his way from the rubble, and as he regained his footing, a searing sensation radiated through his left arm. Glancing down, he frowned. The radiation-resistant armor on his left arm was damaged, the plates having torn open, exposing the fabric underneath, which glowed faintly green, evidence of radiation contamination. The radiation energy from the creature's claws had breached the armor's protective coating when he was struck and sent flying. Coughing, Heizai shook his numbed arm, the burning sensation drilling into his muscle, causing him to suck in a sharp breath. He raised his gaze to the creature, which loomed nearby, its compound eyes glinting with a derisive light, as if taunting him with the notion that this was all he had to offer. The short blade lay discarded on the ground, now irreparably warped. Heizai flexed his wrist. Despite his injury, his gaze remained sharp. Retreat was not an option. Should he fall, the warriors behind him would stand no chance against this metamorphic beast. Taking a deep breath, a watch appeared on his wrist, and he gently tapped it. Fireseed, deploy equipment. The watch emitted a voice. Black. The armor's energy reserves are insufficient. Heizai's eyes fixated on the creature, which was recalibrating its stance. A cold smirk creased his lips. Isn't the best energy right before us? There was a brief silence from the watch, followed by Fireseed's response. Understood. Equipment deployment commencing. Meanwhile, on the mountainside of the abandoned zoo 100 kilometers away, the ground, overrun with wild grass, suddenly split open without warning, revealing a 2-meter-wide gap from which a metallic door emerged. As the door swung open, a uniquely designed small transport aircraft surged forth, devoid of traditional wings, its fuselage sleek and silver-white. Once airborne, the transport adjusted its trajectory, resembling a streak of silver lightning as it sped toward the battlefield where Heizai stood, leaving a shimmering afterimage in its wake. On the battlefield, the creature had relocked its gaze on Heizai, lowering its massive frame as it gouged the ground with its foreclaws, evidently preparing for another, more ferocious assault. Just as it was about to advance, a flash of light erupted from the sky. The alien transport had arrived above the battlefield, its silver body glaring in the sunlight. The creature abruptly lifted its head, the red light in its compound eyes fixating on the aircraft, its previously directed assault toward Heizai coming to an immediate halt. This unexpected metallic apparition instinctively triggered its wariness, drawing its full attention. Zhao Chong, Lin Shi, and the other soldiers also looked up, their expressions a mixture of shock and astonishment. Zhao Chong's mouth fell agape as he unconsciously murmured, "What? What is that? I have never encountered a flying apparatus of this kind." Lin Shi fixed her gaze upon the transport aircraft, her brow furrowed in concentration. She had seen every model of aircraft that the base city possessed. However, the one before her, in both design and flight mechanics, transcended her understanding, appearing entirely unlike anything that could be constructed on Blue Star. Just as the crowd stood in astonishment, the underbelly of the transport suddenly revealed a hatch, from which a set of gleaming silver battle armor was gently airdropped. As the armor detached from the aircraft, it seemed to acquire a will of its own, swiftly darting toward the figure of He Zai on the ground. During its descent, various components of the armor began to autonomously adjust their positions. He Zai remained stationary, and soon, the armor arrived before him, the helmet precisely fitting over his head, while the visor descended automatically, revealing a soft blue display screen. Subsequently, the chest plate, arm guards, and leg armor followed suit, seamlessly aligning with his physique in under a few seconds, resulting in a suit of armor that conformed impeccably to He Zai's form. This armor stood approximately 2 meters tall, its streamlined silhouette devoid of superfluous embellishments. The visor's holographic interface rapidly refreshed data, displaying surrounding radiation levels and information regarding the monsters. At the instant the armor was fully assembled, the faint blue energy patterns on its surface ignited brilliantly. He Zai flexed his wrist. Savoring the snug fit of the armor, Star Core, initiate the combat agent injection protocol. Acknowledged, Star Core has activated the agent system, awaiting command confirmation. The clear voice of the armor's built-in AI resonated, and a list of agents promptly appeared on the helmet's holographic display. He Zai's gaze swept across the list as he rapidly issued commands. Muscle Enhancer Type A. Injection dosage 100. Target. Entire muscle group. Muscle Enhancer Type A is prepared. Injection countdown. 3, 2, 1. Metallic needles suddenly emerged from the interior of the armor, precisely piercing into He Zai's muscles. A warm current instantaneously coursed through his veins, and the previously fatigued muscles from the prior battle tightened like steel strings, as if an inexhaustible source of strength surged forth from the depths of his muscle fibers. Even his fist strength had multiplied several times. Nerve Reaction Accelerator Type B. Injection target, Central Nervous System. Nerve Reaction Accelerator Type B is being administered. Following Star Core's prompt, a needle precisely punctured the acupoint at the nape of He Zai's neck. Moments later, He Zai suddenly perceived the world around him slowing down, as if everything were unfolding in slow motion. Cellular Activity Stabilizer, covering all cells, counteracting radiation damage. Cellular Activity Stabilizer has been injected, repairing radiation damage. Soon after, He Zai's commands resumed. Bone Strengthening Agent Type C, reinforce the limbs. Pain Suppression Agent, retain basic pain feedback, diminish severe pain interference. Adrenaline Regulator, maintain stable adrenaline output. The directives flowed seamlessly, with Star Core executing each without delay. Bone Strengthening Agent Type C is being administered. Bone density is increasing. Pain Suppression Agent has taken effect. As needles emerged and retracted, He Zai's physical condition underwent a dramatic transformation within a short span. His bones became increasingly resilient, while pain was meticulously regulated, allowing him to combat without being hindered by discomfort, yet still perceive slight sensations of injury. He Zai moved his neck and gazed toward the monstrous creature not far away. Today, I shall demonstrate to you what it means to be a combat agent. The creature seemed to sense the dramatic shift in his aura, its massive form retreating slightly, the red glow in its compound eyes now tinged with a hint of gravity. Star Core, adjust energy output to 100, prepare for close combat. He Zai clenched his fist, and the armor's gauntlet instantly revealed a long blade. He slowly drew forth the blade, the pale blue edge gleaming with a chilling intent under the sunlight. Energy output has been adjusted, close combat mode ready. In the distant observation area, Zhou Kai stood agape, his mouth open wide enough to fit a fist, eyes brimming with incredulity. After a prolonged silence, he muttered to himself, his voice trembling, What is this thing? Interstellar battle armor? Warframe? The moment he uttered these words, Zhao Chong abruptly turned to him, his tone rife with astonishment. You recognize it? How do you know what this is called? Have you seen it before? Zhou Kai, taken aback by Zhao Chong's sudden reaction, hastily waved his hands, swallowing hard before regaining his composure to explain. Not exactly, I mean. How could I have seen the real deal? It's a super popular game from before the apocalypse, called Warframe. I used to play it every day when I had the time. He paused, recalling the game's narrative, his speech quickening. In the game, a mysterious virus suddenly swept across the planet, turning many into monsters. The survivors, in a desperate bid, constructed spacecraft to escape Earth, traversing the cosmos and ultimately conquering the entire solar system. Yet, the universe was fraught with adversaries, leading them to create a hybrid of mechanical and AI battle armor to enhance humanity's military might. That's basically the gist of it. Lin, she stood nearby, pondering Zhou Kai's words for a few moments before gently nodding, her tone laced with agreement. You know, upon closer inspection, it does bear a striking resemblance to what you described. Meanwhile, Heizai launched himself toward the monster like an arrow released from its bow. Faced with this sudden assault, the creature roared and raised its forepaw, its deep green scales shimmering with a metallic sheen in the sunlight, colliding forcefully with the long blade. Clang! The jarring sound of metal clashing reverberated painfully in the ears, and this time, the blade sliced through the scales, a flicker of fear evident in the creature's gaze. Seizing the momentum, Heizai flipped, activating the thrusters on the back of his armor to propel himself around to the creature's side. The long blade aimed for the vulnerable joint of the monster's armor. Yet, the creature reacted with remarkable speed, its robust tail whipping like a steel whip. Heizai's pupils constricted as he swiftly engaged the defensive shield of his armor, a pale blue barrier springing forth instantaneously. The tail struck the shield with tremendous force, the shockwave reverberating through the armor, sending Heizai sliding backwards several meters, his feet carving deep grooves into the ground. Star Core. How much energy was consumed by the shield? Heizai inquired, steadying himself as he observed the massive creature slowly turning around. Single defense consumes 3 energy units. Current energy reserve at 76. Total energy remaining is 32, came Star Core's response, the energy bar on the helmet's holographic display flickering slightly. The creature, evidently enraged by the impact, intensified the crimson glow in its compound eyes, the core in its chest pulsating with a frantic green light. Suddenly, it opened its jaws wide, unleashing a robust radiation beam directed at Heizai. This beam was denser than before, instantly scorching a deep black trench into the ground. Heizai dared not take it head-on. He activated the thrusters beneath him, swiftly gliding close to the ground to narrowly evade the radiation beam. However, before he could rise, the creature charged forward, its colossal paw descending upon him with a crushing force. Heizai rolled aside just in time, the paw crashing onto the ground, sending debris flying and causing the earth to fracture in a spiderweb pattern. Intense radiation energy surged across the ground, rushing toward Heizai like a tidal wave. Activate full-body defense mode, Heizai commanded decisively, and the energy patterns on the armor's surface ignited instantaneously, enveloping him within a pale blue energy shield. The radiation energy collided with the shield, producing a corrosive sound as the brilliance of the shield visibly dimmed. Warning: continuously resisting the erosion of radiation. Energy is consumed at a rate of 5 units per minute, with the current energy reserves at 71. The alarm of the stellar core blares, and the energy bar on the holographic screen begins to descend at an alarming rate. A heavy weight settles in Heizai's heart. He had intended to exploit the mobility of his battle armor to find weaknesses in the monster, yet now the creature has developed intelligence, no longer attacking blindly. It frequently releases radiation energy, either using beams to suppress him from a distance, forcing him to maintain his defensive shield, once again evading the monster's claw strikes. Heizai activates the thrusters and leaps into the air, thrusting his blade towards the creature's eye. However, the monster is prepared, its head jerks to the side, and simultaneously, a thick plume of green radiation fog erupts from its core region, enveloping Heizai in an instant. The pale blue defensive shield flickers violently within the radiation mist, with energy consumption accelerating precipitously. Energy reserves, 58. Corrosion marks appear on the shield's surface, and it is advised to vacate the radiation zone promptly. Gritting his teeth, Heizai reluctantly abandons his attack, forcing his way through the radiation fog to land in a safe zone several dozen meters away. He gazes at the faint green glow emanating from his battle armor's shield, casting a glance at the advancing monster in the distance. This situation is untenable. Energy is being expended on defense, leaving no opportunity for a counterattack. If this drags on, he will be rendered immobile by energy depletion before the monster can strike. A swift resolution is imperative. Heizai grips his blade tightly, his gaze fixed sharply on the pulsating core of the monster's chest. Stellar Core. Concentrate all remaining energy into the energy blade and frontal shield. Warning: disabling rear defenses will incur fatal risks. Execute. The thrusters beneath Heizai's feet erupt in a blinding pale blue light, propelling him forward like an arrow released from a bow towards the monster. The creature, clearly taken aback by Heizai's sudden charge, flashes a red light from its compound eyes, and the core region of its chest ignites. unleashing a beam of radiation directly at Heizai. Full frontal shield activated. Heizai roars, as the energy patterns on his battle armor's chest illuminate to their utmost brilliance. A substantial pale blue shield manifesting before him. The radiation beam slams into the shield, the violent impact halting Heizai's body midair. The blue light on the shield dimming visibly as energy readings on the holographic screen fluctuate wildly. 56, 50, 46. Heizai grits his teeth, inching forward with relentless determination. At this moment, he harbors a singular goal, to pierce that accursed core, utilizing the last vestige of thrust from his thrusters. He thrusts the energy blade forward with all his might. With a resounding thrust, the energy blade finally breaches the creature's scaled defenses, plunging deeply into the verdant glow of the core region. The monster emits a deafening, anguished roar, its massive form convulsing violently. Yet its core erupts with even more intense radiation. Undeterred by the encroaching radiation, Heizai forcefully rends open the creature's chest cavity, his left hand plunging into the gaping wound. As his hand delves deeper, the shield's durability diminishes rapidly, but as he gropes within, he finally grasps a cold, pulsating object. Bring it forth. With a surge of strength, he yanks his arm out, pulling the crystalline core from the monster's chest cavity. The pale green crystal is the size of a fist. The monster's roar abruptly ceases, its massive body freezing in place, while green liquid continuously oozes from the wound in its chest. Its scales quickly lose their luster, fading from deep green to a dull gray, before it collapses to the ground, utterly lifeless. However, the residual radiation energy within it does not dissipate. Instead, it begins to spread uncontrollably like a flood unleashed. Energy reserves. 1. Entering low power mode. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his arm, Heizai stares at the radiation crystal, forcefully inserting it into the energy compartment of his armor, shouting, "Stellar core. Recognize the energy. Absorb it." As the energy compartment seals, the patterns on the crystal's surface suddenly connect with those on his battle armor. High purity energy detected, absorption standards met, beginning charge. The voice of the stellar core becomes crystal clear, the energy patterns on the surface of the armor reigniting, no longer pale blue, but transforming into the same faint green as the crystal. Remarkably, the surrounding radiation fog begins to flow toward the armor, as if drawn by an invisible force, seeping through the seams of the armor and into the energy compartment. The energy readings on the holographic screen begin to rise rapidly. 5, 15, 30. What was once eroding the armor is now its source of energy. Heizai watches the energy levels rise and finally breathes a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground, overwhelmed by a wave of gratitude for having survived. In the distance, Zhao Chong, Zhou Kai, and others cheer in response. Humanity continues to inspire awe with its creativity. Chapter 153, Shen Nianze's Contemplation. The animals are somewhat peculiar. On the arid expanse post-battle, the colossal corpse of the monster lies nearby, slowly beginning to weather into gray-white powder. Heizai gradually stands, the faint green energy on his armor stabilizing. He lifts his gaze, scanning the faces of Zhao Chong, Zhou Kai, and others who have gathered around. Before anyone has the chance to greet him, a soft sound emanates from Heizai's armor. The thrusters on his back and feet activate simultaneously, releasing a stream of pale green ion flow accompanied by a gentle whooshing sound. His body slowly ascends from the ground, first hovering in midair, before the thrusters amplify their power, propelling him like a green comet away from the battlefield, accelerating until he becomes a mere speck vanishing into the horizon. Zhou Kai stands rooted to the spot, mouth agape as he watches Heizai's retreating figure, murmuring to himself after a long pause. Is he performing as Ultraman? Defeating the monster and flying off without even saying goodbye. Zhao Chong pats him on the shoulder, his eyes filled with awe. We should hasten to clean up the battlefield and report the situation back to the base. Meanwhile, in a distant star system, on a planet where the surface is covered with silvery metallic terrain and the sky is a profound dark purple, countless enormous spacecraft navigate through the clouds, embodying a sense of highly advanced interstellar technology. Within a floating pyramid-shaped structure, two uniquely formed aliens stand facing each other. They are tall, with pale blue skin, smooth hairless heads, and pure black eyes devoid of pupils, clad in tightly fitting silver battle armor. One of the aliens slightly bows, respectfully reporting, "My lord, the hunters dispatched by Zealous to Blue Star have all perished." The other alien, evidently of higher rank, is momentarily taken aback. What? Were the hunters not fully realized LV-1 entities? Given Blue Star's current level of civilization, how could anyone possibly kill one? Indeed, my lord. The reporting alien remains bowed, affirming, the final energy feedback from the hunter indicates that it was gravely wounded at the core by an individual from Blue Star, ultimately leading to its demise. Zealous is perplexed and has sent me to consult you on how to proceed with this matter. The high-ranking alien falls silent for a moment, lightly tapping the metallic control console before him, which projects a holographic image of Blue Star. His tone carries a hint of seriousness, but is predominantly filled with unexpected excitement. I never anticipated that Blue Star's mineral growth would advance so rapidly. I initially believed it to be an undeveloped low-level planet, yet it has evidently produced minerals capable of slaying a fully realized LV-1 entity. My lord, could it have been the humans of Blue Star who accomplished this? The high-ranking alien scoffed. The universe is equitable. Humans possess an unparalleled intellect, capable of crafting various individual weaponry and advanced battle armor, soaring through the cosmos. Yet, their physical forms are frail. On Blue Star, the technology is so rudimentary that they lack even adequate equipment. How could they possibly vanquish a hunter? His words held merit. After a brief pause, his gaze sharpened, and he commanded, "Inform the Zealous Star to dispatch another elite team. This time, there shall be no hunting game. Our priority is to retrieve that mineral capable of slaying a complete entity. I am eager to see what kind of treasure could cause our hunters to falter on such a primitive planet." "Understood, my lord," replied the reporting alien with a respectful acknowledgement before turning to depart. The high-ranking alien gazed at the holographic image of Blue Star, a glint of avarice flickering in his obsidian eyes. "Blue Star, it appears your secrets are more profound than we had anticipated. I hope this time you do not disappoint me." Beneath the dark purple sky, the spacecraft began mobilizing towards the direction of Blue Star. In the command room of the base, Shen Nianze sat behind his desk, facing Lin Shi and her companions. He remained silent for a full half-minute, massaging his throbbing temples. When he finally raised his gaze, a hint of disorientation lingered in his eyes as he spoke, his tone oscillating between confirmation and self-doubt. "So, you are saying that the mysterious individual, who has remained enigmatic until now, engaged in a battle with the metamorphosing monster, and suddenly, an alien-looking shuttle appeared from the heavens. Then, a suit of armor that could assemble itself fell down, and after donning it, he injected himself with 7 or 8 kinds of serums, ultimately extracting the monster's crystal core? After all that, he simply took off with the thrusters of the armor, soaring away without a word of explanation?" Zhou Kai nodded vigorously, eager to convey the truth. Tugging at Lin Shi's arm, "It's absolutely true. I, along with Brother Chong and Sister Lin Shi, witnessed it with our own eyes. He vanished in the blink of an eye." Lin Shi nodded in agreement, adding, "Furthermore, before he flew away, the armor began absorbing the surrounding radiation, and the residual radiation levels on the ground dropped drastically. The energy system of that armor is likely linked to the monster's crystal core." Upon hearing this, Shen Nianze leaned back heavily in his chair, fixating on the ceiling lights in a daze. After a long pause, he sighed and pressed his fingers to his forehead. "Let me gather my thoughts." He picked up a cup from his desk and gulped down some cold water. The icy liquid slid down his throat, momentarily quelling the turmoil within. "You three should take a rest while I ponder." Once Xiao Chong, Zhou Kai, and Lin Shi departed, the office fell into silence, the only sound being the faint breeze from the air conditioning vent. Shen Nianze reclined in his chair, feeling increasingly unsettled. He closed his eyes, his fingertips slowing their rhythm as he began to untangle the timeline of the mysterious individual. The first appearance was with the design blueprints sent by the system, but midway, he was injured by an unidentified force, and the blueprints were seized, ultimately delivered to the Jianghai City Refuge. The second encounter was outside the city, where he intervened against the horde of zombies, administering an injection to the Elder Grey, leading to a significant victory over the zombies. The third instance was this time, confronting the radiation monster in its metamorphic phase. Not only did he summon the alien shuttle and armor, but he also wielded equipment unmistakably alien to Blue Star to slay the creature. Each appearance was more ludicrous than the last, increasingly defying comprehension. The armor was undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of Blue Star's technology. Shen Nianze opened his eyes. He was acutely aware of Blue Star's technological level. Even the most advanced base could only produce basic armor, and the design blueprints had been provided by the mysterious individual. Suddenly, a new question sparked in his mind. Were there other items within the base that did not resemble technology from Blue Star? This thought emerged, and the term Beast Control Blade immediately leaped into his consciousness. Lingxi had only been in the laboratory for a few days before she began operating the creation of the Beast Control Blade, ultimately producing a tool capable of controlling mutated beasts. Initially, this was done to enhance the base's combat capabilities, without delving into the underlying discrepancies. However, in hindsight, it felt increasingly peculiar. Acquiring language swiftly might be explained by her extraordinary talent, but the ability to craft the Beast Control Blade was beyond mere aptitude. The The core components of the beast control blade were incomprehensible even to the base's veteran engineers, who could only replicate based on the blueprints provided by Lingxi. Unless, of course, Lingxi had prior experience with such an item. Shen Nianze murmured to himself. If the beast control blade, like the armor of Heizai, was not of Blue Star's technology, then Lingxi's identity was likely more intricate than that of the mysterious individual, suggesting that the entire animal population of the zoo was suspect. Chapter 154. The Return of the Arena Hunters. Shen Nianze sat at his desk for a while before pressing Wang Jianjun's contact code. Within 3 minutes, the office door swung open, and Wang Jianjun, clad in camouflage, strode in. Nianze, you called for me. What urgent matter is at hand? Shen Nianze gestured for him to take a seat in the chair opposite. Uncle Wang, I wish to inquire about something. Have you encountered any anomalous situations while dealing with the creatures of the zoo? Wang Jianjun paused, his brow furrowing as he began to recollect. Anomalous? There was indeed one particularly strange incident. He hesitated, his gaze drifting towards the window, as if he were recalling days spent hunting in the mountains. It was around the time the apocalypse first erupted, when we were hunting the ghost hound and encountered Little Mouth. I was curious about where you had gone, so I asked her a couple of questions. And she wrote down 2 characters. She wrote down 2 characters? Shen Nianze's eyes widened with intrigue. Wang Jianjun nodded emphatically. I was stunned myself. She wrote at home. I thought I was seeing things. The office fell silent, and Shen Nianze's mind raced back to pre-apocalypse moments. He had often shown the animals dramas and played music, but he had never taught any of them to write. Self-taught through television? The thought emerged but was swiftly dismissed. Even if Little Mouth could comprehend subtitles, it inherently possessed cognitive abilities surpassing those of ordinary animals. Nianze? Why the silence? Seeing him lost in thought, Wang Jianjun waved a hand before his eyes. Shen Nianze snapped back to reality. I was suddenly reminded of some past interactions with animals and drifted off. He refrained from voicing his suspicions. These events seemed to weave into an unclear silhouette he could not yet decipher. Until he grasped the entirety, he could not casually mention it to anyone. Wang Jianjun did not press further, knowing Shen Nianze's meticulous nature. If he did not wish to speak, there was little point in probing. He stood, brushing off his trousers. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Very well. Uncle Wang, you may return to your duties. Thank you for your efforts. Shen Nianze nodded, watching Wang Jianjun's figure disappear through the door. After a moment, Shen Nianze ceased his contemplation. He sensed something was amiss with the animals. Yet their long-standing acquaintance made it difficult to discern. Regardless, whether before or after the apocalypse, the animals had never wronged him. In the profound expanse of outer space, 3 dark purple, shuttle-shaped vessels pierced through the nebula, racing towards Blue Star. As they traversed the atmosphere, the energy shields enveloping the ships breached the cloud layers, leaving a fleeting pale blue trail across the sky before silently landing on the outskirts of Lehigh City. The hatch at the bottom of the spacecraft slowly opened, and a pale violet mist of energy poured forth from within. The first to emerge was an alien towering over 2 meters, resembling the previously slain creature known as the Claw, with a striking resemblance of over 90%, yet possessing a more robust physique that clearly indicated its superior combat prowess. Following closely behind were 4 other aliens of identical appearance. To their astonishment, one remarked, I never anticipated that the worthless Claw would meet its demise on such a primitive carbon-based planet. The higher-ups had claimed it was a complete LV-1 entity, suggesting that even dealing with the natives of this planet should be as effortless as crushing an insect. An alien beside him leaned in, its multifaceted eyes turning towards the direction of Lehigh City, its tone dripping with derision. It's probably his own foolishness. The leader of the group snorted coldly, a glint of menace flashing in his crimson pupils. Forget about that waste. The orders from above are to retrieve the crystal core and ascertain which native was responsible for its demise. If we encounter that individual, we shall crush them without hesitation. After all, no matter how formidable a native may be, they remain merely slightly more resilient insects in our presence. He gazed toward the distant silhouette of Lehigh City, disdain evident in his multifaceted gaze. The technological advancement of this planet is so lacking that it cannot even achieve interstellar travel. It can barely manage to produce some thermal weapons and inferior equipment. The Claw's downfall here is purely a result of its own incompetence. The 5 aliens continued to scoff around the ship, entirely oblivious to the slight distortion of the air behind them. Suddenly, a voice pierced through their banter, interrupting their revelry. Brothers, quite the lively scene you have here. The 5 aliens froze instantly, the red light in their multifaceted eyes contracting sharply. They whirled around, their dark purple exoskeletons tensing in an instant, sharp bone blades protruding from their arms. As newly arrived hunters, they were all complete LV-1 entities, with their leader boasting an impressive LV-3 ranking. Their perception of the surroundings far surpassed that of ordinary beings. Yet it was only upon hearing that voice that they realized someone had approached them, completely unaware of when the individual had materialized behind them. Who? The leader demanded fiercely, his multifaceted eyes fixated ahead. As the distortion of the air dissipated, a silver-white suit of armor gradually came into view. Heise stood 10 meters away, the light green energy on the surface of his armor having reverted to its original pale blue hue. He remained still, quietly standing there. Yet he exuded an aura of immovable strength that inexplicably pressured the 5 Karoo aliens. This is a Type 3-star core battle armor? One of the aliens exclaimed, disbelief saturating his voice. This is the primary combat armor of humanity. How could such a thing be here? The other aliens quickly grasped the situation, their expressions of arrogance swiftly replaced by shock. The Star Core series of armors symbolized the pinnacle of human civilization. Even the most basic Type 1 could only be equipped by elite warriors among humanity. To don such armor meant that even a complete human could directly contend with a transforming creature. On a lowly planet, how could someone be clad in such armor? Heise raised his hand, and the visor of his helmet slowly opened, revealing his face, which bore a hint of coldness. He surveyed the 5 aliens. His tone calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. There is no need to search for your companion's remains. Are you here to meet your demise in his stead, or to complete the tasks he left unfinished? The 5 Karoo aliens exchanged glances, each seeing trepidation reflected in the multifaceted eyes of their comrades. Though they were arrogant, they were not foolish. An individual capable of approaching them silently, clad in Type 3-star core armor, was not a foe they could contend with. The leader of the aliens did not dare to strike first, though he mustered the courage to ask, "Who are you? How do you possess star core armor? What is your connection to this planet?" Heise did not respond, but merely activated the thrusters beneath his feet, a blue light igniting. His meaning was unmistakable. Prepare to meet your end. Chapter 155. Is this the allure of nuclear energy? The 5 Zeologians reacted with remarkable speed. After all, they were the most formidable LV-3 complete entities. Although they had failed to detect Heise's approach, the moment the armor's energy wave flickered, they simultaneously took up aggressive stances. Their bodies rapidly began to transform. The exoskeleton bulged beneath their skin, muscles at the joints swelling and expanding, clearly indicating their nature as close combat warriors relying purely on physical prowess. Charge! Let us dismantle that armor first. The leading LV-3 Zeologian roared as he lunged forward, his speed astonishing as he aimed a powerful elbow strike at Heise's head. Heise's expression remained unchanged as a diamond-shaped defensive plate sprang forth from his left arm. The Zeologian's elbow crashed against the defensive plate, producing a thunderous impact that reverberated through the air. The LV-3 Zeologian's face contorted in disbelief. The shattering of the armor he had anticipated did not occur. Instead, he felt a searing pain shoot through his elbow, a crack appearing in his dark purple exoskeleton. Before he could retreat, Heise's energy blade had already erupted from his right hand, the pale blue light slicing through the air like lightning, cleaving down at the junction of the Zeologian's shoulder and neck. With a sickening squelch, the sharp energy blade effortlessly severed the resilient muscle fibers and exoskeleton of the Zeologian, dislodging a still-beating purple heart that fell to the ground. The LV-3 Zeologian did not even have time to scream before his massive form collapsed heavily to the ground, convulsing twice before falling still. The remaining 4 Zeologians, witnessing this, did not falter. Instead, they became more frenzied. 2 of them flanked Heise while the other 2 surged forward from the front. Heise's thrusters roared to life, propelling him into the air. However, the 2 flanking Zeologians had already closed in. Heise's gaze sharpened. Star Core? Extract radiation crystal core energy and release a low-concentration radiation pulse with a 5-meter radius. Warning: current armor compatibility with radiation crystal core is below 100. Releasing radiation may lead to corrosion of the armor's surface. The electronic voice of the Star Core sounded a hurried alert as the energy chamber on his armor began to heat up. Don't worry. A brief release is all I need. As long as I'm fast enough, there will be no issue. Heise's voice held no trace of hesitation as he slammed his left hand onto the energy chamber of the armor. This is reckless, but received. Preparing radiation pulse. 3, 2, 1 release. As the Star Core's command was executed, the pale blue patterns on the surface of the armor were instantly replaced by a light green hue. A wave of searing radiation energy erupted from Heise, expanding violently outward. The air within a 5-meter radius twisted instantaneously, and the light green radiation mist enveloped the 3 approaching Zeologians like a tidal wave. The Zeologians emitted piercing cries of agony as their dark purple exoskeletons began to sizzle under the radiation, their exposed skin charred black. They possessed no resistance to radiation, relying solely on their physical forms. Now, struck by the radiation pulse, their movements slowed drastically, their claw blades losing much of their force. This was precisely the opportunity Heise had been waiting for. The thrusters beneath him surged again, propelling his body like an arrow out of the encirclement, while his right hand swept the energy blade, precisely severing the claw of the Zolosian to his left. The Zolosian, still reeling from the searing pain of radiation, was met by a powerful kick from Heise to its chest, sending its massive body hurtling backward to crash against the rocks, silencing it completely. The airborne Zolosians, losing their target, began to adjust their stances, but Heise already turned to face them. Star Core, concentrate radiation energy into the gauntlet for a single-point impact. Heise commanded again. As the radiation energy transferred, the gauntlet's energy load reached 80. The Star Core responded swiftly, the light patterns on the right fist of the armor deepening, while a thin film of light formed on the surface, charged with light green radiation energy. He leaped into the air, his right fist imbued with radiant energy, delivering a devastating blow to the zealous alien hovering above. The impact of his fist collided with the alien's chest, and in an instant, the searing energy surged into its body, incinerating its muscle fibers. Like a kite severed from its string, the alien plummeted to the ground, lifeless upon impact. With the airborne foe dispatched, he turned to face the last two zealous aliens. One of them, seizing the moment as the radiation pulse began to wane, dashed towards his back, claws poised to strike the vulnerable rear of his armor. As if sensing the attack, he executed a swift backward kick, and a short blade shot forth from the boot of his armor, piercing the alien's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. The alien's bone shattered, causing its claws to clatter to the ground. Before it could emit a cry of agony, he pivoted and delivered a powerful elbow strike to its temple, causing the dark purple exoskeleton to cave in, and the zealous alien crumpled to the ground. The final zealous alien, witnessing its companions fall one after another, flickered with a glimmer of fear and turned to flee. Thinking of escaping? He sneered coldly, commanding his Star Core, initiate the tether, restrict its movement. The tether activated. The energy chamber of his armor flared to life once more, emitting a pale green beam that ensnared the alien's ankle. The zealous alien had barely taken 2 steps before feeling as if its ankle were ensnared by scalding chains, each movement sending waves of excruciating pain coursing through it as the tether yanked it back. With his thrusters propelling him forward, he swiftly closed the distance, and the energy blade pierced through its back, penetrating its heart with lethal precision. In a mere half-minute, all 5 zealous aliens, relying solely on their physical prowess, lay slain upon the ground, dark purple blood pooling around them. He retracted the energy blade and glanced down at the energy chamber on his armor's chest, where the pale green light patterns had stabilized. Star Core, report on crystal core energy consumption and armor status, he inquired. Current energy consumption is 9, with 91 remaining. The crystal core can sustain energy replenishment up to 99, with no core component damage, operating normally, the electronic voice of the Star Core confirmed. As the light patterns on the armor gradually shifted back to a soft blue, he exhaled a sigh of relief, the thrusters beneath him glowing a gentle blue as he descended to the ground. Incredible, he mused, struck by the ingenuity of humanity on Blue Star, capable of developing such resilient energy sources during a primitive civilization era. A mere 1 unit of radiation energy suffices to fully recharge the armor, a testament to the allure of nuclear power. If the armor is akin to a smartphone, the crystal core serves as a power bank. It ceases to charge once the battery is full, only supplying energy during intense combat. The realization that the radiation crystal core could replenish its power with just 1 unit left him astounded. Chapter 156, The Artisanal Nuclear Energy. Within the core command hall of the zealous homeworld, a colossal holographic energy screen suddenly illuminated with a blinding red light. The officer in charge of interstellar hunting missions, Chiron, had just stepped through the doors when the urgent alarm startled him into halting his stride. The last time this red alert sounded was when news of the annihilation of the Claw Squad reached them. Sir, this is Dyer. A communications officer clad in silver-gray uniform stumbled forward, his energy data pad flickering erratically. The LV-3 squad dispatched to Blue Star has lost all signals. According to the last transmitted life signs, all 5 warriors are confirmed dead, almost simultaneously. What did you say? Chiron seized the officer's wrist tightly. 5? Including that LV-3 squad leader? How could they have perished again? The officer grimaced under the pressure, but dared not struggle, trembling as he handed over the datapad. Yes, the last fragments of footage indicate they encountered an enemy in Star Core Type 3 armor. The squad never even organized a complete counterattack before being picked off one by one. Star Core Type 3. Chiron's pupils constricted as he snatched the datapad. The screen displayed fragmented images clearly revealing the silhouette of the silver-white armor, alongside scenes of pale green radiation pulses spreading. How could one of humanity's technological marvels appear on Blue Star? He hastened to the central energy screen, pulling up the death report of the Claw Squad and comparing it with the new data, his expression darkening. First, it was the complete LV-1 squad of Claw, and now the elite LV-3 squad, both obliterated on Blue Star within a matter of days. What secrets does that lowly planet conceal? The surrounding officials erupted in chatter, voices rising in disbelief. This can't be. Isn't Blue Star still in the early stages of its apocalypse? How could it possess the strength to counter an LV-3 squad? There aren't Mini-Star Core Type 3 armors available. How could they have one? Could other interstellar factions have acted first, infiltrating Blue Star ahead of us? Chiron abruptly raised his hand, silencing the hall instantly. He fixed his gaze on the three-dimensional projection of Blue Star on the energy screen, his eyes filled with suspicion and fury, regardless of the reason. We cannot afford to ignore Blue Star any longer. Immediately issue orders for the Intelligence Department to thoroughly investigate the origins of the Star Core Type 3 armor, and prepare to dispatch an elite squad. This time, we must uncover the truth about Blue Star and the individual controlling that armor, alive or dead. Yes. The communications officer responded promptly, turning to relay the orders. Chiron stared at the flickering coordinates of Blue Star on the energy screen. 2 squads annihilated in succession. This could no longer be dismissed as mere coincidence. Blue Star, once regarded merely as a mining reserve, seemed to be hiding something extraordinary. Above the desolate expanses of Blue Star's Gobi Desert, 3 even larger Zealous warships hovered at a height of 100 meters. 12 figures descended in unison, gathering not to disperse, but forming a fan-like formation. One of the metamorphosis phase hunters raised a hand to activate a communicator. The cold voice, carrying a metallic resonance, scanned the surrounding 10 kilometers for traces of Star Core Type 3 armor energy, as well as the bases of those lowly organisms. Do not act impulsively. First ascertain the situation. Meanwhile, 100 kilometers away, within the abandoned satellite signal tower, the holographic projection of the Fire Seed flickered to life before him, displaying in real time the movements of the 12 hunters. Black. The target squad comprises 2 metamorphosis phase and 10 LV-4 and LV-5 hunters. We cannot contend with them, the voice reported. He peered through the long-range scope of his armor at the figures that had landed. I see them, he replied, his voice unusually hoarse. On the ship where the Fire Seed resided, 6 suits of armor lay dormant, 5 of which were completely powered down, their energy bars fully red. With only his own armor, having absorbed the radiation crystal core, still operational. Energy, he murmured softly. Blue Star lacked the materials to produce Star Core Type 3 armor. Although energy crystals existed, they relied on the self-consumption between organisms. At best, they could be considered minerals, utterly incapable of serving as an energy source. Energy. High-energy materials capable of generating a force sufficient to deter metamorphosis phase aliens in one go. How had he not realized this before? Nuclear weapons. His eyes beneath the helmet visor suddenly sparkled with realization. Blue Star wasn't the only place with nuclear weapons. Other nations surely harbored unexploded warheads within their nuclear facilities. If only he could have the crystal core absorb those. Before he could finish his thought, the silver-white armor's thrusters roared to life, creating a blinding blue trail as he sped towards the direction of the Zhanghai city base. Along the way, mutated creatures scattered in terror at the sound of the engines, while others were toppled by the rushing air, none daring to impede his path. Half an hour later, outside the defensive gate of the Zhanghai city base, the thrusters of the battle armor gradually ceased their operation. Heise made his way directly to Shen Nianze within the base. Shen Nianze, somewhat taken aback, inquired, "What brings you here in such haste?" "There's no time for explanations," Heise replied, gripping Shen Nianze's arm urgently. "Quickly, summon Zhao Beichen. I have pressing matters to discuss with him concerning the nuclear bases of other nations." Zhao Beichen. Nuclear bases? Shen Nianze paused momentarily, refraining from further inquiries. He was well aware of the strength of the man before him. If Heise was in such a rush to find Zhao Beichen, it must be a matter of grave significance. He immediately turned and shouted to the guards, "Hurry, fetch Advisor Zhao and have him report to the command room at once." 10 minutes later, in the command room, Zhao Beichen pushed open the door and spotted Heise. Just as he was about to speak, Heise turned to him, his eyes filled with urgency. "Commander Zhao, do you know the current locations of the nuclear bases in other countries on Blue Star? How many specific coordinates can we ascertain?" Zhao Beichen was momentarily taken aback, approaching the map and pointing to several marked locations. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, the coordinates of most nuclear nations' bases have been made public, including some nuclear power plants. However, There are still a few concealed ones that remain undisclosed, though we have a general idea of their locations. He paused, regarding Heisey with curiosity. What do you need this information for? Heisey glanced at the two men. What I am about to disclose may frighten you. You can speak freely. We are professionals and will not be easily frightened, Shen Nianze assured him. Taking a deep breath, Heisey lowered his voice. You must have encountered the hunters from the viewing platform, correct? To the interstellar races, Blue Star is merely a mobile mining site. A mining site? Shen Nianze's eyes widened. What kind of mine? Zhao Beichen queried, perplexed. We have extracted resources for many years and have never heard of such a thing. It is the crystal core, Heisey interjected. The radiation monsters you have encountered, the hordes of zombies, and those extraterrestrials all possess crystal cores within them. In the realm of the stars, these cores serve as both energy sources and currency. Low-grade crystal cores can power small devices, while high-grade cores can even fuel warships. Zhao Beichen found it hard to believe. So the conditions for generating high-grade crystal cores are. Heisey's gaze darkened. To use the life force of an entire planet as nourishment. Just as you speak of refining goo, a multitude of low-grade crystal cores is placed in a sealed environment, allowing them to devour and merge with each other. The energy of the weak is absorbed by the strong, ultimately resulting in the birth of a high-grade crystal core. And Blue Star is currently chosen as the refining vessel. Chapter 157, Shen Nianze's probe. They view us as nourishment. Heisey nodded, his tone growing colder. This technology was originally developed by humans, but they merely utilized crystal cores to absorb electrical or thermal energy for mobile energy use. Later, when humanity was besieged, this technology was repurposed by alien races for biological energy, allowing the cores to consume one another through biological means. Those aliens, referred to as hunters, are more akin to miners. Their task is to eliminate creatures with crystal cores on the planet and collect low-grade cores. As for life forms without cores, they are either exterminated as weeds or captured as slaves. Heisey nodded, tapping his finger against the chest of his battle armor, where he concealed a crystal core extracted from a radiation monster. The previous aliens were merely a scouting team, with combat power peaking at LV3. Among the 12 now arriving, 2 are in the metamorphosis stage, while the rest are all LV4 or above. The conference room fell into a heavy silence. So, you require the coordinates of the nuclear bases? Zhao Beichen suddenly realized, looking sharply at Heisey. What are you planning to do? Heisey raised his hand to his armor's energy compartment, faint green luminescent patterns shimmering through the metal exterior. My battle armor requires high-purity energy to activate the backup systems. He paused, his tone firm and unyielding. I intend to manually create radiation crystal cores. As soon as Heisey finished speaking, Shen Nianze fixed his gaze on him. Then I shall accompany you to the nuclear base. What do you intend to do there? Heisey frowned. You are the person in charge. What will happen to the others in the base if something goes awry? Yet Shen Nianze smiled, lightly tapping the table with his knuckles, his eyes reflecting a certain conviction. After all, I am a complete combatant. I won't be a hindrance, will I? If you venture alone to the nuclear base, searching for storage points while also guarding against potential encounters with the zealous hunters, having an extra pair of hands will surely provide better support than you going solo. Absolutely not. Heisey rejected the idea without a second thought. Seeing Heisey's steadfast refusal, Shen Nianze abruptly turned to Zhao Beichen. Old Zhao, you see, he won't let me go. Perhaps we should withhold the specific location of the nuclear base for now? Zhao Beichen paused, then raised an eyebrow, nodding in agreement. That works. After all, this matter cannot be rushed. It can wait until you two have reached an understanding. Heisey suddenly turned his glare towards Shen Nianze. Are you a child, using such threats? Do you not fear the annihilation of humanity? Let it be destroyed. I am weary of it. He never anticipated Shen Nianze would resort to such tactics. He was in desperate need of nuclear energy to refine radiation crystal cores, and without Zhao Beichen's location information, locating the nuclear radiation would prove challenging. Shen Nianze leisurely straightened up, brushing dust from his attire. I do not wish to complicate matters. I merely feel that what you aim to accomplish impacts the entirety of Blue Star. Surely, one cannot embark on such a significant endeavor without a reliable companion. Besides, remaining in the base may not guarantee safety. If the zealous hunters come knocking, the base's defenses may not hold. It is better for me to accompany you on this crucial task. Heisey scrutinized Shen Nianze for a full half-minute. The holographic display on his helmet visor flashing with simulated routes to the nuclear base and data on the combat capabilities of the zealous elite squad. He truly needed assistance, especially during the extraction of nuclear energy, where vigilance would be paramount. Finally, he exhaled heavily, the energy patterns of his armor dimming. I can only take you along if you adhere to my commands throughout the entire operation and refrain from acting independently. Shen Nianze immediately beamed, patting Heisey's armor shoulder. If you had said so earlier, we wouldn't be in this predicament. Old Zhao, can we now discuss the location of the nuclear base? Zhao Beichen shook his head helplessly, retrieving a folded paper map from his drawer and spreading it out on the table. The red circles denote publicly available nuclear storage points, while the yellow circles indicate areas I am generally aware of but lack precise coordinates for. If you intend to extract nuclear energy, it is advisable to select from the red circles, as the facilities are relatively intact and pose lesser risks. Heisey leaned over the map. When did you mark this? Given the recent upheaval caused by the radiation monsters, one must remain vigilant, Zhao Beichen replied. Heisey nodded, pointing to one location. This one, it is the closest. And the surrounding area is a no man's land, making it less likely to be discovered by the zealous hunters. Shen Nianze leaned in for a glance, nodding in agreement. All right, I will prepare the equipment and meet you at the base entrance in half an hour. As Shen Nianze turned to leave, Heisey looked back at Zhao Beichen, his tone laced with concern. The base is in your hands. If the zealous hunters come looking, prioritize the evacuation of personnel. Zhao Beichen folded the map and nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I understand the gravity of the situation. You both take care and communicate if any issues arise. Just as the two exited the command office, Heisey raised his hand to activate the thrusters of his battle armor, only to be halted by Shen Nianze, who grasped his forearm. Wait, what is the rush? There's one more matter to attend to. Heisey halted, his brow furrowing beneath his helmet. What else is there? Do not worry, it will only take a few minutes. Shen Nianze called out toward the nearby training ground. Little mouth, come here. Before long, a snowy white figure dashed forth, bounding to Shen Nianze's side. Go find Heisey. I have something to entrust to him. Shen Nianze affectionately rubbed Little Mouth's ears. This time, I will be accompanying this battle armor friend on a mission, and I need him to handle some tasks for the base. A sudden heaviness gripped Heizai's heart. Damn it, I am Heizai. How could I conjure another Heizai before Shen Nianze? Surely, this is unnecessary. Heizai hastily spoke up, attempting to prevent this complication. Zhao Beichen remained at the base, and his vigilance was sufficient. Moreover, we shall return promptly. There is no need to specifically seek it out. His tone betrayed a hint of barely perceptible anxiety. However, Shen Nianze shook his head, his voice resolute. It's different. Heizai can become invisible and discreetly handle certain tasks. Without seeing it, I feel unsettled. It will only take a brief moment. It won't delay anything. After speaking, he playfully nudged Xiao Zuiba. Go quickly, find it, and bring it here. I will wait. Xiao Zuiba looked up at Shen Nianze, then turned to Heizai, gently wagging its tail before darting off towards the rear of the base. Watching Xiao Zuiba's retreating figure, Heizai felt a chill run down his spine, cold sweat beading on his palms. Surely, he could not conjure a black panther before Shen Nianze. I need to use the restroom. Please wait for me here. I shall return shortly. Quick-witted, Heizai devised an excuse, and without waiting for Shen Nianze's reaction, he dashed towards the restroom adjacent to the command center. Shen Nianze observed his hurried figure, chuckling softly. Interesting. Upon entering the restroom, Heizai swiftly locked the door behind him and immediately whispered into his helmet's microphone. Star Core, disengage. Acknowledged, armor disengaging, came the electronic voice of Star Core. As the words faded, the silvery armor began to dissolve. Heizai's form shifted, as black fur rapidly sprouted from his skin. In mere seconds, the armored figure that had stood in the restroom transformed into a lithe black panther. He flicked his tail and cautiously nudged the door ajar, peering outside. The panther stealthily slipped out, and Xiao Zuiba immediately approached. Do you think Nianze will start to suspect? Surely not. We must hurry. My other self is still in the restroom. Heizai spoke uncertainly. Finally, you're here. Shen Nianze exclaimed upon seeing the panther, reaching out to stroke its head. I have important matters to attend to outside. The base is in your care. If you see anyone with an unusual appearance and purple exoskeleton, inform Zhao Beichen immediately, understood? The panther obediently nuzzled his palm. Yes, my lord. After Shen Nianze offered a few more instructions, Heizai swiftly ran off. Once Heizai was gone, Shen Nianze called towards the restroom. Hey, are you done? It's time to go. Moments later, Heizai's voice echoed from within. Coming. Subsequently, Heizai emerged, clad in the Star Core armor, striding purposefully. Let us not delay further. Shen Nianze nodded and followed Heizai to an open area. As the armor activated, the thrusters illuminated once more. Hold on to me. We are departing. Shen Nianze grasped the waist of the armor, feeling a powerful thrust surge from beneath. And in an instant, they soared into the air, heading towards the nuclear base. Chapter 158. He has discovered it. He must have. Shen Nianze is certainly doing this on purpose. The Type 3 Star Core armor whisked Shen Nianze through the skies of the Bear Country. The further north they flew, the colder the air became, and the outer layer of the armor even developed a thin coating of frost. Shen Nianze tightened his radiation-proof coat. The ground lay blanketed in thick snow. What should have been farmland was now a vast expanse of white, occasionally revealing frozen rivers dotted with the stiffened corpses of the deceased, their sleeves stained with long-dried blood. During the winter of the apocalypse, temperatures plunged below 60 degrees Celsius in Bear Country. The electrical systems collapsed entirely, leaving no heating and no supplies. The number of those who froze to death amounted to half the population. Shen Nianze's gaze followed the outline of an abandoned town below, where wooden roofs had collapsed significantly. Glass windows shattered into fragments, and the cold wind swept snow into the desolate rooms. Abandoned vehicles lay buried beneath the snow, their tops barely visible, while a few bare power poles stood crookedly, resembling the outstretched arms of the dying. He could not help but furrow his brow. The harshness of the apocalypse appeared especially glaring in this frigid land. After flying for over half an hour, the silhouette of the nuclear power plant finally emerged ahead. Nestled deep within the wasteland, the plant was now entirely concealed beneath snow. Heizai disengaged the shoulder locks of the armor and retrieved a palm-sized black block from the storage compartment. Shen Nianze squinted, reaching out to touch the surface of the block, feeling its icy texture, and immediately realized, is this a piece of a metallic zombie? Indeed, Heizai nodded. Metallic zombies are no longer carbon-based life forms. Their bodily tissues have been entirely replaced by metal transformed by crystal cores. Even in death, the activity of the crystal cores can persist. The key is that these active crystal cores can actively absorb nuclear radiation without exhibiting the aggressive tendencies of living zombies. Once it has absorbed enough radiation here, we can extract the crystal core for energy use. Shen Nianze leaned closer to observe the faint glow within the corpse fragment. Suddenly enlightened. So, it can be utilized in this manner. Where should we place it now? The reactor core should be underground, correct? Heizai looked towards the entrance of the main structure of the nuclear plant, where the large door had long been blown open, with snow piled up to waist height. The radiation concentration in the reactor core is the highest. We need to place the corpse fragment inside. I will scout ahead. You wait by the entrance and call for me if anything arises. He handed the metallic zombie fragment to Shen Nianze. The energy patterns of the armor glowing anew as he carefully brushed aside the snow at the entrance, stepping into the darkened building. Shen Nianze stood at the entrance, clutching the corpse fragment, watching Heizai's silvery armored figure vanish into the shadows. Before long, Heizai's voice crackled through the communicator. The protective door to the core area is not locked. I have cleared away the debris inside. You can bring the corpse fragment now. Shen Nianze responded affirmatively and strode into the building. Inside, it was even colder than outside, with the floor strewn with tattered protective suits and corpses. Heizai stood behind a heavy lead door, beyond which lay a circular space. Although the reactor vessel had ceased operations, faint radiation fluctuations could still be felt. Heizai took the metallic zombie fragment and placed it on a metal platform beside the reactor vessel. As soon as it was set down, the pale purple glow within brightened, and the metallic patterns on its surface began to slowly undulate, as if breathing, causing the surrounding air to feel slightly warmer. It has begun to absorb radiation, Heizai remarked, his eyes fixed on the increasingly luminous glow within the fragment. Given the radiation concentration here, it is estimated to reach saturation in about 2 hours. We must remain vigilant and ensure nothing interferes. Though this place appears desolate, we cannot rule out the presence of mutated creatures drawn here. Leaning against the door, Shen Nianze replied, rest assured, what power do they possess to dare disrupt us, right? Heizai? As he uttered Heizai's name, Shen Nianze's gaze subtly drifted towards the silver-armored figure crouched nearby, his eyes harboring a hint of barely perceptible scrutiny. Just as Heizai was about to respond, he abruptly froze, nearly responding to the call. Heizai quickly regained his composure, feigning ignorance, and forcefully pushed the corpse fragment into the center of the radiation hotspot. Focus on monitoring the fragment's absorption rate. The nuclear radiation levels in Bear Country are higher than anticipated. He has discovered it. He must have. Shen Nianze is undeniably doing this on purpose. How could he suddenly call out like that? Has he realized the connection between the Black Panther and me, or is he merely testing the waters? His thoughts became increasingly chaotic, yet he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Fortunately, his quick reflexes had allowed him to masquerade as the Black Panther for such an extended time. If he were to be unmasked and forced to admit that he was the very Black Panther that received meat from him daily, it would be exceedingly embarrassing. As for why Shen Nianze began to suspect that Black Cat was the enigmatic figure, with aliens already in the mix, was a half-beast really that far-fetched? It is worth noting that there are also legends of werewolves in this world, suggesting that there must be some clues to follow. Moreover, Black Cat had been robbed of the design blueprints at the Jianghai city base, and not only were the maps taken, but an additional set of armor blueprints was also lost. Shen Nianze found it too coincidental to believe. There could only be one explanation. Black Cat was indeed the mysterious figure who delivered the blueprints. After all, both the mysterious figure and Black Cat could become invisible. The two remained silent, time gradually slipping away amidst the glimmering sheen of the corpse fragments. After an indeterminate period, the red glow on the surface of the corpse suddenly dimmed, and the sound ceased. Black Cat immediately stepped forward. The metal shell had already cooled. Yet the core inside radiated warmth akin to a small sun, with energy waves perceptible even through the shell. Having absorbed its energy, he moved on to the next location. Black Cat exhaled, lifting his hand to extract the crystal core. Chapter 159, Radiated Cockroaches. With a decisive motion of his fingertips, the metal shell cracked open, and a crimson crystal the size of a fingernail rolled out. He placed the crystal into the energy storage compartment of his armor, and a prompt instantly appeared on the screen. Detected high-purity radiation crystal core, energy density 97, suitable for armor recharging or secondary refinement. Success. Black Cat stowed the storage compartment and turned to Shen Nianze. The next radiation hotspot is at the nuclear base. We must hasten our pace. Shen Nianze waved his hand. Let us go. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return. Black Cat followed closely behind him. Now was not the time for contemplation. They needed to refine enough crystal cores to confront those zealous hunters. The two proceeded according to the coordinates provided by Zhao Beichen, descending the rusted staircase toward the nuclear missile silo. Upon entering the missile silo, Shen Nianze was immediately struck by a foul odor, with the ground littered with gnawed corpses. He remarked, "This place is even worse than I imagined." Black Cat nodded, activating the night vision mode of his armor. Just as he intended to caution Shen Nianze to slow down, he suddenly heard a scuttling noise ahead. "Be careful." Black Cat swiftly grasped Shen Nianze's shoulder, pulling him behind him. In the next moment, 3 cockroaches, each the size of a small dog, darted around the corner of the passage, their antennae draped with viscous liquid. The tips glowing faintly red, clearly the products of long-term nuclear mutation. The foremost creature steadied itself, then abruptly opened its compound eyes, ejecting a glob of black slime from its mandibles, directly aiming at Black Cat's armor. "Watch out!" Black Cat shouted, pushing Shen Nianze behind him while his left arm's armor swiftly deployed a diamond-shaped defensive plate. In an instant, the black slime splattered against the plate, emitting a corrosive sound as a charred mark appeared on its surface. The 3 cockroaches had now fully emerged from around the corner. Radiated mutant cockroaches. The gaps in their shells are their weak points. The armor scanning system locked onto the target, a pale blue cursor flickering at the seam of the foremost cockroach's exoskeleton. Shen Nianze reacted swiftly. Before Black Cat could act, he had already brandished his military knife and charged towards the cockroach. He drove the spare knife into the gap in the cockroach's shell, piercing through as dark green bodily fluid splattered onto the ground, accompanied by a corrosive sound. Observing this scene, Shen Nianze couldn't help but exclaim, "Thank goodness for the spare knife. Otherwise, I would have to use my own to stab this thing." He withdrew the knife and kicked the dead cockroach aside. The remaining 2 cockroaches, witnessing this, immediately flanked them. One lunged towards Shen Nianze's back, while the other crawled low towards Black Cat's leg. "I've got the left side," Black Cat barked, as a short blade sprang forth from the sole of his right boot, deftly snagging the approaching cockroach's antennae, flipping it over to expose its soft underbelly. Followed by a swift strike. Shen Nianze had already sensed the wind behind him and spun around to deliver a side kick, striking the small cockroach squarely in the head. The creature collided with the pipeline, dazed, just as Shen Nianze's spare knife cleaved through, severing its head. Within mere seconds, all 3 mutated cockroaches were dispatched. Shen Nianze wiped the bodily fluid from his knife and glanced at Black Cat's armor's defensive plate. "Your armor is quite practical." Black Cat retracted the defensive plate. As the armor's scanning continued to assess the surrounding environment, extraterrestrial black technology, you would find it invaluable. "Could I truly possess a set?" Shen Nianze inquired. His interest piqued as he looked at Black Cat. "Once we secure the energy, I'll send you a set." Black Cat nodded. Shen Nianze wiped the bodily fluid off his knife, intending to speak, when he noticed Black Cat crouching down, using the tip of his armor to lift a shard of cockroach shell. "Look at this," Black Cat said, his tone tinged with surprise. As the scanning function of his armor activated, a pale blue light pattern covering the fragment, with data rapidly appearing on the screen. Detected weak energy fragment, containing radiation properties. Purity 12. Energy fragment. Shen Nianze leaned closer, observing the crystal core at Black Cat's fingertip. "Is this useful?" Black Cat placed the fragment into the temporary storage compartment of his armor, as the scanning data continued to scroll. Although the purity is low, it shares the same energy source as the crystal core, and being a crystal core, it may absorb energy a bit faster. Black Cat stood up, gazing deeper into the passage where the radiation levels were evidently higher. clearly indicating the direction of the next radiation hotspot. Let us collect the fragments first, then proceed to refine the crystal cores. He cautioned, the mutated creatures here may not be limited to cockroaches. Be vigilant as we move. Shen Nianze secured the collected crystal cores and nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I'm a professional. The two tidied up the fragments and continued deeper into the passage. After taking just a few steps, the dense sound of countless insect carapaces colliding echoed, as if a black tide was surging forth from the darkness. Black Cat's armor's night vision instantly expanded his field of view, revealing a mass of dark green figures scuttling wildly along the walls and floor, their antennae glowing red, forming an unending swarm. How disgusting! Shen Nianze gripped both military knives tightly. Have they made the nuclear base their nest? Black Cat deployed his left arm's defensive plate once more, while his right leg's thruster glowed faintly, etching a shallow mark on the ground. They must have been attracted by the scent of their fallen comrades. Just as Black Cat was about to activate the radiation pulse, he suddenly recalled that these mutated cockroaches thrived on radiation, quickly altering his command to the star core. Engage thruster airflow disruption, 5-meter radius, to disorient their swarm formation. Thruster airflow preparation, output power 30, continuous disruption mode. The auxiliary thrusters behind the armor erupted with 2 strong gusts of air, stirring up dust and debris, sending the advancing cockroach swarm tumbling in disarray. However, being mutated creatures, they quickly regained their composure within seconds, continuing to advance, with several cockroaches even leaping into the air on the winds, spraying black slime towards the two. He patted Shen Nianze on the shoulder. I'll handle the airborne ones. You take care of the ground. Shen Nianze tightened his grip on his long knife, his wrist twisting as the blade gleamed coldly under the emergency lights. Fortunately, this armor is radiation resistant. It saves me the trouble of dodging. You focus on the air, I'll handle the ground. Black Cat instantly activated the airborne combat mode of his armor, commanding the star core. Thrust power at 40. Lock on heat weapons. Prioritize eliminating airborne targets that spray slime. Be sure to avoid friendly fire on the ground. Understood. The aerial combat mode has been activated, with a firing rate adjusted to 2 rounds per second. The primary thrusters behind the battle armor erupted with a pale blue stream, propelling Black Boy's body into the sky like an arrow released from a bow, swiftly cutting through a swarm of airborne cockroaches. His shoulder-mounted weaponry unleashed a barrage, the first round precisely piercing through one of the creatures. Almost immediately, Black Boy utilized the thrusters to deftly maneuver, evading a glob of slime shot from another cockroach, and his spike shot forth again, penetrating its exoskeleton's core. Chapter 160. The Innocent Victim and the Bear-like Humans Base. On the ground, Shen Nianze had already surged into the gaps among the swarm of cockroaches. With a diagonal slash of his long knife, he cleaved one cockroach in 2, its dark green bodily fluid splattering across his armor. Yet, he remained oblivious, swiftly following up with another strike that pinned a cockroach attempting to crawl towards him to the ground. As his long knife danced, 7 or 8 cockroaches were bisected. But in the next instant, the swarm on either side surged forth like a torrent, instantly filling the gap. Damn it, they just keep coming. Shen Nianze cursed under his breath and kicked a nearby abandoned metal shelf, which toppled with a screeching sound, temporarily obstructing the advancing swarm. He swept his long knife horizontally, slicing through another cluster of cockroaches as it grazed the ground. Another aerial sweep. They are about to dive through the night vision of Black Boy's armor. The airborne cockroaches began to adjust their formation, the rear ranks retracting their membranous wings, preparing to crash into Shen Nianze's defenses. He suddenly shifted the direction of his thrusters, creating a small whirlwind as 2 streams converged before him. The debris and carcasses swept up in the vortex, instantly engulfing 5 nearby cockroaches, their membranous wings torn apart, cascading to the ground. Star Core, release high-frequency shockwaves. Drive the cockroaches on the ground away. Seeing Shen Nianze entangled by the cockroaches, Black Boy promptly descended, releasing a pale blue shockwave from the bottom of his armor. Simultaneously, the energy spikes at his fingertips switched to a fan-shaped mode, knocking down another wave of airborne cockroaches. Cockroaches continued to surge from the narrow passage, and Black Boy suddenly shouted to Shen Nianze, "Push straight in, absorb it hard. No problem." Shen Nianze positioned his long knife horizontally. He charged first into the depths of the narrow passage, actively tearing a gap through the swarm. Black Boy followed closely, the thruster's airflow forcing the flanking cockroaches back, neutralizing the airborne threats that sought to assail Shen Nianze's rear. The two advanced together, one attacking while the other defended, progressing deeper into the narrow passage. Upon reaching the end, Black Boy quickly dashed to the entrance, kicking open the iron door. Inside the dimly lit space lay a nuclear bomb, quietly resting, its surface still bearing the warning insignia from the pre-apocalyptic era. Found it. Black Boy immediately retrieved a chunk of the metallic zombie and hurried to the side of the nuclear bomb. As the chunk made contact with the lead surface, a faint red glow emanated. Meanwhile, the swarm at the entrance of the shielding chamber had breached Shen Nianze's first line of defense, with several cockroaches even crawling inside. Heading straight for the nuclear bomb. We need to kill more. Shen Nianze retreated to the door of the shielding chamber, his long knife slicing vertically to sever the cockroaches that had entered. However, more cockroaches continued to crawl through the doorframe, some even scaling the ceiling towards the nuclear bomb support structure, sensing something was absorbing their sustenance, attempting to pounce on the chunk that was absorbing radiation. Black Boy had no choice but to divert some of his focus, and the bottom of his armor released high-frequency shockwaves, sending the cockroaches clinging to the support structure tumbling down, but they immediately rose again from the ground swarm, continuing their charge. As time passed, fewer cockroaches entered the nuclear bomb chamber. Shen Nianze leaned on his long knife, surveying the ground littered with insect carcasses. At last, it's all cleaned up. Black Boy withdrew the mechanical components of his armor, and together with Shen Nianze, they began excavating the cockroach cores, which were entirely fed to the metallic zombie chunk. Soon, the metallic zombie chunk was filled with cores. After leaving the bear-like country's nuclear power station, Black Boy piloted the armor, carrying Shen Nianze towards the next target marked by Zhao Beichen, flying towards the nuclear power station in the western region of Eagle Sauce Country. This time, they encountered no threats, and the chunk smoothly converted into 2 more cores. They now had a total of 4 cores. Shen Nianze leaned closer to examine the storage compartment. You previously mentioned 6 units in stock. Now we have enough to activate 4, aside from yours. There's one more that lacks energy. Should we look for another location to obtain one? Black Boy nodded. Pulling up the map provided by Zhao Beichen, the final target is in the southern part of France Chicken Country, sufficient to refine 1 more core. Just enough to activate it. Shen Nianze grasped the shoulder support of the armor, glancing down at the rapidly passing wasteland below. Hopefully, it will go smoothly. I can't shake the feeling that the Zealous Hunters 1T remain inactive for long. The armor trailed a pale blue flame as it accelerated towards the southern region of France Chicken Country. Meanwhile, in the arid plains of central bear-like country, 3 small Zealous starships were skimming the low altitude. Several hours earlier, they had detected an unusually powerful energy signature on the periphery of the bear-like country's nuclear power station. The energy source lies ahead. The warships quickly descended at the edge of a town, with Sharp Claw and 2 LV-4 hunters disembarking, their dark, purple exoskeletons crunching against the gravel ground. The human survivors in the town had long taken refuge in abandoned basements, but they were systematically locked onto by the hunters' detectors. In under 5 minutes, 5 dust-covered survivors were dragged into the town square. One young girl having her arm slashed open by a claw, blood dripping onto the frozen soil, instantly crystallizing into tiny ice shards. Sharp Claw tilted the chin of a middle-aged man with his claw. Where are your strongest humans? Speak, or this girl will be the first to die. The middle-aged man, witnessing the trembling shoulders of the girl, saw Sharp Claw's claw pressed down brutally. The girl's scream instantaneously shattered the town's silence. I'll tell you. Please don't harm my daughter. Give me a moment to think. Our strongest is in the northern Iron Fortress base. The commander is named Ivan. Before he could finish, Sharp Claw released him, raising his hand to press the communicator. Main squad, target the bear-like country's Iron Fortress base. Coordinates have been sent. Eliminate the humans here first, then go after them. The 2 hunters immediately lunged at the survivors, the sound of their claws tearing flesh echoing in the empty square. Half an hour later, the alarm at the Iron Fortress base rang out mournfully. Sharp Claw and 5 hunters charged in. The bullets fired by human soldiers merely leaving shallow white marks on their exoskeletons, before the hunters retaliated by effortlessly ripping throats. Where's Ivan? Sharp Claw seized a surviving soldier, pinning him against the wall, the claw tips piercing through his chest. The soldier coughed blood but kept his gaze fixed on the command room not far away. The commander is inside. He will kill you all. The iron door to the command room was kicked open, and Ivan emerged wielding a modified heavy machete, standing nearly 2 meters tall. His eyes filled with fury and vigilance as he stared at Sharp Claw's dark purple exoskeleton and glinting claws. What kind of monstrosity are you? With that grotesque appearance, you dare to destroy my base and kill my brothers. Sharp Claw slowly retracted his claws, a disdainful smile curling at his lips. What does it matter to me? I've heard you are the strongest here. Perfect, let me see what human strength looks like. You monster! Ivan roared, charging forward, his machete slicing through the air towards Sharp Claw's head. Yet, Sharp Claw merely tilted his body slightly, raising his left claw to block the machete with ease. Ivan felt a numbing sensation in his grip, the handle nearly slipping from his hand. Before he could regain his strength, Sharp Claw's right claw lunged towards his abdomen. Ivan's movements froze instantly. He widened his eyes, attempting to thrust the machete at Sharp Claw, but his arms felt as heavy as lead. Sharp Claw suddenly withdrew his claw, a spray of blood following. Ivan staggered back 2 steps, leaning against the cold wall, the machete clattering to the ground. He watched as Sharp Claw approached step by step, opening his mouth to curse the creature, yet only blood-tinged gasps escaped him as his vision gradually blurred. It appears that you are not one of us, the matured humans. Ivan's gaze swept across the base strewn with corpses, ultimately settling on the northern sky. Meanwhile, far away, high in the atmosphere, Heise and Shen Nianze continued their flight towards France. Chapter 161 Shen Nianze. To be honest, I also find this rather sudden. After eliminating Ivan, Rui Zhao stood amidst the ruins of the steel fortress. He raised his hand to activate the communicator. The cleansing of Bear Country is complete. Next, we shall target Eagle Sauce Country, where that potent force was once detected. 3 Zealot-class warships ascended once more, heading towards the western part of Eagle Sauce Country. This human base was constructed atop the remnants of the past, encased in thick steel plating, and was the closest base to the nuclear missile site, having withstood countless assaults from mutated beasts. Yet, it appeared exceedingly fragile in the face of Rui Zhao's formidable team. Rui Zhao charged into the base with his hunters, and Commander Jack of Eagle Sauce Country, witnessing the creatures cloaked in dark violet exoskeletons with razor-sharp claws, felt his pupils constrict in terror. What are you monstrosities? Hunters. Rui Zhao dismissed any further dialogue, launching himself forward. In the next instant, his clawblade pierced through Jack's chest. The human soldiers within the base fought back desperately. Yet they could not even breach the hunters' exoskeletons, ultimately succumbing to massacre as the base was reduced to a charred wasteland amidst flames. Report to the main squad. Target in Eagle Sauce Country has been eliminated. Rui Zhao's voice turned colder as he watched the base collapse into ashes. These were merely ordinary humans, not the ones we seek. Immediately thereafter, the warships altered course towards the northern base of France. Here, humanity relied on the stone walls of an ancient castle for defense. Yet within less than half an hour, the castle was devoid of life, its walls splattered with blood. In the southern nuclear power plant of France, the radiance of radiation gradually dissipated, and the last crimson crystal nucleus rolled out from the metallic remains, landing in the palm of Heise's armored hand. He squeezed the crystal, noting its pleasantly warm texture, with energy fluctuations exceeding expectations, and could not help but exclaim to Shen Nianze behind him, "We've done it. With these crystal nuclei gathered, we can activate 5 suits upon our return." Shen Nianze stretched leisurely, leaning against the cold nuclear material storage tank, his gaze drifting out the window to the distant wasteland where a wisp of black smoke lazily ascended, casting a long gray shadow in the sunset. "Another ruin has caught fire," he muttered, having witnessed too many fires and battles between mutated beasts in the 5 years of the apocalypse. He no longer found it surprising. "Let us hurry. I do not wish to linger in this radiation-filled place for another second." Heise stored the crystal and activated the suit's thrusters, the 2 of them ascending into the sky. Shen Nianze glanced back at the wisp of black smoke, noting a few mutated vultures circling the column of smoke. Losing all interest. It's probably just some small settlement that failed to manage its fire source. We can't concern ourselves with that. We must prioritize our base affairs. As they flew eastward, the Huaxiao base came into view, and Heise reduced the speed of the thrusters, landing smoothly at the base entrance, where Zhao Beichen awaited alongside 2 technicians. "How is the crystal extraction process?" "All is well. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be able to activate everything today." A smile of satisfaction spread across Zhao Beichen's face. "Excellent. With these suits, we can consider ourselves revived." Meanwhile, above the ruins of France, Rui Zhao focused intently on the signals from the energy detector. Now back in the Huaxiao region, confusion clouded his mind. What is happening with this energy? It was previously detected in France, Eagle Sauce Country, and Bear Country. Why has it suddenly returned to the starting point? Rui Zhao shook his head. Enough of this. Assemble all squads and proceed to the Huaxiao region. His gaze sharpened. We must locate the source of this energy and eradicate all human bases in that vicinity. 3 Zealot-class warships silently hovered above the outer perimeter of the Huaxiao base. Rui Zhao stood at the edge of the cabin, sensing that familiar energy emanating from deep within the base. The human base lay just below. Rui Zhao turned back, addressing the 10 hunters behind him in a cold voice. "As before, we charge in directly, crush their defenses, and locate the energy source, leaving no survivors." "Understood." The hunters replied in unison, and as Rui Zhao leapt from the warship, the others followed closely. In their eyes, the bases of Bear Country and Eagle Sauce Country had been easily toppled. This human stronghold would surely meet the same fate. However, just as they approached within 100 meters of the defense tower, a thunderous growl erupted from the woods on the eastern side of the base. A snow-white figure burst forth, its small mouth howling into the wind as it lunged at the front line of hunters, followed closely by Kanjia, who sprang from behind a tree, aiming for one hunter's throat with its claws, while a burst of flames erupted, targeting the hunters ahead. The largest of them, Old Gray, slowly emerged from the woods, blocking the path to the base. More of these lowly beasts? Rui Zhao frowned, recalling previous encounters with mutated creatures in other countries. Before he could finish his thought, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the direction of the base. Black Zai and Shen Nianze burst through the base's main entrance. Little Mouth, Kanjia, Lion, Old Gray. Without a moment to spare, Black Zai reached into the armor storage compartment and retrieved 4 crystal nuclei. Catch. Little Mouth was the first to react, radiating a brilliant light, while the other 3 creatures followed suit, forming 4 dazzling cocoons of light. Rui Zhao and the hunters were momentarily stunned. Subhumans? As the cocoons shattered, 4 figures emerged from the brilliance, with Little Mouth standing at the forefront. Her snow-white hair cascading down to her waist, transformed into a spirited young woman. Kanjia donned a dark gray outfit, now appearing as a young man with wolf ears. Lion, robust in stature, looked to be around 30, while Old Gray, clad in heavy, earth-toned armor, resembled a tall man in his 40s. Black Zai retrieved the final crystal nucleus from the storage compartment, handing it to Shen Nianze beside him. Here, this one is for you. Shen Nianze instinctively accepted it, about to inquire, when he noticed Black Zai pressing a button on his metallic wristwatch. Fire seed deploy. Almost as soon as the words left his lips, a clear electronic voice resonated from the communicator, cold and filled with technological precision. Fire seed received. The armored battalion has arrived at the designated airspace. Commencing deployment in 3 seconds. Ground personnel, please take caution to avoid. 3, 2, 1 deployment. In less than 10 seconds. A low rumble reverberated through the night sky as transport aircraft broke through the clouds, the hatches of the armored bays swinging open. And 4-star core type 3 suits plummeted towards the ground. Little Mouth, Kanjia, Lion, and Old Gray raced toward their corresponding suits. The armors automatically conforming to their forms as the mechanical components of the shoulder and arms unfurled. Following closely, the 5th suit descended slowly. Fire seed synchronization complete. The mechanical voice echoed once more. Star Core Type 3 has unlocked binding permissions. The prototype Night Owl's activation key has been synchronized to Shen Nianze. Across from them, Rui Zhao, who had been standing with his arms crossed and a sneer on his lips, felt a sudden gravity as the 4-star Core Type 3 suits landed, though he wore a more serious expression. However, when the Night Owl touched down, his pupils dilated in disbelief, his dark violet irises filled with incredulity. Impossible. Is that the Night Owl? How could you possess such a thing? To be honest, I also find this rather sudden, Shen Nianze silently retorted. Chapter 162 The Might of the Night Owl. Rui Zhao gritted his teeth, no longer paying attention to Little Mouth and the others. His gaze fixated on the deep black armor enveloping Shen Nianze. The Night Owl insignia ignited a bitter taste in his mouth. Yet he could not suppress the desire to fight. The battlefield instantly divided into 3 factions, with Old Gray facing off against another transformed hunter. Shen Nianze faced off against the fully transformed Rui Zhao, while the others contended with different complete hunters. Undoubtedly, the most perilous confrontation lay in the deadly clash between Shen Nianze and Rui Zhao. The Night Owl battle armor, an elite equipment of the Human Alliance, is surprisingly wielded by a mere novice in the complete form. Rui Zhao's voice dripped with venomous disdain as he slowly arched his back. Dark purple patterns on his exoskeleton sprawling from the tips of his claws to his chest. What a waste of resources. Today, I shall dismantle this wretched armor and discover the true capabilities of humanity. No sooner had he spoken than his figure abruptly vanished, reappearing directly behind the Night Owl armor. Shen Nianze felt a jolt of alarm. The neural synchronization system of the armor reacted faster than he could. The shadowy figure evaded the claw strike. Yet the talons grazed the shoulder guard, leaving a faint mark on the nano armor. Not bad at all, Rui Zhao sneered. But a novice body cannot withstand the full potential of the Night Owl. His figure moved like a specter, the dark purple exoskeleton leaving a trail in the air, accompanied by a piercing shriek as he lunged again. Your movements are too slow. Shen Nianze's pupils constricted sharply, and the neural synchronization system of the Night Owl armor propelled his body backward with unprecedented speed. Boom. The ground where he had stood was torn apart, 3 deep. Bottomless rifts erupting as frozen earth mixed with debris shot skyward. Is dodging all you can do, human leader? Rui Zhao approached slowly, droplets of melting snow falling from his claws, his crimson eyes gleaming with mockery. Shen Nianze clenched his teeth, the internal warning signals of muscle overload and skeletal strain flashing incessantly. The opponent was right. The Night Owl armor was indeed formidable, and facing off against the transforming Rui Zhao on his first use was daunting. However, upon reflection, his teammates must have had a degree of confidence to allow him to engage Rui Zhao. Once I dismantle you, this armor shall be my trophy. Rui Zhao cackled madly, his form again blurring. This time, Shen Nianze could not evade entirely. Suddenly, a blinding spark erupted as the chest plate shattered, the tremendous force hurling him violently against a massive rock, which promptly cracked under the impact. Although he bore no external wounds, the sheer force left Shen Nianze feeling quite unsettled. Is that all you can endure? Rui Zhao closed in, the patterns on his exoskeleton flickering ominously, exuding a suffocating pressure. Your body is utterly unworthy of it. Rui Zhao laughed maniacally, his assault growing increasingly ferocious. Once I dismantle you and strip it from your wretched corpse, it shall find its true master. Die. Rui Zhao lunged once more towards Shen Nianze, and the Night Owl armor unleashed its fist blade, colliding thunderously with the dark purple claws. Clang! A visible shockwave exploded outward, lifting countless snow and dust from the ground. This time, Shen Nianze did not retreat an inch. The brutal exchange of blows commenced. Claws and armored fists collided in a frenzied display of primal violence, Shen Nianze entirely abandoning defense, relying solely on the armor's strength to withstand Rui Zhao's attacks. Yet Rui Zhao dared not endure the damage, momentarily forced to retreat. Nevertheless, the strain on Shen Nianze's body reached its limit, the internal alarms blaring incessantly. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and staining the inner lining. In the brief moment when their forms separated after a fierce clash, Shen Nianze's consciousness blurred from the agonizing pain and exhaustion. Detection of host's will and battle compatibility exceeding critical threshold. Life support system in overload. Ally system forcibly activated. The cold, electronic voice flowed into his mind like a refreshing spring. The world instantly slowed, Rui Zhao's movements becoming languid. With the system's enhancement, Shen Nianze's cognition and perception reached their zenith. Rui Zhao's expression, twisted by exhilaration, now seemed to unfold in slow motion. In Shen Nianze's eyes, clear auxiliary lines emerged. A red dashed line precisely predicted Rui Zhao's next strike trajectory. A green arc indicated the optimal path for evasion and counterattack. Almost instinctively, Shen Nianze leaned slightly along the green arc whoosh. Rui Zhao's claws grazed the chest plate of the armor by a hair's breadth. What? Rui Zhao's excitement froze, replaced by a flicker of bewilderment. Shen Nianze denied him the luxury of contemplation. Following a golden glimmer that appeared in his field of vision, his arm, as if guided by the armor, executed a swift, powerful elbow strike that accurately struck the joint of Rui Zhao's exoskeleton. Bang! A dull thud resonated. The force minimal, yet causing Rui Zhao's entire arm to momentarily falter, a tingling numbness surging through. Coincidence? Rui Zhao growled, his figure blurring once more as he launched an attack from another blind spot. Yet, in that instant, 3 red warning lines appeared in Shen Nianze's vision, sealing off all potential attack routes. Shen Nianze simply retreated half a step along the system's designated safe path, simultaneously unleashing a whip-like strike with his right leg. Crack! His leg armor struck Rui Zhao's leg with a force that caused him to stumble, nearly collapsing to the ground. Once was coincidence, twice was luck. What about the third and fourth times? Rui Zhao went berserk. He roared, pushing his speed to the limit, his dark purple figure leaving countless afterimages in the arena. Yet to Shen Nianze, who had activated the ally, it all transformed into futile struggles. He danced like a performer on the edge of a blade, effortlessly avoiding all lethal assaults with the slightest, most precise movements. Shen Nianze's strikes repeatedly landed on Rui Zhao, though his strength could not match that of his opponent. The cumulative damage and the humiliation of being thoroughly read and toyed with drove Rui Zhao to the brink of madness. How is this possible? What have you done? Rui Zhao leaped back, creating distance, his crimson pupils alight with fury and a hint of barely concealed fear. The dark purple exoskeleton on his chest had begun to show fine cracks, his breathing becoming labored. He could not land a hit. No matter how he varied his tactics or unleashed his speed, he could not touch even a corner of his opponent's clothing. Yet Shen Nianze's strikes found all the most uncomfortable spots. Slowly, Shen Nianze raised his hand and beckoned at Rui Zhao with his fingers. No words were spoken, yet the scorn conveyed by the gesture was far more lethal than any taunt. Chapter 163. You have truly given me quite the surprise. With yet another clash, Rui Zhao was sent flying. Without hesitation or contemplation, the Night Owl armor's feet propelled him forward, as Rui Zhao, exhausted from his previous efforts, found himself engulfed by shock and despair for the first time. He futilely swiped his claws, attempting to block. Shen Nianze, following the system's indicated single lethal line, drove his arm forward like a precise machine, piercing through Rui Zhao's desperate defense. The alloy fist blade gleamed with a ghostly blue light, brutally penetrating the chest exoskeleton, which had already been marred by numerous strikes and was now riddled with cracks. Splat! The blade tore through flesh and shattered bone, the muffled sound resonating clearly in both their ears. Rui Zhao's movements instantly froze as he incredulously looked down at the pitch-black armoring embedded in his chest. The dark purple patterns on the exoskeleton flickered rapidly a few times before fading into complete darkness. Shen Nianze's arm trembled violently as he forcefully withdrew. Scalding, oddly colored blood splattered onto the pristine snow. The creature known as Rui Zhao opened its mouth, yet no sound escaped. The light in its eyes swiftly faded, and its robust body collapsed heavily to the ground, stirring up a flurry of snow dust. Without casting a glance at the lifeless form, Shen Nianze focused intently on the opposite side of the battlefield. There, the cacophony of energy explosions reached a fever pitch. The battle between Old Grey and the metamorphosed hunter wielding a heavy chainsaw sword had escalated to a boiling intensity. The hunter cackled maniacally, the chainsaw sword shrieking as it cleaved relentlessly at the thick shoulder armor of the Star Core Type 3, sending sparks flying in a continuous shower. The armor was already riddled with scars. Old Grey remained silent, maneuvering his powered armor with minimal movement to evade fatal blows. The massive armor-piercing hammer appeared clumsy in his hands, yet it consistently deflected the hunter's lethal strikes at the last possible moment. He was biding his time, awaiting a moment when the opponent's strength faltered or their focus waned. Like a seasoned wolf on the prairie, he was poised for the prey to expose its throat. And that moment arrived. The instant the sound of Rui Zhao's demise reached Shen Nianze, a minute delay and distraction flickered in the hunter's movements. A reaction to the death of his companion. For Old Grey, that was sufficient. A glimmer of determination ignited in Old Grey's murky eyes. He abruptly pushed the output of the Star Core Type 3 to its limits, the joints of the powered armor roaring under the strain as the colossal machine surged forward with unprecedented speed. The hunter reacted, hastily swinging the chainsaw sword back. But it was too close. The chainsaw sword could not utilize its cutting advantage. Old Grey controlled the powered armor, bracing himself side-on to withstand the chainsaw sword's tearing force. Fragments of armor flying. Simultaneously, his long-prepared armor-piercing hammer arced upward with tremendous weight. Bang! This strike encapsulated all of Old Grey's explosive power in that fleeting moment. As an archetype subhuman, his instantaneous force was exceptionally potent. The hammer struck with ferocity at the joint of the hunter's chest and abdomen armor. Crack! The sickening sound of splintering bones and twisting metal echoed. The hunter's eyes bulged in shock, his body flung backward as if struck by a speeding truck, blood spraying from his mouth in an arc through the air. The chainsaw sword slipped from his grasp, spinning as it lodged into the distant snow. Old Grey did not pursue. He operated the powered armor, breathing heavily. The Star Core Type 3 emitted wisps of white smoke from overloading, standing resilient amidst the wind and snow. The hunter collapsed to the ground, struggling a few times before ultimately succumbing, lifeless. At this juncture, the battle involving Xiao Zuiba and the other hunters had concluded. Several subhumans, already possessing complete body strength, donned the Star Core Type 3 and swiftly turned the tide against their adversaries. With the last enemy's fall, the suffocating aura of murderous intent receded like a tide. Shen Nianze inhaled deeply, the frigid air rasping in his throat. Disarm, he rasped. As his words fell, the night owl armor emitted a faint mechanical unlocking sound. The deep black armor plates contracting and disassembling like living entities, ultimately detaching from his body. Once the armor shed, the icy air enveloped him instantaneously, accompanied by a wave of debilitating exhaustion that nearly overwhelmed him. He bent forward, hands resting on his knees, gasping for breath. Each inhalation accompanied by a sharp pain in his lungs. Sweat had long since soaked through his inner lining, now turning cold in the low temperature, clinging to his skin and prompting involuntary shivers. The aftereffects of excessive use of the ally system began to manifest, with pulsating pain in his temples akin to being pricked by needles. Not far away, Old Grey Star Core Type 3 released a heavy hydraulic hissing sound. As he laboriously crawled out of the cockpit, his wrinkled face devoid of color, leaning against the scorching armor plate, also gasping for air. On the other side, Xiao Zuiba lay sprawled in the snow, panting heavily, evidently having expended considerable energy in the recent skirmish. Kanjia slowly approached the group and sat down, while Asher fared slightly better, having engaged primarily at a distance. Shen Nianze straightened, wiping the sweat and snow from his face, his voice still breathless. Clean up. I have matters to discuss. Upon returning to the base, Shen Nianze raised his hand to remove his cloak, shaking off the remnants of snow from his shoulders. He strode to the center of the room, his gaze sweeping over the gathered individuals before finally resting on Xiao Zuiba, who shrank into the corner. attempting to conceal herself behind the sofa. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Reflecting on how her larger form once could not hide, and now her smaller size allowed her to attempt concealment. The others paused, exchanging glances. They all understood that Shen Nianze's inquiries would pertain to transformation, battle armor, and the matters that had been concealed from him previously. As He Zai began to speak to ease the tension, Shen Nianze took 2 steps forward and slowly added, "You have truly given me quite a surprise." Usher tugged at Kanjia, who cleared his throat, while Old Gray scratched his head. Ultimately, a chorus of gazes converged on Xiao Zuiba. After all, among those present, only Xiao Zuiba shared the closest bond with Shen Nianze. A mere pout from her would usually dispel his irritation. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Xiao Zuiba understood she could not evade the situation and reluctantly emerged from behind the sofa. Her long hair had yet to be tamed, and her tiger ears twitched slightly. She took a couple of steps towards Shen Nianze, grinning sheepishly, her voice softening. "Shoveler, please let me explain." Shen Nianze raised an eyebrow, remaining silent as he regarded her, his expression seemingly challenging her to justify her actions. Encouraged by his gaze, Xiao Zuiba grew bolder, tugging at Shen Nianze's sleeve. "I didn't mean to keep it from you." Chapter 164. The origin of Shen Nianze's name and the fate of his mother. Xiao Zuiba gazed at him with her clear, youthful eyes. "We actually come from another planet. One located in the subhuman star system." Shen Nianze's head jerked up, the weariness in his eyes replaced by shock. "What? It was once a beautiful planet." Xiao Zuiba's voice dropped, tinged with a distant sorrow, "But now, it is nearly non-existent, destroyed in a manner strikingly similar to what is unfolding here." Shen Nianze's breath hitched. Xiao Zuiba continued. "First, there was an abrupt apocalypse. The environment collapsed. Then came the bioweapons that devoured everything. Until we were discovered and taken in by the fleet, led by our leader, Miss Wukuer. We were forced to leave our homeland and drift through the Starry Sea." "Wukuer?" Shen Nianze murmured, the unfamiliar name stirring something within him. "Yes." Xiao Zuiba looked at him, her gaze complex. "She is a citizen of the human star empire. And she is your mother. Your name was given by her." It felt as if a thunderclap had erupted in his mind, leaving Shen Nianze utterly frozen. His mouth opening, yet no sound escaping. Wukuer, his mother? This term felt almost alien to him. His memories of familial bonds were predominantly tied to his father Shinzei and grandfather. The 3 of them had relied on each other until his father's passing during his teenage years, followed shortly by his grandfather's departure, leaving him utterly alone. He had indeed inquired about his mother before, but each time, his father Shinzei had merely shaken his head in silence or abruptly diverted the topic, causing young Shen Nianze to cease his inquiries. He did not even know his mother's name. He had pondered the significance of his name more than once in secret. With his father still alive, why must it be pronounced? He even entertained the somewhat absurd notion that perhaps his mother's name also contained the character Zhe. It was only at that moment, when his little companion uttered the name Wukuer, that the question that had plagued him for years seemed to receive a clear answer. Nianze, Nianze. It appeared that his mother was reminiscing about his father, in a realm and time beyond his reach. She must have foreseen their separation and inscribed this longing that traversed the cosmic seas into his name. Without pause, his little companion revealed a harsher truth. The weapons that created the zombies were originally derived from the technology of his mother's home planet. Their initial design was not for destruction, but to efficiently purify certain special materials, much like the metallic zombies and radiation monsters he had encountered before, which were meant to absorb and then refine. However, calamity struck when numerous alien races united to launch a surprise attack on the human territories, leading to the destruction of his mother's home world. These incomplete purification technologies were subsequently plundered by the enemies, twisted and transformed into the brutal tools of mining they had become. Mining? Shen Nianze's voice was dry. Yes. A cold glimmer flickered in his little companion's eyes. What they were extracting was the crystal core. This substance could absorb the energy of living beings and was then used to enhance another individual. The humans on this planet, along with all the infected life forms, had become mere fodder for cultivating this resource. She paused. As for why the alien races chose humans and subhumans as their source of minerals, it was because, in the past, human civilization had held an absolute dominion. Their physical forms might not have been robust, but the technology and equipment that their minds could create were enough to instill fear in any adversary. Her gaze swept over the star core type 3 beside her, just like it. Once dawned, a fully realized human could triumph over formidable enemies in their metamorphosis phase. What they feared was never the inherent strength of humanity, but rather the intellect and creativity capable of altering the very fabric of rules. Shen Nianze fell silent, a chill coursing up his spine. Were he and all living beings on this planet merely minors? Or more accurately, the Earth itself? Shen Nianze remained quiet. the enormity of the information overwhelming his understanding. After a significant pause, he raised his head and asked the question that had been swirling in his mind since earlier. What about my mother? Where is she now? His little companion's expression dimmed slightly, revealing a complex mix of emotions. The leader's original plan was to remain on Blue Star, utilizing its relatively concealed environment to redevelop technology and amass strength, hoping one day to return and reclaim their homeland. Her voice carried a barely perceptible quiver. However, before the plan could commence, she received a cryptic communication from a distant star system. It was a call to assemble from another group of surviving humans. After repeatedly confirming the authenticity of their identity, his little companion looked at Shen Nianze, her eyes filled with helplessness. As one of the few remaining high-ranking officials of the Starshine Empire, she felt compelled to go. It was a matter of responsibility and hope. Yet, fearing the unknown dangers ahead, she resolved to venture forth alone. She left us, and the still young you, in the relatively safe confines of Blue Star. Her voice trailed off. We had thought that this remote region on the edge of the universe was secluded enough to evade the watchful eyes of those in power. But we never imagined they would eventually find us here. Gazing at Shen Nianze, who was engulfed in heavy thoughts, his little companion suddenly stood up. Shoveler, follow me. I will take you to a place. Shen Nianze lifted his head from his chaotic musings, somewhat bewildered, yet obediently followed. Lao Hui, Sanya, and Ashur flanked him protectively. The group did not head towards the broader wilderness. Instead, they retraced their steps to the very place where their apocalyptic dream had begun, the zoo that seemed strikingly serene and somewhat out of place amidst the apocalypse. How do we end up here? Shen Nianze gazed at the familiar yet slightly dilapidated entrance, his confusion deepening. His little companion did not look back, but led the way inside. Follow me. They traversed the overgrown park area and headed straight to the snow-covered back mountain. Before an unremarkable rock wall, draped in withered vines, his little companion halted. She extended her hand, palm facing the wall. In an instant, the surface of the rock wall rippled like water, light distorting as a metal door materialized out of thin air. Shen Nianze's breath hitched. The surreal scene before him completely shattered his understanding. The metal door slid open silently, revealing a brightly lit passage that descended into the depths. His little companion stepped in first, glancing back at him. Come in. Shen Nianze suppressed his shock and followed closely behind. Lao Hui and the others also entered in succession. Once they were all inside, the metal door closed soundlessly behind them, vanishing as the rock wall returned to its original state. At the end of the passage lay a vast, futuristic space. The moment they stepped onto the platform, countless tiny particles of light rose from the surroundings, swirling like stardust caught in the wind, quickly converging in the center of the platform to form a shape. In the blink of an eye, a holographic projection of a woman clad in a sleek silver gown, her beauty almost otherworldly, elegantly stood before them. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze sweeping past his little companion and landing directly on the somewhat bewildered Shen Nianze. With a slight bow, she spoke in an ethereal yet clear voice. Identity verification complete. Welcome, young master. Chapter 165, an announcement to the world. Upon returning from the secret base behind the zoo, Shen Nianze felt as though his mind was still in a daze. The first to notice something amiss was Wang Jianjun. The animals in the zoo had vanished, while a number of mysterious individuals wearing hats had appeared inside the base. Wang Jianjun pulled Shen Nianze aside. What is going on here? Shen Nianze replied vaguely. It's hard to explain. You could consider them teammates of the mysterious hooded figures. Not long after, Lin Shi, who was in charge of the medical area, found Shen Nianze. Clutching a record book, she spoke with confusion. Shen Gu. Today there were over 10 people coming for wound medication in the medical area, all wearing black hats. Quite mysterious. She paused, lowering her voice. I just patrolled near the zoo and found that all the animals in the park have disappeared. Shen Nianze glanced at his little companion peeking from the entrance. Lin Shi naturally noticed the beautiful girl and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Actually, Shen Nianze sighed. Those people are our allies, here to help us fight against the hunters. As for the animals in the zoo, he sighed again, calling out to the entrance. Little Mouth, please come in and explain. Little Mouth stepped inside, first snuggling up to Shen Nianze before raising her eyes to Lin Shi and the now curious Wang Jianjun, her voice bright and cheerful. That is, Sister Lin, Uncle Wang. She pointed towards the outside of the base. The animals in the zoo haven't disappeared. What? You are Little Mouth? Then what about the other animals in the park? Little Mouth hurriedly added. The people wearing hats in the base are them transformed. Lin Shi gasped in astonishment, staring at Little Mouth, who had already removed her hat, revealing a pair of tiger ears. Lin Shi reached out to touch the tiger ears, murmuring, how fascinating. In the Zelro star system, 12 high-ranking officials clad in gilded exoskeletons gathered around a circular council table, a holographic projection suspended in the center. The image showcased the beleaguered figure of Sharp Claw, while the formidable night owl stood prominently, accompanied by several Type 3-star cores. On Blue Star, inhabited by subhumans and night owls, Sharp Claw's voice faltered, punctuated by desperate gasps. With his last ounce of strength, he pressed the emergency transmission button on his chest, urging, "Leader, do not underestimate them." A burly high-ranking official to the right slammed his fist onto the control panel, declaring vehemently, "The evidence is irrefutable. The humans of Blue Star are no mere lambs for slaughter. They undoubtedly possess remnants of a higher civilization behind them. I propose we dispatch troops immediately to cleanse this planet thoroughly." On the left side of the council table, a Zelros elder raised his hand, his tone laced with evident hesitation. "The core mines of Blue Star have yet to reach optimal extraction conditions. If we annihilate the humans now, the mineral veins may be compromised, resulting in significant loss for Zelros." "Mines? At a time like this, you still think of mines?" retorted the burly official on the right, striking the table. "Have you not seen the Night Owl battle armor? Have you not heard the term subhuman? Sharp Claw is a metamorphic hunter. If he has been reduced to this state, it indicates that the humans of Blue Star have already mastered advanced combat capabilities. If we grant them 6 months, they may well produce more Night Owls. By then, not only the mines, but our dispatched fleets may face annihilation." "Annihilation? Such alarmist rhetoric." The elder, leaning on his staff, frowned in rebuttal, calling forth the monitoring data of Blue Star's mineral veins. The industrial foundation of Blue Star collapsed long ago during the apocalypse. The 6 battle armors they possess were likely taken by the subhumans during their escape from the planet. While subhumans are not devoid of intelligence, relying on them to construct battle armors remains a formidable challenge, not to mention the limited number of subhumans available. When the minerals mature, we can send an elite team, sufficient to cleanse the area. Why squander these resources now?" The burly official sneered. "Giving the enemy time equates to providing them opportunities. The most terrifying aspect of humanity is not their current combat prowess, but their capacity for learning. In the past, the Iron Star and the Fringe Star regions initially wielded primitive weapons. We hesitated to act due to the immaturity of the mines, only to find that 6 months later, they had developed anti-ship missiles. We ultimately paid a hefty price to eradicate them. Do you wish for Blue Star to become the next Iron Star?" This statement heightened the tension within the council chamber, and several previously silent high-ranking officials began to murmur among themselves. Some concurred that the mines were not yet mature and believed that Zelros' primary need was resources, arguing against sacrificing long-term benefits for short-term threats. Others sided with the burly official, as the grim fate of Sharp Claw loomed large in their minds, and no one wished to repeat the tragedy of Iron Star. Enough. At last, Mo Lin, seated at the center of the council table, spoke. "While the mines are significant, the survival of Zelros takes precedence." He pressed his hand down on the control panel, switching the projection to a star map of Blue Star, marking the locations of human bases and the suspected coordinates of a secret zoo. Whether Blue Star is backed by a higher civilization remains uncertain. However, one thing is clear. They have already acquired the capability to resist. If the humans are indeed supported by a higher civilization, they could have killed Sharp Claw today and be developing weapons to counter our fleets by tomorrow. When the mines mature, we may face not mere cleansing, but outright war. Mo Lin's fingertips struck heavily upon the words Blue Star. Zelros would rather forfeit the mines of this planet than grant humanity any opportunity for resurgence. Relay my orders. Assemble the 3rd, 7th, and 9th fleets, and additionally dispatch the 5th Elite Fleet. 8,000 hunters and 50 metamorphic leaders will depart in 3 days with the objective of annihilating Blue Star. The 12 high-ranking officials regarded Mo Lin's resolute demeanor, and recalling the tragic state of Sharp Claw in the projection, none dared to voice dissent. In Huaxia, at the Kyoto base, within the innermost command hall, every staff member held their breath, their gazes fixed upon the towering figure of Zhao Beichen. Before him stood a terminal connected to the global communications network of remaining major bases. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the button for a global broadcast. "This is the Huaxia Kyoto survivor base. I repeat, this is the Kyoto base." His voice, encrypted for transmission, pierced the atmosphere, resonating across every operational human communication channel worldwide. "At this moment, I stand here not merely as a base commander, but as a fellow human being confronting the impending existential battle for our race, addressing you all. The zombies and mutated beings we have fought against are not natural disasters. They are, in fact, weapons, cultivation tools for a mineral known as the crystal core. And we, along with all life on this planet, serve as the nutrients for this mineral." This proclamation sent shockwaves through the command rooms of bases around the globe. Nutrients. Countless faces paled in horror. This is no hyperbole. This is the precise intelligence garnered from the sacrifices of our comrades. the steel fortress of the Bear Nation, the desert fortress of the Eagle Nation, and the ruins of the chateau in the Chicken Nation had all been obliterated by the alien Zelrose hunters, with no survivors. Esteemed colleagues, Zhao Beichen's voice struck like a hammer upon the hearts of every listener. The Zelrose will not grant us a second choice. In their eyes, you are all mere commodities. They will not spare you simply because you occupy a corner of the world. Should Huaxiao fall, you shall be next. This is a wave of destruction sweeping across the globe, and no one can remain uninvolved. We have no path left to retreat. Here, I, Zhao Beichen, implore and call upon you. I request all bases still capable of combat to enter a state of highest readiness. I summon all valiant warriors. Those who refuse to sit idly by, to come to Huaxia. The alien fleet's primary objective must be this place. Here will be humanity's first line of defense, and perhaps the last. We need every ounce of strength to fight for our survival, to battle for humanity. Chapter 166. Welcome, everyone, to the airspace of Huaxia. The first to mobilize were the bases of the Bear Nation and the Eagle Nation. With communication severed, scouts returning reported only the bodies of humans, prompting even the dullest to sense something amiss. In the survivor base of the Bear Nation, Ivan's old subordinate, Ivanov, clutched a communicator, remembering the gruesome demise of their commander. Upon hearing Huaxia's plea for support, he slammed his fist against the table. Gather everyone capable of fighting. Bring our heavy machine guns and modified tanks to Huaxia. We shall avenge Commander Ivan. Killing one shall suffice. Killing two will be a profit. The bear warriors behind him echoed in unison. The sound of iron tracks crunching over frozen ground resonating across the desolate expanse. In the abandoned missile silo of the Eagle Nation's west, former Officer Jackson gazed intently at the night owl battle armor displayed on the screen, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Alien technology, he murmured, having witnessed the Zelrose hunters' devastation firsthand. He understood that fighting solo held no chance of victory. Notify all evolution teams to equip our weapons fully. Transport aircraft will first ferry a portion of the evolution teams, with fighter jets providing escort. He donned his helmet, declaring, there is an old saying in Huaxia. When the lips are gone, the teeth are cold. Once Huaxia falls, we will inevitably find ourselves as meat on the chopping block. To Huaxia, let us join forces and overthrow those alien hounds. The roar of engines shattered the night sky as dozens of aircraft raced eastward. In the ruins of ancient Paris, beneath the rubble, the remaining evolutionaries of the Chicken Nation received the news and similarly organized their journey to Huaxia. However, the Chicken Nation's weakened state meant that gathering forces would require some time. In a moment, from all corners of the globe, the remaining heavy transport aircraft, armored vehicles, and all available forces, alongside the indomitable evolvers unwilling to face extinction, converged towards the east like rivers flowing into the sea. Beneath the somber sky, protected by several fighter jets, 3 cumbersome yet vital super-heavy transport planes, bearing the hopes of the most elite evolvers from the Eagle Nation, struggled to navigate through the turbulent air currents above the churning, inky waves of the eastern sea of China. Maintain formation. We have entered Chinese airspace and established contact. We will land in half an hour. Colonel Richard, codename Old Man, the commander of the Eagle Formation, issued orders over the encrypted channel. His voice was steady, yet the grip on the control stick betrayed his inner turmoil. The post-apocalyptic skies had been designated as one of the most perilous regions on the planet. However, fortune favored them. They had encountered no mutated birds during their journey from the Eagle Nation to the Chinese frontier, allowing Richard to breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the silence of the communication channel. Unidentified biological signals. Quantity. Oh God, there are too many. They are coming from the clouds above and the sea below. Almost as the words left his mouth, the clouds ahead roiled violently, releasing countless black shapes that screamed forth. It was a horde of gigantic mutated seagulls. All units, battle formation. Fire at will. Repeat, fire at will. Colonel Richard's voice rose sharply. The engines of the fighter jets erupted in a deafening roar, and the cannons spat forth long tongues of fire, unleashing a hail of modified projectiles that swept towards the avian swarm like a metallic tempest. Instantly, the sky erupted in bursts of crimson mist and flurries of feathers as several mutated seagulls were obliterated midair. Yet, there were too many. Their numbers far exceeded expectations, and their speed was astonishing. One particularly massive mutated seagull, like a specter, broke through the barrage, its talons viciously gripping the wing of a fighter jet. The sturdy wing was torn apart as if it were mere paper, and the aircraft lost control, spiraling downward, trailing smoke and flames, before plummeting into the furious sea, exploding into a colossal fireball. Falcon 3. Abandoned ship. Abandoned ship. Richard bellowed, his eyes wide with desperation, but the communication channel was filled only with static before falling silent. Damn it! They breached the right flank. Another fighter jet, while attempting to evade, was simultaneously struck by several seagulls crashing into the cockpit. The reinforced glass shattered instantly, and the pilot didn't even have time to scream. In the blink of an eye, two of the most advanced fighter jets had fallen. The escort formation was thrown into chaos, with the remaining aircraft darting through the avian onslaught like eagles trapped in a mire, peril lurking at every turn. The three transport planes, stripped of their aerial shield, became live targets. Under the assault of the mutated seagulls, the aircraft trembled violently, alarms blaring incessantly. Just then, a blazing streak of light, trailing a long tail of fire, shot forth from nearby clouds. It struck a giant mutated seagull, poised to pounce on the cockpit with its claws, with deadly precision. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in the air, the seagull disintegrating into a shower of blood and flesh before it could even emit a cry of despair. What? Where did that attack come from? Reinforcements? Is it the Chinese reinforcements? Every member of the Eagle forces, whether evolvers within the transport plane or the beleaguered fighter pilots, felt a jolt of astonishment. They then beheld an unforgettable sight. The clouds below were torn apart by an unseen force, revealing a formidable cavalry unit charging fiercely into this bloody aerial battleground. At the forefront rode a somber-faced young man clad in dark power armor, astride a magnificent giant mutated bird. Behind him trailed over 100 knights, each mounted on various mutated avian creatures, their lightweight, yet highly advanced armor melding seamlessly with their mounts, exuding an air of ferocity and wildness. This aerial cavalry, seemingly emerged from myth, descended upon the battlefield of modern steel warplanes and ferocious mutated beasts with overwhelming might. Wang Yuhao, riding atop a colossal raven, transmitted a message through the public channel to all Eagle units. This is China, captain of the 1st Squadron of the Flying Cavalry Corps, Wang Yuhao. His voice crackled through the airwaves, reaching every startled member of the Eagle forces. Welcome, everyone, to Chinese airspace. Cavalry Corps, clear this airspace. Ensure the safe landing of our distant guests. Understood. The 100 flying knights echoed in unison, their voices resounding through the skies. In the next moment, the cavalry unit surged forward, with Wang Yuhao leading the charge, transforming into a black blade that pierced through the dense mass of mutated seagulls. In an instant, a breathtaking slaughter unfolded in the skies. The knights wielded their agility like the scythes of death, maximizing the maneuverability of aerial combat. They were not merely fighting. It resembled a grand hunt. The previously overwhelming horde of mutated seagulls, which had given the Eagle's advanced fighter jets such trouble, was swiftly divided, dismantled, and annihilated before this fusion of primal and technological prowess. My God, what am I witnessing? A pilot of one of the fighter jets gazed out, spellbound, momentarily forgetting to maneuver his aircraft. Chapter 167, The Arrival of the Bear Nation. He watched in awe as a Chinese knight, mounted on a giant eagle, executed a deft dive, his lance piercing through a seagull that had attempted a surprise attack on his jet from the side. They were fighting alongside those monsters. No, they were commanding those monsters. Inside the transport plane, the expression of determination on Richard's face had been replaced by sheer astonishment. As a senior officer of the Eagle Nation, he understood all too well the terror and inscrutability of the mutated creatures. They had exhausted every method without yielding any results. Yet, the Chinese had not only achieved this, but had also forged an utterly terrifying, organized aerial force. How did they accomplish this? What on earth did they do? He muttered to himself, this question haunting every member of the Eagle forces who witnessed this spectacle. It was not merely a shock of tactics and might. It was a complete subversion of their existing cognitive framework. Just how far had China advanced on this wasteland? In that moment of bewilderment, the flying cavalry had decisively eradicated the remaining mutated seagulls. Wang Yuhao hovered beside the lead transport plane, and through the porthole, he could see the stunned Eagle evolvers within. He raised his hand, tapping his helmet to signal, and communicated through the intercom to Colonel Richard inside. The threat has been neutralized, Colonel. Please follow our guidance to the Kyoto base. The remainder of the journey will be escorted by our cavalry. Colonel Richard inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult within him, and replied solemnly, received. Thank you for your support, Captain Wang. The Eagle Vanguard unit will comply with your guidance. The transport plane adjusted its course, following behind the flying knights. The surviving fighter pilots quietly switched their weapon systems to safe mode, flying in the periphery of the cavalry. In the sky, the setting sun bled crimson, staining the clouds in a magnificent orange hue. Beneath this blood-soaked canopy of sky, the warplanes, emblematic of humanity's bygone technological achievements, and the enigmatic flying knights of a new era, soared together, cleaving the heavens as they head towards the eastern lands. At this moment, the northern wilderness of the Eurasian continent reverberates with the roars of steel. The land of the Bear Nation, the last bastion of strength, has fully emerged from its lair. Tanks and armored vehicles form an endless torrent of steel, advancing towards the direction of the Celestial Empire. The armored vehicles are not the main force of this support. Rather, they carry groups of matured evolvers, alongside a few complete beings. Although their combat prowess is not exceedingly high, when combined with modern weaponry, they represent a formidable force. Within the command vehicle, General Ivanov, the leader of the Bear Nation, gazes intently at the map. He is a towering figure with a beard of thick bristles. Accelerate. Our comrades in the Celestial Empire await us. If it is indeed true, those alien scum shall not grant us much time. However, the march through the apocalypse has never been smooth. As the steel torrent penetrates into a vast expanse of parched grassland, a chilling alarm suddenly blares. General, ahead, left and right flanks, a massive beast tide, an unprecedented scale. The communication officer's voice trembles ever so slightly. Ivanov abruptly turns to the panoramic screen outside the vehicle. And there, on the horizon, a billowing cloud of dust rises, akin to an oncoming sandstorm. Following this, countless colossal and grotesque mutated creatures surge forth from all directions. Like a dam bursting, there are great wolves the size of tanks, bone-armored bulls charging like heavy trucks, and leopard-like beings leaping through the tide of beasts. Moreover, countless smaller, yet numerous bloodthirsty canine and feline mutants join the fray. Yura. Without a moment's hesitation, Ivanov's roar reverberates across all communication channels. All units. Battle formation. For our motherland. For humanity. Crush them. Yura. The warriors of the Bear Nation unleash a thunderous roar, a defiant bellow in the face of despair. The steel torrent instantly transforms into a barrier of death. The main cannon emits a deafening boom, obliterating the colossal mutated creatures charging at the forefront, while the paired machine guns and anti-aircraft guns spit forth a torrent of fire, like the scythe of death, reaping the smaller monsters in droves. The soldiers atop the armored personnel carriers, utilizing the vehicles for cover, unleash a barrage of gunfire from their rifles and grenade launchers against the encroaching beast tide. The cacophony of explosions, the roars and wails of the mutants instantaneously transform this grassland into a gruesome meat grinder. Steel is resilient, yet the tide of flesh is inexhaustible. Countless mutants, undeterred by the hail of bullets, recklessly charge towards the iron behemoths. They claw at the treads, batter against the armor, and some even leap onto the tank turrets, furiously hammering at the hatches. One tank's tread is shattered by several fearless bone-armored bulls, leaving it immobilized and swiftly engulfed by the onrushing tide of monsters, as despairing explosions ring out from within. The front lines are gradually compressed, ammunition is rapidly depleting, and the steel torrent seems mired in a quagmire, each advance exacting a heavy toll. Ivanov grips the handrail tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. He watches the increasing number of red warning signals on the screen, a chill settling in his heart. Is it to be that the last strength of the Bear Nation shall perish on this nameless grassland? At this moment of despair, a rhythmic thumping, akin to the resounding of immense war drums, resonates from behind the beast tide. This sound possesses an extraordinary penetrating quality, even overpowering the chaos of the battlefield. Soon after, a different plume of dust rises from the rear of the beast tide. What is that? A sharp-eyed observer shouts. Everyone witnesses an unforgettable scene, a cavalry. A unit entirely composed of mutated creatures, surging forth with unstoppable momentum from the rear, crashing into the beast tide. At the forefront rides a figure upon a mutated warhorse. The knight, brandishing a long spear, is none other than Lin Shun. Behind him, a fearsome army manifests, consisting of wolves, bears, leopards, dogs, and horses, all of which, with their riders, form a terrifying battalion. They are in perfect harmony with their riders, their synergy unleashing combat prowess far exceeding mere individual capabilities. With the cavalry's arrival, the beast tide, which had relied solely on instinct and numerical superiority, is utterly bewildered. They find themselves trapped in a deadly pincer, each fighting for their own survival. As one mutated creature after another falls, the formation of the beast tide collapses entirely. The originally fearless mutated beasts cease their charge, fixating on the twitching corpses around them, emitting low growls as they struggle to comprehend why their kind has allied with humans, a combat strength beyond their wildest imagination. Charge! Do not give them a moment to recover. Lin Shen bellows, as the mutated horse leaps once more, its hooves crushing the spine of a hesitant prairie wolf. The wolf cavalry on the left flank immediately follows suit, unleashing their speed as they dart through the beast tide like bolts of black lightning. their claws deftly slicing open the throats of other mutants. Occasionally, a creature attempting to flee is struck down by the ranged weapons of the cavalry behind, splattering brains across the parched meadow. Ivanov observes keenly from the tank command cabin. The black tide that had entrapped them is now disintegrating into the depths of the grassland. All units, keep close to the Celestial Cavalry. Advance into the heart of the Celestial Empire. Ivanov roars into the communicator, his voice filled with exhilaration. Ahead lies the deathly metal storm unleashed by the Bear Nation's steel torrent, while behind, the merciless onslaught of the Celestial Empire's beast cavalry reaps a harvest of fangs and blades. The doors of the armored vehicle swing open, and bear soldiers lean out, giving a thumbs up towards the cavalry, some even pulling out their vodka and gesturing to the sky in celebration. Just then, a particularly massive tiger-like mutant, seemingly a leader, attempts to rally a counterattack but is swiftly decapitated by Lin Chun, its enormous body crashing to the ground. This becomes the final straw that breaks the camel's back. Half an hour later, the beast tied upon the grassland has vanished completely, leaving only a sea of carcasses. Lin Chun, atop his mutated horse, halts beside Ivanov's tank and wipes the blood from his face. Just as he opens his mouth to speak, the tank hatch suddenly flies open, and Ivanov leaps down, his left arm bandaged and still seeping blood, yet he pays it no mind as he strides towards Lin Chun and seizes his arm. Thank you so much. Ivanov manages a few words in Chinese, his heavy accent underscoring his sincerity. Had you not arrived, our unit would have perished in this grassland. Your cavalry is truly remarkable. He gestures towards the wolf cavalry in the distance, his eyes filled with awe. In my 40-plus years of life, I have never witnessed humans fighting alongside mutated beasts with such precision. Lin Chun smiles, patting Ivanov on the shoulder. It is all for the purpose of combating the Zelos hunters. There is no need for such formality. Your willingness to traverse the grasslands to assist the Celestial Empire is a bond we shall forever cherish. No, this is different. Ivanov extracts a metal flask from his pocket, unscrews the cap, and presents it to Lin Chun. This is the finest vodka of the Bear Nation. I, Ivanov, do not toast to the weak. However, you deserve it. He paused, his tone growing grave. I was present when the steel fortress was destroyed. Ivan is my brother. As he breathed his last, I witnessed that group of Zelros hunters, and I thought humanity was doomed. Yet, Huaxia has shown us that we can still fight. Lin Chun took the wine jug, tilting his head back to take a swig, the fiery liquid coursing down his throat, igniting warmth within him. He returned the jug to Ivanov, smiling as he remarked, "The road ahead is long, and the Zelros fleet will soon arrive. We require your tanks, and you require us." Ivanov stepped forward, extending his hand, sincerity and fervor gleaming in his eyes. From this moment on, our shells, our lives, will be inextricably linked with our comrades in Huaxiao and all those who dare to resist, until the last drop of blood is shed. Lin Chun regarded the earnest bear-like commander before him, solemnly raising his hand in a military salute from Huaxia, then extending his right hand, firmly clasping Ivanov's. "General Ivanov, you speak with weight." Lin Chun's voice resonated with steadiness and strength. "Zelros is our common foe. Huaxiao welcomes its brothers to fight side by side." Ivanov nodded emphatically, understood. All the might of the bear will heed the command of Huaxia's headquarters. Let us confront those accursed interstellar scoundrels together. As the silhouette of the Huaxia base emerged on the horizon, Ivanov could not resist lifting the tank hatch, the prominent red flag fluttering atop the defensive tower. Within the enormous, brightly lit airfield, several transport aircraft emblazoned with the eagle and stripes of the United States were quietly parked. Nearby, battered fighter jets were undergoing intense maintenance by ground crews. Lines of soldiers clad in American standard gear, guided by Huaxia personnel, were orderly queued, preparing to head to their assigned barracks. At almost the same moment, Colonel Richard, accompanied by elite American evolved soldiers, approached from the direction of the transport planes. They too beheld the weary yet battle-hardened bear contingent entering through the gates. An instant of stillness enveloped the air. Decades of antagonism, sanctions, arms races, and ideological conflicts precipitated a reflexive activation of the barriers and vigilance ingrained in history and genetics. The bear warriors instinctively straightened their posture, their gazes sharpening as they assessed their old adversaries. The American soldiers halted, turning their attention towards this group of bears from the north. Richard had not anticipated encountering his longtime rival at the gates of the Huaxia base in such a manner. Lin Chun, riding a mutated steed alongside the tank, followed his gaze and smiled, explaining, "They just arrived yesterday. The Eastern Sea encountered mutated seagulls, and our flying knights rescued them. They are here to combat the Zelros hunters." General Ivanov, Colonel Richard, Lin Chun stepped forward, positioning himself between the two groups. His gaze swept across both parties, devoid of excessive emotion. He paused, his voice clear and resonant. Above us looms an alien fleet intent on annihilating our civilization, viewing us merely as resources. From this moment forth, regardless of our origins, beliefs, or histories, we share a singular identity, humanity, and a unified goal, survival. Ivanov inhaled deeply, the tension in his features gradually easing. He was the first to act, moving toward Richard. Richard broke the silence, his voice slightly hoarse yet devoid of hostility. Did not expect to see you here. We've heard about the steel fortress. Ivanov hesitated, then jumped down from the tank, the heavy military boots thudding against the concrete. You know, you two have suffered? Richard nodded, his expression darkening. The entire base was obliterated. Were it not for Huaxia's global communication, we would have been at a loss. He glanced at the bandage on Ivanov's left arm, his gaze turning more complex. Did you encounter an attack on the way? Ivanov smirked slightly. Were it not for Huaxia's cavalry, we might not have even reached Huaxia's gates. He instinctively looked toward Lin Chen beside him, his tone imbued with sincerity. Your people are formidable. This remark elicited a chuckle from Richard as he patted Ivanov on the shoulder. The flying knights of Huaxiao saved our lives as well. It seems we both owe Huaxiao a debt of gratitude. Not a debt of gratitude, Shen Nianze interjected at an opportune moment. Now, we are comrades. Ivanov paused, then nodded vigorously. Well said. Comrades. Colonel Richard also subdued his smile, his demeanor turning gravely serious as he saluted Shen Nianze and all the Huaxia soldiers present. Greetings, comrades. In the following hours, Kunlun Base and the entirety of northern Huaxia were enveloped in an unprecedented torrent of solemnity and fervor. The sky was no longer silent. Occasionally, transport aircraft adorned with various national insignia, alongside convoys, struggled to land on the makeshift runways or to drive into Huaxia's parking lot, escorted by the knights. Descending from these vehicles could be the temple knights from the European continent, or tribal hunters from the tropical rainforests bearing totems and lethal weapons, or warriors from the desert. Each arriving contingent bore the scars of fierce battles, their numbers diminished, yet their resolve was harder than the meager remaining arsenal they possessed. The convoy from the French country slowly entered, its vehicles marked with claw marks from mutated beasts. Sophie opened the car door, rubbing her throbbing temples, and smiled at the welcoming Huaxia staff, her voice slightly hoarse. Apologies for taking longer than expected. The staff handed her a bottle of drink, their tone exceptionally warm. Just in time. The base has just prepared hot soup. Please take a moment to rest. Sophie accepted the drink, observing the temporary tents set up in the square, adorned with makeshift flags from various nations, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Meanwhile, within Huaxia's borders, every road leading to Kyoto and other major defensive nodes was bustling with a steady stream of people. They were not fleeing refugees, but rather evolved individuals coming of their own accord. They abandoned relatively safe havens, converging from all directions toward the final battlefield. I want to enlist. My name is Li Tai, a strength-type evolver. I want to go to the front lines. Me too. Wang Xiaoyu, speed type. Don't underestimate my small stature. I can serve as a scout for heavy artillery. We are the survivors of a town. Our combat abilities may be weak, but we have strength and can manage logistics. Before the recruitment point, the clamorous crowd formed endless lines. Individuals of diverse skin tones and eye colors, clad in various garments and wielding an array of peculiar weapons, stood together. Among them were the most elite regular troops from various nations, defiant lone wolf evolvers, and fresh recruits, faces youthful yet gripping steel rifles tightly. The air was thick with the sense of sweat, gunpowder, and an indescribable, oppressive force akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Chapter 169, Interception. All eyes were turned upward, focused on the elevated command platform at the front of the square. Shen Nianze stepped forward, donning the simple military uniform of Huaxia, his gaze sweeping over the familiar and unfamiliar faces below, each etched with resolute determination. The cacophony that once filled the square swiftly subsided under his sweeping gaze, leaving only the sound of countless heavy breaths intermingling. He did not hasten to speak. Instead, he deeply bowed towards the four corners, paying homage to allies from various nations and to his compatriots from Huaxia. I understood that many who had come were prepared for the possibility of never returning. Shen Nianze's voice resonated throughout the square, devoid of ornate rhetoric yet imbued with profound sincerity. The brothers of the Bear Nation had lost their steel fortress. The friends of the Eagle Nation watched as their desert bastion crumbled, and comrades of the Rooster Nation fled from the ruins of ancient castles. While numerous souls suffering persecution in this apocalyptic era were losing their most cherished possessions. Some had lost family, others their homeland, yet you still came to this land that could very well become a battlefield. Gradually, a stir arose in the square. The crowd straightened their backs, and the weariness in their eyes was replaced with a rekindled fighting spirit. The zealous galaxy deemed us a lesser civilization, believing they could easily trample upon Blue Star, thinking that by extinguishing our lives, they could seize our resources. Shen Nianze's voice suddenly rose. But they are gravely mistaken. They do not know that the hardest bone of humanity is the one that, when pushed to the brink, must rise again. Brothers, sisters, all fellow humans who refuse to yield. The opening was direct and fervent. Look to your left, now to your right. Shen Nianze's arm swung wide, pointing towards the vast sea of humanity. Observe those standing beside you. They may hail from the other side of the world, speak languages you cannot comprehend, and possess beliefs different from yours. But today, at this moment, we share but one common name, guardians of humanity. Some have told us that we are merely waiting to be harvested like minerals. Shen Nianze's voice surged with a piercing anger and disdain, as if to tear through the lies. Do they think that by destroying our cities, they can shatter our will? Do they think that by killing our compatriots, they can make us kneel in supplication? They are wrong, utterly wrong. Shen Nianze's voice thundered through the square. Below, countless voices erupted in a primal roar, a sound long suppressed. The advent of the apocalypse shattered their tranquil homes, claiming the lives of their loved ones, wives, sons, parents. Shen Nianze clenched his fist and struck the podium with a resounding thud. Tell me, do we still have forces left? Yes. A response like a tidal wave reverberated, shaking the entire square. Do we still have strong warriors? Yes. The roar intensified, as countless evolved beings unleashed their might. Do we still possess the resolve to fight until the last soldier, to spill the last drop of blood? Yes. 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 The continuous roars crescendoed, each louder than the last, converging into an overwhelming tide of battle intent and murderous spirit, soaring to the heavens. Shen Nianze suddenly spread his arms wide, and then unleashed a thunderous roar that shook the very earth. Then let us inform all those who dare invade this land and trample upon our civilization, that they shall pay the price. Long live humanity! Long live! Long live! Long live humanity! The Kyoto base, along with all connected forward positions, now resembled a finely tuned war machine, harboring devastating power in the stillness. Above the surface, a dense array of anti-aircraft defenses, ranging from traditional close-range cannons to the latest crystal core munitions, were meticulously aligned. Armored clusters, primarily composed of Bear Nation tanks, remained silent and motionless in their designated positions. As the biological weapons originated from the Zealous Star, Shen Nianze was naturally prepared to counter their control over mutated beasts. Meanwhile, as reinforcements, the evolved beings from other nations, albeit relatively weaker, were numerous, alongside some second-line defensive troops from Huaxia, positioned at the outermost lines. Their task was not to directly confront the formidable zealous hunters, but to construct a flesh-and-blood great wall, staunchly resisting the unprecedented waves of corpses and beasts that might emerge. They relied on hastily reinforced barricades and firing points, their gazes tense yet resolute as they stared into the desolate ruins ahead. They understood that this was the most brutal yet necessary sacrifice. Only by withstanding the initial onslaught could the core forces of Huaxia engage the true cosmic adversaries without distraction. All of Huaxia's elite, riding alongside their mutated companions, and top-tier warriors such as Zhao Chong, Lin Shi, Zhou Kai, Su Qing, Lin Chun, and Wang Yuhao, were concentrated in the core area, fixated on the impending extraterrestrial landing pods. Following them were Shen Nianze and the subhumans of the zoo. The atmosphere was stifling. The oppressive anticipation was more torturous than the enemy's imminent presence, as they waited in dread for the form the storm would take. All units entered a state of maximum readiness, and the flying knights prepared for takeoff. Zhao Beichen's voice was calm, yet imbued with immense gravitas. The sky was humanity's frontline. Wang Yuhao's patrol knights soared beneath the clouds, circling like a hawk awaiting its prey. Lin Chun's army cavalry concealed themselves with their mounts in the valleys and forests near the front lines, poised to launch the fiercest assault upon the enemy upon their descent. Clad in complete night owl battle armor, Shen Nianze stood quietly at the edge of a cliff with a panoramic view. The weight of the world pressed heavily upon every chest, and time passed with excruciating slowness. Then it arrived, not with the bombardment from the heavens, but through tremors emanating from the earth. Soon, the vibrations grew denser and more intense, culminating in a thunderous roar that seemed poised to overturn the very ground beneath them. It is here, from the west, a tide of beasts. The hoarse voice of the observer erupted in the communication channel. Everyone turned to the source of the sound. There, on the western horizon, dust billowed skyward, akin to a sandstorm sweeping all in its path. At the forefront of the dust storm were countless crimson eyes, saliva dripping from their jaws, and mutated creatures larger and more frenzied than ever before. They seemed driven by some invisible force, enraged. coalescing into a torrent of flesh and blood that surged towards the defensive line. In the sky, dark flocks of mutated birds shrieked piercingly, like ominous clouds guiding the ground forces. Almost simultaneously, alarms blared from observation points in the south and east. In the southern city ruins, a tide of corpses. Their numbers are incalculable. In the eastern mountains, a multitude of mutants. The tide of corpses and beasts, the nightmares birthed by the virus on this planet, were at this moment driven forward by their creators, as if wielding a whip. Charging towards humanity's last bastion. All outer units, hold your ground. Shen Nianze's cold voice echoed through the communication network, reaching every soldier's ears. From the outer defensive line, warriors from around the world let out a thunderous roar. They chambered their weapons, fixated on the monstrous wave surging like a tsunami. Meanwhile, in the core area, Shen Nianze and others slowly raised their heads, their gazes piercing through the cloud cover. Without any warning, the once dense clouds above, as if violently torn apart by an invisible giant hand, revealed a colossal metallic ship emerging from the clouds. Soon after, the second and third vessels, accompanied by a full fleet of 4, gradually traversed the clouds, revealing their terrifying silhouettes in all their ominous glory to humanity. Within the command hall of the Hunter's flagship, however, the atmosphere was not one of solemnity, but rather tinged with a languorous anticipation before the hunt. Before the vast observation window, several commanders of the Zealous, gazing down upon the blue and white orb below, regarded the defensive fortifications as mere toys. Humans are indeed creatures fond of clustering together. They have conveniently gathered here, sparing us the trouble of searching far and wide. One commander sneered with disdain. Like frightened insects huddling together, do they think this will keep them warm? He turned to face all the waiting hunters in the hall, his voice resonating through the communications system to every warship. All combat units, heed my command. Prepare to deploy the landing pods. Let these wretched humans experience firsthand what true despair feels like. The hunt begins. With his orders, the belly of the colossal fleet opened up, countless hatches unfurling like a beehive. A swarm of landing pods, resembling a meteor shower, trailed crimson flames while emitting piercing howls, plummeting towards the prepared human positions below. The curtain of war was brazenly drawn by the invaders in the most arrogant and brutal manner. The sky was filled with blazing trajectories. Wang Yuhao guided the ink feather, hovering at the forefront of the nightly array. All rockets, abandon scattered interception, concentrate firepower. Target at 3 o'clock. There was no doubt, no hesitation. Almost in unison, all flying knights received Wang Yuhao's message. In the next moment, a scene that stirred the blood unfolded. Hundreds of flying knights, alongside their mutated avian mounts, abruptly adjusted their positions in the air. All the multi-tube rocket nests affixed to their steeds elevated their launch tubes in unison. Fire! Wang Yuhao commanded. Instantly, hundreds, if not thousands, of white smoke trails roared forth from the ranks of the flying knights. This marked humanity's first aerial counterattack against the Starry Sea invaders. Boom! The first rocket struck the side armor of a landing pod, exploding into a massive fireball. Although the violent explosion did not immediately disintegrate it, it caused that heavy metallic coffin to falter momentarily in midair. Following closely were the second and third rockets. Countless projectiles, like piranhas drawn to the scent of blood, surged forward to collide with that landing pod. Boom, 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 boom. A relentless cacophony of explosions echoed as fiery orbs bloomed in the sky, resembling tragic fireworks. In a single volley, more than 3 or 4 landing pods, severely damaged under the intense fire, lost control, tumbling off course and crashing into the distant mountains.